Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Primordial Chaos. Fight! A colossal giant roared, wielding a battle axe as he charged at his foes. One enemy after another fell beneath his strikes, his body soon drenched in blood. The terrifying aura of slaughter made the very fabric of space tremble, while the ferocious energy unleashed fear in the hearts of all. With each adversary vanquished, the giant's murderous intent intensified, and his body became a canvas of wounds, blood dripping continuously, threatening to tear apart the very essence of the space around him. Just a single drop of blood could shatter reality itself, rendering such a powerful being a source of dread. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered as a precious mirror descended into the world carved by the giant. In that fleeting moment, an axe light struck down upon it, unleashing a terrifying force that violently assaulted his very soul. Damn it! How did I end up in this dream again? This dream had been a persistent impediment to Pangu's cultivation. In this primordial realm, Pangu was a transmigrator, having arrived in the witch clan's Houtu tribe as the first hybrid being between humans and witches. From the moment of his birth, he found himself ensnared by this dream, hindering his progress in cultivation. Was this the legacy of the great Pangu? No, it was not a legacy, merely a dream that ceaselessly haunted him, constantly reminding him of his identity as a transmigrator. That light was the Kunlun mirror, Pangu's innate treasure. In the dream, the final axe light that fell upon him was none other than his accompanying treasure, the Kunlun mirror, transcending time, as the power of the Pangu axe severely damaged its essence. As the foremost human witch hybrid in the primordial world, he should not have been so feeble. All of this stemmed from the damage inflicted upon the Kunlun mirror, which in turn caused his soul to bear the brunt of the Pangu axe's assault. The impact on his soul adversely affected his physical cultivation, significantly hindering the speed of his advancement. Fortunately, this turmoil also transformed into a refining process for his soul. Furthermore, the power of the Pangu axe continually diminished the aura of his soul that was foreign to the primordial world. It won't be long before the foreign aura of my soul is eradicated, and the primordial world will no longer reject me. However, my accompanying treasure, the Kunlun mirror, remains irreparable. Upon surveying his soul's sea, a mirror hung above this was the Kunlun mirror that had caused his transmigration, a treasure possessing the might of time. From the moment of his birth, the Kunlun mirror became his innate treasure, automatically refining itself. Alas, now it bore not a trace of its former grandeur. The strike from the Pangu axe had left it riddled with cracks, and with his current strength, he could not even begin to repair it, let alone activate this treasure. The only benefit of this damaged innate treasure was that it assisted him in comprehending the laws of time and safeguarded his soul sea from external corruption. Realizing the grave circumstances surrounding him, Pangu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. This was the primordial world, specifically during its most brutal and chaotic period. The goddess NWA had already attained holy status, and the human race had long emerged. He found himself amidst the Houtu tribe of the witch clan, intertwined with their fate. By training alongside the witches, he sought to refine his physical body, continuously attuning himself to the essence of his bloodline. As his soul underwent relentless tempering, Pangu could distinctly perceive a heavy and tumultuous power within him, the bloodline inherited from his father, infused with the might of the earth. Regrettably, every time Pangu attempted to harness this bloodline power, he failed. The reason was simple. His physical body was too weak to bear the weight of this bloodline strength. Should he attempt to awaken it, his body would inevitably shatter. As the first human witch hybrid in the primordial world, he found himself devoid of any bloodline inheritance, having not received the witch clan's 9 transformations of the mysterious arts or their innate divine abilities from his father. Every witch that emerged possessed their own divine ability, a manifestation of their bloodline's power and heritage. Yet for Pangu, such abilities were absent. He was born without innate divine powers or bloodline inheritance, only sensing the existence of the bloodline's potency. Though his physical body was weak, he differed from the witches in that he possessed a primordial spirit. Under the relentless assault of the dream mirror, Despite lacking any inherited techniques, he gradually began to coalesce his primordial spirit. As a transmigrator, fully aware of the heavy burdens of fate he carried, Pangu urgently sought power strong enough for self-preservation. Even within the confines of the Houtu tribe, he felt no sense of security. This was a great calamity of heaven and earth, the witch and demon tribulation. The first battle between the witches and demons had concluded, leaving the entire primordial world shrouded in a stench of blood, with the aura of calamity pervading all. As a hybrid of human and witch, escaping was impossible. With war erupting, he would inevitably be swept into the maelstrom. To ensure his survival amidst the tribulation, he needed to grow stronger. Why had he not inherited any legacy? Even without the witch's legacy, the Kunlun mirror, as his innate treasure, should not lack in heritage. Pangu speculated that one reason was that his soul originated from a future time, making it foreign to the primordial world. In the dream, the power of the Pangu axe was continuously erasing the essence of his soul, while his bloodline belonged to the witch clan, an outcome that was predictable. The second reason was that his innate treasure, the Kunlun mirror, had been damaged, and its original legacy had been eroded by the power of the Pangu axe. Everything has duality. Although the legacy was lost, the law's power contained within his bloodline remained remarkably pure. Just a slight touch allowed Pangu to clearly sense the profound nature of the Earth's path. If he could successfully resolve his physical issues, he would soon comprehend the Earth's path and wield its powers. However, the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts required an immortal body, while he was still merely mortal. As the foremost human witch in the primordial world, his emergence as a mere mortal astonished many. It should be noted that Pangu's father was a great witch, and his mother was also of the innate human race. Yet their offspring had manifested as immortal. Though devoid of a legacy, Pangu could obtain the most authentic 9 transformations of the mysterious arts from his father, yet he was currently unable to cultivate it due to the limitations of his physical body. Relying on his current power to refine his body and achieve a fundamental transformation would require an unacceptable amount of time for Pangu. Time waits for no one, and the war between witches and demons was unavoidable. The primitive body-refining methods were unsuitable for him. He wanted to create his own techniques, but lacked the foundational knowledge. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in Pangu's mind, recalling the concept of the human body as a microcosm, along with the teachings of the 5 organs and 5 elements. Drawing upon this notion, Pangu began to channel the essence of his bloodline to coalesce the Earth's path, refining the spirit store of the spleen among the 5 organs, thus initiating his cultivation of the 5 elements. Concentrating his mind, he guided the essence of his bloodline into the spleen's spirit store. A pure surge of primordial essence erupted from the spleen, giving rise to an earth spirit, which opened the method of operation for the 5 organs, refining his body from within. As the earth spirit gathered, the primordial essence of the land surged into his body, hastening the consolidation of the spleen's spirit store and the growth of the earth spirit. Originally, he had only drawn upon a sliver of the earth's primordial power. Soon, the strength of his bloodline joined in, and with the assistance of these 2 great sources of power, it wasn't long before the earth spirit reached completion. A divine imprint of the earth's path manifested upon the spirit's form and ability to move mountains and shake the earth, standing upon the land, endlessly absorbing divine power from the earth, capable of moving mountains and summoning forces. As this divine ability emerged, Pangu could not help but exhale in relief. Things were turning out better than he had imagined. Although he lacked innate divine powers, the abilities acquired through postnatal cultivation were not inferior to those of the innate. Once the earth spirit reached perfection, it gave birth to gold from earth, unlocking the spirit store of the lungs, allowing him to sense the path of the 5 elements. Through his own efforts, the 5 elements began to operate rapidly, the 5 spirit stores fully opening, and the 5 divine spirits taking shape, simultaneously gaining recognition from the 5 elemental paths, bestowing upon him the grand abilities of the 5 elements. Moving mountains, the sword energy of metal, summoning winds and rains, blooming flowers in an instant, and the true fire of the three flavors. Upon the successful coalescence of the 5 spirit stores, he also gained new abilities to master the thunder of 5 and the great escape of the 5 elements. While the essence of the 5 elements had been unlocked, there existed a hierarchy among them. The Earth's essence, due to his lineage, was incomparably complete. The other 4 essences were inherently lacking and would require future supplementation. Not every essence of the 5 elements could compensate for his deficiencies, as the essence of the Earth stemmed from his innate bloodline. Therefore, to mend the shortcomings of his 5 elemental path in the future, he would require innate spiritual materials or the primal blood of the witch clan. The former was not easily obtainable, as the war between witches and demons had commenced, and innate spiritual materials were not something he could acquire. However, the primal blood of the witch clan was quite attainable, considering the multitude of great witches and countless warriors within the clan. Perfection in his cultivation was not an insurmountable task. With the essence of the 5 elements unlocked and the 5 spirit stores operating independently, there was no need for him to further exert control. What he needed to do was determine the direction of his cultivation and the path he wished to pursue. He need not worry about the 5 elemental paths, as the 5 spirit stores nurtured the 5 divine spirits. He could comprehend the 5 elemental paths simply by addressing the deficiencies in his essence. Chapter 2. The path of martial arts. Although he has condensed his primordial spirit, it is not without its flaws. His primordial spirit was formed passively, gradually taking shape under the pressure of the Pangu axe, resulting in numerous deficiencies. However, he has yet to cultivate the methods to refine his primordial spirit, thus rendering him unable to address these issues. To rectify the shortcomings of his primordial spirit would require time, a luxury he currently lacks. With the method of operating the 5 organs, under the influence of the elemental origins, his physical body is being continuously tempered from within, gradually shedding its frailty and growing stronger bit by bit. As his corporeal form strengthens, his soul also undergoes transformation. The foreign essences that once clung to it are finally eradicated. In that instant, Pangu felt an exhilarating lightness within himself. He no longer experienced any barriers between him and the primordial world, truly becoming a being of the primordial realm, no longer rejected by its essence. Upon fully integrating into the primordial world, Pangu sensed its breath, felt the power of the Tao, and acknowledged the gifts of heaven and earth. As the first human-witch hybrid, how could he not reap benefits from such an existence? At this moment, Pangu could perceive the fortunes of both the human and witch clans. Simultaneously, the absorption of the primordial essence from the world became significantly easier. In the current primordial realm, even without dedicated cultivation, merely through sustenance, one could continuously enhance oneself, yet this was not Pangu's aspiration. Relying solely on instinct for growth would demand an excessively lengthy period of time he could not afford to waste. The looming threat of the second war of witches and demons endangered his very life. Not to mention the catastrophic assaults of the demon clan against humanity, challenges he must inevitably confront. As he felt the fortuitous energies of both the human and witch clans envelop him, Pangu understood the karmic weight he must bear. This was the merit of the primordial spirit. Currently, the 3 purities have yet to attain sanctity, signifying that humanity has not received the golden elixir Tao from the Supreme Old Lord. Without the golden elixir Tao, humanity must navigate the path of cultivation through their own exploration, a predicament Pangu also faces. He lacks resources for cultivation, for the primordial realm is replete with boundless innate spiritual energy and abundant spiritual fruits. With the lineage of a great witch as his father, concerns over insufficient resources for cultivation are unfounded. Innate spiritual fruits and the flesh of demonkind are plentiful. After careful contemplation, Pangu conceived the path of martial arts, inspired by the internal martial arts of later generations. He initiated the creation of a martial system, categorizing its realms and opting for the realm of the yang spirit, focusing on the refinement of flesh, tendons, skin, bones, organs, marrow, blood replacement, and the refinement of apertures, culminating in the state of a human immortal. The essence of the fist materializes, with flesh and blood evolving in myriad transformations, shattering the void, corresponding to the realms of celestial immortals, golden immortals, supreme golden immortals, and great Luo golden immortals. This is merely a preliminary categorization of realms. Achieving perfection will require time and relentless exploration. What is paramount for him now is to cultivate towards immortality. Only by attaining this will he qualify to practice the Witch clan's heritage of 9 transformations of the mysterious art, and in conjunction with it, forge a path of immortal martial arts to refine his own martial discipline. Cultivation must be approached with caution even amidst the urgency of time. Haste cannot be permitted. It is essential to take measured steps, repeatedly honing and tempering oneself, establishing a more solid foundation. In the primordial realm, the abundance of demon beasts is unmatched. Drawing from his understanding of later internal martial arts and various forms of martial arts, Pangu continuously innovates his own martial path. Although tailored to humanity and himself, his martial arts have begun to exhibit unique characteristics. Open for me. With a thunderous shout, the aura surrounding Pangu surged rapidly, a formidable pressure soaring into the heavens, accompanied by a bolt of lightning crashing down from the void. Indeed, this is the heavenly tribulation trial of Ascension for Pangu. Over the course of a century, he has forged his own path of human immortal martial arts, establishing a lineage of martial arts. Now, he stands at the precipice of facing the trial of heavenly tribulation for the very first time in his life, an experience that fills him with trepidation. The tribulation descended upon the Houtu tribe. Although it initially attracted some attention, it soon faded from notice due to its insignificance. To the eyes of the mighty shaman clan, the celestial tribulation was but child's play. The shaman clan was indifferent to the martial tribulations and the celestial ascension of Pangu, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that, despite its feebleness, this tribulation represented the heaven's acknowledgement of Pangu and signified a rare opportunity for the Pathfinder. In the present primordial world, where the essence of heaven and earth flourished, celestial beings would not encounter tribulations. Only the Pathfinders would face the trials of the heavenly way, a chance bestowed upon them by the cosmos. Had it been formidable beings like the 3 pure ones, they would have comprehended the significance of this tribulation, but the shaman clan, which did not cultivate the primordial spirit, was entirely unaware of the underlying truths. As one tribulation after another struck Pangu's physical form, the destructive and life-giving forces within the tribulations were gradually consumed and transformed into sustenance, altering his very constitution. After enduring 9 consecutive tribulations, Pangu's body emanated a hint of primordial aura. When the final tribulation descended, Pangu underwent a metamorphosis, transmuting from a mortal vessel into a primordial spiritual body, thus becoming a human celestial. While the shaman clan paid little heed to the martial path of human celestials, the human race rejoiced fervently. The emergence of the human celestial martial path provided them with a complete avenue for cultivation, though it may only lead to the realm of human celestials. It represented a beacon of hope. The advent of the human celestial martial path accelerated the development of humanity. With Pangu's emergence, the bond between the human and shaman clans grew ever tighter. As the 2 races intertwined, an increasing number of hybrid beings appeared, possessing the bloodlines of both humans and shamans, thus merging the essence of both. Although these hybrids were still relatively feeble compared to the shamans, their propagation proved to be far more vigorous. Most importantly, these hybrids could cultivate the primordial spirit, a feat beyond the reach of the shaman clan. Under the protection of the shaman clan, the human race enjoyed a stable existence. And with Pangu's martial legacy, their fortunes rapidly surged. The proliferation of martial arts among the humans further augmented Pangu's own fortune. Did martial arts interfere with the development of humanity? Indeed. But such interference was trivial in the eyes of the heavenly way, barely registering as a minor influence. Only when the human celestial martial path advanced further, potentially enabling the emergence of golden celestials, would it be deemed a significant change. For now, that level remained unattainable. Pangu understood that to establish a golden celestial martial path would require a protracted period of time. It was a new system of cultivation, even with the foundation provided by the shaman clan's legacy as a reference. Developing this martial path was no simple task. Moreover, it was evident that Taishang Laojun would soon comprehend his own great way and establish a human teaching to impart his golden elixir path to humanity. In comparison to Taishang Laojuan's golden elixir path, the human celestial martial path seemed insignificant. Its sole advantage lay in its accessibility. Anyone human could cultivate it, allowing for widespread dissemination at the grassroots level. However, once the human teaching was established and the golden elixir path disseminated among humanity, would the human celestial martial path continue to thrive? The current human race was not the same as the descendants of the future. Their constitution posed no hindrance. Thus, with the emergence of the golden elixir path, the human celestial martial path would undoubtedly be impacted. Time weighed heavily upon Pangu. He acutely sensed the urgency of the moment. He must expedite his strategies for humanity and hasten the influence of the human celestial martial path before Taishang Laojun attained enlightenment, even if Taishang Laojun were to pass on the golden elixir path to humanity. He hoped that the human celestial martial path could establish a firm foundation among the people, ensuring it would not be supplanted by the golden elixir path. The human celestial martial path was intrinsically linked to Pangu's own cultivation. Having transcended the tribulation, he clearly felt the presence of martial fortune. As humanity practiced the human celestial martial path, he could draw upon their immense fortune for his own cultivation, despite the brevity of time. It kindled new hope within Pangu. With a great fortune at his disposal, he could refine the first level of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art within less than a century. After achieving the status of a human celestial, Pangu completed the first level of 9 transformations of the mysterious art in just a century, a speed unattainable by many shamans, a testament to the power of fortune. Should he lose the fortune bestowed by the human celestial martial path, his cultivation speed would diminish significantly. Under the auspices of abundant fortune and the impetus of the great calamity, Pangu's progress in the 9 transformations of the mysterious art was astonishingly rapid, and his strength surged exponentially. In a mere few hundred years, he reached the realm of golden celestials. Unlike the great shamans, Pangu possessed a primordial spirit. While cultivating the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, he did not neglect to refine his spirit. Through the dual cultivation of both the primordial spirit and physical form, he harnessed the power of golden celestials, a remarkable feat thanks to the resources at his disposal. His 5 divine repositories achieved completeness within a few hundred years, granting him boundless potential. Although he had only attained the realm of golden celestials, Pangu's foundation was robust enough to confront Taiji golden celestials. In just a few hundred years, he acquired such combat prowess that even the Houtu ancestor which cast a sidelong glance in astonishment. However, Pangu soon realized that his fortune was no longer sufficient to sustain his rapid cultivation. To ascend to the realm of Taiji golden celestials, he required even greater fortune, something unattainable with his current resources. Chapter 3, Fortune. Attaining the golden celestial path in merely a few hundred years was the result of fortunate blessings. Yet fortune was not a static entity. After reaching the golden celestial realm, Pangu began to comprehend the staggering resources required for the dual cultivation of the physical form and primordial spirit. Prior to becoming a golden celestial, he could rely on the strength of the shaman clan, as he was a hybrid and could cultivate swiftly. However, once he reached the golden celestial stage, that approach became untenable. It was not merely a matter of resources but also a necessity for insight. At this juncture, fortune became increasingly vital. The existing fortune was insufficient to provide him with robust support, and the influence of the human celestial martial path on humanity remained too minimal. Vaguely, Pangu understood that while the human celestial martial path garnered recognition from humanity, he had yet to earn the title of martial ancestor. Within the human race, he remained merely a transmitter of foundational teachings, a disseminator of basic cultivation knowledge. The realm of the human celestial martial path was too lowly, affording him no right to enjoy the title of martial ancestor among humanity. Simultaneously, Pangu also sensed that his fortune was depleting. The human celestial martial path had reached a bottleneck within humanity, and his fortune no longer grew, but rather diminished. He failed to suppress the loss of fortune, which was entirely tied to the fortune of humanity. His own standing within the shaman clan remained unaffected. Could it be that my companion treasure, the Kunlun mirror, lacked the ability to stabilize my fortune? Upon realizing the depletion of his fortune, Pangu immediately considered his companion treasure. The Kunlun mirror, being a primordial treasure, why could it not contain his fortune, leaving Pangu perplexed? Initially, when his strength was feeble, he lacked the capacity to explore the powers of this artifact, but now such thoughts occupied his mind. Even though the Kunlun mirror was indeed a primordial treasure, its status as a companion treasure meant it had been directly refined. Yet, Pangu had not grasped its true power, and at this moment, he wished to probe the reality of this mirror. seeking to understand why it could not stabilize his fortune. For a golden celestial, mastering a primordial treasure was a formidable challenge. Fortunately, as his companion treasure, Pangu did not fear a backlash from it. However, once his primordial spirit entered the Kunlun mirror, he was astounded by what unfolded before him. He finally understood the reason behind his waning fortune. His companion treasure was not a complete primordial treasure but a flawed one. Upon the Kunlun mirror, there existed a remarkable fissure, a crack of the Great Way. This treasure had suffered from the assaults of the Great Way, losing much of its essence. An incomplete primordial treasure could not possibly stabilize one's fortune. This was a defective treasure, but what had caused this fissure? Was it the result of time travel, subjected to the backlash of the Great Way? In an instant, Pangu contemplated his own predicament. How could he so effortlessly merge into the primordial world? Perhaps all his causal connections had been severed by the Kunlun mirror, and it was precisely because of this severance that the treasure faced retribution from the Great Way, rendering its essence incomplete. Time travel could not come without consequences. The Kunlun mirror bore the weight of these causal connections for him. Had it not been for the injuries inflicted by the Great Way, as a companion treasure, the Kunlun mirror would have gradually repaired itself alongside Pangu's growth and strength. Yet, the injuries from the Great Way were beyond Pangu's capacity to dispel. One could say that this companion treasure had become useless. In Pangu's heart, he had initially relied on this companion treasure, the Kunlun mirror, to provide him with formidable support, serving as a foundation against the saints. Now, it appeared that his hopes were shattered. A flawed primordial treasure could not grant him such power. Nor could it even stabilize his fortune. Damn it, how could this be? The broken treasure retained only the power of insight and soul defense, lacking any offensive capabilities. In that moment, Pangu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Insight, how much of the time Great Way could the flawed Kunlun mirror contain? How far could it support his journey? If he endeavored to cultivate the time Great Way, what significance would it hold? If the Great Way was incomplete, would his own understanding of the time Great Way be similarly affected? If so, the utility of this primordial treasure would be tragically limited. After finally acquiring a primordial treasure for protection, he had barely savored his joy before being informed that it was a treasure with a flawed essence, devoid of offensive power, and even detrimental to his understanding of the Great Way. What use was this treasure, if only to safeguard his soul's sea of consciousness? It appears that the original plan has proven to be unfeasible, that I had initially relied on this accompanying primordial treasure to suppress my own fortune, hoping it would shield me from the calamity of the liches and allow me to emerge unscathed. However, it has become evident that this was nothing but a delusion, that a congenital treasure that cannot suppress its own fortune. And with its essence damaged, what significance does this accompanying treasure hold? Even the slightest sliver of the power of the Tao is beyond what I, Pangu, can withstand. Thus, there remains only one path before me: to relinquish this accompanying treasure. I cannot afford to squander my precious time and energy on this incomplete artifact, which I am currently unable to restore. It is simply not worth the investment of my resources. I am in urgent need of a treasure that can suppress my own fortune, as well as a tool for my cultivation. If only I could decompose this broken accompanying treasure. Despite its ruined state, its quality still holds value. If I could refine and reforge it, it might prove more advantageous for me. Yet, the thought of decomposing a congenital treasure is beyond my capabilities. Even a mere golden immortal cannot decompose anything less than a low-grade congenital spirit treasure. For my own sake, this flawed treasure only possesses its essence, which is most beneficial to me. If I could extract the essence of the treasure and integrate it within myself, the unexpected benefits could be profound. After all, this is the essence of time. The incompleteness is inconsequential. I only need to forge a foundation for the Tao of time. Why do I contemplate so much when my strength is insufficient to bring my thoughts to fruition? The most pressing matter is still to suppress my own fortune. The best course of action is to advance further in the human immortal martial path and create a method of celestial immortality. The essence of fist intent is indeed a promising direction. Only with a profound understanding can I make further progress on the martial path. During my efforts to create new techniques, I have considered venturing into the primordial land to seek opportunities. However, the thought of the current calamity in the world swiftly dissipates that notion. A mere golden immortal is but an ant in the primordial realm, should I attract the attention of the demon race. My demise would be inevitable. This is an era where golden immortals are scarcely regarded. As I endeavor to advance the techniques of human immortal martial arts, the essence of my understanding is constantly evolving. The 5 elemental paths are gradually being integrated into the martial techniques I create. Though each exploration demands immense effort and sacrifice, these experiences yield tremendous benefits for my cultivation, allowing me to master my power more perfectly and grasp the essence of the 5 elemental paths. Enabling me to extract the 5 elemental intents from the essence of the Tao. The refinement of the true body through intent brings forth greater insights. The essence of the physical body transforms in response. And if I possess sufficient essence, I could completely condense a congenital spirit body. Upon achieving a perfected spirit body, it would naturally undergo a transformative evolution, brimming with boundless vitality. The flesh and blood would harbor the essence of the Tao, teeming with life, capable of regeneration. Even if my physical form were obliterated, as long as a single drop of blood remains, I could reconstruct my body, thus touching upon the indestructible principles of the golden immortal. A fortuitous revelation arises. Initially, my goal was merely to advance the human immortal martial path and create techniques of celestial immortality that I had not anticipated that, in a moment of inspiration, I would gain even greater insights. The refinement of intent can condense a congenital spirit body, enabling the embodiment of the indestructible laws of the golden immortal, leading the physical body directly into the realm of indestructibility while the techniques are created. This does not bring me joy, as the resources required are exorbitant. To forge a congenital spirit body demands an immense quantity of resources, and to perfect it requires an even greater abundance of congenital essence. Presently, during the calamity of the primordial realm, there is ample vitality from the heavens and earth, but once it dissipates, how many will be able to condense a congenital spirit body and advance further in the human immortal martial path? In terms of equivalent realms, the resources required for a martial golden immortal are 10 times that of those needed for celestial cultivation. For the current human race, it is nearly impossible to cultivate a significant number of martial golden immortals. As resource limitations confine their growth, such cultivation can only be sustained by the witch race in the entire primordial realm, for the innate constitution of the witch race is unparalleled. However, they disdain the pursuit of human immortal martial arts, as they possess superior heritages such as the 9 turns mystical art, a legacy from Pangu. The current human immortal martial path has become somewhat of a double-edged sword, although it boasts formidable combat capabilities. The resource consumption is equally staggering. I am uncertain how the higher echelons of the human race will react to the emergence of my martial legacy. Now, the human immortal martial path has evolved to the realm of the golden immortal. It is impossible for my singular efforts to disseminate this throughout the entire human race. I require an artifact capable of bearing the legacy of the human immortal martial path, while I can create the techniques. Transmitting the legacy is no simple task. As a being of both human and witch, I cannot imprint the human immortal martial path into the bloodline of the human race. Moreover, the most significant obstacle is that the human race currently lacks its own written language, making the transmission of the human immortal martial path even more arduous. I must craft an artifact that can bear the legacy of the human immortal martial path, one that can establish a connection with myself. Only in this way can I liberate myself from the need to preach to the human race, avoiding the gaze of the Supreme Lord Laozi, while simultaneously drawing inexhaustible fortune from the human race. Chapter 4. Legacy for Pangu. The artifact bearing the legacy of the human immortal martial path must be robust. If it is too fragile, it may be destroyed in the midst of this calamity. In my recollections, the human race will face the peril of being hunted by the demon race. If the artifact of the human immortal martial path lacks the strength to withstand the catastrophe, it will be easily obliterated. I possess no such artifact. If I were to claim otherwise, it would only be my accompanying treasure, the Kunlun mirror. What would occur if I were to infuse my human immortal martial path into the accompanying treasure? The Kunlun mirror. Although this accompanying treasure has become useless, even waste can possess value. Stripped of offensive power, its chances of restoration are slim, as long as a fragment of the power of the Tao remains. Recovery is improbable. However, the essence of the treasure still exists. Perhaps by infusing the human immortal martial path into it, I may have the opportunity to transform it, allowing it to bear virtue and fortune. Furthermore, the essence of time within it could be harnessed to accelerate my comprehension of the human immortal martial path. A wild thought emerges in Pangu's mind. Though this idea is audacious, there is indeed a chance of success. If I can achieve this, the restoration of the power of the congenital treasure may be challenging, but it might evolve into a treasure that suppresses my own fortune, even if its function is singular. It remains a commendable choice. With nothing to lose, I see the faint glimmer of hope. In this situation, Pangu knows precisely what choice to make. Even if I fail, I would merely waste a bit of my essence and time. However, if I succeed, my fortune will no longer be a concern, and I will possess a treasure that can suppress my fortune. Even if it serves only that singular function, it is more than sufficient. As an accompanying treasure, I need not worry about it being seized by others. As long as I am alive, I can summon it back with a mere thought. If I succeed, I need not fret about the human race's ability to safeguard the legacy of the human immortal martial path. With a single word, act, Pangu frantically begins to infuse the legacy of the human immortal martial path into the Kunlun mirror, pouring all of his martial legacy into it. Initially concerned that the essence of the human immortal martial path might not remain within the Kunlun mirror, the process unfolds seamlessly. The Kunlun mirror perfectly integrates the human immortal martial path, transforming it into a realm of legacy. Excellent. This is truly splendid, resolving all issues. After detecting no problems, Pangu feels an overwhelming excitement, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Although the human immortal martial path has merged into the accompanying treasure, forming a realm, that sliver of the power of the Tao remains unchanged, while a touch of disappointment lingers. Pangu quickly adjusts his mindset. The existence of the power of the Tao is fortuitous. Once I grow stronger, I may be able to utilize that fragment of power within the Kunlun mirror to comprehend the essence of the Tao. For now, I shall continue to infuse all aspects of the human immortal martial path within it, accelerating the development of the human race and hastening the gathering of my fortune. Before long, all that I have grasped of the human immortal martial path is infused into the Kunlun mirror. Upon completing this endeavor, a surge of energy envelopes my spiritual consciousness. This is the vitality of martial arts. With the legacy treasure in place, the human immortal martial path has truly garnered the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Although the martial path remains feeble and inconspicuous, it has nonetheless gained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. The transmission of the Tao is crucial. It cannot be entrusted to others. The progenitors of martial arts are the positions of the heavens and earth, the ancestors of the Tao. Even if the human immortal martial path remains weak, it is still the foundation upon which I build my future, and I cannot afford to neglect it. Therefore, Pangu personally journeys to the ancestral land of the human race to impart the teachings of the human immortal martial path. Leaving the Kunlun mirror behind as a resource for the human race to cultivate and comprehend the human immortal martial path, the Kunlun mirror has now fully transformed into a legacy treasure. A supportive artifact, Pangu's generous act astonishes and excites the high-ranking members of the human race's ancestral land. At long last, the human race possesses its own legacy. Although the human immortal martial path can only be cultivated to the realm of the golden immortal and requires vast resources. As long as the human race possesses its own heritage, any sacrifice is deemed acceptable. They believe that as Pangu's strength continues to grow, the inheritance of the human immortal martial path will also be refined, making the attainment of the Tai Golden Immortal and the Deluo Golden Immortal not an impossibility. Of course, what moves the higher echelons of the human race the most is Pangu's heart, a heart closely aligned with the human race. It is this profound connection that bestows upon Pangu greater fortune. When the entire leadership of the human race acknowledges Pangu, it signifies that the entire race recognizes him in the human immortal martial path, thereby solidifying the position of the martial ancestor, leaving no room for further change. When Pangu gains the recognition of the human race, the heart of the Supreme Old Lord in Kunlun Mountain stirs, as if a warning is echoing within him, sensing that an opportunity is slipping away. This sudden realization jolts the Supreme Old Lord from his enlightenment. The opportunity to attain the Tao has manifested. This is the first thought that crosses his mind upon awakening. Nothing is more crucial than achieving his own Tao, prompting the Supreme Old Lord to act swiftly. Despite the ongoing calamity of the witches and demons, he fearlessly strides into the vast wilderness in search of his Tao opportunity. At this moment, both the witch and demon clans are in a state of recuperation, and the wilderness remains eerily silent, a consequence of the calamity. When the Supreme Old Lord arrives at the human tribe, a flash of spiritual light crosses his soul, revealing that his opportunity for enlightenment lies within the human race to educate them. Upon carefully examining the situation of the human race, he is momentarily taken aback by the emergence of the human immortal martial path, but soon dismisses it. In his eyes, it is merely a minor path, with the golden immortal path being insignificant and incomparable to his own golden elixir Tao. Regrettably, the allure of attaining the Tao diverts the Supreme Old Lord's attention from thoroughly investigating the ancestral land of the human race, preventing him from perceiving the changes in their fortune or the presence of the Kunlun mirror, a treasured inheritance left by Pangu. Had the Supreme Old Lord been aware, he might not have underestimated the human immortal martial path so lightly. With the arrogance of the three pure ones, he would never deign to explore the secrets of the human race. Especially since he believes there is no secret to uncover, merely a postnatal being created by the goddess Nuwa, inconsequential in the vast wilderness. Achieving enlightenment is the key, realizing the method to attain the Tao. The Supreme Old Lord sheds his disguise, revealing his true form. He steps forth, standing majestically above the human tribe. Wielding the innate treasure Taiji diagram and adorned with the postnatal treasure heaven and earth Xian Wang Ling Long pagoda atop his head. He then casts the Taiji diagram into the air, unleashing a torrent of Tao Qi toward the humans below. The Supreme Old Lord proclaims loudly, "The heavenly Tao is supreme. I am the Supreme Old Lord of Taiji, here to enlighten the human race. With the innate treasure Taiji diagram and the postnatal treasure heaven and earth Xian Wang Ling Long pagoda, I shall stabilize the fortune of the humans and establish the human teaching." As his voice resonates, the void ripples, responding to the heavenly Tao. With boundless merit descending to that moment, an unnatural expression flits across the Supreme Old Lord's face, but it vanishes as swiftly as it appeared. Under the influx of merit, a formidable aura erupts, radiating from the Supreme Old Lord and spreading throughout the wilderness. He has achieved sanctification. The Supreme Old Lord has attained the position of a saint through boundless merit. Heralding the dawn of the saintly era, that fleeting moment of unnaturalness was none other than the weight of his enlightenment, the establishment of the human teaching. The Supreme Old Lord severed his final attachment, slashing through his three corpses, yet he found himself unable to attain the Tao, resorting only to merit for his enlightenment. This was the cause of his brief discomfort. Why has this occurred? Was the path of severing the three corpses a fallacy? A complete illusion? In that instant, the Supreme Old Lord's mind flickers with such thoughts, giving rise to that momentary strange expression. Unfortunately, he lacks the time to dwell on such speculations as he establishes the human teaching and attains the saintly fruit position. The Jade Pure Primordial Lord and the Upper Pure Tontian leader in Kunlun Mountain also sensed the opportunity for enlightenment and grasped the method to attain the Tao. Soon, the Jade Pure Primordial Lord, wielding the innate treasure Pangu banner, solemnly declares, "The heavenly Tao is supreme. I, the Jade Pure Primordial Lord, hereby establish a teaching in accordance with the heavenly Tao, using the innate treasure Pangu banner to stabilize fortune and proclaim the establishment of the teaching of the expounders." Without any surprise, boundless merit descends, and the Primordial Lord attains sanctification. Following closely, the Tongdian leader also establishes the teaching of the interceptors. Unfortunately, the Tongdian leader lacks an innate treasure and cannot utilize one to stabilize fortune, resorting instead to the four swords of the immortal execution, a powerful weapon but lacking the ability to stabilize fortune. Thus, the foundation of the interceptor teaching remains tenuous and unstable, unlike the solid standing of the human teaching and the teaching of the expounders. Nevertheless, the Tongtian leader remains unperturbed, fully immersed in his own sanctification, indifferent to the instability of the interceptor teaching's fortune. Had he made a prompt decision, perhaps the fate of the interceptor teaching might have shifted. But such foresight eludes him as he neglects the issue of the interceptor teaching's fortune. The sanctification of the three pure ones stirs the hearts of the Western figures, Zhuanti and Jane. When the goddess Nuwa achieved enlightenment, they were uncertain of their path and unclear about the method of enlightenment. However, the situation has drastically changed. With the Supreme Old Lord's establishment of the human teaching and subsequent sanctification, followed by the Primordial Lord's establishment of the teaching of the expounders and his own sanctification, the two of them can no longer afford to remain ignorant without appearing foolish. Promptly, Zhuanti and Jane spring into action, joining forces to establish the Western teaching, drawing in boundless merit. Yet, when the merit descends, they find themselves dumbfounded. The merit is insufficient for both to attain enlightenment, a dire predicament. The three pure ones could attain enlightenment through merit due to their possession of the merit from Pangu's creation, while Zhuanti and Jane lack such a fortune, creating a significant issue. The timing for enlightenment is critical. Once lost, the opportunity becomes exceedingly difficult to reclaim. Thus, Zhuanti and Jane vow to the heavenly Tao, beseeching for merit to achieve enlightenment and sanctification, while themselves become entangled in the burdens of the saintly fruit position, owing a debt for their grand aspirations. Chapter 5. Seeking Opportunities in a Single Day. The five saints emerge together. Although the unexpected appearance of the two Western saints raises some eyebrows, they ultimately succeed in attaining enlightenment and achieving the saintly fruit position, creating an immeasurable impact on the entire wilderness world. The emergence of 5 saints sends shockwaves through both the witch and demon clans. Though it was anticipated that this day would arrive, the reality of it still leaves Pangu in awe. However, despite the Supreme Old Lord establishing the human teaching, his own fortune within the human race remains unscathed, and the human immortal martial path continues to be the mainstream inheritance of the human race. Bringing Pangu a sense of relief, this cannot continue. Relying solely on fortune for cultivation poses a grave risk. When the second witch demon war erupts, will he survive, if he does not hasten to enhance his own strength? A dead end awaits him. Most importantly, aside from the accompanying treasure Kunlun mirror bestowed upon the human race, he possesses nothing else. He requires a weapon for battle. Pangu has considered seeking an innate treasure. Although the witch clan is formidable, he has the support of the Houtu tribe. However, acquiring an innate treasure from the witch clan proves to be no simple task. Without military merit, nothing can be obtained. The witch clan possesses a plethora of treasures in their vault, but all require military merit for exchange, and he has none to speak of. Fortunately, the witch clan's cultivation method, the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, does not require military merit for exchange. Otherwise, Pangu would not even have a method to cultivate. Currently, Pangu has cultivated the 9 transformations of the mysterious art to the 3rd transformation, but alas, he lacks the resources to continue. Moreover, the 9 transformations of the mysterious art cannot be solely refined. Combat is essential for honing oneself. Under these circumstances, he decides to take the initiative, venturing into the wilderness to seek resources, treasures, and opportunities. The current wilderness is a place where golden immortals are treated as mere dogs. Yet with the conclusion of the first witch-demon war, the strength of the demon clan is waning, and the witch clan holds dominion over the land, although golden immortals may be weak. Moving through the wilderness as a member of the witch clan assures a degree of safety. Driven by this resolve, Pangu immediately sets his plans into motion, informing his family of his decision to embark on this journey alone. His mother is reluctant and concerned, but his father wholeheartedly supports him. Given the inherently combative nature of the witch clan, the fact that Pangu has endured hundreds of years of arduous training within the tribe is beyond imagination. Thus, his father has no objections to his undertaking. Regarding his battle weapon, Pangu has considered that, although he could obtain one from the Houtu tribe, after all, his father is a great witch, he ultimately abandons that idea. Acquiring additional resources from the witch clan would only deepen his entanglement in karmic debts, and he must repay them. Furthermore, the weapons from the Houtu tribe are unsuitable for him. The witch clan lacks a primordial spirit and relies on blood to refine divine weapons, while Pangu possesses a primordial spirit. The best course of action is to forge his own divine weapon. Crafting a divine weapon is no simple feat, although his internal organs are perfected and he has mastered the 3 flames true fire. He lacks the materials for weapon forging, making the search for these materials part of his training journey. He understands that only what suits him best is truly optimal. Hence, knowing that his accompanying treasure currently has no chance of recovery, he continually ponders what kind of battle weapon he needs to safeguard his path. If one were to solely contemplate martial arts, a weapon of slaughter would suffice, be it a sword, spear, or halberd. However, being situated in the primordial world, such instruments of combat are not entirely suitable. My cultivation does not rely exclusively on the ancestral inheritance of the witch clan's 9 transformations of mystical arts. Martial arts constitute a significant facet of my practice that I possess a primordial spirit and require an array formation, a diagram capable of embodying my own grand path, one that can amalgamate my elemental principles with the essence of time. Yet, realizing this ambition in the present context of Pangu seems implausible. Nevertheless, having made my choice, the subsequent steps will be considerably easier, since I have opted for the array formation as the vessel for my grand path. Forging divine weapons of the 5 elements shall not prove overly challenging, provided I have sufficient resources at my disposal. Moreover, the materials of the 5 elements are inexhaustible within the primordial lands. Indeed, in the current primordial realm, the resources of the 5 elements are abundant, even including a fair share of innate materials. However, whether I can forge a protective weapon that satisfies me depends upon my own capabilities. In the realm of artifact forging, Pangu has also learned the blood refinement method from the witch clan, utilizing his own essence blood to forge divine weapons. This method imposes a significant burden on oneself, draining vitality and impacting cultivation, especially at this juncture when Pangu wishes to conserve his essence blood to avoid hindering his practice. Thus, blood refinement is naturally not an option. Fortunately, Pangu has long been prepared. He has nurtured the spirit of the 5 organs and mastered the mystical arts of the 5 elements, combining these with his myriad thoughts from later generations to create the heart refinement method. Employing the spirit of the 5 organs to forge divine weapons. If sufficient resources are available, it may even be possible to reverse the innate and craft an innate divine weapon. This is merely Pangu's conjecture. The true circumstances remain uncertain. Whether it can be achieved is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps the heart refinement method holds the key, yet with his current strength and level, it is unattainable. After all, he is but a minor golden immortal. The presence of the 5 saints exerts immense influence over the entire primordial world. Their authoritative aura brings tranquility, intensifying the pressure on both the witch and demon clans. Previously, only the Hong Sun Daozu and Yuan Yangyang, 2 saints, loomed over Pangu. Hong Sun Daozu has not demonstrated overt control over the primordial realm, thus the true pressure from the witch clan comes solely from Yuan. However, with the addition of 5 saints, how could the 12 ancestor witches remain unperturbed? Under such immense pressure, the entire witch clan has contracted its forces to focus intently on cultivation, aspiring to advance further and seize control of their destiny. As the witch clan consolidates its strength, the demon clan is no exception. They are not blind to the pressure exerted by the 5 saints. The other loose cultivator factions can only be imagined. The emergence of the 5 saints signifies a pivotal moment for the primordial world. No one is foolish enough to stir trouble during such a time. In the ensuing years, the primordial realm will experience a period of peace. At least until the onset of the Second Witch-Demon War, which will see little conflict. Perhaps this is also a time granted by the primordial world for the human race to develop. An opportunity for those loose cultivators to safeguard their existence, allowing them to evade the slaughter of the witch-demon Calamity. The primordial world does not seek to eradicate all practitioners. This span of hundreds of years represents the lifeblood of all beings. If one can seize even a sliver of opportunity, it may be possible to evade Calamity. Otherwise, one is destined to be annihilated by the witch-demon tribulations, becoming mere nourishment for the primordial realm. As the foremost figure of the primordial world, the witch, Pangu can undoubtedly sense the shifts in the heavens and the subtle reminders from his own spirit. Opportunities must not be squandered, they do not return. If I fail to seize these hundreds of years for rapid cultivation, I may face the possibility of death when the Second Witch-Demon War erupts. This is a confrontation I cannot evade. Mount Buzhou is my destination. If there exists a place abundant in treasures within the primordial world, it is undoubtedly Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou is the spine of the Pangu god, home to many innate spiritual treasures. Pangu harbors aspirations for these innate treasures, hoping to acquire 1 or 2 to further his cultivation. In later tales, Pangu is aware of several locations where innate treasures are nurtured, yet whether he can obtain them hinges on fortune. Without such fortune, he can only gaze longingly at the mountains. Thus, hope is essential, yet he must not invest too much. He cannot forsake his cultivation in pursuit of treasure, forgetting the true purpose of his journey. The essence materials of the 5 elements remain his focal point. The land of the 5 elements is the goal of his expedition. The sovereign of the primordial land is the witch clan. With a great witch as a father, endowing him with numerous innate advantages. As he journeys towards Mount Buzhou, the land of the 5 elements lies within his grasp. And even the extreme regions of the primordial world reside in the recesses of his mind. This is the intelligence amassed by the witch clan over countless ages. Merely digesting the information collected by the witch clan has consumed a considerable amount of Pangu's time and effort. Yet, all this investment is worthwhile. Only by comprehensively understanding the environment of the primordial world can he obtain his desires in the least amount of time. Before embarking on his journey, Pangu must make further preparations. This expedition will span hundreds of years. Although it may not significantly impact his cultivation, he is currently embroiled in the witch-demon tribulations, even if the overarching environment has shifted due to the emergence of the 5 saints. He cannot afford to be careless. Unexpected occurrences will inevitably arise to prevent any unforeseen events from affecting him and to ensure he remains unscathed by enemy machinations during these hundreds of years. Meticulous preparation is imperative. Fortunately, Pangu has undergone a transformation. As the martial path of human immortals spreads among humanity, he has left behind the Kunlun mirror, a treasured heirloom, granting him substantial fortune from the human race. Regrettably, he has not garnered any heavenly merits. Although his martial path of human immortals has received recognition from the heavenly way, no merits have been bestowed upon him. In light of this situation, Pangu harbors doubts. Having contributed to the heavenly way and humanity, why have no merits descended? Could it be due to his own issues? Does his witch clan bloodline influence him? As the witch-demon war unfolds, the witch clan bears an immense burden of karma. As the embodiment of both humanity and the witch, while enjoying the fortune of the witch clan, he too might inherit the burden of karma. This is merely one conjecture. Another pertains to humanity itself. Although humanity has survived in the primordial realm, they have yet to endure a true tribulation. It may be that only after humanity experiences a heavenly trial and truly gains recognition from the heavenly way will the merits associated with his position as the martial ancestor be granted. Presently, the martial path of human immortals is practiced solely by humans and those of the human witch bloodline, albeit the latter is a branch of humanity. If the former holds true, the implications are grave. As long as the karmic ties with the witch clan remain unresolved, he will inevitably be influenced by the witch bloodline, unless he can sever his ties with the witch bloodline, whether by resolving the karma or eliminating the bloodline. Both are exceedingly challenging and beyond his current capabilities. In truth, he does not wish for this to be the reason his merits have not manifested. Chapter 6. Treasure Hunting. Setting forth from the Houtu tribe, Pangu embarks on his journey through the primordial world. Though this is not his first departure from the Houtu tribe, it marks his inaugural solo expedition and the one he anticipates most eagerly. Upon leaving the Houtu tribe, Pangu is astonished to discover that his father has gifted him 2 innate spiritual treasures, leaving him utterly astounded. The treasure trove of the Houtu tribe houses no shortage of innate spiritual treasures. Yet for his father to produce 2 is indeed surprising, as it necessitates an immense accumulation of military exploits. The 2 innate treasures consist of one highly beneficial to his cultivation, the innate earth spirit pearl, which significantly aids those who practice the principles of earth. Although it is merely a medium-grade innate treasure, its value is considerable. However, it holds no utility for the witch clan, lacking primordial spirits, thus it languishes in the treasury. The second treasure is a set of 12 innate sea-calming pearls, each a low-grade innate treasure. Together, they form a superior-grade innate treasure. With these 2 innate treasures in hand, Pangu feels a surge of confidence regarding his journey. Fully refining them will require time, and such treasures must not be readily revealed unless absolutely necessary, for doing so may invite peril. Countless powerful beings in the primordial world covet the innate treasures. Should he attract their attention, he may meet his demise before the witch clan can intervene, as the allure of innate treasures surpasses all else. Having begun the preliminary refinement of the 2 innate treasures, absorbing them into his body for nurturing, Pangu sets forth on his journey. As the innate earth spirit pearl integrates into his being, his soul's sea of consciousness remains unchanged, yet his earth spirit reveals a profound yearning, compelling him to deposit the innate treasure into the earth spirit's sanctuary. The innate treasure seamlessly merges with his earth spirit, becoming its very essence. Indeed, it is a fusion, a complete integration into the earth spirit, transforming into its core essence. This unexpected development astonishes Pangu, as he had never envisioned such a scenario. Although his 5 divine sanctuaries have been activated and his divine spirits condensed, they are but illusory manifestations of the primordial essence. Now, the earth spirit undergoes a metamorphosis. With the integration of this innate treasure, the earth spirit evolves and transforms. This evolution opens a new door for Pangu. If other innate treasures of the 5 elements could also merge with the sanctuaries of the 5 organs, could he not further evolve and transform his 5 divine spirits? If feasible, this could indeed represent a novel path of cultivation, condensing the 5 organs into 5 spirits, achieving perfection in his 5 elemental path. Even if the 5 elemental spirits cannot depart from the corporeal form, they may still comprehend the 5 elemental principles autonomously, enhancing the physical vessel. Opportunities abound, yet Pangu understands that he must not act in haste. If he truly intends to proceed, it is imperative to wait until the 5 organs and divine abode achieve perfection. Only when the 5 spirits are complete can he undertake such endeavors. The acquisition of innate spiritual treasures is no trifling matter, and not all of them possess the desired capabilities. At the very least, the 12 sea-calming pearls in his possession lack such functions. In contemplating the purpose of the 12 sea-calming pearls, Pangu envisions them as expansive storage spaces in the current primordial world, which has not faced devastating blows. There exists a plethora of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Once the war of the witches and demons concludes, it remains uncertain how much will remain. The upcoming centuries present the optimal opportunity for him to gather these treasures and bolster his own foundation. Along the journey, he collects every innate entity, regardless of its utility, storing them within the sea-calming pearls as part of his reserves. What is unnecessary now may prove invaluable in the future, according to his plan. Pangu swiftly amasses a vast array of resources, many of which are overlooked by the witch clan and other powerful beings, following the aftermath of the War of the Witches and Demons. The dynamics will surely shift. However, regarding the innate spiritual treasures that Pangu yearns for, he has not encountered a single one, nor has he seen any innate roots, only an assortment of flora and precious medicinal herbs. Fortunately, he has quickly gathered minerals suitable for forging 5 elements battle weapons. Yet, a significant challenge arises with the acquisition of wood attributes. To forge his ideal weaponry, innate spiritual wood is the most suitable. But he has seen not a trace of it as he travels. Pangu's cultivation does not cease. He continuously hones himself that a century swiftly passes, and he draws ever closer to Mount Buzhou. Initially, his gains were underwhelming. But as time elapses, perhaps due to the rise of the human race's fortune, he gradually begins to reap rewards. Within a volcano, he discovers an innate spiritual treasure, the fire spirit pearl, akin to the earth spirit pearl. Both classified as mid-grade innate treasures, Pangu had initially presumed that the fire spirit pearl and earth spirit pearl formed a cohesive set of innate treasures, only to be met with disappointment. Although both pearls are primordial treasures, they are not part of a singular entity, devoid of the legacy he seeks for the innate 5 elements great formation. The two pearls lack any connection. And if one were to draw a connection, it would merely be the transformation of the 5 elements. This situation leads Pangu to contemplate that perhaps he has been overly ambitious. Similar to the fire spirit pearl and earth spirit pearl, such innate treasures may not exist in isolation. There could be many such treasures, differing only in name and form. To unify them into a singular set of innate treasures. It must be accomplished by his own effort, as they will not naturally coalesce, unless they originate from the same source, akin to the innate 5 elements flag. Otherwise, the transmission of the innate 5 elements Tao is virtually impossible. Both the fire spirit pearl and earth spirit pearl are birthed from the primordial earth itself. If a place of innate 5 elements exists, it might give rise to the desired 5 elements spiritual treasures. However, the lineage of the innate 5 elements Tao is challenging to attain. Upon acquiring the fire spirit pearl and undergoing initial refinement, the fire deity within his 5 organs responds, albeit less vigorously than the earth deity previously did. This may be attributed to the incompleteness of his heart's divine abode and the inadequacy of the fire spirit he has condensed. Were he to possess 2 fire attribute innate treasures, he could take another chance, but with only the fire spirit pearl in his hands, he dares not gamble, nor can he afford the consequences of failure. There are numerous methods to achieve the perfection of his heart's divine abode. Utilizing the hard-earned fire spirit pearl is not worthwhile. It represents a pivotal opportunity for transformation. A failed attempt could incur substantial costs, as innate treasures are not easily obtained, especially such primordial treasures. In the span of a century, Pangu has acquired not only the fire spirit pearl, but also an innate ironwood, ideal for crafting wood attribute battle weapons. Though it is merely a low-grade root, it remains a rare find for him. During this century, he has finally accomplished his initial goal, gathering sufficient materials to forge a set of 5 elements battle weapons. However, he currently lacks the time to refine these treasures, as he cannot allow the process of crafting to distract him from the timely perfection of the 5 divine abodes. Throughout the century, Pangu also obtained numerous spiritual fruits, which he refined to enhance his 5 divine abodes. Given a bit more time, they will reach complete perfection, and at that moment, refining battle weapons with the aid of the 5 spirits will be most opportune, resulting in even more formidable creations. The 5 elements battle weapons Pangu intends to forge are swords, 5 swords to establish the 5 elements great formation. He has already mastered the general 5 elements great formation, yet the innate 5 elements great formation remains elusive, being his greatest aspiration. Over the century, Pangu has encountered multiple dangers. The primordial land is rife with unpredictability, and rogue cultivators also roam its expanse. During one particularly perilous encounter, he was compelled to employ the 12 sea-calming pearls to subdue an adversary. This foe was a Tai golden immortal, intent on seizing the innate ironwood from him, revealing the harsh realities of the primordial world. For these rogue cultivators, their strikes are lethal from the outset. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in summoning the 12 sea-calming pearls, he would surely have perished. Within the primordial realm, danger lurks at every turn, and a moment of carelessness could lead to one's demise. Regrettably, Pangu did not discover any innate treasures on the rogue cultivator, only a high-grade postnatal treasure. The closer he approaches Mount Buzhou, the greater the peril, although the pressure from the witch and demon clans looms. A group of desperate rogue cultivators still seeks to unearth treasures in the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. As he nears Mount Buzhou, Pangu senses an escalation of threats. Had he not remained vigilant, he would likely have already attracted unwanted attention. On the outskirts of Mount Buzhou, he witnesses numerous battles, all waged for the sake of treasure. Indeed, the nearer one gets to Mount Buzhou, the more celestial materials and earthly treasures manifest, and bloodshed inevitably ensues. Among these rogue cultivators, there are no verbal disputes. They unleash their full might without hesitation, striking ruthlessly and mercilessly. Several times, Pangu narrowly escaped being embroiled in their frenzied conflicts. For these deranged treasure seekers, any being they sense is viewed as an enemy, a foe to be vanquished without mercy. Taking advantage of the situation is utterly impossible. The rogue cultivators surrounding Mount Buzhou possess the strength of Tai golden immortals. Although Pangu is on the verge of a breakthrough, he remains a golden immortal, and no matter how formidable his 9 transformations' profound art, he cannot wrest treasures from the grasp of these Tai golden immortals. The gap in cultivation levels is not easily bridged, especially since these Tai golden immortals are driven by a frenzied desperation, engaging in battles with all their might, risking their lives, often dragging their opponents into mutual destruction. In a normal confrontation, Pangu could leverage the might of his 9 transformations' profound art to contend against Tai golden immortals. However, such tactics are futile at Mount Buzhou once a battle erupts. The danger escalates significantly. If the fight cannot be swiftly concluded, he risks falling into a dire situation. Countless individuals have perished in this region due to timing, ambushed by others and meeting their demise on the outskirts of Mount Buzhou. Yet, all Tai golden immortals share a conspicuous flaw. They lack innate treasures. As Pangu gradually comprehends, these Tai golden immortals are merely attempting to exploit the tumult of the war of the witches and demons. Oblivious to the fact that by engaging in the battles across the primordial land, they have already become ensnared in the cataclysm of the witch and demon conflict, where demise is an inevitable outcome. Without backing or strength, who else would be left standing if they were to perish? Even if they manage to survive temporarily, they are bound to meet their end when the calamity fully unfolds. Were it not for the constraints imposed by his lineage, compelling him to partake in the witch and demon calamity, Pangu would not have opted to engage in this turmoil. That is precisely because he understands the dreadful and terrifying nature of the witch and demon calamity. And knowing he cannot evade it, that he proactively enters the fray to seize the initiative, striving to carve out a sliver of survival amidst the slaughter of the witch and demon calamity. Mount Buzhou has now become one of the strongholds of the witch clan, fortified by their might. As Pangu steps onto its grounds, he distinctly senses the activation of his bloodline, a resonance between the power of the witch lineage and Mount Buzhou. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he can feel the acceleration of his 9 transformations' profound art, as Mount Buzhou serves as a pillar supporting the primordial cosmos, the spine of the great Pangu. For the witch clan, it is a naturally advantageous location. Merely standing at its base, Pangu can sense the authority of Pangu and the pressure upon him. Not everyone is entitled to tread upon Mount Buzhou. Without formidable strength, one cannot establish a foothold here, for the mighty presence of Pangu looms overhead. For the witch clan, this is the finest training ground for their bodies. If they could remain at Mount Buzhou, it would yield immense benefits. Sadly, Mount Buzhou is destined for destruction. A human witch. Pangu faces no hostility from the witch clan upon entering Mount Buzhou. Rather, he is afforded their protection. The emergence of Pangu did not provoke any sense of unease among the great shamans of the witch clan stationed there. Many clans opted for Mount Buzhou as a place for honing their skills, seeking to experience the essence of the Pangu deity and utilizing the mountain's formidable pressure to temper their bodies. Upon entering Mount Buzhou, Pangu did not rush to search for treasures. Instead, he quietly absorbed the aura of Pangu. For the witch clan, devoid of primordial spirits, the traces of Pangu's legacy left within the mountain remained imperceptible. However, as a human witch hybrid, possessing a human-like primordial spirit alongside the bloodline of the witches, he was naturally attuned to the unique energies of Mount Buzhou. If Mount Buzhou is deemed a sacred ground for body refinement, holding significant importance for the witches, it serves as a paradise for human witches, allowing them to genuinely perceive the imprints of Pangu's creation. Such insights are not accessible to just anyone. nor can they be grasped merely by possessing a potent primordial spirit. It necessitates a bloodline connected to Pangu, which human witches possess in abundance. Despite only being at the realm of golden immortal, Pangu felt the profound imprints of Pangu, the mind of creation, and the formidable power of the Pangu axe, as well as the cosmic principles that emerged at the moment of the world's inception. Regrettably, Pangu's realm was too low, although he sensed the mysterious energies of Mount Buzhou and the power of Pangu's imprints. These revelations were beyond the comprehension of a mere golden immortal. Such insights would remain deeply buried within his soul as sea of consciousness, serving as a foundation for future cultivation to be revisited when his strength advanced. Even though it was but a fleeting moment, it presented a monumental opportunity for him, as he truly experienced the astonishing scene of Pangu's creation through the power of the imprints. Such a legacy existed solely among the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestor witches within the vast wilderness. And possessing this foundation would yield immense benefits for his future cultivation. When Pangu momentarily grasped the power of Pangu's imprints, he could no longer suppress the aura emanating from him. His primordial spirit and physical form simultaneously broke through. Ascending to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal in a mere century, he transitioned from a Golden Immortal to a Tai Golden Immortal, a staggering feat accomplished while he did not fully devote himself to cultivation, but instead journeyed towards Mount Buzhou. If the beings of the primordial wilderness were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astounded, yet Pangu achieved it. This success was undoubtedly bolstered by the fortune of the human race. Following the inheritance of golden immortal level martial arts, the advancement of humanity accelerated. Although the Grand Supreme Elder established the human teachings, imparting the path of golden elixirs, the martial arts of human immortals did not vanish from the human race. While the resources consumed by the cultivation of human immortal martial arts were staggering, their strength was undeniable. They could completely suppress the demon race at the same level that in such a treacherous world. The upper echelons of the human race were not foolish. They understood the importance of power. Thus, human immortal martial arts remained the mainstream, as the dangers faced by humanity were too formidable, even with great consumption. They were determined to nurture a formidable army of human immortal martial artists to safeguard their race. Only by truly comprehending the perils of the primordial wilderness would humanity make such a choice. Regrettably, the 5 divine treasures remained incomplete. As long as they were not perfected, Pangu's cultivation along the path of the 5 elements would be compelled to halt. Unable to proceed further, he hoped that Mount Buzhou would remedy this pressing issue, allowing him to complete the 5 divine treasures and find innate primordial spirit treasures to integrate into them. With a soft sigh, he gathered his thoughts and continued onward. Although the foot of Mount Buzhou had been searched countless times, he did not abandon his original plan. Even in the absence of innate treasures, he could still sense the mountain's divine might and utilize its pressure to hone his physical form. Upon entering Mount Buzhou, it felt as though his fortune surged dramatically. Even at the foot of the mountain, he reaped substantial rewards, as the 5 divine treasures that had long plagued him began to accelerate towards completion. Within just a century, Pangu perfected the cultivation of the 5 divine treasures. This time yielded remarkable gains, not merely in rare materials but also in the discovery of a single way of enlightenment tea tree, classified as a mid-grade innate spiritual root. Though it was merely mid-grade, it rivaled even the highest-grade innate roots, as its very name implied its ability to assist practitioners in achieving enlightenment. While its function was singular, it was irresistible to all cultivators. After securing the way of enlightenment tea tree within his dimensional pearl, Pangu could not help but sigh once more. Originally, this tea was a peak-grade innate spiritual root, but during the moment of Pangu's creation, it was struck by a residual wave from Pangu's axe, causing its status to drop to mid-grade. Naturally, had it remained peak-grade, a junior like Pangu would not have had the opportunity to acquire it. Accompanying the way of enlightenment tea was the primordial spirit treasure he most desired, the wood spirit pearl. Whether it was due to the overwhelming essence of Mount Buzhou or the influence of the way of enlightenment tea, this wood spirit pearl turned out to be not just a mid-grade innate treasure, but an upper-grade one. With another primordial spirit treasure in hand, Pangu faced 2 choices. One was to allow the divine treasures to merge with the primordial spirit treasure and enter secluded cultivation within Mount Buzhou, striving for a breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal realm. With 2 primordial spirit pearls at his disposal, Pangu believed that fully integrating them would undoubtedly enable his physical form to transcend to the realm of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, this would mean abandoning his treasure hunting plans, and given that Mount Buzhou was a battleground, should the second witch demon war erupt, it was likely to ignite there first. Whether he could complete his breakthrough before the war commenced was uncertain. The second option was to continue exploring Mount Buzhou, capitalizing on his surging fortune to further enhance his foundation. If he could locate more innate primordial spirit treasures within the mountain, it would thoroughly complete his 5 divine treasures, bringing astonishing benefits. Once the 5 divine treasures underwent transformation, the 5 elements would naturally converge, establishing the most powerful and perfect foundation. The convergence of the 3 flowers and the 5 elements is a prerequisite for advancing to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Had he possessed the powerful cultivation techniques of the 3 pure ones, Pangu might have chosen seclusion. Yet, lacking such methods, his cultivation of the primordial spirit was self-created, rife with deficiencies, relying on extensive time for mastery. If he could seize the opportunity presented by the transformation of the 5 divine treasures, everything would become significantly easier, as the transformation would inherently grasp the essence of the 5 elements. Solidifying his foundation, innate primordial spirit treasures are not easily found, and to possess 3 spirit pearls in such a short time is an extraordinary stroke of fortune, a boon granted by the luck of the human race. Acquiring more would not necessarily be so simple. Pangu understood that should he choose to continue his treasure hunt, he might end up with nothing, squandering precious time. Yet, the thought of the impending second witch demon war sent a chill down his spine. He had no choice. If he wished to seize a sliver of survival amidst the calamity, he could only fight with all his might. Opportunities do not present themselves unbidden, even with great fortune. One must strive for success. Had he not stepped beyond the Houtu tribe, would he have attained his current strength and acquired his desires? Impossible. Merely staying within the Houtu tribe would not yield such results. Perhaps leveraging the tribe's foundation could allow him to perfect the 5 divine treasures, but breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm would remain unattainable, let alone transforming the deities within the divine treasures to forge a new path. In comparison to the witch clan and the celestial path, Pangu had indeed carved out his own route, achieving gains in both physical form and primordial spirit. The transformation of the 5 divine treasures was his opportunity, and he was now merely 2 innate primordial spirit treasures away from complete transformation. With just a bit more effort, he could seize the chance. In such circumstances, how could he possibly relent? To relent would signify retreat. And in the face of the witch demon catastrophe, any hint of retreat would lead only to death. The calamity of heaven and earth demands relentless forward movement, to fight with all one's strength and carve a bloody path. For he bore the intertwined fates of both humanity and the witches. As long as the fates persisted, he was destined not to pass through the tribulation unscathed. Chapter 8. The embryo of the 5 elements spirit treasure. When Pangu comprehended all this, his body and mind underwent a profound elevation, awakening a spark of battle intent that surged from within. This burgeoning battle spirit briefly harmonized with Mount Buzhou once more, igniting the indomitable will left by the Pangu deity. An overwhelming intent to conquer the chaos and vanquish the myriad fiends. In an instant, Pangu once again sensed the imprints left by Pangu, feeling that unparalleled battle spirit. Under the guidance of this invincible will, the fire spirit peril and wood spirit pearl, which had been stored within his soul's sea, swiftly merged into his heart and liver divine treasures, triggering their transformation. The gateway to the 5 elements path began to unfold before him, as the teachings of Pangu's 5 elements flowed into Pangu's 5 divine treasures. As the transformation of the 5 divine treasures was initiated, Pangu instantly felt his opportunity within Mount Buzhou. The chance to perfect his own 5 elements path lay therein. Regrettably, not all the deities within his 5 divine treasures had undergone transformation. Only 3 had successfully evolved, insufficient to support a deeper understanding of the 5 elements path. The 5 elements legacy bequeathed by Pangu merely integrated into the divine treasures without propelling him to immediate greatness. My fortuitous encounters are increasingly potent. Does this signify that the second war of the Lich and the demons is imminent? Is it the workings of fate that bestows such grand opportunities upon me? Although I can sense the presence of fortune within the unyielding mountains, a sense of trepidation engulfs my heart rather than elation. Should the second war erupt, participating with my current strength would be perilously hazardous. Guided by an indistinct intuition, I tread cautiously through the unyielding mountains, evading the formidable beings that reside there, and remaining inconspicuous to the multitude. Following my instincts, I arrive at the heart of the unyielding mountains, a locale shrouded in mist. The moment I behold the fog, my spirit signals to me that this is indeed the locus of opportunity. There exists a protective formation here, suggesting the presence of innate spiritual treasures or primal roots. Moreover, The fact that it eludes the scrutiny of so many powerful beings indicates that the treasures within are anything but ordinary. Heeding the whispers of my spirit, I navigate the formation with utmost care. Perhaps it is fate, or perhaps it is the power of the Pangu seal that allows me a seamless passage into the formation. Upon reaching the core of the formation, I find myself in a realm suffused with the aura of slaughter. Were it not for the formation's barrier, this terrifying bloodlust would erupt uncontrollably. The formation not only deters external beings from probing, but also suppresses the murderous essence within this dreadful place. What treasures lie here, necessitating such a formidable primordial formation for their suppression? What protects this area is the 5 elements grand array, which I have long yearned for. Regrettably, it is not the complete primordial 5 elements grand array, but merely a fragmented version. Yet, this incomplete formation absorbs the very essence of the murderous aura while simultaneously restraining it. After a cautious exploration, I discover that the 5 elements grand array does not hinder my presence in the slightest, permitting me to traverse freely. In this incomplete primordial 5 elements grand array, I do not find the innate treasures I envisioned, nor any primordial spiritual treasures, but rather embryos of primal spiritual treasures in the process of gestation. What angers me is that these embryos, far from flourishing due to the formation, are instead being drained of their essence by the flawed array. The embryos of the 5 elements' innate treasures are diminished. Over countless epochs, they have been stripped of too much of their essence by this incomplete primordial array, rendering them incapable of successful maturation. This outcome fills me with disappointment. I had anticipated acquiring 5 innate treasures directly, even if they were of lower grade, as a complete set would be no less potent than high-grade treasures. Yet this is the reality I face. Although the gestating embryos of the 5 elements' innate treasures have lost their chance for growth, they still offer unimaginable benefits to me. The legacy of this incomplete primordial 5 elements grand array alone stirs my heart. However, in this treacherous environment, caution is paramount. I must not act recklessly. The embryos of the 5 elements' innate treasures lie before me. Yet this does not imply a lack of danger. Here, within the unyielding mountains, should I attempt to seize these 5 prenatal treasures, the suppressed murderous aura would erupt violently at that moment. All beings within the unyielding mountains would sense the cataclysmic change, and I would undoubtedly find myself ensnared in a life and death crisis. The allure of innate treasures is one that no powerful being can resist, and I am unwilling to gamble my life. No, these 5 embryonic innate treasures are not the opportunities one sensed earlier. The treasures I seek remain within the formation. It seems I must venture into the heart of the grand array to ascertain what treasures require the suppression of the primordial 5 elements array. One must enter the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub. Since I have already sensed the opportunity, how could I forsake it due to a modicum of danger? For me, relinquishment is not an option, and I have faith in my spirit's guidance. It is the Pangu seal that leads me. I shall surely attain this opportunity. Regardless of the peril that lies ahead, I cannot falter. What in the world am I witnessing? This is the pillar of the unyielding mountains, the spine of the great Pangu. Guided by my spirit, I traverse a lengthy passage and arrive at the center of the unyielding mountains. Where the pillar stands, upon this celestial column, which has evolved from the spine of the great Pangu, a terrifying power is unleashed, as if it seeks to cleave Pangu's very backbone. This dreadful force emanates from a fragment of a blade. Although it is incomplete, merely a glance fills me with an overwhelming sense of slaughter, as if it intends to extinguish my very soul. A treasure. This is the power of a treasure. That fragment of the blade is a supreme treasure. A weapon of slaughter, whose terrifying might is not inferior to the essence of the Tao that lingers within my companion treasure, the chrono mirror. This is the residual power left behind by the primordial deities. The force of this blade fragment continually ravages the pillar of the unyielding mountains, even after eons have passed, and despite being suppressed by the primordial 5 elements grand array, it retains its fearsome destructive capability. As I observe this, a thought suddenly strikes me. How could the ancestral shaman Gongong possibly shatter the unyielding mountains, even after enduring the erosion of the primordial world over countless epochs? It is inconceivable that a weakened ancestral shaman could rend the mountains asunder. The truth is, the pillar of the unyielding mountains has long been damaged by this blade fragment. With great effort, I divert my gaze from the blade fragment, only to behold 2 orbs outside the pillar, radiating powerful primal essence. These are the innate primal treasures I have sought, the water spirit pearl and the gold spirit pearl. From their aura, I sense they are akin to the wood spirit pearl I previously acquired, both being high-grade innate treasures. collecting these two primal innate treasures should not pose a challenge. The difficulty lies in whether their acquisition will affect the unyielding mountains. Will it provoke the blade fragment's power to unleash its full fury? If my retrieval of these two treasures results in the blade fragment cleaving through the pillar of the unyielding mountains, I would find myself in grave trouble. The consequences would be immense, and even with the fortune of both the human and shaman races at my back, I could not withstand such repercussions. My very soul would be shattered. To obtain treasures, I must either seize them or suppress the blade fragment. This presents a formidable challenge for me. With my current strength, I hold little hope. Not only am I merely a nascent Tai golden immortal, but even a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to achieve this. What is that? Something capable of blocking the blade fragment. Upon closer inspection, I discover that the blade fragment does not directly pierce the pillar of the unyielding mountains, but is instead halted by a piece of jade. If one were not to scrutinize closely, the existence of the jade would go unnoticed. This jade possesses the power to counteract the destructive force of the blade. Perhaps this jade is the true treasure, capable of withstanding the might of a supreme treasure. Even an incomplete supreme treasure cannot be resisted by an ordinary innate treasure. It must be a top-tier innate treasure. With this item, perhaps I could safely collect the two primal essence pearls. As this realization dawns upon me, I exhale in relief. The treasure lies before me, yet I find myself unable to seize it, presenting a terrifying trial for my resolve. As I focus my thoughts, perhaps due to the attraction of essence, the two primal innate treasures soar into my body, merging directly with my divine repository without undergoing my refining process. Once these two innate treasures assimilate, my 5 divine repositories undergo a complete transformation. They pulsate with energy, and the gates to the 5 elements Tao swing wide open, inundating me with boundless insights to AT this moment. The legacy of the Pangu 5 elements Tao, which had previously submerged within my divine repository, surfaces. Regrettably, what emerges from this legacy is not the primordial 5 elements grand array, but rather the sealing secrets of the 5 elements heaven sealing technique, using the essence of the 5 elements to seal all. The appearance of this legacy ignites new hope within me, a chance to seize that treasure. If I can transport the blade fragment into my body, perhaps the activation of my 5 divine repositories could allow me to seal or even obliterate it. Should I succeed in merging this blade fragment with the embryos of the 5 innate treasures, there may yet be an opportunity for transformation. Though this notion may seem audacious, it is not impossible. At least in my eyes, it is feasible. I have followed the guidance of the Pangu Dao seal to arrive here. Thus I must possess the capability to resolve this predicament and avert the crisis facing the unyielding mountains. Perhaps by sealing the blade fragment, the fate of the unyielding mountains could be altered, and the destiny of the shaman race could be transformed as well. Yet, one might say I am overreaching. If destiny were so easily altered, the calamity of the lich and demons would not exist. Over countless epochs, the blade fragment's power has been diminished significantly, and the pillar of the unyielding mountains has suffered greatly due to its destruction. Even if I were to extract it and seal it now, I could not change the fate of the unyielding mountains, let alone that of the shaman race. The downfall of the unyielding mountains is a force of nature, one that a mere Tai golden immortal such as myself cannot hope to halt. To survive the impending catastrophe is already a considerable achievement. To aspire to change the fate of the shaman race is to indulge in naivete. Chapter 9. The Tribulation of Humanity. The 5 elements rotate, sealing the heavens. With a thunderous roar, I finally take action. The spirits within my 5 divine repositories erupt in unison, the innate essence of the 5 elements surging forth. A terrifying secret technique coalesces, transforming into a streak of light that descends upon the blade fragment. As the strike is unleashed, I immediately feel my essence deplete, leaving me utterly weakened. This secret technique is indeed formidable. Yet the toll it exacts on my essence is staggering. Even with the full might of my 5 divine repositories, I find myself drained of essence. Most astonishingly, this is not solely my doing. It is a spontaneous activation of the divine art, an echo of the power left behind by the great Pangu's Dao imprint. It is the power of the Dao seal that unlocks this arcane supernatural art. If Pangu were to rely solely on his own comprehension and cultivation, it would likely take a millennium to achieve success, let alone directly seal this fragment of the sword blade. As the supernatural force dissipates, the 5 divine treasures unleash a terrifying suction, drawing the sword fragment into the divine treasures, thus resolving the peril of Buzhou mountain at that moment. The jade stone that had previously caught his eye began to emanate a faint glow. When the light subsided, it settled before Pangu. This was not some treasure of immense value, but rather a primordial divine position. Indeed, it represented a primordial position of the mountain god, a title forged from the essence of Buzhou mountain, the progenitor of myriad mountains. Regrettably, while Buzhou mountain nurtured the position of the primordial mountain god, it did not give rise to the Buzhou mountain god, as all vitality had been utterly obliterated by that sword fragment. This primordial divine position caused Pangu to furrow his brow involuntarily. Instinctively, he sensed that this position would be of great significance to him, a fortuitous opportunity for his path to enlightenment. However, he remained uncertain about the nature of this opportunity. Should he refine this divine position, he would become linked to Buzhou mountain, emerging as its god. With the impending onset of the second war of demons and witches, would the fate of Buzhou mountain truly change without that sword fragment? Pangu dared not gamble, unwilling to wager his life. Should he err, not only would Buzhou mountain perish, but he too would meet a similar fate. Though the primordial mountain god position was undeniably alluring, his life held greater importance. Nonetheless, a burning curiosity about the secrets contained within this primordial mountain god position, obtained under the guidance of the Dao seal of Pangu, gnawed at him. The position, birthed from the very essence of Buzhou mountain and recognized as the progenitor of all mountains, was undeniably significant. For the time being, he resolved to set it aside and accept it. Believing that answers would come in due course, his objectives for the journey to Buzhou mountain had been entirely fulfilled. Lingering any longer would be unwise. He had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. First, he would collect the remnants of the primordial 5 elements formation, securing the 5 primordial spiritual treasures into the 5 divine treasures, allowing the 5 divine beings to nurture them. Soon, Pangu emerged from his reverie, realizing that Buzhou mountain was not a place for prolonged stay, especially since he was merely a lowly Tai golden immortal. With so many treasures in his possession, lingering any longer would make him an easy target for the greedy powerful. Departing was the wisest course of action. Only by digesting the gains from this expedition to Buzhou mountain could he muster the strength to confront the demon race and face the impending second war of demons and witches. Just as Pangu had gathered the incomplete primordial 5 elements formation, preparing to ascertain the situation outside, a sudden warning flared in his mind, alerting him to impending calamity. Someone close to him was in peril. And the only ones he cared for were his parents. Could it be that the second war of demons and witches had begun? The unease in his heart filled Pangu with dread. He prioritized his family's safety above all else, hastily departing Buzhou mountain and heading towards the Houtu tribe. Indeed, the war had commenced, but it was not the second war of demons and witches. Rather, someone had plotted against both the demon and human races. Upon leaving Buzhou mountain, Pangu sensed the fluctuations of human fortune. The calamity of the human race had begun. The demon race had finally realized the immense value of human flesh for their cultivation and discovered that human souls could counter the witch race. Thus, the tribulations of humanity commenced. The demon emperor Dejun, after consulting with the mother Nuwa, the human race's saintess, and the supreme Lao Jun, the leader of the human teachings, unleashed a brutal assault on the human race. As sages, both the supreme Lao Jun and mother Nuwa could foresee that this was humanity's calamity, yet neither made any move to intervene. Being a saint of the demon race, Mother Nuwa found herself unable to choose. Caught in a dilemma, and thus remained silent. Meanwhile, the supreme Lao Jun harbored ulterior motives, seeking to exploit the power of the demon race to cleanse humanity, transforming them into followers of the human teachings. Showing no inclination to protect the human race, from the perspective of the demon race, this was tacit approval from the 2 great sages for their request, and they felt no need for restraint. They believed that only by waging war against humanity could they expedite their recovery and prepare for a decisive battle against the witch race. Damn, how could I have forgotten this major event? The calamity of humanity. In that moment, Pangu grasped the source of the crisis. Was the Houtu tribe safe? Were his parents safe? As the calamity struck humanity, would the witch race shield them? It seemed unlikely, especially since humanity had not allied with the witch race. Panic was futile. The events had already unfolded, and Pangu was merely a lowly Tai golden immortal, not even a deluo.I in the midst of the human-demon war. He would be but cannon fodder. Participating in such a conflict would only hasten his demise. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now, as his instincts continually warned him of danger to his loved ones. The Houtu tribe. Faced with the pleas for help from humanity, the ancestral shaman of Houtu did not hesitate, but dispatched powerful shamans for rescue. Merely relying on the strength of the Houtu tribe was insufficient to save the entirety of humanity. The ancestral lands of humanity were swiftly breached by the demon race, forcing them to scatter and flee. In the face of this sudden calamity, humanity sought aid from their saintess and the leader of the human teachings, only to receive no response. This was a devastating blow to humanity, leaving their leaders in utter despair. As for the witch race, only the Houtu tribe took action to assist, while other ancestral shamans offered no protection to humanity, safeguarding only those humans who had aligned themselves with the witch race. In a remarkably short time, the entire human race faced a catastrophic storm of blood and carnage. When Pangu returned to the Houtu tribe with all his might, humanity had already suffered grievously, and the Houtu tribe had also sustained heavy losses. The demon race had slaughtered 70% of the human population before the sages finally intervened. Yet, by then, the combat strength of humanity had been severely depleted, particularly among those skilled in the immortal martial Tao, nearly all of whom had perished or been gravely injured, leaving barely a remnant. Upon returning to the Houtu tribe, Pangu felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he had lost the most important person in his life. His greatest fears had materialized. He could not find his father or mother within the tribe, and despair washed over him. Before long, warriors from the Houtu tribe returned, but among the great shamans, there was no sign of his father. When the news of his father's death reached his ears, it struck him like thunder, leaving Pangu utterly devastated. He had never imagined that his journey to Buzhou mountain would end in such tragedy, having not even had the chance to bid farewell to his parents. As a great shaman, his father should have been safe amidst such a conflict. After all, the demon race had not instigated the second war of demons and witches, but had targeted humanity instead. How could his father have perished? He had died fighting to save his mother, a human who vowed to protect her kin at all costs, unable to bear the thought of leaving her. His father fought valiantly until the end, resulting in their simultaneous demise. This outcome left Pangu feeling even more despondent. In learning the details of the human-demon war, it became clear that only the Houtu tribe had mobilized to protect humanity, ensuring the safety of those around the Houtu tribe, though at great cost to themselves. Other ancestral shamans had not intervened on behalf of humanity, merely sheltering those who had allied with the witch race. This realization chilled Pangu to the core. Though he had always lived within the Houtu tribe, he had never forgotten his human lineage, the witch race's refusal to protect humanity during their time of crisis. Allowing the demon race to slaughter them was something Pangu could not accept. Why was it like this? The answer was simple. The witch race did not wish to see humanity rise. They desired to see humanity remain subservient, not independent. The demon race's slaughter of humanity elicited little response from them. Regrettably, this short-sightedness would sow the seeds of their own demise. The witch race, as the sovereigns of the primordial earth, had a close connection with humanity, which existed upon that land. The demon race hunted humanity without restraint. The witch race, as the rulers of the primordial earth, showed no reaction, effectively relinquishing their status as sovereigns. The most terrifying aspect was that the demon race was slaying countless humans to forge the slaughter which soared from their souls, an unspeakable horror. With the absence of his parents, Pangu felt a profound loss of belonging to the Houtu tribe. Although they had done everything within their power during the Great Calamity, a rift had formed in his heart. Without familial ties, he also felt a disconnection from the witch race. If there remained anything, it was the karma binding him to the witch race. The calamity of humanity, with the deaths of powerful practitioners of the immortal martial Tao, greatly impacted Pangu, affecting his own fortune. If not for the treasured heirloom of humanity, the Kunlun mirror, still in his possession, his fortune would have plummeted to an abyss, insufficient for him to continue striving towards becoming a Delual golden immortal. The enmity of obstructing his path, the vengeance for his parents' deaths. Such profound karma instilled in Pangu an insatiable desire for revenge against the demon race. Yet he understood that his current strength fell woefully short for such retribution. He needed to grow stronger. Only then could he exact vengeance upon the demon race. In that moment, the seed of hatred was deeply sown within his heart, shaping his being. As time passed, this hatred would only intensify. Chapter 10. Fortuity. Although the calamity faced by the human race has now passed, the current capabilities of humanity make it increasingly arduous to cultivate more formidable beings in the realm of human immortals and martial arts. This difficulty arises from the rapid dissemination of the Tao of golden elixirs propagated by the Supreme Lord Laozi, which demands fewer resources. Consequently, the fortune associated with the martial path of human immortals diminishes correspondingly. Moreover, not all members of humanity pursue the Tao of golden elixirs. Those with the bloodline of the witch clan still opt for the martial path of human immortals, as it aligns more closely with their innate nature. The reasons for this phenomenon are quite straightforward. These individuals, possessing the witch bloodline, have not inherited the legacy of the witch clan nor the profound techniques of the 9 transformations. They have chosen to follow humanity rather than immerse themselves in the witch clan's teachings. Leaving the martial path of human immortals as their only viable option, the deep-seated enmity I harbor is etched in my heart. This is not a time for sorrow. I must continue to strengthen myself and strive to break through to the great Luo golden immortal stage. Only by achieving this can I attain a semblance of self-preservation and the capacity for vengeance in the impending war between the witches and demons. The decline of the martial path of human immortals is an inevitable outcome. The Supreme Lord Laozi would never permit it to become the mainstream practice of humanity. His schemes are insidious, exacting a heavy toll on the lives of countless humans. While I can discern the machinations of the Supreme Lord, I am powerless to alter the course of events. The martial path of human immortals, despite its strength, consumes resources excessively, and the current human race cannot sustain such demands. It is entirely natural for the martial path of human immortals to recede from the forefront of human cultivation. However, this does not deter my ongoing research into it. Personal cultivation is paramount, and the fortune of martial arts is equally vital. The creation of a human immortal martial path at the grade golden immortal level must be expedited. At the very least, to stabilize the fortunes of martial arts, the martial path of human immortals suffers a grievous blow. A new idea begins to take shape in my mind. The martial path of human immortals requires refinement and stratification. Otherwise, it will gradually fade from the human race entirely. Naturally, I cannot place all my hopes on humanity alone. Should humanity forsake the martial path of human immortals, my legacy as the progenitor of martial arts would become a hollow dream, rendering me subject to the whims of human fortunes. During my cultivation, I diligently refined the great golden immortal realm, continuously evolving the martial path of human immortals. When the transmission of this path at the great golden immortal level reaches completion, a new legacy of the martial path of human immortals will naturally emerge within the esteemed treasure Kunlun mirror left behind for humanity. After all, this treasure is my companion born of the same origin. However, with the transmission of the martial path of human immortals at the great golden immortal level established, I find no joy in my heart, for I have encountered a bottleneck. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the great golden immortal stage, I find myself unable to break through to the great Luo golden immortal level. A single threshold stands resolutely between me and the attainment of the great Luo, thwarting my path to enlightenment. Is this due to the impairment of fortunes? Having departed from the influence of the human and witch clan's fortunes, can I not swiftly attain the great Luo golden immortal stage? This question incessantly plagues my mind. It should not be the case. I am the first of my kind, a human witch hybrid, endowed with great fortunes. Even without the support of the human and witch clan's fortunes, my cultivation should not be impeded. There must be another reason, one that I have yet to uncover. If the 9 transformations were to stall, I could understand that I am not purely of the witch clan bloodline, and as my cultivation reaches a certain threshold, it is only natural to face some influence. The resistance encountered while breaking through the 9 transformations is entirely expected. However, my primordial spirit should not face such obstacles, even if my cultivation techniques are not exceptionally powerful. Having received the Dao seal from the Pangu great deity should shield me from being barred from the great Luo golden immortal stage. As time progresses, the fluctuations within my heart grow increasingly intense. The second war between the witches and demons is on the horizon. Once the demon race has digested its plunder of humanity, the second war is bound to erupt, and I must participate. I seek vengeance. Vengeance. As these 2 words surface in my mind, a sudden realization strikes me. Indeed, it is the fervor of hatred that impacts my cultivation, lacking a comprehensive method for refining my primordial spirit. Any disturbance in my mindset inevitably obstructs my progress. I can sense the fruits of the great Luo golden immortal's Dao, yet I remain unable to break through this barrier. All of this stems from the hatred within my heart. The frenzied desire for retribution against the demon race. The demon race. Clearly, the enmity between myself and them must be resolved. Otherwise, the turmoil within my heart will hinder my advancement to the great Luo golden immortal stage and the attainment of its Dao fruit. How can I ensure that the hatred within me does not impede my breakthrough in realms? In deep contemplation, I begin to reflect, as countless thoughts surge within me. Visions of the future flicker in my mind. and I yearn to leverage my myriad memories to escape this predicament, to break through to the great Luo golden immortal stage and evade crisis. The method of severing the three corpses, imparted by the Tao Ancestor Hongjun, offers a path to enlightenment. Although I have not received this inheritance, could I adapt it? Perhaps I could channel the hatred and murderous intent within me into a spiritual treasure, or forge an object akin to the severing immortal flying blade. Amidst the tumult of thoughts, this notion crystallizes in my mind that if successful, I could eliminate the obstacles in my cultivation and dissolve the enmity and murderous intent that binds my spirit. However, this is no simple endeavor. Achieving this feat with the strength of a great golden immortal is exceedingly challenging. Most crucially, one must possess a treasure capable of bearing one's hatred and murderous intent. One that can integrate without backlash. The 5 innate spiritual treasure embryos are unsuitable. They comprise a complete set of spiritual treasures, while the sea-calming peril is even less likely to suffice. After a thorough search, I find myself still lacking. I possess no suitable treasures, and ordinary innate materials cannot withstand the intensity of my murderous intent. If I must name one, it would be that broken blade. Yet, this incomplete treasure harbors great peril, a significant risk. Previously, the Pangu Dao seal had sealed it through my intervention. If I were to unseal it, would I be able to withstand its backlash? Of course, I could opt to seek assistance from the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch. For the Witch Clan's treasury holds unimaginable resources. Acquiring 1 or 2 treasures capable of containing my murderous intent and hatred would not pose a challenge. However, I am reluctant to do so. Unwilling to bear the consequences tied to the Witch Clan, the impact of the recent calamity upon the human race has weighed heavily upon me that I must take the plunge. This is my sole opportunity. With the divine position of the innate mountain god in hand, I can withstand the backlash from that broken blade that if necessary, I could abandon my physical form and merge into the divine position, becoming an innate deity. For me, surrendering my physical body is a last resort. While the innate mountain god holds great promise, it carries immense karma, and in the present state of the primordial world, can it truly sustain the development of an innate deity? The likelihood seems slim, given the impending calamities. Having made my decision, I hesitate no longer. I adjust my mindset, consolidating the spirits of the 5 divine treasures, and begin secluding myself to sever the frenzied murderous intent and hatred within my heart. This time, I commit fully, activating the origins of the 5 divine treasures, relinquishing the nurturing of the 5 spiritual treasures to instead focus on refining the sealed blade. The 5 elements revolve, and the heart's divine treasure blazes with fervor. The blade, sealed by divine powers, gradually undergoes ritualistic transformation within this heartfire. As I had previously feared, even with the power of the 5 divine treasures to manipulate the 5 elements, melting this blade proves exceedingly difficult, and no matter how hard I strive, I cannot coax even a trace of melting from it. Cursed be this fate. Is my plan truly doomed? Am I unable to melt this blade? Furrowing my brow in frustration, I roar in exasperation, venting my discontent. If I cannot melt the blade, I will be unable to transfer the frenzied murderous intent and hatred from my spirit, unless I seek the aid of the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch. My own realm remains too low. The 3 flavors true fire lacks the capacity to melt this blade, and I cannot afford to squander any more time. Perhaps I should employ the blood refinement method. Following the Witch Clan's path of blood refining divine weapons, if this blade indeed originates from the chaos and is left behind by a primordial deity, I might draw forth its power through my own bloodline. By harnessing the power of the Pangu Dao seal, I could annihilate it and forge a weapon uniquely mine. The blood refinement method demands a significant expenditure of my own essence blood. A person's essence blood is finite, so I must prepare meticulously beforehand, gathering ample supplements to sustain the blood refinement process. Observing my unusual actions, several great witches from the Earth Mother tribe have taken note and begun to counsel me. However, upon learning that I intend to blood refine a divine weapon for myself, they all offer their unwavering support. Though my father has fallen, I have not faced scorn within the Earth Mother tribe. They continue to regard me as one of their own, recognizing that I grew up within their midst. Moreover, I am but a hair's breadth away from becoming a great, which, if I can break through this bottleneck, it would undoubtedly benefit the Earth Mother tribe. When they learn of my intention to blood refine a divine weapon, the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch appears, granting me access to the Earth Mother tribe's treasury, allowing me to procure materials at will. I must admit, The actions of the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch and the tribe provide me with a sliver of warmth, despite my reluctance to incur further debts of gratitude or karma. Relying solely on my own abilities would require hundreds of years to prepare for blood refining a divine weapon. I possess that much time. Will the second war between the witches and demons grant me such an extended reprieve? No one knows when the Lich War will erupt once more. Pangu can only accept the goodwill of the ancestral shaman of the earth, embracing the favor of the witch clan. Chapter 11. Supreme Divine Weapons. Pangu, your father has perished, yet you remain a shaman of the Houtu tribe. Your cultivation has reached a critical juncture. A further step would lead you to the fifth transformation of the mysterious art, entering the realm of Deluo and achieving the true form of a great shaman. However, your bloodline constrains you. You are not of pure witch lineage, although you have forged the path of human immortal martial arts, continually fortifying your being and augmenting your physical form. In comparison to a true great shaman, your corporeal body is still too frail to refine divine weapons with your blood. Your physical form cannot withstand the tremendous consumption of essence. Even if the tribe's treasury were fully open to you, your chances of success would be slim. You truly wish to pursue this path. As a human shaman with a primordial spirit, the treasury holds numerous innate spiritual treasures for you to choose from. There is no need to risk your life by blood-forging divine weapons. The ancestral shaman of the earth places great importance on talents like Pangu within the tribe. Thus, she personally reveals the dangers of blood-forging divine weapons, urging him to abandon this reckless notion. Had Pangu intended to forge an ordinary divine weapon, the ancestral shaman would not have intervened, as it poses little risk, merely a consumption of vitality. However, Pangu seeks to forge not just any divine weapon. The ancestral shaman can clearly sense the frenzied intent to kill and the terrifying hatred emanating from him. It is evident that Pangu aims to create an ultimate divine weapon, one that condenses his own killing intent and hatred. Ancestral shaman, I have no choice. I seek vengeance. I require power. If I continue my cultivation in a conventional manner, I cannot fathom how many years it would take to transcend to the realm of Deluo and achieve the true form of a great shaman. In the Lich War, even a great shaman would be inconsequential, let alone I, a mere golden immortal. My only recourse is to forge a divine weapon, leveraging its power to break through my limitations. Do not rush your decision. First, explore the treasury to see if there are treasures you require. The consumption of blood-forging divine weapons is staggering, and if you insist on proceeding, I will not hinder you. But you must deliberate carefully. Go, select the treasures you need. Do not concern yourself with military merits. All within the treasury is open to you. Upon entering the treasury of the Houtu tribe, Pangu is dazzled by the sight before him. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures pile up like a small mountain, all innate materials, the finest choices for the witch clan to forge divine weapons. Yet, Pangu feels no inclination towards this mountainous pile of innate materials, though precious. They are not what he desires. As he continues onward, he encounters some rare innate spiritual fruits. Though few in number, their quality is extraordinary. Pangu is tempted, yet refrains from taking them. Moving onward, passing through the area of spiritual fruits, he arrives at the neatly arranged section of spiritual treasures. Here, dozens of innate spiritual treasures are categorized by quality. Among these treasures, the vast majority are inferior innate treasures, with only a few being of medium quality, and none of high quality. While surprisingly, there are two exceptional innate treasures, Book of Life and Death, Pen of the Judge. He realizes that these two innate treasures have long resided within the Houtu tribe. It would be a lie to claim he does not covet these two treasures, yet he understands that they carry great karma, which he cannot touch or possess. These are the ultimate treasures of the underworld. Also the treasures through which the ancestral shaman of the earth attained her enlightenment. Perhaps her urging for him to let go stems from a hope that he might choose these two exceptional innate treasures. Alas, these treasures do not belong to him. They have their own destinies. After observing the innate treasures, he finds a pile of miscellaneous items, broken treasures, and unknown objects, all gathered by the ancestral shaman of the earth. As he approaches this pile of odds and ends, his heart races, as if something within it is beckoning him. A stone, a blood-red stone exuding a faint aura of chaos, shines brilliantly like blood. Inscribed with mysterious symbols, and emanates an air of ancient time, as if it fell to the primordial earth before the heavens were formed. Within that ancient aura, Pangu senses a hint of familiarity, yet cannot articulate what that feeling is. It resembles the fragment of a sword blade, This aura is akin to that of the sword fragment. Could it be that this chaotic stone has been tainted by the blood of a chaotic deity? Gazing at the chaotic stone before him, Pangu's emotions are profoundly complex. For the witch clan, this chaotic stone holds little value, as its only merit lies in its solidity. Yet for him, it represents a grand opportunity. A stone imbued with the blood of a deity or demon might possess the power to refine the blade. As for any inheritance, Pangu does not dwell on it. Even if it exists, it would likely be incomplete. The legacy of chaotic deities and demons is not easily attained, demanding one to bear immense karma. This one shall suffice. I hope it does not disappoint. With a wave of his hand, Pangu seizes the chaotic stone and turns to leave, fearing that any delay might lead him to acquire more items, incurring further karma. As Pangu exits the treasury, the ancestral shaman of the earth furrows her brow, realizing her counsel has failed. Pangu has chosen to tread the perilous and reckless path of blood-forging divine weapons. She cannot comprehend his decision. The treasury holds treasures far superior to the chaotic stone, so why did he choose it? A stone with no purpose beyond its sturdiness. Pangu, you must make your choice wisely. This chaotic stone offers no utility beyond its durability. You still have the option to return and select another treasure. Ancestral shaman, this is my choice. Durability is sufficient. Only that which is solid can withstand damage. Very well. Accept these spiritual fruits. The blood forging of divine weapons cannot be paused. Any interruption may lead to failure. These fruits will replenish your vitality. Observing Pangu's resolute demeanor, the ancestral shaman of the earth lets out a long sigh. She holds great expectations for Pangu. Yet after the loss of his parents, he has become exceedingly extreme, a detrimental trait for his cultivation, silently accepting the spiritual fruits. Pangu gratefully thanks the ancestral shaman of the earth before retreating to his seclusion space, specially prepared for those blood-forging divine weapons, to prevent any external disturbances. After he enters, the great shamans of the Houtu tribe silently guard him, awaiting the outcome with anticipation. The blood-forging of divine weapons has a flaw. The forger cannot choose the materials. The essence of the materials determines the nature of the divine weapon. This holds true for Pangu as well. After calming the tumult within his heart, he begins the blood-forging process, placing the sealed sword fragment alongside the chaotic stone. As these two items come together, the sword fragment undergoes a transformation, exuding a terrifying killing intent, while the chaotic stone also shifts. A dense blood light enveloping the sword fragment, as if it seeks to devour it. Change has finally occurred. This is the situation he wished to witness. Bearing immense pressure, Pangu unleashes a blood arrow upon the chaotic stone and sword fragment, infusing a drop of his life essence into both treasures. That moment, a frenzied killing intent and boundless hatred erupt from Pangu as the blood forging commences. The entire witch clan feels an overwhelming pressure, a weight upon their spirits emanating from Pangu, the source of this terrifying transformation, shocking all the great shamans. While they are aware of Pangu's determination and his desire to bloodforge an ultimate divine weapon, they had not anticipated the sheer horror of it. Such terrifying killing intent, such astonishing hatred. Can he truly succeed? If he forges an ultimate divine weapon, what will it become? Can he withstand the backlash from the divine weapon? The ancestral shaman of the earth is filled with concern. Such dreadful killing intent and hatred will inevitably forge a weapon of terror, and should such a weapon be born, it will devour its master. If it cannot be subdued, the forger will face annihilation at the hands of the very weapon they sought to create. Resentment, the hatred within the sword fragment is unleashed, and the terrifying killing intent is also set free. The chaotic stone recoils under the weight of these two forces, the blood light retreating as if it cannot withstand the onslaught of hatred and killing intent. Pangu's mind is besieged by a terrifying impact. Endless killing intent and resentment flood his thoughts, inciting a primal urge to ascend to the heavens and wage war against the demon clan. This is all influenced by the hatred and killing intent. And the more it intensifies, the more he must guard his mind, lest he be swayed. If his will falters, he risks being consumed by this boundless hatred and terrifying killing intent, reducing him to a mere puppet. Damn it, I have made a grave error, overestimating the power of the chaotic stone. It cannot withstand the strength of the sword fragment. If this continues, the chaotic stone will soon be severed. Pangu quickly realizes this critical flaw. Should the sword fragment devour the chaotic stone's essence, his blood-forging endeavor will undoubtedly fail, and his life essence cannot withstand the sword's terrifying might. Infuse my life essence, faced with such perilous danger. Pangu has no choice but to expend another drop of his life essence, aiding the chaotic stone in bracing against the sword fragment's edge, allowing the blood forging to continue without interruption. However, one's life essence is finite. He cannot continuously use it to sustain the chaotic stone. Otherwise, before the divine weapon is forged, his own life essence will be entirely depleted, though the spiritual fruits replenish his vitality. The consumption of life essence cannot be restored in a short time. It can be said that at the outset of the blood refining of the divine weapon, Pangu found himself ensnared in a predicament of indecision. Advancing was not an option, as he lacked sufficient life essence for such consumption. Retreat was equally impossible, for the seal upon the blade had already been undone. Even if he wished to reinstate it, he would find himself powerless to do so. This situation cast a shadow over his heart, and thoughts of vengeance compelled him to grit his teeth and persevere, yearning for a new turn of events. Chapter 12. Blood Butcher. What kind of turning point did he require? It was fortune. The human celestial martial path had already been perfected to the level of Tai Golden Immortal. This was the turning point. If the fortunes of the human race began to revive, could he not reverse the current unfavorable circumstances? Life essence could not be squandered recklessly, yet the blood of both humanity and the witch was not subject to such constraints. The Chaos Stone voraciously absorbed the human witch blood within his body. Unlike the pure blood of the witch clan, the human witch blood, while imbued with the essence of Pangu, was notably less dense. Furthermore, it possessed a unique ability that the witch blood did not, the capacity for fusion. Allowing it to merge with the bloodlines of other races, the Chaos Stone, which had been retreating step by step, now found itself compelled to actively merge with the human witch blood in the face of the blade's terrifying pressure. With no avenue for retreat, it had no choice but to embrace this fusion, lest it be consumed by the blade's might. As this strand of chaotic demonic blood intertwined with the human witch blood, a surge of power welled up within him. That moment, the divine abode of his heart began to pulsate wildly. The chaotic demonic blood had chosen to merge with him, and a torrent of formidable strength coursed through his veins. However, there was no legacy to inherit. Within this strand of chaotic demonic blood, only raw power resided. This energy nourished him, being directly assimilated by the human witch lineage, altering his physical constitution. Pangu stood momentarily dazed, engaged in the blood refining of a divine weapon when such an unexpected transformation occurred. What could this possibly mean? He had never heard of the blood refining process itself causing a change in one's bloodline. Yet it had manifested within him. This transformation was solely beneficial, devoid of any detriment. Across the endless epochs, a trace of chaotic demonic blood within the Chaos Stone had long been obliterated by the laws of chaotic origin, leaving behind only the essence of the chaotic demonic blood. Hence, it was unable to withstand the blade's might. This time, he had turned misfortune into fortune, had the blade not exerted its pressure. This strand of chaotic demonic blood would never have chosen to actively merge with his bloodline. With the fusion of this trace of chaotic demonic blood, the divine abode of his heart grew increasingly robust, enhancing his blood production capabilities manifold. Although he had yet to break through the bottleneck and achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, nor had he coalesced the true form of the Great Witch, his physical essence had been elevated. Previously, he had feared that he would be unable to supply sufficient essence to forge the divine weapon. However, with the changes in the divine abode of his heart, all such concerns vanished. With no lingering worries, Pangu continuously absorbed the nutrients from spiritual fruits, invigorating the divine abode of his heart and accelerating his blood production capabilities. As he persevered, the blade's power gradually waned. After all, it was not a complete supreme treasure, but merely a remnant, incapable of sustaining endless sources and blood-refining power. As the blade's strength diminished, the initiative gradually shifted into his hands. The blood refining of the divine weapon finally embarked on the right path, with the human witch blood continuously assimilating into both the blade and the Chaos Stone, with the ceaseless influx of essence. The Chaos Stone began to soften, and some impurities were refined into nothingness. The softened Chaos Stone then engulfed the blade, transforming it into a mass of blood-colored sludge. Gestation. This was the gestation of a divine weapon. Birth from his own essence. In that moment, the frenzied killing intent and hatred within his heart were consumed by the divine weapon in the process of gestation. The murderous aura and resentment that had emanated from the blade were also devoured, transforming these negative energies into nourishment for the divine weapon. The killing intent dissipated, as did the hatred, It seemed that Pangu had succeeded. The divine weapon was indeed in the process of gestation. The ancestral witch, Houtu, was also astonished by Pangu's prowess. How little time had passed, yet Pangu had already begun to nurture a divine weapon. Could it truly be that the extreme divine weapon of the human witch form was so easily forged? Pangu remained oblivious to the thoughts of Houtu's day. Although the divine weapon was in gestation, he felt no as the divine weapon developed. A new dilemma arose. The extreme divine weapon embodied a singular essence. However, the one he was blood refining possessed flaws. Not merely the purest killing intent, but also lingering hatred. The murderous aura had failed to consume the boundless resentment, and this presence of hatred rendered his extreme divine weapon defective. Why was this the case? Pangu questioned himself. His blood refining of the divine weapon was not erroneous. Everything adhered to the witch clan's legacy. Yet why did the extreme divine weapon he refined harbor defects? Why had the power of hatred not been consumed by the killing intent? Did the issue lie within himself? As a human witch, he was unlike the pure-blooded witches. He possessed a primordial spirit, while hatred had been stripped from his soul. It had not been extinguished. Hence, the extreme divine weapon bore flaws. Only by achieving true vengeance could this strand of hatred be integrated into the ultimate killing intent, completing its final metamorphosis. This was the only explanation Pangu could conceive. Though the gestation of the divine weapon was not yet complete, its essence had already begun to coalesce. The mere gathering of essence compelled him to acknowledge the formidable strength of the witch clan's blood-refined divine weapons, extreme sharpness, utmost durability, and unparalleled killing intent. Although the killing intent had yet to reach perfection and still lacked that trace of hatred, its power was indisputable. A spear. This was a spear, a blood spear, embodying the quintessence of blood-refined divine weapons. Blood Butcher was the name bestowed upon this divine weapon at the moment of essence coalescence. Each extreme divine weapon of the witch clan received a name from the heavens, though Pangu was not of purely witch blood. This extreme divine weapon he refined also garnered recognition. It was an extreme divine weapon. A member of the witch clan had indeed forged an extreme divine weapon through blood refinement, as Blood Butcher gained recognition. All those among the witch clan who wielded extreme divine weapons sensed the emergence of a new one, a momentous event for the witch clan. The witch clan placed immense significance on the existence of extreme divine weapons. Every great witch who refined an extreme divine weapon possessed the strength to surpass their ranks, prompting the witch clan to seek the identity of the individual who had blood refined this extreme divine weapon. Impossible. How could this be? A postnatal junior, and lacking pure witch blood, how could he possibly blood refine an extreme divine weapon? It was unfathomable. Upon learning that this newly emerged extreme divine weapon was not forged by a great witch of the witch clan, but rather by a human witch junior, the other ancestral witches could hardly believe their eyes. Houtu, too, was loath to accept this reality, yet it remained an unalterable fact, despite the multitude of great witches. Few had successfully blood-refined extreme divine weapons. Now, a mere junior had accomplished this feat, leaving the 12 ancestral witches utterly astounded, though the union of humanity and the witch clan had birthed numerous human witch bloodlines. Enhancing the power of the witch clan, the ancestral witches had not regarded these new human witches as particularly significant. They did not believe that human witches could surpass the capabilities of the witch clan. While the physical prowess of human witches indeed could not compare to that of pure-blooded witches, they possessed primordial spirits, allowing them to cultivate both body and spirit, a feat unattainable by the witch clan. Pangu was no ordinary human witch. He was the foremost human witch in the primordial world, a martial ancestor who had forged the human celestial martial path, the master of a singular pathway, blessed with great fortune. As Blood Butcher earned recognition, this extreme divine weapon instantaneously melded into Pangu's body, unleashing a torrent of formidable power that accelerated the refinement of his flesh. The 9-turned Xian Gong surged into action, shattering the bottleneck that had previously impeded his progress in the face of Blood Butcher. In the blink of an eye, the 9-turned Xian Gong reached its 5th turn, the physical form of Great Luo coalescing. As the power of the laws began to reshape his body, this was the realm of the Great Witch, where the laws transformed the physical form. Pangu's physique was unique. Upon achieving Great Luo, he did not merely embody the singular law of earth, but rather the 5 elemental laws, showcasing the benefits of the 5 divine abodes. As he broke through, the essence of the 5 divine abodes perfectly cleansed his body, propelling him into the realm of the Great Witch. Regrettably, his progress in cultivating the primordial spirit did not coincide with this breakthrough. though he possessed the combat prowess of a great Luo golden immortal. His primordial spirit remained insufficient, still merely at the level of Tai golden immortal. The disparity in their realms became glaringly apparent. The misalignment between his primordial spirit and physical body indicated that he must find a way to enhance his cultivation of the celestial path. Otherwise, his primordial spirit would become a hindrance to his progress. He could not consider seeking guidance from the three purities, nor did he wish to approach the Western two saints, and certainly not the goddess Nuwa. The teachings of the saints were incompatible with his path. It appeared he would have to turn to the ancestral witch, Houtu, for assistance. The first war between the witch clan and the demon clan had long concluded. And perhaps there existed within the witch clan's archives the teachings passed down by Tao ancestor Hanjun. After all, many formidable beings from the Purple Cloud Palace had joined the ranks of the demon clan. As for scattered cultivators, Pangu held them in disdain. Their techniques paled in comparison to his own. His human celestial martial path and primordial spirit cultivation, bolstered by the aid of the Pangu Dao seal, left him with only the legacies of the powerful beings in the Purple Cloud Palace worthy of his attention. Upon stepping into the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal, Pangu understood that the path ahead could only be traversed by himself. The cultivation of Great Luo Golden Immortal was rooted in the Great Dao. To cultivate the Great Tao, one must comprehend their own unique path, although my primordial spirit has not yet transcended. The transformation of my physical body has brought about certain changes, advancing my comprehension of the five elements Tao. Unfortunately, the five elements Tao within the Pangu Dao seal is incomplete, lacking the innate five elements methods I desire. The innate five elements Tao represents the true essence of the five elements, and my current understanding of it is woefully insufficient. Obtaining the inheritance of the innate five elements Tao is no simple task, especially amidst the calamity of heaven and earth, where boundless calamity energy makes grasping the Tao exceedingly difficult. Relying solely on my own insights into the universe and the Tao to enhance my power proves to be a daunting endeavor. In the midst of the calamity, the quickest path to cultivation is through entering the fray of slaughter, seizing the essence and fortune of my enemies. Only by doing so can one soar to great heights. Diligent cultivation offers little hope. Despite the myriad dangers posed by the calamity, it also presents grand opportunities, provided one can survive until its conclusion and not be obliterated by the forces of nature. Yet, 99% of individuals are doomed to perish, their essence returning to the cosmos, transforming into the very nutrients of existence. Chapter 13. Slaughter. Pangu, you seek the methods for cultivating your primordial spirit. Is it not true that your human immortal martial Tao already contains such teachings? The practices of the demon race may not suit you. Upon Pangu's emergence from seclusion and his request to the Ancestor shaman of Earth, disbelief flickered across the Ancestor's countenance. I understand that I must draw upon their great Tao to refine myself, to perfect my human immortal martial Tao, and to transcend into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Currently, I am merely a physical Great Luo, while my human immortal martial Tao remains at the stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. This level of strength is insufficient to support my plans for vengeance. I require greater power. The war between the shaman and demon races has raged for countless years, with the shamans acquiring innumerable legacies from the demons. However, in the eyes of the shamans, these inheritances are trivial and not taken to heart. Now, as Pangu seeks assistance from the Ancestor shaman of Earth, various legacies of the demon race soon accumulate before him. For the shaman race, this is merely a trivial task, but for Pangu, it represents a significant opportunity. If he can fully assimilate these demon inheritances into his human immortal martial Tao, it will evolve into a grand system with diverse paths of cultivation, creating immense karmic repercussions. Though I am reluctant to entangle myself in too much karma, I find it increasingly impossible to evade such entanglements as time progresses. I and the shaman demon calamity, I am but a minuscule ant. To survive, I must accept this reality. How to repay this karma shall be a matter for another day. For now, preserving my own life takes precedence. Ideals and reality diverge. Reality has taught Pangu how to navigate existence amidst the shaman demon calamity. No matter how much knowledge one possesses, without sufficient strength, one is merely swept along by the tide of the era, or worse, consumed by it, meeting a fate of death and obliteration. Having come to this realization, Pangu finds himself unburdened by excessive concerns, no longer rejecting the treasures that the Ancestor shaman of Earth can provide. Power is the foundation of all. Without it, one is nothing. With the support of the Ancestor shaman, my strength rapidly increases, and the five great divine caches undergo new transformations. The five divine spirits incorporate the five primordial spiritual treasures into themselves. breathing new life into treasures that had seemingly lost their chance for metamorphosis. Albeit requiring vast resources as nourishment, although I glimpse a sliver of opportunity, I understand that this is merely the beginning. I am filled with joy at this commencement, as such an opportunity is rare and may indeed be one of my greatest chances. If these 5 primordial spiritual treasures can be reconstituted, I may obtain the inheritance of the 5 elements Tao and master the innate 5 elements great array, forging my own path along the 5 elements Tao. What to do in the absence of resources? Seize them. In this shaman demon calamity, the 2 races are locked in a fight to the death, and plundering is the best course of action. Currently, most of the powerful demons have ascended to the heavenly court, leaving only a handful of strong beings on the vast lands of the primordial wilderness, along with those reckless loose cultivators, who become prime targets for plunder. The time until the second shaman demon calamity draws near. I cannot afford to waste precious moments. The refinement of my human immortal martial Tao is not something that can be accomplished in a short span. It requires long years, and I cannot wait that long. With this thought in mind, Pangu chooses not to linger in the Ancestor shaman's tribe but embarks once more on a journey through the primordial wilderness, employing every means to enhance his strength before the second shaman demon war. For only by surviving can one hope for anything. Once again treading upon the primordial lands, I am filled with profound sentiment. This time, I need not be overly cautious. I possess a modicum of combat strength sufficient for self-preservation. Along the way, I dispatch all those foolish enough to cross my path, leaving no chance for survival. In this primordial wilderness, mercy has no place. If one does not kill, one will be killed. Those who dare to traverse these lands must either possess absolute power or be ruthless individuals. The plunder has brought me immense gains. Every demon encountered falls victim to my blade, for in this era, the shaman and demon races are sworn enemies. Striking down foes is the most natural course of action, especially considering the deep-seated blood feud I hold with the demon race. Perhaps my fortune has waned to its nadir due to the calamity facing humanity. During this journey, I have slaughtered countless demons. Yet I have not laid eyes upon a single primordial spiritual treasure. Most of what I have found are mere ordinary artifacts, with the 5 elements treasures being absorbed into my 5 great divine caches, transforming into nourishment for the 5 divine spirits. Everything else is deposited into the calming sea pearl. If I were to utilize this fleeting time, I could fully refine the 12 calming sea pearls, yet instinctively. I believe that seeking treasures in the primordial wilderness is the most prudent path. Even if I were to refine the calming sea pearls, how much power could they truly yield in the shaman demon war? After all, my primordial spirit is but a tiny golden immortal. My greatest strength lies within my physical body, and breaking through the 9 transformations of profound skill is the most appropriate direction. The 6th transformation of profound skill signifies the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Each transformation elevates one to a new realm. The 7th transformation births the 2 corpse, the 8th the 3 corpse, and the 9th transforms the physical body into a saint. This is the correct path. While I cannot abandon the human immortal martial Tao, which forms the foundation of my own Tao, in the face of calamity, strength governs all. The cultivation of the 9 transformations of profound skill does not require deep comprehension of the Tao. One need only follow the lineage's teachings for success, at least until the 9th transformation, which bears a path already forged by the 12 ancestor shamans. The resources consumed in cultivating the 9 transformations of profound skill are staggering. The demands of the human immortal martial Tao pale in comparison. This is the most authentic inheritance from the Pangu great god, the true method for achieving sainthood through the physical body. It does not necessitate endless comprehension of the laws of the Tao. Relentless honing of the physical form suffices for attaining the path of sainthood. The outbreak of the shaman demon war is largely due to the shaman's insatiable need for nourishment, which the demon race can readily provide, thus establishing an unending cycle of conflict between the 2 races. For the average shaman, they can only absorb treasures that resonate with their inherent attributes. However, I am different. With the opening of the 5 great divine caches, I can refine any treasures of the 5 elements into my own essence. As the killings mount, a heavy aura of slaughter envelopes me. A testament to the countless slaughters I have endured. I pay no heed to the karmic consequences. The cycle of life and death has long since become a matter of survival. When I reach Wui Mountain, a sudden stirring within me arises. This treasure mountain harbors the existence of primordial spiritual treasures. While I cannot ascertain whether the falling treasure money bears any connection to me, it is worth a try. Should I obtain this primordial spiritual treasure, it would grant me greater prospects amidst the shaman demon calamity. Perhaps the position of the innate mountain god can provide me with some assistance at this moment. I recall the opportunity one received from the Buzhou mountain, the divine position of the innate mountain god. Upon this realization, I promptly retrieve the divine position of the innate mountain god. As this treasure emerges, a powerful force surges forth from Wui Mountain, flowing into the divine position. A flash of light passes, and I notice that the divine position of the innate mountain god in my hand has transformed. What was once an ordinary-looking jade stone now absorbs the power of Wui Mountain, transforming into a jade seal. Though I have not yet refined this divine position, I find that I can sense certain occurrences within Wui Mountain. However, this perception is quite vague, yet it is indeed achievable. Why has such a transformation occurred suddenly? The divine position showed no signs of change within Buzhou Mountain, yet it has undergone such a shift outside its confines. Could it be that the innate mountain god is not as simple as I presumed? Does it require the essence of the divine mountains of the primordial wilderness to undergo its own metamorphosis? If so, should I refine it? By absorbing the essence of Wui Mountain, the divine seal has experienced such a transformation. If I were to refine it, perhaps I could gain the inheritance of the innate divine Tao. For this is a divine position birthed from Buzhou Mountain, a treasure born of the spine of the Pangu great god. Achieving the status of a great Luo golden immortal with my primordial spirit is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Especially with the impending eruption of the second shaman demon war, should I not attempt to sever a primordial spirit to refine this treasure, perhaps it will be my chance for survival in this impending shaman demon war. Though aware that such actions may entail peril, Pangu resolutely made his decision. Amidst the cataclysm, danger lurked at every corner. To seek vengeance, he would inevitably plunge into this maelstrom. If he could extract a fragment of his primordial spirit to refine the position of the mountain deity. Even if his true self were to perish, he would still have a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. With this thought, Pangu sought a secluded spot within Wui Mountain, setting up defensive formations. He severed a thread of his primordial spirit and entrusted it to the position of the mountain deity. Just as he was preparing to fully refine this divine position, an unexpected event occurred. The jade seal transformed into a massive essence at the moment his primordial spirit infused into it, merging directly with his fragment of primordial spirit. In an instant, Pangu's own essence surged forth. Wildly flowing into this massive essence. As his own essence poured in, a true form began to coalesce, a primordial divine body, the embodiment of a celestial being. Realization struck. He had completely miscalculated. This was not a divine position at all, but the primordial essence of a celestial deity, the foundational essence of the mountain deity of Buzhou Mountain, the progenitor of all mountains. The severed blade had been extinguished, and it was through the absorption of Wui Mountain's essence that vitality was restored. At this moment, his fragment of primordial spirit merged seamlessly, culminating in the formation of a primordial divine body. Chapter 14. Progenitor of all mountains. As Pangu comprehended all of this, he could not help but exhale in relief. This avatar of his was extraordinary. As long as he remained undetected, even the saints would not discern any connection to him. He embodied a primordial divine form. Although he had lost the rank of the progenitor of all mountains, his essence remained intact, capable of absorbing the foundational essence of the myriad mountains to restore himself. With the solidification of his primordial divine form, Pangu's essence was depleted. The emergence of the primordial divine being endowed him with the combat prowess of a great Luo golden immortal. Standing upon the vast primordial earth, capable of harnessing its power, now that the essence of the primordial divine being had just been activated, it required further absorption of the foundational essence of the myriad mountains to restore the celestial rank of the progenitor of all mountains. Fortunately, the current cosmic calamity shrouded the heavenly mysteries. Otherwise, the emergence of the primordial divine being would undoubtedly provoke celestial upheaval. Now, all celestial secrets were obscured by the calamity, and even the saints had failed to sense the arrival of this primordial divine being. Was there any gain? Pangu gazed anxiously at his primordial divine avatar. There were some divine teachings inherited, but regrettably, the imprint of the mountain progenitor had been damaged over countless ages, no longer bearing the name of the progenitor of all mountains. However, this was of little consequence. As long as he absorbed the foundational essence of the myriad mountains, restoration was still possible. From this day forth, I shall be the Mountain Emperor, progenitor of all mountains. Why the title of Mountain Emperor instead of Earth Emperor? The Earth Emperor represents the primordial earth, whereas the Mountain Emperor signifies the myriad mountains. Moreover, the Earth Emperor bears immense karmic ties, no matter how arrogant one may be. It would be unwise to claim the title of Earth Emperor. My true self. I am now capable of harnessing the essence of Wui Mountain. The treasure you seek, falling treasure gold, is within my perception. I shall lead you to claim it. Under the guidance of the Mountain Emperor, Pangu discovered the falling treasure gold he had long desired. However, he did not take it for himself but instead said, Mountain Emperor, you currently lack a protective treasure. It would be better for you to keep this falling treasure gold. No, I have no need for it. This treasure holds little utility for me, as the progenitor of all mountains. I can sense unclaimed treasures simply by absorbing the essence of the mountains, as long as the era of divine beings has not yet arrived. I can seek out these unclaimed treasures throughout the primordial earth. Besides, I am not without treasures. It is merely that they remain incomplete. As he spoke, a golden needle appeared in the Mountain Emperor's hand. What use does this needle serve, especially in its incomplete state? Have you forgotten my accompanying treasure, the Kunlun mirror? At the mention of this accompanying treasure, Pangu felt a surge of emotion. His own accompanying treasure was incomplete, and now the Mountain Emperor's accompanying treasure was also flawed. It seemed he was destined to be entwined with imperfect artifacts. My true self, do not underestimate it. This is the pillar of heaven, a supreme treasure. However, this treasure carries significant karmic ties, which you should comprehend. This karmic connection pertains to me as well. Having inherited everything from the progenitor of all mountains, I must bear the responsibilities that come with it. Buzhou Mountain. Are you referring to Buzhou Mountain? Do you understand the consequences of such actions? Is that something you can bear? Abandon this notion. Do not plunge yourself into a dire predicament for the sake of this primordial divine form. No, I cannot give up, nor should I. The cosmic calamity is fraught with danger, yet it also presents opportunities. Originally, primordial divine beings should not exist, and divine paths should not be unveiled prematurely. However, my emergence has ushered in new changes. Thankfully, the heavenly mysteries are concealed by the calamity. No one is aware of the shifts taking place. This is my opportunity, as well as yours. The resources required for cultivating the 9 transformations' mysterious art are immense. And the path of primordial spirit cultivation is fraught with challenges. You have severed this thread of primordial spirit. It is more than just an avatar. It carries a hint of benevolence within. In a certain sense, I embody your benevolence, and thus I can be seen as a severed benevolent corpse. What? How can this be? My cultivation of the human immortal martial path has only reached the level of a Tai golden immortal. How could I sever a benevolent corpse? This is a matter of opportunity. The essence of the progenitor of all mountains has resisted the severed blade through endless ages, accruing great merit. Regrettably, the original consciousness has been obliterated, and thus the merit no longer exists. However, my appearance has restored this merit, and the primordial spirit you severed contains a trace of goodwill. This is the opportunity. Perhaps this is the formidable aspect of the primordial divine essence. It can be considered your benevolent corpse and a true primordial divine being. Devoid of any hidden dangers, if possible, you should explore this avenue. It is not necessary to learn the path of severing the 3 corpses. You could utilize other essences to sever your own malevolent thoughts and attachments. Embarking on this alternative path of severance, are you suggesting I can forego using the primordial spiritual treasure to sever corpses? But how could there be so many opportunities in the primordial world for me to encounter such primordial divine essences? My true self, you are mistaken. You do not necessarily need the primordial divine essence. Consider the 2 saints of the West. The golden body technique they devised can also sever corpses with your accumulation. You should be able to achieve this as well. There is nothing you cannot accomplish. The calamity is both perilous and fortuitous. Very well. I shall set this matter aside for now. My cultivation of the human immortal martial path is still far from the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Securing my safety amidst this cosmic calamity is of utmost importance. As for the human immortal martial path, leave it to me. The cultivation of divine beings differs from ordinary practice. For me, as long as I possess sufficient mountain essence, I can break through without encountering any bottlenecks. Therefore, I can comprehend the human immortal martial path while you focus on enhancing your combat prowess. In this impending second witch demon calamity, survival is paramount. And do not forget, we have a deep-seated blood feud. Agreed. Thus, we shall act separately. While you gather mountain essence and contemplate the human immortal martial path, I shall engage in slaughter and seize resources to elevate my cultivation. My true self. Remember, do not expose our connection. Although you cultivate the human immortal martial path, your foundation lies in the 9 transformations mysterious art, attaining the supreme path through your physical form. In response to the Mountain Emperor's words, Pangu nodded gently, acknowledging the importance of concealing his ties to the progenitor of all mountains. This would serve as his greatest trump card, with the progenitor of all mountains concealed in the shadows. He would be safer and have access to more resources. The progenitor of all mountains commands the myriad mountains, although he could not contend with those formidable beings listening to the Tao in the purple cloud's palace. Ordinary blessed lands would not obstruct the essence of the progenitor of all mountains. Deity is best to avoid exposure whenever possible. One must not be arrogant, despite the advantage this trump card affords. The stakes are high amidst the cosmic calamity. Even the likes of the demon emperor Dijuan, Dong Wangtai, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery face mortality. Pangu, merely a small great Luo golden immortal, has no grounds for complacency. The progenitor of all mountains may not be as formidable as he claims. Buzhou Mountain is his greatest threat. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his excited heart. Though his gains were substantial, the impact was equally profound. His spirit had been shaken, which was detrimental to his cultivation. For now, the human immortal martial path could be set aside. He must fully immerse himself in the cultivation of the 9 transformations mysterious art, striving to enhance his strength to the utmost before the Second Witch Demon War, but he hoped this battle would allow him to avenge his grievances and alleviate the hatred that had long resided in his heart. Ritualistically refining the falling treasure gold, he poured all his primordial spirit into the effort. This primordial spiritual treasure would become one of his greatest trump cards. With his current fortune, he could use it at most twice before needing to cease. Lest he suffer a backlash of fortune, this was still contingent upon having the Kunlun mirror suppressing him. Without it, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this moment, Pangu understood why the primordial spiritual treasure had such a brief appearance during the War of the Gods. It consumes one's fortune. Even quasi-saints would hesitate to employ it recklessly. If anyone dared to use it without restraint, it would likely be a saint who is unafraid of depleting their fortune. Yet, upon reaching the level of a saint, the treasure's efficacy becomes somewhat superfluous. Certainly, this is merely a conjecture of my own, as the sage remains quite distant from oneself. The true utility of the falling treasure money lies not in its material wealth, but in its capacity to suppress fate. After genuinely refining this treasure, Pangu comprehended that falling treasure money could indeed be regarded as a type of evolving extraordinary artifact. Should one possess immense merit, it might evolve into a spiritual treasure of merit. Yet such merit is not easily acquired. Currently, the human race is in decline due to the great calamity. Without the flourishing of humanity, falling treasure money lacks merit. Only with the prosperity of the human race and the emergence of currency can merit manifest, and this merit must be earned by the owner of falling treasure money themselves. Otherwise, it will remain in its original state. If this opportunity is lost, falling treasure money will naturally forfeit its chance to evolve, a fact that is challenging for its owner to grasp. In essence, falling treasure money is intertwined with humanity. It is a treasure of the human realm. Regrettably, the current primordial world, under the influence of the heavenly path, shows no signs of the resurgence of humanity, rendering this innate spiritual treasure somewhat redundant. The treasures of the fallen require the expenditure of fate, and they are of little use to the witch clan. Similarly, if one does not expose their primordial spirit cultivation, they will not be met with suspicion. Thus, falling treasure money becomes even more threatening. After refining falling treasure money, this innate spiritual treasure has been nurtured within my soul's sea of consciousness as a trump card. Such a treasure, once employed, diminishes in threat. Hence, its greatest menace lies in the element of surprise before it is utilized, when no one is aware of its existence, allowing for a sudden and stealthy strike against the opponent's ultimate treasure. Chapter 15. The outbreak of war. As the battle unfolds, the atmosphere on the primordial land grows increasingly tense, with a palpable aura of malevolence beginning to coalesce. At this moment, the human essence radiating from Pangu is suppressed, rendering his true identity imperceptible to all but the sages. The malevolent energy surrounding him is indistinguishable from that of the great witches, and the ultimate weapon in his grasp, blood slaughter, no longer appears mundane. It now brims with an insatiable thirst for blood, having slaughtered countless demon kin, their blood fueling the frenzied evolution of this supreme weapon. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding drumbeats echo in Panwu's ears, causing his expression to change dramatically. This is the witch clan's gathering drum, signaling the commencement of the Second Witch-Demon War as the witches assemble. Though he possesses a human form, he bears significant ties to the Houtu tribe. And the ultimate weapon blood slaughter has also benefited from the aid of the ancestral Witch Ho Tuesday without hesitation. Upon hearing the drumbeats, Pangu strides towards the Houtu tribe, his eyes ablaze with boundless combat fervor and murderous intent. Upon returning to the Houtu tribe, he finds the great witches loyal to the ancestral Witch Houtu gathered together, the power of the entire witch clan coalescing. There are no deafening war cries. But the air is thick with bloodlust, as the formidable presence of the great witches radiates a terrifying power, their vitality enveloping the entire tribe. Although he has witnessed witch warriors embark on campaigns before, he has never encountered such a fearsome spectacle. As he steps into the Houtu tribe, his own combat spirit ignites, merging with the imposing aura of the great witches. In that instant, Pangu feels himself becoming one with the collective, absorbing the terrifying battle intent emanating from the great witches. This is the most fearsome aspect of the witch clan. When their battle spirit ignites, they can unite, forging an overwhelming tide of vitality. Although he has yet to witness the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, he fears it is intrinsically tied to their battle spirit. Within the witch clan, the onset of conflict requires no elaborate justifications, nor are there any rousing speeches. With a single command from the ancestral Witch Houtu, all warriors of the tribe, save for a few left behind, surge forth, the army coalescing into a terrifying wave of vitality that no creature dares to obstruct. As they march towards the Buzhou mountain under the lead of the ancestral witch, this scene is not exclusive to the Houtu tribe. Other ancestral witches tribes are enacting similar displays. At this moment, the entire primordial land is a tempest of chaos, with malevolence filling the skies. Even a fool could discern that the Second Witch-Demon War has commenced. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan are confident in their ability to defeat the demon kin and secure victory. The day has come again. These lunatics of the witch clan will indeed not allow the demon kin to fully reap the harvest of the human race. In this battle, the demon kin are likely to suffer losses. For during the calamity of the human race, the demon kin also paid a heavy price. Though the martial prowess of the human immortals may seem trivial, it has inflicted devastating blows upon the mid-tier of the demon kin. It is likely that Nuwa will not remain idle during this conflict. The Master has decreed that the calamity of the Witch-Demon War shall not be interfered with by the sages. We must not allow Taoist Nuwa to influence the course of the Witch-Demon War. Let us seek out the Sanqing, as they should intervene to prevent such a perilous occurrence. In the west, Zhuan and Jiayin discuss the witch clan's advance, their astonishment palpable at the 12 strands of military might coalesced from malevolence. They hold little hope for the demon kin in this conflict, seeing no possibility of victory for them. Soon, 2 beams of golden light flash as Zhuan and Jiayin go to meet the Grand Supreme Elder, while simultaneously, the demon kin in the heavenly court remain enveloped in silence. Though they had anticipated that this battle would one day ignite, they did not expect it to come so swiftly. The demon kin have not fully absorbed the gains from the human race, and the Zhou Tian star formation has not reached its desired state. I know what you all are thinking, and I understand your concerns. However, we have no control over this. The witch clan has launched an assault, and the Second Witch-Demon War is on the verge of erupting. We must face our adversaries head-on. We have no choice. For the survival of the demon kin, I hope everyone can give their utmost and weather this storm together. The voice of Emperor Jun, the demon sovereign, pauses momentarily before continuing. Demon Master, you shall command the Zhou Tian star formation to safeguard the heavenly court. Demon Master Kuenping steps forward to take command, and under his guidance, the Zhou Tian star formation is fully activated, enveloping the heavenly court in its protective embrace. As the formation activates, the entire primordial world is plunged into darkness, all starlight drawn away by the Zhou Tian star formation. For the beings of the primordial realm, this is both a natural disaster and a man-made calamity, yet they find themselves powerless, only able to mutter curses, and some even refrain from cursing, for this chaos is wrought by the demon kin, who do not possess the formidable strength of the witch clan to confront the demon kin directly, fearing the arrival of both the demon and witch clans at their doorstep. Brother, it seems the demon kin are already on guard. We cannot catch them unawares. The ancestral witch Zhu Jiuyin speaks with concern, a hint of disappointment shadowing his features. There is nothing to worry about. When we resolve to mobilize, I had no intention of catching them off guard. In such a race war, any schemes or tricks are futile. We must fight openly and with strength. Whether the demon kin are prepared or not, we shall ensnare them all without wasting more time. Indeed, brother speaks wisely. Those ignorant scoundrels of the demon kin cannot hope to match us. The primordial world is a legacy left to us by our Father God. The ancestral which Zhu Rong responds loudly to the ancestral which Emperor Jiang. Indeed, we are stronger this time, with the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation at our disposal. Those scoundrels of the demon kin are not our match. We shall storm the heavenly court and eliminate the foolish birds. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Regarding war, the 12 ancestral witches harbor no fear, each brimming with confidence. Under the influence of such fervent emotions, the morale of the entire witch clan soars uncontrollably. Ancestral, which Emperor Jiang hesitates no longer. Once the army is organized, with a single command, the entire witch army marches forth towards the heavenly court in an overwhelming tide. Following the witch army, Pangu also advances towards the heavenly court. However, upon assaulting the heavenly court, the witch army finds itself obstructed by the demon Kinzo Tian star formation, unable to breach the gates of the heavenly court. Emperor Jun, if you possess the ability, come forth and fight. Do you believe this flimsy barrier can withstand the charge of my witch kin? Emperor Jiang, if you have the capability, come and see for yourself how you shall breach my demon Kinzo Tian star formation. In response to the provocation from ancestral witch Emperor Jiang, demon sovereign Emperor Jun counters without hesitation, and the battle is on the brink of ignition. The demon kin await the response from Lady Nuwa. Yet they are destined to be disappointed at this moment. Within the chaos of the heavens, the three pure ones and the sages Zhuan and Jane are engaged in discourse with Lady Nuwa, providing her no opportunity to assist the demon kin. Since this is a war between witches and demons, it is only fitting that they resolve it themselves. This is the consensus among the 5 sages. Faced with such circumstances, no amount of dissatisfaction from Lady Nuwa will suffice. She is no match for the 3 pure ones and Zhuan Jane, and must confine her resentment within her heart. Brother, why not activate the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation and cleave through the Zhou Tian star formation? Seeing her subordinates struggle to breach the defenses of the demon Kinzo Tian star formation, the hot-tempered Zhu Rong cannot help but voice her thoughts. Believing that continuing in this manner is a waste of effort. Fool, do you think this is child's play? The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation is our trump card. Revealing it now would leave us with nothing to vanquish Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Although the words of the ancestral shaman Gonggong are harsh, they reflect the undeniable truth that it is inadvisable to reveal one's trump cards at the onset of a great battle. Let the great shamans take action. Only their formidable powers can shake the defenses of the Zhoutian Xingdo formation. The ancestral shaman Dijiao understands that relying solely on the shamanic soldiers under the great shamans is insufficient to breach the defenses of the demon clan. If the 12 Dutian Shinsha formation remains immobile, it is imperative to summon the collective strength of all the great shamans. Consolidating their martial will into an offensive force to dismantle the heavenly defenses. At the command of the ancestral shaman Dijiao, the great shamans from 12 tribes all join the fray. As their martial intentions merge, the heavenly Zhoutian Xingdo formation suffers a tremendous impact, beginning to tremble precariously. Without the guidance of Dongwang Tai and the demon emperor Dijuan, and relying solely on the demon master Kuanping, the Zhoutian Xingdo formation cannot unleash its full power. Damn it, the strength of the shaman clan has increased yet again. The Zhoutian Xingdo formation is unable to withstand the onslaught of these great shamans completely. Given time, the formation will inevitably suffer significant damage. Brother, we must act, as he witnesses the turmoil in the heavenly defenses. Dongwang Tai feels a surge of anxiety. Should the Zhoutian Xingdo formation be breached, the great demons maintaining the formation will be gravely injured, suffering from the backlash of the array. The demon clan has not yet regained its former strength. Having endured substantial losses during the calamity of the human race at this critical juncture, they have failed to fully assimilate their gains from the humans, and they have even yet to forge the slaughtering shaman's sword. Thus, from the very beginning of the battle, the demon clan finds itself at a disadvantage. The anticipated appearance of Lady Nuwa has not materialized, further exacerbating their sense of despair and causing their nerves to fray. What Dongwang says is indeed true. We can no longer endure it. If the Zhoutian Xingdo formation is destroyed, the entire heavenly realm will be left defenseless. Only by taking the initiative can we repel the shaman clan. Buzhou also steps forward, acknowledging the dire circumstances of the demon clan. Chapter 16. Slaughter, then let us fight. Let us teach the shaman clan a lesson, demonstrating the might of our demon race. Command Kunping to hold back. The great demons of the Zhoutian formation must hold their ground while we strike, catching the shaman clan off guard and annihilating a batch of their great shamans. At this moment, the demon emperor Dijuan can no longer remain passive. If the Zhoutian formation is breached, the demon clan will lose any chance of resurgence. Preserving the formation is their only hope. Fight, with a resounding command. All demons, excluding those maintaining the Zhoutian formation, launch a full-scale assault, charging directly towards the great shamans of the shaman clan. The demon emperor Dijuan and Donghuang Tai unleash their full might, with the innate treasure chaos bell striking through the void, aiming to sweep away the frontline shaman clans. Damn it. It is this innate treasure chaos bell. Even with the power of a Deluo golden immortal, I am but an ant before this innate treasure. Confronted with the terrifying aura of the chaos bell, Pangu realizes that he remains an ant in this grand battle of races. Capable of being extinguished with a mere wave of a hand by true powerhouses, if not for the fusion of martial intentions among all the great shamans, he would surely have been shaken by this fearsome presence. Tai, your opponent is me. Do not lay a hand on the great shamans of my clan. With this declaration, the ancestral shaman Djiao intervenes, manifesting the laws of space and instantly appearing before the assembly of great shamans, raising his hand to block the lethal strike of the innate treasure chaos bell. In that moment, all 12 ancestral shamans take action, each seeking their respective opponents. The heavenly realm becomes a tableau of slaughter, with the sounds of battle resounding as both shaman and demon fall in droves. Pangu and the other great shamans are forced to scatter under the relentless assault of the demon clan, each engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Amidst the carnage, Pangu's murderous intent erupts violently. In his hands, the supreme weapon blood slaughter exudes terrifying power, causing demons to fall before him, filling Pangu with exhilaration as his hatred is released through the slaughter. The essence of vengeance gradually merges into the blood slaughter, consuming the blood of demons and continuously evolving this supreme weapon. However, unbeknownst to Pangu, as he savagely slaughters the demons, a trace of blood essence is absorbed into him, including the essence of the human race and that of the shaman clan. The human essence emanates from the demon slaying of humans to enhance their own strength, and after being slaughtered by the blood slaughter, it is purified and integrated into Pangu's own bloodline. The essence of the shaman clan, on the other hand, comes from the blood of the great shamans that stains the blood slaughter. Regrettably, Pangu, lost in the frenzy of battle, remains unaware of the extraordinary powers of the supreme weapon in his grasp. Having already succumbed to a state of relentless slaughter, as his hatred and murderous intent are unleashed, his mind becomes consumed with the desire to slay the demons. Revenge. This is the driving force behind Pangu's slaughter. Until the hatred within him dissipates, no other thoughts will surface. This is also the influence of the supreme weapon, for Pangu forged this weapon from boundless murderous intent and hatred, merging it with a blade left by the chaotic demonic entities. The negative forces of murder and hatred are overwhelming. Yet Pangu's own primordial spirit is merely at the Tai golden immortal level, unable to fully harness the terrifying power of this supreme weapon. As the number of demons falling to Pangu's hands increases, so too does the weight of his malevolent aura. Coupled with the supernatural abilities of the blood slaughter, Pangu's 9 revolutions mysterious art operates frantically, continuously enhancing his power. Among the great shamans, Pangu initially lacks distinction. In terms of the 9 revolutions mysterious art alone, he is arguably the weakest among them. However, as the slaughter escalates, his strength rapidly grows, gradually catching up with some of the lower-ranked great shamans. Moreover, as his bloodline strengthens, his foundation becomes increasingly solid. For the great shamans, their focus is on the powerful demons, yet Pangu has different intentions. Influenced by the blood slaughter, his instincts are awakened, and under this primal influence, he targets only those demons weaker than himself or those severely injured. Almost no demon can survive under the blood slaughter, as they are directly slain on the battlefield. With only a few adept at fleeing managing to escape that I end the race war, the entire battlefield is choked with the armies of both the shaman and demon clans. Instinctively, Pangu does not foolishly confine himself to a single area. Instead, he moves frantically across the battlefield. At the onset of the battle, No one noticed Pangu's unusual behavior, but as the conflict rages on, the powerful demons gradually become aware of him, drawn by his overwhelming malevolent aura. The shaman clan, too, recognizes this newly risen great shaman. In contrast to the demons' hatred for Pangu, the shaman clan rejoices, while the demons view Pangu's actions as cowardly. The great shamans of the shaman clan understand that Pangu is now influenced by his supreme weapon, blood slaughter. He is no longer the master of the weapon. Rather, the weapon wields him. This situation presents both advantages and disadvantages for Pangu. The advantage lies in the fact that under the influence of the supreme weapon, Pangu's potential is forcibly unlocked, granting him a terrifying combat awareness that enables him to choose the most advantageous fighting methods. The disadvantage, however, is that he will suffer severe depletion of his own essence due to the influence of the supreme weapon. After an intense battle, he might expend half or even all of his essence, leaving him vulnerable to a deadly strike from his enemies, placing him in peril. As for the terrifying malevolent aura generated by the slaughter, the great shamans pay it little heed. For those practicing the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, this malevolent aura is beneficial, enhancing their combat prowess. However, it poses a different challenge for their primordial spirits, as the malevolent aura can obscure their comprehension of the great Tao, affecting their path to enlightenment. Yet, this is not absolute. For practitioners of the path of slaughter, this is the best means to attain enlightenment, as slaughter itself embodies the experience of the great Tao. Nonetheless, Pangu is not a pure great shaman, but rather a human-shaman hybrid. The first of his kind in the primordial world to achieve some success in the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. He is a human capable of harnessing the power of a great shaman beneath the 5th transformation. Moreover, the blood slaughter in his hands possesses unknown supernatural powers. This battle does not excessively deplete his essence. On the contrary, the frenzied slaughter bestows tremendous benefits upon him, even though the supreme weapon now governs him rather than the other way around. The murderous intent accumulated through slaughter allows Pangu to cultivate a seed of the path of slaughter within himself. This seed of the path of slaughter that Pangu cultivates is somewhat unique. Enveloped in a rich essence of shamanic origin. As the slaughter continues, this seed grows ever larger, and the essence of the shaman clan also expands wildly, all of which Pangu remains oblivious to. The Second Lich War has commenced, and naturally, the lofty saints are fixated on this frenzied conflict. At the onset of the war, their gaze is firmly fixed upon the confrontation between the high-ranking members of the Lich clans, showing little concern for the tumultuous shifts occurring on the battlefield. However, as the battle continues unabated, the demon race, hindered by their insufficient strength, finds the tides of war heavily skewed against them. Gradually, the attention of the saints shifts towards the demon Lich battlefield. Initially, they remain oblivious to the existence of the madman Pangu, but as time progresses, he increasingly captures their attention. The emergence of an ultimate divine weapon astounds the saints, for the Lich clan has acquired yet another such artifact and has summoned an additional great Lich. Most shocking of all is the revelation that Pangu is wielding this ultimate weapon, driven by an instinctual ferocity that propels him into a relentless slaughter of all foes. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe his actions as a massacre. Under the banner of blood butchery, he encounters virtually no resistance. Should the demon race fail to reverse their fortunes, it is likely that their forces on the battlefield will be entirely annihilated by the Lich clan, whose mid-tier combat power vastly surpasses that of the demons. The demons find themselves in grave danger, yet there remains a glimmer of hope for the demons. They possess the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation. The Demon Emperor Di Jun has refrained from deploying the high-ranking demons who preside over the formation into battle, biding his time for an opportune moment, a chance for a counterattack. Such an opportunity indeed exists. If the Lich clan remains unaware, the moment Emperor Di Jun and Dong Huangtai launch a comprehensive counteroffensive, it will spell crisis for the Lich clan. The outcome hinges on which side can ultimately triumph. Amidst the evolving dynamics of the battlefield, the saints engage in fervent discussions, yet Nuwa, the goddess, wears a perpetual scowl, glaring at the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West. It is precisely because they have come to thwart her that she is compelled to remain in the realm of Hua Wang. Unable to lend her aid to the demons, resulting in this rampant slaughter, the saints harbor a curiosity regarding the formidable great Lich wreaking havoc on the battlefield. However, the current calamity of heaven and earth obscures their foresight. And Pangu, ensconced within the Lich clan and bolstered by the clan's innate fortune, renders any attempts to divinate his origins futile. The backlash from the heavenly machinations is beyond their capacity to endure. The Lich clan's fortune is immensely formidable, and at this moment, it has reached its zenith. To attempt to discern the strong among the Lich clan now would inevitably invite retribution from their ancestral luck. Even the saints would prefer to remain untainted by such profound causality, unwilling to shoulder this immense crisis, for a moment's carelessness could severely damage their own fortunes. Currently, the Lich clan stands as one of the protagonists of the celestial realm. Chapter 17. The Grand Formation of the 12 Heavenly Gods. The Lich clan, inheritors of the bloodline of the primordial deity Pangu, exhibits terrifying combat prowess even in the absence of their original spirits. This is merely one great lich. Had an ancestral lich been unleashed in such a primal frenzy, the devastation would be unfathomable. What fate would this spell for the demons? This scenario, however, is implausible. Although the 12 ancestral liches have forged ultimate divine weapons, such power cannot sway their will or spirit. The phenomenon of a weapon wielding its master is impossible. Only a nascent great lich, still grappling with the mastery of its own abilities, might manifest such a bizarre spectacle. This predicament is also a consequence of the demons' declining fortune. Had they not ruthlessly struck against the human race, thereby injuring their own vitality, such a situation would likely not have arisen. Perhaps this is the heavenly punishment for the demons. Enough of this minor great lich. Even with the fortune of the Lich clan at his disposal, he remains but a secondary character in this grand conflict. The true protagonists are the 12 ancestral liches and the upper echelons of the demon race, whose actions will ultimately determine the war's outcome. It is uncertain how much longer Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai can endure. The longer they delay initiating the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation, the more disadvantageous it becomes, leading to greater losses among the demons. While the potential for heavy casualties among the demons looms, the longer the delay, the stronger the power of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation becomes. Its might intensifying. It is a matter of how Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai choose to act, whether to activate the formation early to rescue the demon forces or to sacrifice a portion of them to inflict significant damage upon the Lich clan. It is a difficult choice. Regardless of how Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai decide, the demon race will suffer grievously. Amidst the saints' deliberations, the perilous situation for the demons escalates at this juncture. Dong Huangtai can no longer bear to witness further sacrifices. He speaks solemnly. Elder brother, we cannot afford to delay any longer. If we do, our forces will be overwhelmed by the Lich clan. The heavenly court will descend into chaos. Should the Lich forces penetrate the heavenly court, we will face dire consequences that threaten the very foundation of our demon race. Let us activate the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation and catch the Lich clan off guard. The current circumstances are heavily skewed, and indeed, as Dong Huangtai asserts, the demon situation is precarious. Although Emperor Dijun yearns to hold out a little longer to grant the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation more time to gather its essence, he dares not gamble with the survival of the entire demon race. Should their forces truly be obliterated by the Lich clan, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Very well, let the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation commence. The army shall return. Attack. At Emperor Dijun's command, the previously dormant Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation erupts once more, casting a terrifying radiance that envelopes the entire battlefield, ensnaring the forces of both the Lich and Demon clans within its grasp. With the support of the formation, the fortunes of the demon race are instantly reversed, plunging the Lich side into crisis. Damn it, it's the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation. We've fallen into their trap. Elder brother, quickly activate the 12 Heavenly Gods Grand Formation, or our Lich warriors will suffer devastating losses. As the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation reactivates, Zhu Jiaoyin frantically shouts to Di Jiang, fearing that any further delay will result in catastrophic consequences for the Lich forces. As the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation reestablishes itself, the Lich army finds its situation perilous. Even Pangu, controlled by a divine weapon and endowed with primal battle instincts, faces grave peril under the oppressive weight of the formation. As the relentless assault of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation intensifies, the malevolent aura surrounding Pangu grows ever more formidable, and the ultimate weapon blood butchery unleashes a more terrifying bloodlust, propelling him into a frenzy of transformation. Under extreme duress, one's latent potential is ignited, and Pangu is no exception. Faced with the pressure of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation, his body strives to adapt to the overwhelming external environment, necessitating evolution and metamorphosis. The Nine Transformations' mysterious skill, fueled by the immense pressure, ascends rapidly, absorbing an endless stream of malevolence, allowing Pangu to make significant strides in an incredibly short time. His cultivation advances from the early stages of the fifth transformation to the later stages, teetering on the brink of perfection, with the possibility of breaking into the sixth transformation. Just as Pangu hovers on this precipice, a thunderous roar resonates. The 12 heavenly gods' grand formation has awakened. The true form of Pangu emerges. With the sound of this proclamation, an overwhelming malevolence radiates from the 12 ancestral liches. 12 streams of malevolence converge, giving rise to an ancient and unadorned figure stepping forth from the river of time. There is no earth-shattering killing intent, nor is there a soaring battle spirit, only an unembellished and unassuming aura that instills profound fear in all demons, a terror that wells up from the depths of their souls. This is the power of the true form of Pangu. Damn it, how can these brutes possibly summon Pangu? This is inconceivable. At this moment, the saints are equally taken aback. This is Pangu, the very essence emerging from the annals of time. Though devoid of overwhelming presence, the saints, as enlightened beings, sense the latent threat emanating from Pangu's true form. The more unadorned and understated it is, the more it leaves them aghast. The ability to instill a sense of threat in the saints signifies that the Lich clan possesses the power to contend with them. This revelation strikes the saints profoundly. Having only recently attained the status of saint, they now confront the reality that the demon race wields the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation as a formidable shield. While the Lich clan is even more fearsome, commanding the 12 heavenly gods' Grand Formation, capable of summoning the true form of Pangu, a force that poses a direct threat to the saints, within the battlefield of the Lich and demon clans. The demons are acutely aware of the implications. When the true form of Pangu emerges from the river of time, they realize that if they cannot repel this formidable entity, their only fate awaits is death. The power of Pangu's true form exceeds their capacity to withstand. If given the choice, they would prefer to avoid confronting such a terrifying force. The axe descends, as the true form of Pangu emerged from the river of time. Standing in the original position of the 12 ancestor witches, a deep voice reverberated throughout the primordial world. At that moment, the 12 ancestor witches had vanished, merging seamlessly into the essence of Pangu. With the sound echoing, the first to react was Dong Huang Tai Yi, whose innate treasure, the chaotic bell, threatened to slip from his grasp. Had he not reacted swiftly to suppress it with all his might, he would have bid farewell to the chaotic bell. Once this innate treasure fell into the hands of Pangu, it would be irretrievable, for Pangu was its true master, and the troubles for the demon clan would escalate considerably. Not only did Dong Huang Taiyi's expression change drastically, but even Taishang Lao Jun and Yuan Shi Tian Zun, who resided in the chaos, were also struck with alarm. Pangu's thunderous roar caused the innate treasures, Tai Chi diagram and Panga banner, within their primordial spirits to tremble as if attempting to flee. Unlike Dong Huang Taiyi, who was merely a god, Taishang Lao Jun and Yuan Shi Tian Zun, as saints endowed with the power of sainthood, would not allow their treasures to escape, promptly suppressing them within their primordial spirits. Not sensing the return of the Pangu axe, a flicker of anger crossed Pangu's face as the boundless malevolent energy surged toward him. Under the influence of this overwhelming malevolence, a Pangu axe materialized in his hand, forged from the very essence of heaven and earth's malevolence. Though it was merely a manifestation of condensed malevolent energy, its appearance sent a chilling aura of death rippling through the demon clan. For even in its nascent form, it bore the divine might of Pangu, the creator of the universe. Open the heavens. With a thunderous cry, Pangu advanced a step and swung the axe, unleashing terrifying power directly toward the Zhou Tian star array. Though it was not the true Pangu axe, its edge was no less formidable. With a single strike, the demon clan's Zhou Tian star array was cleaved apart, causing the demon emperor Dijun, who presided over the array, to spit forth a mouthful of blood. The innate spiritual treasures, Houtu and Luoshu, used to suppress the array, let out a mournful cry before being forced back into Dijun's body. A portion of the great demons who had set up the array perished without even a scream. Obliterated by the divine might of the Pangu axe, their souls scattering into oblivion within the primordial world. Curse it! How can these barbarians possess such strength? The mere shadow of Pangu emerging from the river of time wields such terrifying combat power. Is heaven intent on exterminating my demon clan? In the wake of the axe's strike, Dijun's resolve crumbled, the impact too great for him to bear, sowing seeds of doubt within him. The power of Pangu. How could the witch clan harness it? Did the strength of their father god not dissipate, but rather lie dormant within the bodies of the 12 ancestor witches? Otherwise, how could they summon the true form of Pangu and merge with it? What secrets lay hidden within the legacy of their father god? At this moment, Taishang Lao Jun too exhibited signs of distress, fear flickering in his eyes. The might of the witch clan was overwhelming. If that axe were to descend upon him, could he withstand such a terrifying blow? No, Taishang Lao Jun harbored no such confidence. Even as a saint, he would be no match against the true form of Pangu. The strength of Pangu far surpassed his imagination. What to do? Should he continue to hinder Nu Wa and prevent her from intervening in the witch-demon war? Or should he watch helplessly as the demon clan faced annihilation at the hands of the 12 ancestor witches and the true form of Pangu? For the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West, this was a difficult choice. Indeed, none of them wished to see such a scenario unfold, yet they were powerless to alter its course. With a single axe strike, the Zhou star array was shattered, instilling fear in all beings of the primordial world regarding the might of the witch clan. However, for those like Pangu, who bore the bloodline of the witches, the impact was minimal. Being of witch blood, he remained unaffected by the onslaught of the true form of Pangu. Yet, as the axe fell, countless demons perished, their essence absorbed by Pangu, causing his 9 turns mysterious art to ascend rapidly. This act bestowed upon Pangu a glimpse of the power of creation, saving him precious time, but the expressions of the demon clan turned grim. Chapter 18. The emergence of Hong Jun. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. Bell suppressed the world. With fury boiling within him, Dong Huang Tai Yi, witnessing the grim fate of the demon clan and the collapse of the Zhou star array, charged at the true form of Pangu, determined to wield the power of the chaotic bell to shatter the 12 ancestor witches. Foolish, perish. In response to Dong Huang Tai Yi's provocation, the true form of Pangu bellowed, swinging the axe downward once more. The incoming innate treasure, chaotic bell, was instantly deflected, sending Dong Huang Tai Yi hurtling back like a shooting star, crashing into the structures of the heavenly court. In a single strike, Dong Huang Tai Yi was left severely injured. Under the control of the 12 ancestor witches, the true form of Pangu was not inclined to let Dong Huang Tai Yi off so easily. The Pangu axe swung again, locking him in place. In that moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi truly sensed the breath of death. Should the Pangu axe descend, not even the innate treasure chaotic bell could preserve his life. A tide of despair surged within him, giving rise to a desperate resolve. Even in death, he would drag the 12 ancestor witches down with him. In that instant, thoughts of self-detonation crossed his mind, wishing to take his enemies with him. Just then, a voice resonated from the void. Witch and demon, cease fire. For 3,000 years, there shall be no war. This was the intervention of Hong Jun Daozu, and with the words spoken, Dong Huang Tai Yi instantaneously broke free from the grasp of the Pangu axe, narrowly escaping his perilous situation. Yet his countenance remained etched with fear of the true form of Pangu. The blow had shattered his composure, undermined his invincible belief, and the specter of death had indelibly marked his soul. If he could not purge the fear of the true form of Pangu from his spirit, Dong Huang Tai Yi's path would be irrevocably obstructed, leaving no room for further advancement. Hong Jun, my witch clan does not yield. The battle between races shall be fought to the death. We, the witch clan, have already triumphed. So why do you interfere? Is this your sense of justice? You merge with the heavenly way. Is this how you wield justice? Faced with the appearance of Hong Jun Daozu, Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches expressed their dissent. The witch army embroiled in battle also refused to accept this. It was evident that he was favoring the demon clan. How could the witch clan be persuaded to trust him when such bias was apparent? Thus, they openly questioned the fairness of Hong Jun Daozu and the heavenly way. This is the grand trend of heaven and earth, and you have no choice but to comply. Withdraw. In the face of the witch clan's challenge, Hong Jun Daozu remained steadfast in his convictions, continuing to shield the demon clan. Very well, let me witness the power of your sainthood. Gather the divine malevolence of the heavens, summon the true spirit of our Father God. Pangu, to open the heavens. As Di Zhang's voice resonated, boundless malevolence surged toward the heavenly court, more accurately directed toward the true form of Pangu. Within the mountain of Buzhou, a will descended upon Pangu's true form. Axe, come. Amidst this endless malevolence, the already somewhat ethereal true form of Pangu solidified once more. A deep roar echoed throughout the primordial world, as the chaotic bell, Tai Chi diagram, and Pangu banner trembled once again, yearning to fly toward the true form of Pangu. Alas, they remained suppressed by Dong Huang Tai Yi, Tai Shang Lao Jun, and Yuan Shi Tian Zun. Among the three, Dong Huang Tai Yi found himself in the most dire predicament. His heart had been shattered by the blow from the true form of Pangu, his invincible belief obliterated, leaving his spirit deeply wounded. The reverberation of Pangu's voice further inflicted damage upon him, causing the chaotic bell to recoil against Dong Huang Tai Yi's primordial spirit. Dong Huang Tai Yi was a resolute individual. He understood that he must not allow the chaotic bell to escape at any cost. Even if it meant paying a tremendous price, he must ensure its suppression. With a steely resolve, he sacrificed a drop of his own essence to quell the power of the chaotic bell. This single drop of primordial blood exacted an enormous toll, requiring eons to replenish, yet he had no choice. Ironically, this very sacrifice sowed a seed of animosity between the chaotic bell and Dong Huang Tai. Pangu was the true master of the chaotic bell, though Dong Huang Tai wielded it. The chaotic bell was merely a companion treasure, never fully recognizing him. Throughout the Witch Demon War, Dong Huang Tai had continuously suppressed the chaotic bell, preventing its return to Pangu's hands, yet he lacked the strength to earn its allegiance, resulting in its backlash, still failing to summon the Pangu axe. A flicker of anger manifested on the face of the true form of Pangu in the next moment. The ultimate divine weapon in the hands of the 12 ancestor witches fell into Pangu's grasp, instantly merging with the malevolent energy coalescing into the Pangu axe. A terrifying aura of death enveloped the entire primordial world, as all living beings felt the wrath of Pangu strike, under a thunderous roar from the true form of Pangu. The Pangu axe cleaved towards the ethereal entity of Hongjun Daozu. With a single strike, the void was rent asunder, and the heavenly court appeared to be caught in the throes of a terrifying tempest. Instantly reduced to a state of ruin. In the face of Pangu's formidable onslaught, Hongjun Daozu merely let out a cold snort, casually waving his hand to unleash a beam of golden light that crashed into Pangu's true form. In the blink of an eye, Pangu's essence shattered, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery gazed pale-faced at Hongjun Daozu. Acknowledging his overwhelming might, one strike had dismantled the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation and scattered Pangu's true form. However, the previous blow from Pangu did not dissipate with his form's destruction. It continued its descent upon Hongjun Daozu. Regrettably, even after taking the full brunt of this attack, Hongjun Daozu remained unperturbed, as if he had suffered no injury at all. As Pangu's true form collapsed, a radiant light descended upon the body of the Houtu ancestor witch, merging seamlessly into her being. At that moment of devastation, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were gravely wounded, blood splattering across the heavenly court. Just then, Pangu finally regained consciousness, not by his own volition but awakened by the terrifying shockwave. In that instant of awakening, he was dumbfounded, realizing the immense power he possessed. At that moment, Pangu discovered that he had unwittingly cultivated the 9 transformations of mysterious arts to the 5th transformation's great perfection. With just a slight enhancement of his strength, he could ascend to the 6th transformation, entering the realm of quasi-saints, the domain of the ancestor witches. Yet, this enhancement was no simple feat. Even absorbing vast amounts of witch clan blood essence, Pangu found himself still stuck at the 5th transformation's great perfection. Though he yearned to understand his own condition, time was of the essence. He found himself amidst the battlefield of witches and demons, where danger lurked at every corner, and above all, he desired to avoid drawing attention to himself. Should Hongjun Daozu discover his anomaly, the consequences would be unimaginable. For 3,000 years, the witch and demon clans were forbidden to wage war. The witches governed the earth, while the demons ruled the heavens. With a sweeping glance at the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Hongjun Daozu vanished from sight, marking the end of this frenzied conflict. Though both sides harbored resentment, none dared defy Hongjun Daozu's decree. The most potent trump cards of the witch clan were powerless against him, leaving them to swallow their indignation as the 12 ancestors of sorcery summoned their forces to return to the primordial land. The Second Witch Demon War concluded, within the chaos at Zixiao Palace. Hongjun Daozu's demeanor was no longer that of serene composure. It was laced with a hint of fury that a scar marred his arm, a remnant of the wound inflicted by the Pangu axe. Although he had intercepted the witch clan's most powerful strike, he still bore injuries, for the might of Pangu's true form remained dreadfully potent. Unexpectedly, there remains a trace of Pangu's will, Hongjun Daozu murmured, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes, capable of silencing even the 6 saints of heaven. At that moment, the 6 saints of heaven were too engrossed in the aftermath of the witch clan's formidable blow to concern themselves with Hongjun Daozu's condition. The force exerted by the Pangu axe in Pangu's final strike instilled fear within them. Even without the true Pangu axe in hand, the pseudo-Pangu axe forged from the ultimate divine weapons wielded by the 12 ancestors of sorcery still bore the power to slay saints, evoking a palpable threat to their very existence. The notion of slaying saints was intolerable to the 6 saints of heaven. In an instant, they contemplated directly annihilating the witch clan, yet a chill coursed through them. This was a calamity of heaven and earth. The witch clan was a principal player in the celestial narrative. The saints of heaven could not interfere in the witch demon calamity. This was the command of Hongjun Daozu. If even the Pangu true form summoned by the 12 ancestors could be obliterated in a single strike, how could they dare oppose his edict? Whether it was the 3 clear ones, or the likes of Zhuanti and Jiejing, or even Niwa, none had the heart to engage with the demon clan any further. This battle had unequivocally demonstrated that the demon clan's strength was no match for the witch clan, rendering any hope of relying on the demons to extinguish the witches a near impossibility. They would need to devise alternative strategies. While the witch and demon clans grappled with trepidation, Pangu remained unencumbered by such thoughts. He was eager to discern the reasons behind his rapid surge in power. What had transpired within his body, and why he had little recollection of the witch-demon war. What had befallen him during the previous conflict? The conclusion of the second witch-demon war left Pangu with further confusion. Despite the intensity of the battle, his ultimate divine weapon remained unrefined, the hatred within it unresolved. This further incited his unease, compounded by the presence of a seed enveloped in which clan essence nestled within him, though he lacked the time to examine it closely. He could sense a flicker of vitality within the seed, intricately linked to his own being, leaving him astounded. What on earth was happening? How could he encounter so many enigmas after a single battle? Chapter 19. The path of retreat. At this moment, regardless of the multitude of uncertainties swirling within him, or the thoughts he harbored, Pangu could only follow the retreating forces of the witch clan. Returning from the heavenly court to the primordial land, back to the Houtu tribe, though this battle had showcased the might and dominance of the witch clan, the emergence of Hongjun Daozu shattered all hopes, severing the path to their ascendance. Even though he had foreseen such an outcome, the reality was stifling, further illuminating the merciless nature of the primordial world. Even the bloodline of the great deity Pangu was not exempt from such torment, let alone other beings. The existence of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu truly made one question the benevolence of the primordial world. This query was not solely Pangu's, it echoed in the hearts of all beings within the primordial realm, though none dared express it, for the heavenly Tao held dominion over the primordial realm, and Hongjun Daozu was one with the heavenly Tao. The entire primordial world lay within their grasp. Even if the witch clan possessed the power to slay saints, they were still powerless before Hongjun Daozu, leaving no one with the audacity to resist such a threat. No one dared oppose. Even the witch clan's resistance felt feeble, let alone the other beings of the primordial realm. Perhaps this battle had also sown a seed of doubt in the hearts of the 6 saints of heaven, compelling them to question their own master. Yet only they knew the truth of their situation. In Pangu's plans, upon returning to the Houtu tribe, he intended to enter seclusion immediately to digest all his gains and unravel the changes that had occurred during the witch-demon war. Alas, before he could implement this plan, he was summoned by the Houtu Ancestor witch to the Pangu Hall, the most significant site for the witch clan and their origin. Pangu held a flicker of anticipation for the Pangu Hall. Yet he understood that once he entered, he would inevitably bear an even greater burden of karma. However, he had no choice. He could not refuse at this juncture. He still required the protection of the witch clan. 3,000 years was but a fleeting moment, and within that time, many more events would transpire, necessitating his preparedness. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pangu Hall, the mere sight of its exterior instilled a sense of awe within him. If one did not possess profound respect and reverence for the great deity Pangu, they would find it impossible to step foot within the Pangu Hall. This was the lingering aura of Pangu, signifying that the Pangu Hall served as the greatest sanctuary for the witch clan. As long as the Pangu Hall existed, even the heavenly Tao could not completely obliterate the witch clan. Perhaps this was the greatest legacy Pangu had left for them. Behold, this is the greatest strength bestowed upon the witch clan by our father God. As long as the Pangu Hall stands, no one can oppress the witch clan, not even the heavenly Tao. Upon witnessing the astonishment in Pangu's eyes, the Houtu Ancestor witch spoke gravely. Her words were directed not only at Pangu but also at all the great witches behind her. The previous battle in the heavenly court had profoundly impacted the witch clan, severely affecting the mental state of many great witches, leading some with wavering resolve to harbor doubts. Such thoughts could not be allowed to spread within the witch clan, for they would spell catastrophic consequences. Indeed, it is astonishing. This is the power of the great deity Pangu, truly remarkable. Upon entering the Pangu Hall, the interior space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, a manifestation of the Tao of space. Although he had not yet grasped any aspect of the Tao of space, the Tao of the 5 elements still allowed Pangu to perceive the terrifying nature of the Pangu Hall. Upon stepping into the Pangu Hall, the very essence of his Tao was influenced by it, aligning itself with the rhythm of the Pangu Hall. Simultaneously, within the Pangu Hall, I could sense a whisper of the laws of time. Regrettably, I had yet to cultivate the great path of time, and could only rely on a fragment of the primordial force emanating from the companion treasure, the Kunlun mirror. Merely this slight sensation allowed Pangu to perceive the terrifying nature of the great path of time. Perhaps I cannot relinquish the benefits bestowed by the companion treasure. The great path of time is crucial, indeed more significant than I had previously imagined. They say space reigns supreme, while time commands respect. Destiny remains unfaltering, and causality reigns as the sovereign. The great path of time is truly more formidable than I had envisioned. Now that my younger sister has also arrived, with everyone present, we must deliberate on how to confront the malice emanating from the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. We have underestimated the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. They do not wish to witness the rise of my witch clan, even after we have triumphed over the demon clan. They continue to interfere, denying us the opportunity to unify the vast wilderness. We must prepare for the worst. As the words of Ancestor Dejiang resonated, a collective sigh escaped the lips of all present in the Pangu hall. This is an undeniable reality, an immutable truth. The previous great battle had made everything abundantly clear. Had it not been for the intervention of Hongjun Daozu, the demon clan would have already faced annihilation. This is clearly a targeted assault on the witch clan. If the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu were truly impartial, who would believe such a notion? We are unafraid. At worst, we shall return to the embrace of our Father God. Even in death, we shall not bring shame upon him. The hot-tempered ancestor Zhu Rong was the first to respond, yet his thoughts seemed overly simplistic, perhaps a consequence of his cultivation in the path of fire, rendering him forthright and straightforward. Indeed, we witches are fearless, but we cannot afford to perish without purpose. We must not fall victim to treachery, nor allow this wilderness to fall into the hands of those shameless individuals. We must never yield to Hongjun. Ancestor Gonggong scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Ancestor Zhu Rong, unimpressed by his ignorance. Enough? When will this bickering cease? Do you not regard our Father God, nor consider the welfare of the witch clan? As the clan leader, Ancestor Dejiang rebuked Ancestor Gonggong and Ancestor Zhu Rong without reservation. The situation indeed appears dire for our witch clan. Irrespective of the circumstances, the demon clan has the backing of saints. As long as Nuwa exists, the demon clan will not face the threat of extermination, even though we possess the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation that grants us the power to resist the saints. We remain no match for the heavenly Tao nor for Hongjun. We must brace ourselves for the worst. Having fought 2 life and death battles against the demon clan, the prospect of a third war will undoubtedly determine our fate. Perhaps the heavenly Tao, Hongjun, and the myriad saints do not desire a one-sided conflict. They yearn for mutual destruction, wishing to see us and the demon clan perish together. Indeed, the saints of the heavenly Tao are the most despicable scoundrels, manipulating all from the shadows. Today, I have gathered all the great witches and above within the Pangu temple to devise a strategy to confront this crisis and preserve a glimmer of hope for the witch clan amidst the machinations of these saints. The previous battles have burdened us with endless karmic retribution, and our clan's fortune is already in turmoil. In truth, the plight of the witch clan is even graver than Ancestor Dejiang has articulated. He cannot voice this, for to do so would plunge the entire clan into greater upheaval, potentially leading to our annihilation. This burden must be borne solely by Ancestor Dejiang. Initially, I believed that the reason the witch clan found itself in a mutually destructive situation with the demon clan was due to our failure to recognize our own issues. Now, Pangu realizes his error. The witch clan is not as simple as I had imagined. How could a civilization capable of becoming a protagonist in the heavenly Tao be so ignorant? Observing the crowd deep in thought, Ancestor Dejiang spoke again in a grave tone. Esteemed ones, we have a mere 3,000 years. This period is our final window for preparation. Once these 3,000 years elapse, the great battle will reignite, determining our fate. The 10,000 great mountains may well be our last refuge. We could relocate the Pangu hall to the 10,000 great mountains, taking the elderly and vulnerable of the witch clan with us. In doing so, we could face the impending final confrontation without reservations. You've lost your mind, little sister. Do you comprehend the treacherous nature of the 10,000 great mountains? Should we proceed with this plan, we would utterly forfeit our potential for development. As the words of Ancestor Houtu fell, Ancestor Jumong immediately voiced his opposition, asserting that the 10,000 great mountains are the most perilous region in the wilderness, and even the witch clan would struggle to survive there. It is precisely because the 10,000 great mountains are so treacherous that they may serve as our ultimate retreat. If it were a land of bliss, do you believe the heavenly Tao and the saints would allow us to occupy it? Would they grant us a chance to recuperate? In the face of Ancestor Jumong's dissent, Ancestor Houtu articulated her thoughts, highlighting the threats the witch clan must confront. My little sister speaks wisely. Perhaps the 10,000 great mountains are indeed our last refuge. The heavenly Tao and the saints will no longer grant us opportunities to recuperate. And the final battle will inevitably result in mutual destruction. We have no choice in the matter at that moment. Ancestor Di Jiang stepped forward, endorsing Ancestor Houtu's viewpoint. The 10,000 Great Mountains are indeed the Witch Clan's last sanctuary. At least for now, as we have only 3,000 years left, our options are limited. If we do not act swiftly, when the final battle arrives, we will be unable to devote ourselves fully to the conflict. Within the hearts of the 12 ancestors, they are prepared to die, to return to the embrace of the Pangu god. Yet, they cannot stand idly by and watch the Witch Clan march toward annihilation, nor permit the Witch Clan to vanish from the annals of the wilderness history. As long as the Witch Clan endures, there remains a chance for revival. Should the Witch Clan be entirely extinguished, all hope is lost. Only a civilization capable of surviving the grand calamity of heaven and earth can hold the promise of hope. Otherwise, we shall follow in the footsteps of the ferocious beasts. A fate the 12 ancestors dread to witness. Chapter 20. Fate, what thoughts do you all have? Speak freely, for our time is limited. Any matters can be raised. After today, gathering everyone again will coincide with the moment of the final battle. Observing the silent crowd, Ancestor Di Jiang furrowed his brow. The purpose of summoning all great witches and above was to hear everyone's opinions, rather than allowing the 12 ancestors to dictate decisions. For their thoughts may not necessarily be correct. Regrettably, Ancestor Di Jiang had overestimated these great witches. At their core, the Witch Clan is inherently combative, unwilling to ponder deeply upon such matters when faced with issues. They prefer to charge ahead recklessly, believing strength to be the ultimate solution. This is the essence of the Witch Clan, a reflection of their true nature, a sentiment with which Pangu deeply resonates. Is no one willing to speak? Ancestor Di Jiang gazed at the great witches in disappointment, feeling a pang of anguish over his long stewardship of the Witch Clan, lamenting how he had failed to recognize this issue earlier. Pangu, speak up. After all, you possess a primordial spirit. Upon witnessing no one willing to step forward, Ancestor Houtu involuntarily thought of Pangu, the first human witch of the wilderness, and the swiftest to attain the rank of Great Witch. Hearing Ancestor Houtu call his name, Pangu could not help but let out an inward sigh. Although he was reluctant to draw attention to himself at this moment, Ancestor Houtu's words could not be disregarded. For he owed a tremendous karmic debt to her, as well as to the Witch Clan that if he did nothing, he could not fathom when he might repay this vast karmic burden. Ancestor, what do you wish for me to say? I truly possess no viable solutions. We are not merely facing the Demon Clan, but the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu. Had we previously decisively vanquished the Demon Clan and seized control of the wilderness, we could have leveraged that momentum to cleanse ourselves of karmic burdens. Yet now, we are all ensnared by karma. If we genuinely wish to safeguard ourselves, we must first cleanse ourselves of this karmic entanglement and then enhance the combat prowess of the ancestors. The next time we confront the Demon Clan, they will undoubtedly be far stronger than before. Previously, we caught them off guard, and they had yet to assimilate the fortune and resources plundered from the human race. At the very least, their slaughter witch sword, forged from human souls, had not yet emerged, and their Zhoutian Star Do formation also harbored flaws. Thus, 3,000 years from now, we shall face a formidable Demon Clan, and we must bolster our own strength. Upon hearing Pangu's words, a glimmer of understanding crossed Ancestor Houtu's eyes, and she nodded gently. Excellent. Now, how do you propose we cleanse ourselves of this karmic weight and strengthen our own power? The most auspicious choice for cleansing one's karma is virtue. I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its success. The 4 ancestral shamans, Jumong, Zhurong, Rushu, and Xianming, each govern principles related to time that if these 4 ancestral shamans could sacrifice to the heavens and designate themselves as the deities of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, perhaps they could oversee the seasonal transitions of the primordial land, thereby accruing merit and potentially alleviating their accumulated karma. Even if this does not come to fruition, the 4 ancestral shamans would still possess the karmic essence of heaven and earth, thus enhancing their own strength. However, the overall augmentation of power would also depend on the 12 capital heavenly divine array. The demon race can utilize the star banner to enhance and control the Zhoutian star array. I wonder if the ancestral shamans have a means to refine the capital heavenly divine banner that integrates with their own essence. If all 12 ancestral shamans possess such a treasure, would the power of the 12 capital heavenly divine array not be amplified? Excellent. Your proposal is quite commendable and warrants our experimentation. In this moment, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of the 12 ancestral shamans. They had not anticipated that Pangu would conceive such an excellent idea. Pangu, your suggestion has proven invaluable. Speak. What is it that you desire? As the leader of the shaman tribe, Emperor Jiang would not allow Pangu to strategize without recompense. Hearing Emperor Jiang's words, Pangu could not help but smile wryly. Ancestral shaman, this is my duty. I seek no reward. For me, the ability to assist the ancestral shamans and the shaman tribe in seizing a sliver of hope is already immensely satisfying. How could he possibly accept Emperor Jiang's offer? If he were to acquire treasures from the shaman tribe, would that not render his intentions futile? He proposed this idea solely to resolve his karmic ties with the shaman tribe. Not for the sake of treasures. Although the shaman treasury must contain items he needs, concluding his karmic entanglement remains paramount. He would never engage in futile pursuits. Pangu, you are of both human and shaman lineage, possessing a primordial spirit, and have even forged your own path in the martial arts of humanity and immortals. Surely, there are treasures within the shaman treasury that you require. It is known that several supreme, innate spiritual treasures reside there. Given the precarious situation of the shaman tribe, if these could aid you in advancing further, then any number of treasures would be worthwhile. Emperor Jiang, I truly do not require any at present. Treasures hold little significance for me. Even if they were supreme, innate spiritual treasures, they may not provide me with any assistance. After all, with my primordial spirit cultivation limited to the Tai golden immortal level, I cannot fully unleash the potential of such treasures. No, you are mistaken. There are indeed items within the treasury that could lend you significant aid. Since you do not wish to choose, I shall select one for you. Regardless, the shaman tribe cannot allow those who have contributed to leave empty-handed. With a thought, Emperor Jiang reached into the void, and an innate spiritual treasure manifested in his grasp. Pangu, I sense a profound connection to the 5 elemental origins within you. This supreme innate spiritual treasure, the map of the 5 elements, shall be bestowed upon you. Originally, it was intended for Houtu, Zhurong, Gonggong, Jumong, and Rushu to comprehend the innate 5 elements array, but alas, they did not succeed. Since we also possess the 12 capital heavenly divine array, it is of no further use to us. So accept it. Upon hearing the name map of the 5 elements, Pangu's heart stirred with excitement. Though it may not be an innate treasure of utmost significance, it instinctively resonated with him as perhaps his opportunity to comprehend the innate 5 elements array. In that moment, his heart surged with enthusiasm, casting aside all thoughts of karmic entanglements. Thank you, ancestral shaman. I shall diligently ponder this innate spiritual treasure. The instant he accepted the treasure, Pangu could feel the joy of his own 5-element path. Sensing the tremors of his 5 divine reservoirs, this is a tremendous opportunity. A chance to affirm his path. To forego it out of concern for his karmic ties with the shaman tribe would mean losing the greatest opportunity for realizing the 5-element path. No matter what, he could not abandon this chance. This was Pangu's true sentiment. Observing Pangu accepting the map of the 5 elements, a subtle smile graced Emperor Jiang's face as he nodded lightly. Although Pangu had participated in the prior war against the demons, wreaking havoc, Emperor Jiang still harbored a degree of caution towards him. It was not out of fear that Pangu would turn against the shaman tribe, but rather concerned that he might choose to depart. Especially since during the human-demon conflict, the shaman tribe had not sided with humanity, choosing instead to remain indifferent as humanity faced annihilation at the hands of the demon race, with only the Houtu clan taking action. In that battle, Pangu's parents perished, causing Emperor Jiang to worry that Pangu might harbor resentment towards the shaman tribe and consider abandoning them at a critical moment. In truth, Emperor Jiang's concerns were not unfounded. Pangu did indeed feel some dissatisfaction towards the shaman tribe. However, he had no intention of abandoning them at a pivotal moment. And no matter how perilous the war against the demons became, Pangu would never choose to leave. This was not merely a conflict for the shaman tribe, but also his own battle, a quest for vengeance. In contrast to Emperor Jiang's apprehensions, Houtu possessed a different perspective. She treated others with sincerity, a hallmark of her character. Even after the death of Pangu's parents, the Houtu clan continued to nurture him with unwavering dedication. Such bonds of human kindness could never be erased. Did the great shamans harbor envy towards Pangu's gains? No, they did not. Among the great shamans, there was no envy. They understood that for every effort, there should be a corresponding reward, and they were indifferent especially since this was a treasure they could not utilize themselves. With the conclusion of this meeting, the shaman tribe's arrangements were set in motion. From this moment forth, the shaman tribe began the orderly relocation of the elderly and weak to the 10,000 Great Mountains, ensuring a retreat path that no one opposed this. They all understood it was a necessary course of action. Under the pressures of the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor Hongjun, this was the shaman tribe's only path to survival. During the discussion, Pangu could clearly sense the shaman tribe's intense martial spirit. Even in the face of the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor Hongjun, they displayed no signs of retreat, fully aware of their inability to prevail. Their resolve to battle against heaven, earth, and all living beings embodied the unwavering spirit of the shaman tribe, an indomitable will, unyielding even in the face of death and destruction. Which race in the entire primordial world could match the shaman tribe's level of resolve? None. In Panwu's mind, there was no comparison, as this was not merely the sentiment of one or two individuals, but a true reflection of the entire shaman tribe. Yet, this civilization, so resolute, was not favored by the heavenly Tao, which targeted the shaman tribe. This destiny? No, it is not destiny. It is oppression. The heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor Hongjun exert pressure on the shaman tribe, unwilling to see them seize control of the primordial world. For the shaman tribe holds reverence for Pangu rather than the heavenly Tao. The current primordial world is governed by the heavenly Tao, which controls everything and does not favor the existence of the shaman tribe. As for the Tao ancestor Hongjun, it is a matter of contention over the great Tao. The shaman tribe cultivates the legacy of Pangu, not their own celestial path. Should the shaman tribe gain dominion over the primordial world, how could his great Tao spread and become the mainstream path within the primordial realm? Naturally, under the influence of self-interest, he would not look kindly upon the shaman tribe, and if given the opportunity, he would seek to eradicate them entirely, ensuring that his celestial path becomes the prevailing doctrine of the primordial world. Chapter 21. Conspiracy. Having finalized all arrangements, the shaman tribe erected an altar outside the Pangu temple to perform rituals for the primordial heavens. The four great ancestral shamans, Jumong, Zhurong, Rushu, and Xianming, ascended the altar to offer their prayers to the primordial heavens, making oaths to become the deities of the four seasons and divine beings within the primordial world. As the oaths of the four ancestral shamans were uttered, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, and tumultuous winds and clouds surged forth. Although the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor Hongjun were averse to the emergence of such circumstances and reluctant to bestow merit, they were powerless to intervene. The advent of the seasonal deities signified an evolution of the primordial world and the emergence of divine authority, while the existence of the mountain emperor, the ancestor of the myriad mountains, had been acknowledged prior. The name of the mountain emperor remained unknown, whereas Jumong, Zhurong, Rushu, and Xianming stood openly before the entire primordial realm, assuming control over the cyclical transitions of the seasons. What a remarkable shaman tribe! Many had underestimated you, yet you have discovered such a breakthrough. Alas, you understand far too late. Even with the merit of these seasonal deities, it will not suffice to cleanse the karma that clings to you. You are destined to be cast aside by the primordial world, destined to become mere ripples of the times. In the eyes of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, as long as the grand momentum of heaven and earth remains unchanged, minor fluctuations are inconsequential. The emergence of the seasonal deities merely warrants a passing glance. He pays it no heed, much less attempts to obstruct it, while Hongjun may disregard it. The saints of the heavenly Tao cannot. Upon hearing the shaman tribe's sacrificial invocation, they realized the four ancestral shamans were wielding the powers of the four seasons within the primordial world, and immense pressure weighed upon their hearts. They were unwilling to witness the resurgence of the shaman tribe's fortunes, nor did they wish to see them attain great merit to cleanse their karma. The damned shaman tribe. How could they possess such cunning? They are not ignorant of the heavenly Tao. How could they know that the primordial world ought to have deities of the four seasons? What transpired during the gathering of the shaman tribe? Zunti displayed an expression of exasperation, exclaiming in frustration. This situation severely undermined his plans. Yet the emergence of the seasonal deities aligned with the grand trend of the primordial world, benefiting the heavenly Tao. And he dared not act to prevent it. Enough. Do not allow yourself to be angered by such trifles. No matter how fiercely the shaman tribe struggles, it will be of no use. They cannot escape the grand momentum of heaven and earth. The demon and shaman races are destined to be abandoned by the primordial world. We need only wait patiently. Upon witnessing the furious expression of Zhuan-Ti, Jie could not help but shake his head and softly advise. Senior brother, I am simply unwilling to accept this fate that I fear that if one calamity occurs, a second will inevitably follow. During these 3 millennia, the Wu clan were to amass great merit once more. Their fortunes would undoubtedly soar, cleansing away their accumulated karma. At that point, what would become of the struggle between the demon and witch clans? It would surely lead to the demise of our kind. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. Master Hongjun would never permit such an outcome. Was they're a prime example of this. If the Wu clan were recognized by the heavenly path, how could Master have intervened at a critical moment to thwart them, thereby shattering their chance to unify the primordial world? You are overthinking this. Zhuan-Ti did not concur with Jie Ying's words that it matters not. If the Wu clan truly grows in strength and fortune, it will be too late to intervene. That I shall not allow such a situation to transpire. I must take action to thwart the Wu clan and eliminate any opportunity for their resurgence. Only the demon clan is capable of achieving this, but how can we guide them to fulfill such a task? After all, the demon clan dares not defy Master's orders, nor can they instigate another war against the Wu clan. The situation cannot simply be halted. Zhuan-Ti pondered strategies as chaos reigned among the demons in the heavenly court. No one anticipated that the Wu clan would orchestrate such a monumental event so soon after the war, beginning to cleanse their karma. This was an outcome that the demon clan dreaded and could not bear. Brother, we cannot allow the Wu clan to develop so recklessly. If this continues, our demon clan will lack the capacity to confront them. A single 12 capital heavenly god killing formation is already enough to give us a headache. Should they acquire the merit and fortune of the god of seasons, the consequences would be dire. I too wish to prevent this calamity. Yet my strength is lacking. Our demon clan has already suffered grievously in the previous war. Had it not been for the intervention of Master Hongjun, our heavenly court might have become a thing of the past. For now, we must recuperate, perfect the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation, and successfully refine the Slaughter Wu sword. Only then shall we possess the strength to combat the Wu clan. As he uttered these words, Emperor Jujuan let out a long sigh, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. It was not that he lacked effort or the resolve to fight to the death. It was simply that all endeavors seemed futile. Emperor of Demons, Eastern Emperor, I believe you are mistaken. Indeed, our demon clan currently lacks the means to contend with the Wu clan, let alone take action against them, while Master Hongjuan's decrees favor us. This does not imply that we are powerless to halt the Wu clan's advancement. Demon Master, speak your mind openly. There is no need for such subterfuge. Eastern Emperor Tai was irked by the cunning of Demon Master Kunping. At such a critical juncture, Kunping was still engaging in trivial cleverness. As Eastern Emperor Tai's words fell, an inferno of rage ignited within Kunping. He had only been considering the welfare of the demon clan. Yet Eastern Emperor Tai offered no praise, responding instead with harsh words, clearly disregarding the contributions of the demon master. Perhaps in the eyes of Eastern Emperor Tai, Kunping was merely a pawn, compelled to join the demon clan and relinquish a fragment of his essence. Though filled with resentment, Kunping understood the precariousness of his situation. He displayed no outward anger, instead calmly stating, I have no need for such tricks. I am only contemplating the future of our demon clan. In Eastern Emperor's view, we can only confront the Wu clan head-on. Yet this is entirely unfeasible. If we had a complete Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation, we might have a fighting chance, but we do not. And this must occur without any enhancement of the Wu clan's power. Enough, Demon Mastered, we are aware of what you have said. We simply wish to know how to resolve this predicament. Emperor Jujuan interrupted Kunping, urging him to delve directly into the matter of resolution. In truth, the solution was simple. When we are at a disadvantage, we must prevail through cunning. We are not like the barbaric Wu clan, who neglect their essence and rely solely on brute force. Whether it be the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation or the god of seasons, both are crafted by the ancestral witches. We could cause one of the ancestral witches to vanish. Zhu Rong would be an excellent choice. Among the 12 ancestral witches, Zhu Rong and Gonggong are irreconcilable foes, presenting us with an opportunity. Of course, the specifics of this plan must be determined by the two demon emperors. As Kunping's words hung in the air, the gathered demons expressed their astonishment. This strategy was indeed feasible, and Kunping proved himself to be the wisest among them. However, both Emperor Jujuan and Eastern Emperor Tai felt less elated. Kunping's proposal had severely undermined their authority, and they could not afford to react in anger at this juncture. Very well, Demon Master. This plan is indeed excellent. Since it is your conception, you shall oversee its execution. The entire demon clan will support you wholeheartedly, and even if it costs us dearly, we must ensure Zhu Rong's demise. Only then can we contend with the Wu clan. Without Zhu Rong, the god of seasons will become a mere joke. And the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation will be rendered incomplete. Our chances of victory will increase significantly. Emperor Jujuan assigned this monumental task to Kunping, which only deepened Kunping's resentment. Despite his immense contribution to the demon clan, Emperor Jujuan offered him nothing in return and cast all responsibility upon his shoulders, a blatant affront. Regrettably, I find myself powerless at this moment. In the previous conflict, the collapse of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Formation severely injured my essence. I fear I lack the strength to assist the two emperors in this plan that I beseech the demon emperor to reconsider, lest our grand scheme be compromised. Damn you, Kunping, you truly disregard my authority as the demon emperor. You harbor treacherous thoughts and dare to publicly reject my proposition. How despicable. Are you attempting to undermine my authority? Faced with direct rejection, Emperor Jujuan's expression turned exceedingly awkward, filled with an overwhelming desire for vengeance against Kunping. Yet, he could not act against him. Kunping had rendered significant service to the demon clan by proposing a solution, and while it was one thing to withhold praise, punishing him would be excessive and could lead to a loss of loyalty. Very well, since your essence has been compromised, return and rest. I shall entrust this matter to others. I hope you recover swiftly. After all, in 3,000 years, the decisive battle between the Wu and demon clans will occur. This will be the final confrontation, and the demon clan cannot do without you, Demon Master. Indeed, the demon clan could not afford to lose Demon Master Kunping. Without him, the gap in strength between the demon and Wu clans would only widen. Even if the Wu clan were to lose the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, the demon clan would still struggle to contend with them. Thank you, Demon Emperor, I shall expedite my recovery. However, even if my injuries are not healed, should the battle between the Wu and demon clans erupt, I will fight for the demon clan regardless of my condition. This is my duty. Demon Master Kunping boldly declared his loyalty before the assembly of demons. But how many of the great demons truly believed him? After all, those present were not fools. They could discern Kunping's dissatisfaction and the pressure exerted upon him by Emperor Jujuan. Chapter 22. Discontent in light of the tumultuous circumstances within the demon clan. Saint Fushi could not help but exhale a sigh. Their own strength was already inferior to that of the Wu clan, and now internal conflicts ran rampant. This turmoil was not solely the result of Demon Master Kunping's cunning or selfishness, but rather due to the tyrannical nature of Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jujuan, who could not tolerate Kunping's presence. In their minds, Kunping had always been a challenger to their authority. In reality, Kunping harbored no such intentions. They simply misinterpreted his actions. His grievances against Emperor Jujuan and Eastern Emperor Tai stemmed from their persistent failure to treat him with fairness and justice. They wished for Kunping to exert himself, even to contribute everything to the demon clan, yet they denied him equitable treatment, seeking only to exploit him as a laborer. Under such circumstances, it was unreasonable to expect Kunping, or even a mere lesser demon, to accept such terms. The effort expended was utterly disproportionate to the rewards received. How could anyone be convinced under such conditions? Moreover, Kunping had been coerced into surrendering a fragment of his essence. For any practitioner, their essence is of paramount importance. The loss of even a fragment could severely hinder their cultivation, potentially becoming an obstacle to their breakthroughs. It is possible that in the hearts of Emperor Jujuan and Eastern Emperor Tai, they never intended to grant Kunping the opportunity to attain enlightenment. However remote that opportunity might be, they would not relent in their suppression of him, knowing that as long as they held onto that fragment of his essence, they could manipulate him at will. Regardless of how Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jujuan attempted to conceal it, a dissenting voice persisted within the demon clan. Observing Kunping's plight, others understandably felt trepidation. If even Demon Master Kunping was subject to the oppression of Emperor Jujuan and Eastern Emperor Tai, receiving neither fairness nor justice, what could be expected for the weaker members of the clan? The reason these dissenters refrained from rebellion is not due to their fear of the formidable might of the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, but rather because of the looming external threat posed by the Witch Clan. It is precisely because of the existence of the Witch Clan that, despite being acutely aware of the darkness and injustice within the Demon Clan, they find themselves with no choice. Remaining within the Demon Clan offers a flicker of hope for survival. While severing ties would lead to certain doom, under such oppression, they are compelled to resign themselves to their fate. Are the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor Jun unaware of this underlying sentiment? Are they oblivious to the thoughts of these demons? No, they are fully aware, yet they remain indifferent, gazing down upon the myriad demons from their lofty perch. Eye in their eyes, even if the lesser demons express dissatisfaction. It is inconsequential. Their grip on the demon clan remains unshakable, and none dare to break away. Overbearing as they are, the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor Jun, though practitioners of the path of kings, embody tyranny more than true sovereignty. Their dominance is unsustainable, and the current stalemate between the witch and demon clans is a direct result of this. Without the external pressure exerted by the witch clan, the condition of the demon clan would not be so dire. In fact, it might even lead to fragmentation. In a certain sense, the existence of the witch clan has shaped the current state of the demon clan and the tyrannical power wielded by the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Absent the witch clan, figures like the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor Jun would not have emerged as such despotic rulers. Though Fushi harbors discontent, he must endure for the sake of the survival of the demon clan. Otherwise, without the witch clan's intervention, the demons would dissolve into disarray, hastening their extinction in the primordial world. Fushi has never believed that the heavenly Tao would treat the myriad beings of the primordial world with fairness and justice, a notion clearly evidenced by the actions of the witch clan. In order to suppress the witch clan and fulfill his own schemes, the Tao ancestor Hongjun, a saint merged with the heavenly Tao, has intervened against them, revealing the darkness of the primordial world. Fairness and justice have never been the hallmarks of this realm. Power and the survival of the fittest reign supreme, with the Tao ancestor Hongjun at the pinnacle. Beneath him are the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. The reason they have yet to act is not only due to the suppression from Hongjun, but also because they lack the opportunity to intervene. Currently, the witch and demon clans are the protagonists of the primordial world. As long as they remain formidable, the saints have no chance to influence the grand scheme of things. After all, the backlash of racial fortune poses a mortal threat even to these saints. Although the witch and demon clans bear the weight of endless karmic repercussions, as long as they do not decline or lose their status as the central figures of the primordial world, the heavenly Tao saints dare not act recklessly. The repercussions of fortune could easily strip them of their saintly status, given that this pertains to the fate of an entire civilization. What good is clarity when Fushi, the demon saint, cannot alter this reality? He can only silently bear the immense pressure, for as the demon saint, he is bound to strive for the survival of his clan. This is the karmic connection between him and the demon clan, an inextricable bond that can only be severed by his demise, repaying the fortunes he has drawn from them. As the heavenly court's demons begin to plot against the witch clan simultaneously accelerates its own transformation. The 12 ancestor witches are in motion, crafting the 12 capital heavenly divine banners. They are not refining mere postnatal treasures, but rather supreme divine weapons. In this impending conflict with the demon clan, the 12 ancestor witches harbor an intense fury, filled with boundless hatred and resentment towards the heavenly Tao, and an insatiable thirst for battle against the demons. All this serves as nourishment for the crafting of the 12 capital heavenly divine banners and the source of power for their supreme divine weapons. When the demon clan prepares to scheme against the ancestor witches Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, they find them conspicuously absent from their tribes. Where could the 12 ancestor witches be? Naturally, they are within the Pangu temple. For such clandestine matters cannot be revealed to the outside world. With the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor Hongjun now positioned against the witch clan, how could the 12 ancestor witches be foolish enough to expose their greatest secret to the eyes of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun? In the entire primordial world, the Pangu temple stands as the safest haven. Even the powers of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun cannot encroach upon it or uncover its secrets. This is the essence of the great Pangu, capable of concealing all heavenly mysteries, especially during this period of cosmic tribulation. The inability to locate Zhu Rong and Gong Gong leaves the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai in shock. Their first thought is whether the witch clan has become aware of the demon schemes. Otherwise, how could Zhu Rong and Gong Gong vanish together from their tribes? The next thought is whether there is a traitor among the demons. And then they wonder if the demon master Kunping has secretly leaked their plans to the witch clan due to discontent with their decisions. As the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai dispatch personnel to investigate the situation with the witch clan, they discover that the 12 ancestor witches are indeed absent from their tribes, and the witch clan is undergoing astonishing changes. The atmosphere within the witch clan's tribes is charged with battle intent. As they fervently train, seemingly unfazed by the previous conflict. Damn it, what are the witch clan's intentions? How can they suddenly exhibit such remarkable transformations? The Demon Emperor Jun, unable to contain his anger, roars, venting his unease and fury. Brother, perhaps we have underestimated the witch clan. Despite suffering setbacks from the heavenly Tao and Hongjuan's assaults, disrupting their plans, their foolish minds remain unperturbed. They still harbor fierce intent against our demon clan and show no regard for the heavenly Tao or Hongjuan. We must hasten our actions, complete the Zhou Tian star formation, and forge the Witch Slayer's sword. Though I am reluctant to proceed in this manner, we are pressed for time. Moreover, refining the Zhou Tian star formation requires an endless supply of star essence to craft the Zhou Tian star banner. The resources needed are vast. And even depleting our entire demon clan's treasury would fall short. The demon emperor Jun lamented, a glimmer of reluctance and suffering in his eyes. Brother, the crafting of the Zhou Tian star banner is essential for perfecting the Zhou Tian star formation and safeguarding the security of our demon clan. It is a guarantee for the survival of the entire clan. This burden cannot rest solely on us. We must mobilize the entire demon clan to contribute, for only when the demon clan grows strong can they secure their own safety. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai has set his sights on the resources of the demon clan. After all, the demon clan is home to many demon saints, each possessing significant value that if they can be persuaded to contribute. The resource scarcity for crafting the Zhou Tian star banner would be resolved, and it would also greatly benefit those demon saints engaged in the crafting process. In the calculations of the demon emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, each Zhou Tian star banner is a top-tier postnatal treasure. Every demon saint involved in its crafting would receive one for free. How could they not be pleased? How could they not devote their utmost efforts to expedite the process? While this is advantageous, should we proceed in this manner, it will undoubtedly sow discontent among many demon saints and the lower-tier demons. They would be unwilling to willingly part with their treasures, which could undermine our control over the demon clan and foster distrust among them. What of it? We are not acting for ourselves, but for the survival of the entire demon clan. If we expend all our resources, should they not also bear some cost? They cannot expect to reap benefits without contributing anything. Even if they harbor dissatisfaction, it matters not. As long as we remain powerful, they will have no choice but to endure. No one dares to stir trouble. Strength is our most effective means of control over them. The Eastern Emperor Tai remains unfazed by the discontent brewing among the other demons. As long as he can win over the demon saints involved in crafting the Zhou Tian star banner, he has no need to concern himself with the rest. Power is the best assurance of control over the demon clan. As long as he wields the strongest forces of the demon clan, there will be no issues. Chapter 23. The Seed of Tao. Certainly. The demon saints, who are engaged in the ritual of the Zhoutian Xingqian Fan, are filled with exuberance. Initially, they were concerned about lacking sufficient resources to complete the ritual. However, with the assistance of their fellow demon kin, all obstacles seem to have dissipated, and their power is destined to grow exponentially. In this world, where some revel in joy while others suffer, the stark inequities become evident. Regardless of the resentment and bitterness festering within the demon clans burdened by the resource demands, they find themselves powerless to resist. After all, the demon emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai dominate the realm, and with the looming threat from the external witch clans, the demons can only endure their plight in silence. Nonetheless, the allegiance of the demons towards the demon emperor Dijuan is gradually waning, replaced by a growing animosity towards both him and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Despite the brewing discontent, as Eastern Emperor Tai foresaw, the oppressed demons dare not challenge the edicts of the demon emperor Dijuan. Even in the face of their simmering rage, they refrain from reckless actions. Yet, the hearts of the people increasingly lean towards the demon master Kuanping, whose quiet observance of these shifts brings him a sardonic smile. Kuanping is no fool. He is acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, although many among the demon clans wish to ally with him. He remains cautious, opting to remain hidden and refrain from probing the limits of the demon emperor Dijuan's patience. He is wary of the unpredictable wrath that may arise from either Dijuan or Tai. The reckless maneuvers of the demon emperor and the Eastern emperor have planted the seeds for future discord within the demon race. No one desires to be manipulated or exploited, and within certain factions of the demon clans, thoughts of treachery begin to surface, further eroding the already weakened fortunes of their kin. The lamentable actions of Dijuan and Tai beg the question, what are they doing? Why has there been such a drastic fluctuation in the fortunes of the demon race? As the foremost saintess of the demon race, Nuwa is among the first to perceive this change. Regrettably, she finds herself powerless to intervene. Convincing the likes of Dijuan and Tai is no simple task, and any attempts at persuasion would likely be futile. Moreover, with the decree of the primordial ancestor Hongjun looming overhead, any attempt to confront Dijuan and Tai could entangle her in cosmic repercussions, an outcome Nuwa is unwilling to face. While both the witch and demon clans prepare fervently, Pangu returns to the Houtu tribe, fully dedicating himself to his cultivation, striving to assimilate the gains from the cataclysmic conflict. As he delves into his soul's sea of consciousness, he is astounded by the transformations wrought upon him during the battle. He had never anticipated that the extreme artifact he forged, Houtu, could possess such formidable power, capable of exerting influence over his very spirit and rendering him susceptible to its control. Though the monumental benefits he accrued during the war stemmed from the might of Houtu, Pangu harbors no desire for such a fate. This portends disaster. A single misstep could yield catastrophic consequences, leaving him unaware of his own demise. The prospect of the extreme artifact exerting control over his psyche raises a pressing question in Pangu's mind. Will this present a lasting danger? To unravel this enigma, a comprehensive understanding of himself is imperative. As he embarks on this journey of self-discovery, a heavy weight settles upon Pangu's heart. His bloodline undergoes a profound transformation, most notably marked by the emergence of a Dao seed, enveloped by the essence of the witch clans. This development casts a shadow over Pangu's thoughts. How could this be? Is it a blessing or a curse? Will it obstruct his cultivation? Alas, no one is available to provide answers. All must be discerned through his own exploration. Even with the Wuxing Dao in his possession, Pangu is bereft of the desire to refine it, overwhelmed by the gravity of his own changes as he contemplates how to resolve his predicament, time and again. He probes the Dao seed within his being, attempting to grasp its power, yet his mood remains unrelieved. This seed harbors a terrifying aura of slaughter. It embodies the essence of the path of slaughter. And he has unwittingly cultivated a seed of carnage, comprehending the very nature of this path through the influence of Houtu. Cursed be the circumstances. Why is it that no record of such phenomena exists within the witch clan's heritage? What could possibly be the cause? He struggles to believe that the witch clans would deliberately conceal such truths from him. Could it be that by practicing their methods in his human witch form, he has ignited such unforeseen anomalies, leading to such dire consequences? If so, is this a boon or a bane? The innate divine power has allowed him to sever a divine avatar. Could it be that even the Dao seed born of his bloodline can be similarly severed? As he reflects deeply, Pangu considers the likelihood of this possibility. Moreover, the ancestral avatar of the Wanshan had previously advised him that he could leverage similar methods to sever other avatars, thereby consolidating this aberrant three-corpses embodiment. Perhaps this seed of slaughter, along with the immense essence of the witch clans, could coalesce into a mutated malevolent corpse. Yet, how might he sever this avatar? How could he nurture a true embodiment of slaughter? Pangu is no saint. He lacks the formidable strength that the saints possess. Even with a clear goal and direction, the realization of this ambition remains a daunting challenge. After all, this is the path of slaughter. And a single miscalculation could lead to his own demise. Given Pangu's current weakness, merely a Tai golden immortal, not even a Deluo golden immortal, attempting to sever a mutated avatar laden with his own malevolent thoughts seems utterly reckless. Rather than squander time on such endeavors, he resolves to focus on his cultivation, striving to achieve a breakthrough in the 9 transformations of the profound arts before the conclusion of the Witch-Demon War. Aiming to attain the path of the mixed-element golden immortal and solidify his physical form as a quasi-saint. As time inexorably flows, a century swiftly passes, yet Pangu still finds himself devoid of the desired results. Unable to achieve physical transcendence or to break through the 6th transformation of the profound arts. Cursed be this final hurdle. Why is it that with only this last step remaining, he remains unable to break through? What hinders his progress? Is it his state of mind? He recalls not hearing the Houtu ancestor mention that breaking through the 6th transformation requires a corresponding mindset. Could it be the laws? But from where does the law of physicality arise? Might the Wuxing Dao be the key to his breakthrough? In contemplation, Pangu realizes that the Wuxing Dao, a primordial treasure of the 5 elements, has opened the 5 divine repositories within him, where 5 great spirits are gestating. Each of these repositories is nurturing a primordial treasure, which, when harmonized with the divine repositories, may indeed affect his breakthrough. The essence of these divine repositories is being expended to nurture the primordial treasures. If their presence indeed obstructs his advancement, it is not without merit. Yet, abandoning the nurturing of these primordial treasures is unthinkable. Should he forsake them, he would forfeit any chance of their evolution. Perhaps I should attempt to refine the Wuxing Dao. If I can harness its essence, it may transform me, allowing my physical form to undergo this final metamorphosis, enabling the 6th transformation of the profound arts, and achieving the body of a quasi-saint. With this thought in mind, Pangu begins the process of refining the primordial treasure Wuxing Dao. As his spirit immerses in the refinement, Streams of the essence of the 5 elements surge into his 5 divine repositories, continuously cleansing him. His soul perceives the power of the 5 elements, internalizing their laws. Whenever Pangu attempts to connect the Wuxing Dao with his 5 divine repositories, seeking to harmonize it with the 5 great spirits and thereby unite the 5 primordial treasures in gestation, the Wuxing Dao repels him, awakening him from his meditative state and causing him to miss the opportunity. This repeated failure profoundly impacts Pangu, leading him to doubt the validity of his aspirations. Is it truly the case that I have overthought? Is the essence of the 5 elements within the Wuxing Dao incapable of merging with the gestating primordial treasures, thus failing to form a complete set of 5 elemental treasures? Can I not utilize the insights gained from the primordial 5 elements to complete my cultivation of the primordial 5 elemental array? Indeed, Pangu aspires to seize this opportunity to master the primordial 5 elemental array, using the Wuxing Dao as the formation diagram, and the 5 gestating primordial treasures as the soldiers of the array, to complete his comprehension of the primordial 5 elemental path. Time waits for no one. Although Pangu yearns to continue, he understands that he cannot afford to do so. His power is paramount. He must not sacrifice his physical breakthrough for the sake of the 5 elements. Chapter 24. The 6 transformations of profound arts. Ultimately, it became necessary to relinquish the pursuit of the 5 elements path. The paramount concern now was to achieve a breakthrough in the corporeal form. Devoting all energy to the cultivation of the 5 elements path would only hinder the advancement of the physical body. The integration of the 5 elements path diagram could be postponed until after the war between the witch and the demon. For without the strength of a quasi-saint, how could one seize a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos of conflict? How could one exact vengeance for past grievances in the face of repeated failures? Pangu finally let go of his obsession with the 5 elements path. The greed in his heart was subdued and confronted with the threat of death and the calamity of the world. Survival became the foremost priority, just as Pangu relinquished his yearning for the innate 5 elements path. The ancestor of the 10,000 mountains, the mountain sovereign, completed his comprehension of the human celestial martial arts at the great Luo golden immortal level. The new human celestial martial arts were transmitted into his soul sea of consciousness, allowing Pangu to momentarily grasp the essence of the great Luo golden immortal realm. So this is how it is. The great Luo golden immortal is indeed like this. Thankfully, the mountain sovereign's avatar was present. Otherwise, achieving a breakthrough in one's primordial spirit before the decisive battle would have been an impossible feat. Now, everything seemed to be no longer a problem. As Pangu's human celestial martial arts commenced, his primordial spirit began to undergo transformation, breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. The mountain sovereign was not only comprehending the great Luo golden immortal level of human celestial martial arts, but was also refining the foundation of these martial arts. He modified the human celestial martial arts, continually enhancing their foundation by integrating the martial arts of later generations, thereby reducing the resource requirements for cultivation. Although this would result in a decrease in the power of the human celestial martial arts, it presented a more viable cultivation option for the human race, as the extensive resources needed for their training were beyond what the human race could sustain. When the human celestial martial arts reached the great Luo golden immortal realm, the merits that Pangu had long anticipated did not descend, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. How could this be? His true self had already condensed the primordial spirit of the great Luo golden immortal, and the treasured inheritance, the Kunlun mirror, bore the imprint of the human celestial martial arts. Why had the merits from the ancestral martial arts not manifested? Could it be that his human celestial martial arts were indeed influenced by the human race, and that only when the human race became the protagonists of the primordial world could his human celestial martial arts gain the recognition of the heavenly way? Or perhaps the calamity of the world obscured his ability to receive such acknowledgement at this time? Regardless of the possibility, this severely impacted his plans. If he were to be endowed with merits, he would have a greater chance of survival in the decisive battle, which was crucial for his safety. Is impatience of any use? Is anger of any value? No. As long as the heavenly way does not recognize him and grant him merits, there is nothing to be done. He must endure, instead of wasting time in anger. It would be better to devote himself to his cultivation. The mountain sovereign, indifferent to such matters, sought to obtain a portion of the mountain's essence from the myriad mountains of the primordial world. It would not be long before the great calamity of Buzhou mountain would arise. Although the mountain sovereign had considered intervening to prevent this, in the face of the overwhelming forces of heaven and earth, the mere strength of a great Luo golden immortal was insignificant. Whenever such thoughts arose, a warning would echo within his mind, compelling the mountain sovereign to abandon the notion. One must consider the strength of the ancestral witches, Zhurong and Gonggong, and the madness of the demon race scheming against the witch race. If he were to reveal himself to intervene, he would surely be struck down in an instant. The innate deities were not his allies. Opposing the great forces of heaven and earth would lead only to his demise. That a modicum of rationality would prevent one from making such foolish choices, though Pangu was reluctant to witness the fall of the 12 ancestral witches. The unfolding events were dictated by the great forces of heaven and earth, beyond his control. Without achieving sainthood, one was but an ant. As an ant, one must exhibit the demeanor befitting such a status, lest they hasten their own demise by seeking to stand out in every matter. As he repeatedly gathered the essence of the myriad mountains, the mountain sovereign naturally garnered great fortune. With each mountain essence he condensed, his own path grew stronger, and his identity as the ancestor of the 10,000 mountains was further reinforced. During his endeavors, the mountain sovereign also collected several innate spiritual treasures, yet he did not succumb to excessive greed. His fortune could not withstand reckless consumption. Moderation was key. Even with innate spiritual treasures, he refused to accept inferior innate spiritual treasures, sealing them within the essence of the great mountains, utilizing the power of formations to amplify the foundational strength of the primordial mountains. Of course, not every great mountain would nurture innate spiritual treasures. Many had long been taken away. The essence of the mountains remained paramount, but the mountain sovereign would never overlook innate spiritual roots, even if they were of inferior quality, as these would become part of his foundation. While the mountain sovereign wished to collect the essence of all spiritual mountains in the primordial world, it was simply unattainable. For those spiritual treasures and blessed lands with owners, he had no choice but to relinquish them. His current strength was insufficient to contend with those powerful beings, and amidst the calamities of heaven and earth, one could never know if antagonizing these mighty figures would plunge him into perilous depths from which there was no return. Time passed swiftly, and a millennium had gone by for the demon race. This was a significant trial, as the ancestral witches Zhurong and Gonggong, whom they sought to scheme against, had remained conspicuously absent. The temperament of the demon emperor Dejuan grew increasingly frenzied, and no one dared to provoke his wrath. In contrast, the witch race remained tranquil, diligently cultivating, while the old and weak were quietly sent to the 10,000 great mountains. After a millennium, the 12 ancestral witches finally emerged from the Pangu temple, having completed the refining of the 12 capital heavenly god banners. With the 12 capital heavenly god banners in their possession, their strength had increased. However, the resources consumed over the millennium were substantial, as each banner had been refined with the blood essence of the ancestral witches. Upon exiting the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches swiftly returned to their respective tribes to ascertain the state of affairs during the past millennium. As the 12 ancestral witches appeared on the vast lands of the primordial world, the demon emperor Dejuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, for their plans could now be set in motion. 1/3 of the 3,000-year period had elapsed, and if they did not act soon, they would truly miss their opportunity. After departing from the Pangu temple and returning to the Houtu tribe, the Houtu ancestral, which felt an unexpected stirring within her heart, the primordial lands had lost their former prosperity. Countless vengeful spirits ravaged the realm, and this sight stirred a deep-seated tenderness within her, leading her to profound sorrow. In the relentless years of warfare against the demon race, she had never realized how swiftly the primordial lands could decay. Upon returning to her tribe, the Houtu ancestral, which found it difficult to calm her restless heart, her spirit was constantly shaken, unable to settle down to address the matters of her tribe. An unseen force seemed to influence her, urging her to step out of the tribe and return to the primordial lands, which greatly affected her. Even though the great shamans of the Houtu tribe noticed the changes in the Houtu ancestral witch, they paid little mind, merely assuming that, with the passage of time, she was concerned about the impending final battle. They did not comprehend that the Houtu ancestral, which was currently embroiled in a battle of wills, her spirit undergoing a rigorous trial. At that moment, after a period of seclusion, Pangu finally achieved his final breakthrough, by refining the 5 elements path diagram with the great Luo primordial spirit and harnessing the power of the 5 elements essence. He completed the 6 transformations of profound arts. A powerful aura surged forth from the Houtu tribe, marking Pangu's transformation and evolution of his corporeal form. What astonished Pangu was that at the instant of his physical transformation, his 5 divine caverns also began to metamorphose. The 5 divine beings nurtured within the divine caverns were likewise undergoing a transformation, as the power of the 5 elements path altered his corporeal form. The 5 innate spiritual treasure embryos, which had previously shown no sign of change, finally stirred, actively absorbing the essence of the five elements. This transformation was truly remarkable. As his corporeal form underwent metamorphosis, Pangu sensed that his bloodline was also evolving. His comprehension of the five elements path deepened, as if he had become a part of the five elements path itself, while the essence of the five elements began to alter his bloodline, infusing it not solely with the essence of earth but with the quintessence of all five elements. This is the essence of a quasi-saint. This is the sixth transformation of the 9 transformations of profound arts, corresponding to the loss. Now I finally understand why the 12 ancestral witches face no bottleneck and can directly ascend to quasi-saint. They inherit the bloodline of the great Pangu and the essence of his loss. Among the many great shamans of the witch race, those who could break through remained stuck at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, for they had not comprehended the power of the loss. My law is the law of the five elements, and I have condensed the true body of the innate five elements. The 6 transformations of profound art signify a qualitative transformation and an essential metamorphosis. Now, as the 6 transformations of profound arts manifest, under the cleansing of the five elements path, my corporeal form evolves into the true body of the innate five elements, achieving the true body of the innate essence, making it far easier for me to comprehend the essence of the five elements path. The 6 transformations of profound arts, the true form of the ancestral witches. No, it is not the true body of the ancestral witches, but rather the true body of the innate essence. Perhaps only when the bloodline of the witch race breaks through to the 6th transformation of the profound arts can they condense the true body of the ancestral witch. Individuals like Pangu cannot achieve the true body of the ancestral witch. The breakthrough of the physical body instantly alleviated much of Pangu's internal pressure. However, the most joyous aspect was not the enhancement of his corporeal form, but rather the newfound transformations occurring within the primordial treasures nurtured by the 5 divine spirits. They began to actively absorb the essence of the 5 elements, signifying the revival of the 5 primordial treasure embryos, which could potentially give rise to new life. Yet, the question remained, what would their ultimate potential be? Would they manifest as mid-grade innate treasures or as supreme innate treasures? The 5 divine repositories were nurturing both the 5 divine spirits and the 5 primordial treasure embryos, making it evident that once these treasures emerged, they would not require his personal refinement. They could directly transform into his innate companion treasures, harmonizing with the 5 divine spirits. This was the source of Pangu's greatest elation. Chapter 25, Confusion to everyone's astonishment, amidst a millennium's passage. Someone within the tribe had managed to take a pivotal step forward, enhancing their odds in the impending clash with the demon race. Upon sensing the rising pressure within the tribe, the Houtu ancestor which could not help but reveal a faint smile. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that this pressure emanated from none other than Pangu. How could this be? Had heaven truly bestowed such favor upon this postnatal being, enabling him to traverse over 1,000 years to reach the threshold of a quasi-saint, achieving the 6 transformations of his profound arts, an accomplishment no other great witch had achieved? What could be the reason behind this? Was the primordial spirit truly that significant? Yet, it seemed implausible. Other witches did not possess the same rapid cultivation speed as Pangu. Could it be that his human immortal martial path bore such remarkable capabilities? In her perplexity, Houtu Ancestor which pondered the human immortal martial path created by Pangu, believing it might hold the key to the mystery. The human immortal martial path profoundly influenced Pangu, allowing him to enjoy the fortunes of humanity and earn the title of martial ancestor. Although no merits were bestowed upon him, the aura of the martial ancestor still lingered. The essence of a singular path, even if it were a minor one, was sufficient to sustain the emergence of a quasi-saint. Pangu not only bore the fortune of the martial path as progenitor, but also the blessings of both humanity and the witch clan. Given such immense fortune, a failure to break through his personal bottleneck would indeed be abnormal. The essence of the 5-element path was palpable, indicating that Pangu was destined to embark upon the journey of cultivating the 5-element path. However, with the need to cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, did he possess the requisite time and energy? Houtu Ancestor which sighed inwardly, concerned for Pangu's cultivation. The 6 transformations of his profound arts led him to the quasi-saint realm, with each subsequent transformation representing a new realm of challenges. Cultivating the 5-element path simultaneously would undoubtedly affect the duration of Pangu's training. Given his aptitude, had he specialized solely in the earth element, he might have advanced further before the decisive battle against the witch and demon races. Alas, Pangu was committed to the balanced cultivation of all 5 elements, necessitating his focus on comprehending the origins of each elemental path and harmonizing their powers, making any further breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. For the witch clan, this was indeed formidable, as they lacked primordial spirits and could only rely on the strength of their bloodlines to comprehend the great paths. Yet, Pangu was different. He possessed a primordial spirit, the human immortal martial path's primordial spirit, which could enhance his understanding of the great paths. Currently, Pangu's primordial spirit was at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet it was sufficient to confront the challenges at hand. Emerging from his seclusion, Pangu noticed the astonished expression on Houtu Ancestor Witch's face, and a faint wry smile crept onto his lips as he inquired, "Ancestor Witch, is there something amiss with me?" Houtu Ancestor Witch gently shook her head. "No, I am simply astounded. Truly, the vision of my elder brother is unparalleled. He discerned your cultivation path at a glance. You are indeed suited for the cultivation of the 5-element path. Not only have you achieved a breakthrough in your physical body by condensing your innate true form through the 6 transformations of your profound arts, but your primordial spirit has also ascended to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. However, the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal is no trivial matter. The convergence of the 3 flowers at the crown and the 5 chi returning to origin is far from simple. To progress further, you must solidify your foundation and refine it to its utmost perfection. The 5 chi returning to origin should not pose a significant challenge for you, as you are cultivating the 5-element path and can certainly achieve it. However, the convergence of the 3 flowers is different. You should strive to elevate them to at least the 9th grade, as this will grant you a slim chance of breaking through to sainthood. Houtu Ancestor, which was willing to guide Pangu in his cultivation, even though she herself did not cultivate a primordial spirit, having once listened to teachings in the Zixio Palace. She possessed some understanding of the importance of the great Luo golden immortal realm and the significance of the 3 flowers and 5 chi. "Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor. I will proceed with utmost caution. I will not easily attempt to break through until I have reached the pinnacle of my cultivation. It is good that you understand. However, the path of immortality differs from that of the physical body. Cultivating immortality emphasizes enlightenment. The great path cannot be attained solely through arduous seclusion. You must perceive the natural world and the myriad beings within it. Especially as you cultivate the 5-element path, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. The single path requires endless epochs of comprehension, with your simultaneous cultivation of all 5 elements. The time required will be even greater. Yet, reality does not afford you such ample time for cultivation. Only 2,000 years remain until the final battle." Pangu was acutely aware that there were still 2,000 years until the decree of Hongjun Daozu, during which time there would be repeated upheavals, bringing endless crises to the entire Hongwang world. As time passed, the fortunes of both the witch and demon races would be swept away, abandoned by heaven and earth. Contemplating the fortunes of the races, Pangu felt a stirring in his heart. Were the fortunes of the witch and demon races truly squandered by themselves, or were they ensnared by the machinations of the heavenly path and various saints? Given the capabilities of the Emperor Jiang Ancestor Witch, it was implausible that she could not sense the fluctuations in the fortunes of the witch clan, nor could she have been unprepared. Perhaps it was indeed the cunning of the heavenly path and the saints. "Come, join me on a journey through the Hongwang world, and witness the changes of the ancient land." Suddenly, Houtu Ancestor Witch extended an invitation to Pangu to accompany her into the Hongwang realm. Upon hearing these words, Panwu's heart trembled. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Was this indeed Houtu Ancestor Witch's reincarnation? Was everything prepared by the great Pangu for the witch clan merely a contingency? Or was it a scheme by Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly path to obliterate the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons' great formation of the witch clan? Though such thoughts swirled in his mind, Pangu dared not voice his inquiries. At that moment, Houtu Ancestor Witch appeared to be in a peculiar state, whether influenced by the great Pangu or ensnared by the heavenly path and Hongjun Daozu. One thing was certain: if he attempted to intervene, he would undoubtedly incur heavenly wrath, with no hope of survival. Very well. Since my emergence into the world, I have never truly comprehended the ancient land of Hongwang. Exploring it alongside the Ancestor Witch shall prove to be a splendid experience, perhaps allowing me to ease my mind. I can only wonder how the final battle will unfold. Perhaps the ancient land will endure catastrophic devastation. Thus, Pangu followed Houtu Ancestor Witch, departing from the Houtu tribe and traversing the ancient land of Hongwang. Throughout their journey, neither Pangu nor Houtu Ancestor Witch employed their divine powers, instead taking measured steps upon the ancient earth. As time elapsed, Pangu could distinctly perceive the transformation within Houtu Ancestor, which, it was a shift of the heart, gradually imbued with a hint of compassion that emanated from the depths of her soul. Pangu, do you believe our war against the demon race is just or unjust? Our conflict has inflicted tremendous wounds upon the entire Hongwang land. Countless beings swept into devastation. Was our course of action truly warranted? Ancestor, it is difficult to determine what is right or wrong. Each person possesses a unique understanding, influenced by their position and perspective. For me, this war is justified. Without the demon race's misdeeds, there would be no calamity for humanity. Without that calamity, my parents would not have perished in battle, and I would not harbor such profound hatred and murderous intent. Thus, for me, this conflict is sacred. It is a righteous quest for vengeance against the demon race. As for the myriad beings of Hongwang, one could argue that they are merely too weak, failing to grasp their own destinies. Much like humanity, countless lives have been lost in the wake of a great calamity. This is the tragedy of the weak. While that is true, they should not bear the brunt of our actions. They are not at fault. Ancestor, this is not merely a question of right or wrong. In truth, their greatest fault lies in their weakness, just as it applies to our witch clan. Had we possessed strength surpassing that of Hongjun Daozu during the previous witch-demon conflict, would we find ourselves in this predicament? Would the demon race still exist? Our inability to annihilate the demon race stems from the witch clan's frailty. Upon hearing Panwu's words, Houtu Ancestor Witch gently nodded. Indeed, the witch clan was too weak. Had they been sufficiently powerful, such issues would not have arisen. However, amidst such rampant slaughter, the entire Hongwang world suffered immensely. The ancient land could not indefinitely withstand such terrifying shocks. Ancestor, are you feeling lost? Perceiving our slaughter as meaningless and lamenting for the myriad beings of heaven and earth, this is merely fate. It is the grand trend of the universe. I in the face of the cosmic order. We are but ants, swept along by the momentum of the heavens. I cannot foresee if I shall survive when the final battle arrives, yet I will exert every ounce of strength to fight. This is my mission, my destiny. If I cannot achieve vengeance, life loses its meaning for me. Perhaps only upon fulfilling my revenge can I find peace. Every cause has its effect. The bond between myself and the demon race is indelible, and thus a battle is inevitable. As for my mission, what is it truly? Father, to what destination are you guiding me? In the heart of the Houtu Ancestor Witch, a whisper echoed, acknowledging the reason in Panwu's words. Yet, it was not the path she desired. Unbeknownst to her, guided by an inner force, she found herself before the Blood Sea, where countless vengeful spirits lingered. These were the souls of beings from the primordial world. Drawn to the Blood Sea, creating this horrifying spectacle, the Blood Sea, indeed, it seemed that the will of heaven could not be defied, leading Houtu Ancestor Witch to this juncture. What? She pondered. Would the old ancestor of the underworld do when faced with the reincarnation of Houtu? Would he obstruct or support her? And what could she possibly do in this matter? The sheer number of vengeful spirits atop the Blood Sea was astonishing. For some inexplicable reason, upon gazing at the Blood Sea, she was reminded of the two supreme innate treasures in the Ancestor Witch's treasury, the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen, as if they bore a connection to the Blood Sea and its endless spirits. A truly wondrous sensation. As she spoke, Pangu couldn't help but gently shake his head, a hint of mild astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 26. Mission. Upon mentioning the Book of Life and Death in the Judge's Pen, the Houtu Ancestor Witch suddenly grasped their significance. The surge of power welled within her, and at that moment, a radiant light flashed above her head, through which Pangu sensed the essence of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, at that moment, the aura of the heavenly Tao enveloped Houtu Ancestor Witch, leaving Pangu utterly astounded. This was the heavenly Tao's scheme. Was it truly plotting against her? When had Houtu Ancestor Witch fallen prey to such machinations? After much contemplation, Pangu concluded that there was but one possibility. During the War of the Witches and Demons, when the Tao ancestor Hongjun faced off against the 12 Ancestor Witches, perhaps it was then that Houtu Ancestor Witch unwittingly became ensnared by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun's subtle machinations. The thought filled Pangu with dread. To execute such a silent scheme against Houtu during battle illustrated the immense power of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, capable of disregarding even the fortune of the witch clan. In truth, Pangu was overthinking it. The reason Hongjun could silently scheme against Houtu and not the other ancestor witches was due to Houtu having once attended the Zixia Palace to listen to teachings, thereby forming a karmic bond with Hongjun. This allowed for the possibility of her being ensnared without her awareness, rendering the witch clan's fortune utterly ineffectual. The boundless vengeful spirits, if they could be liberated, perhaps immeasurable merit could be attained, paving the way for enlightenment and becoming a saint. thus opening a door to life for all beings of the universe. Pangu cautiously tested Houtu Ancestor Witch's reaction, probing the response of the heavenly Tao, contemplating whether his actions would provoke its rules. To his relief, his actions did not incite the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Rather, his words amplified the aura of compassion emanating from Houtu Ancestor Witch, affecting all who stood beside her. As Panwu's repeated reminders reached her ears, Houtu Ancestor Witch's heart was stirred, and her compassionate thoughts expanded, leading her to contemplate immersing herself in the blood sea to guide the vengeful spirits. In that instant, a golden light appeared within her spiritual consciousness. The essence of the Pangu deity surged, intertwining with a hint of the heavenly Tao's aura, both guiding her towards reincarnation. Yet, while the essence of Pangu urged her to perfect the primordial world and open the path of the earth, the aura of the heavenly Tao directed her to establish the 6 realms of reincarnation, refining the primordial world under its dominion. Though both paths aimed to enhance the primordial realm, their essences differed profoundly. The guidance from Pangu was selfless, embodying true compassion, while the heavenly Tao's direction was heavily laced with self-interest, seeking to place the 6 realms beneath its authority. In that moment, these two forces clashed within Houtu Ancestor Witch's soul, stirring her spirit. As Houtu's state of mind shifted, Panwu felt an inexplicable force, a pressure mounting. If previously he had merely suspected the heavenly Tao was plotting against Houtu, now he was acutely aware of the scheming at play. Houtu was engaged in a struggle against the forces of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps she remained oblivious to this conflict, but as a bearer of the Pangu bloodline, she instinctively resisted the power of the heavenly Tao. Should he do nothing, allowing Houtu to be ensnared by the heavenly Tao's machinations? Should he merely seek to evade the wrath of the heavenly Tao and avoid retribution? No, despite his trepidation towards the heavenly Tao. As a member of the Witch clan, he could not act selfishly nor forget the aid bestowed upon him by Houtu. Perhaps this expectation was what Pangu had left for them, amidst the endless cycles of conflict throughout the ages. With countless beings perishing, their deaths were not the end. Their lingering souls remained in the primordial realm, creating myriad problems. The vengeful spirits of the Blood Sea were but a fragment of a greater whole. The primordial world housed many more restless souls. This might well be the mission left by Pangu, a duty of the Witch clan, for without it, the 2 innate treasures within the tribe would not exist. Treasure, mission. Upon hearing these 2 words, Houtu Ancestor Witch experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, this was the mission bestowed upon her by the Father God. As she comprehended this, the schemes of Hongjun towards her were instantly shattered, Pangu's power obliterating them, and Houtu Ancestor Witch's spirit was uplifted in that instant. Panwu, thank you for your guidance. I have finally grasped the Father God's expectations and recognized my mission. These 3 drops of essence blood, along with the 12 capital heavenly gods banner, I entrust to you. Upon returning to the Witch clan, present them to the Ancestor Witch Emperor Jiang. My 3 drops of essence blood are sufficient to nurture a new Ancestor Witch. Ensuring the power of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation remains with the Witch clan, undiminished by my departure. At this juncture, Houtu Ancestor Witch paused, letting out a gentle sigh. Initially, I hoped you could refine these 3 drops of essence blood and transform into an Ancestor Witch. However, you were ultimately not of the Witch clan. You are the first human witch of the primordial world, blessed with great fortune and merit. I cannot allow my selfish desires to jeopardize your future, especially since you are destined to transcend the confines of the Witch clan. I hope that, in times of hardship for the Witch clan, you will lend your assistance, preventing its descent into ruin. In an instant, Houtu Ancestor Witch glimpsed a fragment of Panwu's future. Though it was but a sliver of possibility, she understood that Panwu was not of the Witch clan. After the War of the Witches and Demons, when all karmic ties were resolved, Panwu would embrace his own path. As Houtu Ancestor Witch came to understand her mission, she recognized the impending conclusion of her life. She was bequeathing her final wishes, unwilling to let the Witch clan face annihilation, thus placing her hopes upon Panwu. Although Panwu shared a karmic bond with the Witch clan, the most significant connection was merely bloodline. The War of the Witches and Demons would resolve that bond. As for the aid the Witch clan had extended to Panwu, all debts had been repaid. If there were any remaining, it would be the Witch clan indebted to Panwu, not the other way around. Panwu understood the importance of his intentions towards the Witch clan at that moment. Houtu Ancestor, which comprehended fully. This enlightenment of her mission was also a product of Panwu's guidance. A profound karmic bond indeed. I will act. Even without your words, I would assist the Witch clan, ensuring it does not spiral into destruction. After all, I carry half the bloodline of the Witch clan. My growth is inseparable from its support. From your grace, I am not an ungrateful wretch. I will forever remember the kindness bestowed upon me by the witch clan and you. Pangu spoke with sincerity, devoid of any need for deception. Had he truly harbored such thoughts, he would not have repeatedly reminded Houtu Ancestor, which, guiding her towards transformation. Though he had his own desires, they would not harm Houtu Ancestor Witch nor the Witch Clan. Her reincarnation was a grand cosmic trend, an unstoppable force. Upon hearing Pangu's words, a subtle smile appeared on Houtu Ancestor Witch's face, filled with satisfaction. She then addressed the Blood Sea, dear friend of the underworld. Please reveal yourself. Houtu Ancestor Witch had long sensed the presence of the old ancestor of the underworld, who, despite his attempts to remain hidden, had not escaped her awareness. With her mission illuminated, her spiritual power grew immensely, rendering it difficult for even the old ancestor of the underworld to evade her perception, especially since he had been quietly observing the interactions between Houtu and Pangu. As Houtu Ancestor Witch's words fell, the blood sea stirred, and the old ancestor of the underworld emerged upon its surface, gazing at Houtu Ancestor Witch. Houtu, my friend, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Blood Sea? Dear friend of the underworld, I bear the mission of the Father God to perfect the cycle of reincarnation within the primordial world, and I require the use of your Blood Sea. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Houtu Ancestor Witch replied with calmness, showing no concern for the old ancestor's reaction. She understood that her mission was aligned with the grand cosmic order, impervious to any obstruction. Her addressing the old ancestor was also an opportunity for him, a chance to gain merit through the Tao. Regrettably, Houtu Ancestor Witch overestimated the wisdom and insight of the old ancestor of the underworld. He regarded the Blood Sea as of utmost importance, for it was his lair. How could he possibly allow Houtu Ancestor Witch to utilize it? Upon hearing her request, the expression of the old ancestor of the underworld shifted. His voice grave, I must implore you to reconsider, dear Houtu. The Blood Sea is my birthplace and the foundation of the Azura clan. I cannot permit you to use it. I hope you will not put me in a difficult position. Minki, my friend, it appears you are unwilling to grant me a favor. Are you not aware of the consequences your words may bring? You shall become an adversary of the great Tao, forsaken by the primordial world. My mission is to perfect the cycle of reincarnation within the primordial realm. This is the grand design of heaven and earth, which no one can obstruct. I implore you to reflect deeply on this matter. Reflection? No. The venerable ancestor of Minki need not contemplate. For him, regardless of the veracity of Houtu's words, the Blood Sea must remain undisturbed, and the foundation of the Azura clan must not be shaken. Otherwise, the Azura clan will inevitably suffer a grievous setback. Houtu, do not press me too hard. I wish not to be your enemy, nor do I desire conflict with the Wu clan. Do not force me into a corner. As he spoke, a glint of madness sparkled in the eyes of the ancestor Minki, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent. In his view, the ancestral shaman Houtu was undermining his foundation and his great Tao. Houtu, leave the task of holding him back to me. You need not concern yourself with his obstruction. Completing your mission is of utmost importance. At this moment, Pangu stepped forward once more. Although Pangu's strength was far inferior to that of the ancestor Minki, for the latter was a seasoned quasi-saint, while Pangu had only just transcended into quasi-sainthood. Chapter 27. Houtu achieves enlightenment. Houtu understood that Pangu's combat prowess was no match for the ancestor Minki. However, she currently found herself devoid of other options. Summoning additional ancestral shamans for assistance might jeopardize the opportunity to perfect the primordial world, and she would also fail to live up to the expectations of the Father God. After all, to embody the cycle of reincarnation, it was impossible to gain the recognition of the other ancestral shamans. Very well, be cautious, and do not engage Minki head-on. Once I transform into the cycle of reincarnation, he will inevitably face divine retribution for obstructing the perfection of the primordial world and will be cast aside by it. Houtu cautioned Pangu, wishing to prevent him from being harmed in the confrontation with the ancestor Minki, as it would be detrimental to the greater good of the Wu clan. I understand, ancestral shaman, there is no need to worry for my safety. Although my combat strength pales in comparison to that of the ancestor Minki, I am still a quasi-saint, and as one who has attained enlightenment through the flesh, I possess the ability to protect myself. Time is of the essence, so please, ancestral shaman, take action. Upon hearing Pangu's words, the ancestor Minki was instantly filled with rage. How could he, a mere junior, dare to disregard him? This was intolerable. If such words had come from one of the 12 ancestral shamans, the ancestor Minki could have accepted it. The 12 ancestral shamans were all formidable beings at the pinnacle of the primordial world, yet Pangu was merely a fledgling, a newcomer to the realm of quasi-saints. How dare he look down upon him? If you did not teach him a lesson, how could he maintain his dignity in the primordial realm? Youngster, you shall pay for your words. You must bear the consequences of your actions, with a furious roar. The Ancestor Minki charged at Pangu, wielding the two innate killing swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, directly aimed at him. Humph, do you seek my life? You, Minki, lack the strength to oppose the grand design of heaven and earth. Perhaps you should consider your own safety. Engage, Pangu bellowed, as the supreme divine weapon, Blood Butcher, instantly materialized in his hand to meet the oncoming assault of Yuan Tu and Abi, while Pangu had confidence in his defenses. He was reluctant to be struck by the innate killing swords, and no matter how powerful his flesh was, it could not withstand the might of these two swords, though not be deceived by the disparity in realms. Although Pangu's level was lower than that of the Ancestor Minki, and his combat prowess was weaker, his instinct for battle was extraordinarily potent. Armed with the supreme divine weapon, Blood Butcher, he unleashed his full power. Utilizing the 9 turns profound art in conjunction with his martial prowess, he engaged in a fierce exchange with the Ancestor Minki. Although the Ancestor Minki was indeed formidable, he could not subdue Pangu within a short span of time. The martial power in Pangu's hands was expressed to its fullest. Cursed be it. How can a mere junior possess such a formidable instinct for battle? I have witnessed the battles of the witch and demon era before. At that time, this junior possessed none of the strength he wields now. The Ancestor Minki was consumed by a fury he could not contain, realizing he could not best Pangu. Yet, despite his ire, it resolved nothing. Pangu's combat capabilities exceeded the Ancestor Minki's expectations. Not only had the Ancestor Minki underestimated Pangu's strength, but even Houtu had done so. Regrettably, Houtu was presently focused entirely on her transformation into the cycle of reincarnation. Striving to perfect the reincarnation path for the primordial world, for Houtu understood that only by successfully perfecting the great Tao of reincarnation could this conflict be brought to an end. Compelling the Ancestor Minki to relent, once the cycle was perfected, the Ancestor Minki would face the wrath of the primordial world and divine retribution. If he dared to strike again, it would be tantamount to his own demise. Father God above, today Houtu transforms into the cycle of reincarnation, opening the 6 paths of reincarnation and evolving the underworld. Let the cycle manifest. Let the underworld arise. As Houtu's voice resonated, she traversed the blood sea. A formidable power radiating from her being, the entire blood sea surged with colossal waves, and Houtu's form gradually dissipated amid this tempest. The 6 paths of reincarnation emerged, and the underworld took shape. When Houtu embodied the cycle of reincarnation, the entire primordial world trembled in response, and all beings therein extolled the virtues of Houtu. Yet, not all creatures shared this sentiment, at least among the demon clan. Some rejoiced instead. The downfall of Houtu, whom they feared, had compromised the 12 capital celestial array. Perhaps this was one reason the demon clan faced divine abandonment. They showed disrespect toward the primordial world and the great virtue of Houtu. For the likes of Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral shamans, the news struck like thunder, shocking them profoundly. They had not anticipated that Houtu would make such a choice, to embody the cycle of reincarnation, thereby depriving the Wu clan of their most potent power. Did they harbor resentment towards Houtu's actions? No, they felt none. Rather, they were filled with reluctance, unable to bear the sacrifice of Houtu, especially Emperor Jiang. The leader of the Wu clan thought he sensed the burgeoning fortune of the Wu clan as Houtu transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, feeling the karma entwined around them dissipate, all thanks to Houtu's efforts. Just when all beings believed that Houtu had perished, as her last vestige of soul was on the verge of being eradicated by the cycle, an immense power of the great Tao descended from the void. In the underworld, Houtu's soul was instantly completed, emanating a powerful aura, and under the auspices of the great Taoist merit, her soul underwent a transformation, enlightenment. Houtu achieved enlightenment, attaining the status of a sage of the earth Tao. Through Panwu's interference, Houtu's fate was altered. Unencumbered by the calculations of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, Houtu attained the rank of earth Tao sage. However, despite her recent enlightenment, Houtu had not undergone significant changes. Though the 6 paths of reincarnation had coalesced, they were not yet fully perfected, lacking the dominion of a master to suppress each path. Furthermore, the underworld remained incomplete, necessitating Houtu's direct intervention to ensure the safety of both the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Cursed be it, how is this possible? Houtu has achieved enlightenment, attaining the status of an earth Tao sage, at this moment. The Ancestor Minki was rendered speechless. He never imagined that Houtu would directly attain sainthood through her embodiment of the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, his astonishment was only beginning. With Houtu's enlightenment came the acknowledgement of the great Tao and the primordial world, and as an obstruction to this, the Ancestor Minki faced the wrath of the primordial realm. In an instant, a terrifying force descended upon the Ancestor Minki. This was not the doing of Houtu, but rather the primordial world's intimidation of Minki. How dare he obstruct Houtu from perfecting the cycle of reincarnation? This was tantamount to waging war against the primordial world, a grave offense. Had Houtu not embodied the cycle of reincarnation, consuming half of the Bloodsea's essence, the divine retribution would have surely descended upon him. Although there was no divine retribution, the merits that once belonged to the Ancestor Minki had vanished, while Pangu, who aided Houtu, was bestowed with immense merit as the merit of the great Tao enveloped him. Pangu felt his primordial spirit tremble, yearning to absorb this vast merit. Harnessing the power of this merit, he directly broke through to become a quasi-saint, elevating both his flesh and spirit to the quasi-saint realm. However, at that moment, Pangu's spirit did not sway his will or judgment. He promptly accepted the merit. Quelling the desire of his spirit to absorb the merit for a breakthrough. It was better to achieve a breakthrough grounded in reality rather than resort to shortcuts through merit. Ancestor Minki, do you see? This is the dire consequence of your attempt to obstruct Houtu from perfecting the primordial world. Had you not insisted on impeding Houtu and waging an endless war against me, you too could have shared in the merit of the great Tao. Now, due to your ignorance and folly, you have lost this opportunity entirely. Observing the astonished expression on Minki's face, Pangu refrained from further attacking. Disdainfully laughing, the Ancestor Minki had squandered a splendid opportunity due to his foolishness. If he did not take a moment to mock him, it would be a disservice to all his efforts. You wretched fool, you dare to mock me, a mere junior. In the heart of the Ancestor of the River of Souls, an intense hatred for Pangu simmered, causing him to grind his teeth in rage. However, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to succumb to anger, nor could he act recklessly, lest he invoke divine retribution. The primordial essence of the Hongwang world had already warned him once. And at this moment, the Ancestor of the River of Souls dared not continue down the path of self-destruction. Despite his reluctance to yield, he was informed that Pangu intended to meet with the Grand Shaman of the Earth. Did he truly wish to stand against the Hongwang world, to obstruct the Grand Shaman of the Earth? Did he really believe himself fearless enough to confront the entirety of the Hongwang realm? Pangu, unwilling to grant the Ancestor of the River of Souls any further opportunities, spoke out with authority. Do not rejoice too soon, young one. With that, the Ancestor of the River of Souls vanished into the Blood Sea. Ignoring Pangu and the upheaval in the realm of the Nether, for him, it was all tears, blood tears. His heart ached. A splendid opportunity and great merit lay before him, yet his own ignorance had driven it all away. Furthermore, he had offended the primordial essence of the Hongwang world. How could such an outcome not cause him anguish, at that moment, witnessing the plight of the Ancestor of the River of Souls? The powerful beings of the Hongwang world could not help but chuckle derisively. Any semblance of sympathy for him was mere pretense. They relished the sight of his misfortune, allowing him to seize an opportunity. To gain the merit of the 6 paths of reincarnation might have granted him a chance at enlightenment. Now that opportunity had been irrevocably lost, a tremendous boon for the heavenly Tao and the saints, and a cause for celebration among the enemies of the Ancestor of the River of Souls. For the myriad beings of the Hongwang, there was a deep-seated loathing for him. No one wished to witness the failure of the Grand Shaman of the Earth. With the 6 paths of reincarnation, the cycle of life in the Hongwang world had reached perfection, offering them a glimmer of hope. What had the Ancestor of the River of Souls been doing all this while? He had severed his last thread of hope. How could the beings of the Hongwang world accept this? Were they not powerful enough to confront him? Had they not been unable to defeat the Ancestor of the River of Souls and his Azure legions in the Blood Sea? They would surely have taken action to teach him a lesson. Chapter 28. Proposal. In the midst of this grand opportunity for the perfection of the Hongwang world, had the Ancestor of the River of Souls truly gained nothing? No, he had indeed reaped some rewards. The opening of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the evolution of the Netherworld had conferred great fortune upon the Azure clan. They would no longer struggle for survival. With the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Azure clan had become part of its lineage. As long as reincarnation persisted, the Azure would endure, with the Ancestor of the River of Souls no longer obstructing him. Pangu entered the Netherworld and met the Grand Shaman of the Earth. Yet, the Grand Shaman of the Earth now bore no trace of the shamanic essence. Her flesh and blood had transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, giving rise to the evolution of the Netherworld. Pangu, you have arrived. I did not expect to see you again. I know you have much to say, but please wait a moment. Soon, Emperor Jiang and the others will arrive. Upon seeing Pangu, a faint smile graced the Grand Shaman of the Earth's face. She was overjoyed to be alive, and to have achieved the status of a true saint made her even happier. Pangu smiled calmly, very well. He then stepped aside to await the arrival of Emperor Jiang and the others. As the Grand Shaman of the Earth had predicted, it was not long before Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral shamans arrived in the netherworld. Their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Pangu present, and scathed despite having faced the ancestor of the River of Souls. Elder brother, you have come. I know you all have countless words and questions in your hearts. But our time is limited, so I shall be brief. Although I have attained the status of a true saint, becoming a true earth saint, I fear I am powerless in the face of the grand forces of heaven and earth. I am afraid I will be unable to assist in this calamity of the shamans and demons. Pangu possesses 3 drops of my essence blood, which can be used to cultivate a new ancestral shaman, ensuring the pinnacle strength of our clan remains unshaken. No, I believe the ancestral shaman's view is misguided. The shamanic clan does not require all 3 drops of ancestral shaman essence blood. Even if we truly needed to cultivate a new ancestral shaman, a single drop would suffice. 2 drops would be more than enough. Moreover, the Grand Shaman of the Earth should use 1 drop of essence blood to reconstruct her true form. A body forged from merit cannot compare to the strength of an ancestral shaman's true form. At that moment, without waiting for Emperor Jiang to speak, Pangu interjected, expressing his thoughts. Indeed, Pangu makes a valid point. Little sister, as an ancestral shaman, how can you be without your true form? It would be best for you to use the essence blood to reconstruct your true self. You need not worry about the shamanic clan. We possess sufficient strength to face the demon clan. No, elder brother, you are mistaken. The demon clan is not so weak. Do not forget they possess the slaughtering shaman sword and the great array of the stars of the Buzhou sky. In such a situation, the shamanic clan lacks the absolute power to defeat the demon clan. While we all understand this will undoubtedly lead to a mutually destructive outcome, I do not wish to see the shamanic clan suffer heavy casualties. I do not want my departure to plunge the clan into a dire situation. The retreat through the 10,000 great mountains is not safe. As she spoke, the Grand Shaman of the Earth let out a long sigh. With her departure, did the shamanic clan truly possess sufficient strength to confront the demon clan? No, they could not. Without the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons' great array, the shamanic clan would inevitably fall short against the demon clan. They required the power of the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons' great array. Only this array could grant the shamanic clan the strength to contend with the demon clan. Grand Shaman of the Earth. I understand your thoughts, but you are mistaken. For the entirety of the shamanic clan, the stronger you are, the safer the clan will be. The retreat through the 10,000 great mountains is indeed unsafe. But the shamanic clan now has a new retreat, the netherworld. As the ruler of the netherworld, cannot you protect the safety of the shamanic clan? Would it not be the best refuge to move part of the weaker shamans from the 10,000 great mountains into the netherworld? The Grand Shaman of the Earth sighed. Pangu, I understand your intentions, but you underestimate the pressures of the netherworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. This vast world, combined with the reincarnation of the beings of Honghuang, cannot be managed by my strength alone. Even as the ruler of the netherworld and the master of reincarnation, I cannot ensure the safety of the shamanic clan. I would need to expend tremendous energy to stabilize the operations of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the netherworld. Pangu smiled calmly. I understand the dilemma faced by the Grand Shaman. It is precisely because you cannot manage the order of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the netherworld that you require more assistance. Transferring a portion of the weaker shamans from the 10,000 great mountains to the netherworld is not merely for your protection. It is also to help you maintain control over the netherworld and uphold its order, allowing you to focus more of your efforts on the 6 paths of reincarnation. Well said. Pangu, your words hold merit. Little sister, do not refuse. The netherworld is a realm you have forged, and it should naturally be under your control. Moving a portion of the population to the netherworld is indeed the best choice. If we can ensure their safety, we can fully commit ourselves to the decisive battle ahead, without the burden of worries. We can unleash all our power and fear nothing. Emperor Zhang's words were met with unanimous agreement from the other ancestral shamans. For this assembly of ancestral shamans, they were never averse to war. Even when they knew that the battle against the demon clan could lead to their demise, the death of ancestral shamans was not what they feared. What they dreaded was the loss of a living environment for the shamanic clan. Only when the shamanic clan had a true refuge could they face the decisive battle against the demon clan without fear, pouring every ounce of strength into the fray. Did the other ancestral shamans truly possess no glimmer of hope? Perhaps there was, but Pangu was unaware. He had considered allowing Emperor Jiang and the others to leave a drop of essence blood with the Grand Shaman of the Earth for safekeeping. Should they fall in the battle against the demons, it might provide a sliver of hope. Yet, ultimately, Pangu abandoned this idea. Whatever he could conceive, the grand shaman of the earth would surely have thought of it as well. Now that she had become a true earth saint, if such a method were feasible, would she not have mentioned it? As for the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, Pangu had once contemplated whether he could also claim a position among the lords. But ultimately he relinquished the notion. While being a lord would confer great fortune and merit, it also came with profound karmic ties. Once accepted, one would inevitably be bound to guard the six paths of reincarnation, sharing the burden with the grand shaman of the earth, making it difficult to extricate oneself from the cycle. Merit is indeed splendid, but for Pangu, the greater concern was freedom. Sacrificing one's freedom for the sake of merit was not a worthy trade. And he had no need to sacrifice his freedom for merit, which he did not lack. There was no necessity for such calculations. Very well, I consent to Pangu's proposal. I require only a single drop of essence blood. The remaining 2 drops shall be entrusted to Hoi and Chi within the tribe, perhaps enabling them to further break through to the ancestral shaman realm. Yet, this approach may also have a considerable impact on them. For my essence blood contains a unique path of its own, which may affect their future cultivation. As she spoke, the grand shaman of the earth let out a long sigh, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Grand shaman, there is no need for such thoughts. If Hoi and Chi cannot break through to the ancestral shaman realm within a millennium, when the battle between shamans and demons arrives, it may spell their doom. While these 2 drops of essence blood may influence their future cultivation, they offer a far greater chance of preserving their lives in the decisive battle. Pangu. Since the blood of the ancestral witch is beneficial for the great witch to break through to the ancestral witch level, could we not use our own blood to nurture more ancestral witches? Upon hearing Pangu's words, a wildly audacious thought suddenly emerged in Zhu Rong's mind. As soon as he voiced this idea, it stirred the hearts of the other ancestral witches. If successful, the power of the witch clan would be greatly enhanced. Pangu gently shook his head and replied, "This is impossible. While opportunities do exist, you must understand that the ancestral witches are not the same as the Earth Mother ancestral witch. Previously, the Earth Mother ancestral witch separated 3 drops of her life essence from herself. Fully aware that each drop would inflict severe damage upon her own source, the 3 drops left her gravely weakened. Had it not been for her transformation into the cycle of reincarnation, she would still be in a state of utter vulnerability. Even after a millennium, or even 10 millennia, she would not be able to recover. If the ancestral witches were to follow suit, they would not regain their strength before the decisive battle with the demon clan, thereby significantly diminishing the power of the witch clan. A truly counterproductive endeavor. Pangu's reasoning was undeniable. The notion of utilizing life essence to allow the great witches to surpass the ancestral witch realm was indeed reckless. In such a scenario, what could the demon clan possibly employ to contend with the witch clan? If the likes of the Emperor Jiang ancestral witch were to undertake such actions, it would merely result in the needless sacrifice of their own essence, weakening the witch clan further, with no guarantee that any great witch would achieve a breakthrough. Elder brother, do not entertain such thoughts. They would only undermine the foundation of the witch clan and lead us into dire straits. Seeking shortcuts is not permissible. My 3 drops of life essence were merely a fluke, not to be taken seriously. At this moment, the Earth Mother ancestral witch, concerned that the Emperor Jiang ancestral witch might be swayed, could not help but speak up in persuasion. Indeed, I have been too impulsive, allowing your words to sway me. If such a fortuitous opportunity truly existed, we would have long since triumphed over the demon clan. If the life essence of the ancestral witches were so immensely powerful, how could the witch clan find itself in its current predicament? Rest assured, I understand the stakes and will not gamble with the survival of the witch clan. While he understood this, who would not be tempted by such an alluring prospect? It was entirely natural for the Emperor Jiang ancestral witch to harbor such thoughts. Had time permitted, he would indeed have been inclined to experiment with it. But the risks were too great. A failure would spell catastrophic consequences for the witch clan, one that he could not bear, nor could the entire witch clan. At this moment, the Emperor Jiang ancestral witch cast a glance at Pangu, inwardly lamenting, wishing that the great witches in their tribe possessed talents akin to Pangu's. Then, the witch clan would not have to fear a lack of top-tier power, nor would they need to worry about the potential damage to the 12th capital Heavenly God Slaughter Formation, a supreme force. Chapter 29. Conspiracy. Despite the myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, the Earth Mother ancestral witch could not act on impulse, for the witch clan still faced the ultimate battle. She could not leave her brothers trapped in the underworld. Parting was inevitable, no matter how reluctant her heart. This is the helplessness of life. As they prepared to part, Pangu returned the 3 drops of life essence that the Earth Mother ancestral witch had entrusted to him. She retained 1 drop, while the remaining 2 returned to Pangu's hands. which he intended to give to Hou and Qiyu, showing no concern that Pangu would hoard these 2 drops of life essence. Demonstrating her profound trust in him. It is worth noting that these were 2 drops of the ancestral witch's life essence, an immense temptation for any practitioner of body refinement. This farewell might well be eternal for the ancestral witches. Although their hearts were heavy with sorrow, they did not look back. Once they exited the underworld, the ancestral witches began to mobilize, sending a portion of the witch clan's forces into the underworld to assist the Earth Mother Ancestral Witch in gaining dominion over that realm. Were the saints not envious of the benefits of the underworld? Of course, they harbored their own ambitions, yet none dared to act impulsively. The Earth Mother Ancestral Witch was a saint in her own right, a true saint of the earth. Even Hongjun Daozu would have to exercise caution in the underworld, let alone these saints of the heavenly path. Naturally, as saints of the heavenly path, they understood that the Earth Mother Ancestral Witch would not easily leave the underworld, nor the cycle of reincarnation. She needed to suppress the origins of both the cycle and the underworld. If she departed before the underworld was fully established, it would lead to turmoil throughout the realm. Before leaving the underworld, Pangu entrusted the Earth Mother Ancestral Witch with his methods for perfecting the underworld. Although he had once considered claiming this merit for himself, he ultimately relinquished that ambition, much like his previous rejection of the temptation for the title of Pathmaster. He realized that while perfecting the underworld might yield great merit, it would also entangle him with it. Such merit, while desirable, was not suited for him. Once connected with the underworld, he might find himself influenced by it in the future. Had the Earth Mother Ancestral Witch undertaken the task of perfecting the underworld herself, it would have been a different matter. The entire realm would be thoroughly under her control, further enhancing her status as a true saint of the earth and strengthening her connection to it. This would allow her to restrain the powers of Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly path, and even the strength of the saints of the heavenly path. In truth, Pangu understood that once the Earth Mother Ancestral Witch attained sainthood, the demon clan would soon take action against Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, with the shadows of the heavenly path and Hongjun Daozu lurking behind. This would also set off the covert war between the witch and demon clans, prompting the saints into action. The demon clan sought to plot against the witch clan, yet the great Tao encompasses reincarnation. When they conspired against the witch clan, they would inevitably bear tremendous karmic repercussions. Once this karma erupted, it would unleash a calamity upon the entire primordial world, and all participating beings would carry endless karmic burdens. They might deceive the myriad beings of the primordial world, but they could not deceive the great Tao. Time was running short for him, or more accurately, for the mountain sovereign of the 10,000 mountains, once the Gong Gong Ancestral Witch and Zhu Rong Ancestral Witch engaged in battle. The collapse of Mount Buzhou would spell disaster for the entire primordial world. This necessitated the mountain sovereign's intervention to uphold the stability of the primordial realm. Mountain sovereign, our time is limited. Are you prepared? Should a crisis arise, can you replace Mount Buzhou as the pillar of the primordial realm? As time passed, Pangu's heart brimmed with unease, fearing that circumstances might shift. He inquired of the mountain sovereign, for this bore immense significance for the entire primordial world, as well as for the witch clan and his own interests. Rest assured, my lord, that I have made all necessary preparations, should a crisis arise. I will immediately take the place of Mount Buzhou, supporting the heavenly realm of the primordial world. I will not allow the land to suffer catastrophic damage, nor will I permit the schemes of the heavenly path and Hongjun Daozu to succeed. Even if Mount Buzhou falls, the fortune of the witch clan will remain intact, and our fate will not be compromised. If Mount Buzhou were to collapse due to the witch clan's actions, Pangu would also be significantly affected. His own fortune was intertwined with that of the witch clan, necessitating thorough preparations. This burden must be shouldered by the mountain sovereign, for reasons unknown. A twinge of anxiety lingered in Pangu's heart. The situation was not as simple as the mountain sovereign portrayed it, yet he could not pinpoint the source of the issue. Now, ensnared within the calamity of the world, influenced by the aura of heavenly tribulation, he found himself unable to see through many matters. After a brief exchange with his lord, the mountain sovereign of the 10,000 mountains let out a heavy sigh, his expression laden with gravity. Time was far too tight, and the situation was more challenging than he had anticipated. Although he had been diligently gathering the essence of the 10,000 mountains, the amount he had collected was insufficient to bear the burden of Mount Buzhou. Should Mount Buzhou fall, he would be incapable of fulfilling that role, which weighed heavily on the mountain sovereign's mind. Who can assist me? No one, as long as he remained the mountain sovereign of the 10,000 mountains. This grave responsibility fell solely upon him. Unless he was willing to relinquish his identity as the primordial mountain deity, such a course was impossible. Perhaps this was the tribulation that primordial deities must face upon their emergence. As the mountain sovereign of the 10,000 mountains, he was compelled to confront the monumental responsibility of Mount Buzhou's potential collapse. If only I could acquire the Earth Immortal's tome from the Earth Immortal Ancestor. Jin Yuanzi, then I would have no such worries. Alas, this is destined to be impossible. Even if it were for the sake of the myriad beings of the primordial world, I could not obtain the Earth Tome, an unparalleled defensive innate treasure. From Jin Yuanzi, without the Earth Tome, relying solely on the power of the 10,000 mountains would be inadequate to uphold the heavenly realm and assume the mantle of Mount Buzhou. Should it come to a desperate situation, I might have no choice but to sacrifice myself. In an instant, a frenzied thought took root in the mountain sovereign's heart, one that burrowed deeply into his soul. Under the pressure of the vast environment and the weight of the situation, he realized that to reverse the tide, he must pay a staggering price, one far beyond what he or his lord had ever contemplated. Now, it was all becoming painfully clear, albeit too late. There could be no further delays. The demon clan might strike at any moment, and the heavenly path and Hong Jun Daozu would scheme against the witch clan. He must reach Mount Buzhou first. Otherwise, should the situation erupt, even if he wished to assume responsibility, there would be no opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, the mountain sovereign abandoned the idea of continuing to gather the essence of the 10,000 mountains and set his course toward Mount Buzhou. Due to the scarcity of time at my disposal, the adversary will not grant me the luxury of waiting to gather the essence of all mountains. My sole path forward lies in the heaven-piercing divine pillar, this accompanying treasure of immense significance. As the ancestor of all mountains takes action, the closer I draw to the Mount Buzhou, the more I sense the waning of its primordial essence and the terrifying presence of the calamity of heaven and earth. As an innate deity, the ancestor of all mountains perceives the transformations of Mount Buzhou in their entirety. However, this is beyond the realm of the mountain emperor's influence, leaving me with no choice but to bide my time. Cautiously infiltrating Mount Buzhou, the mountain emperor sought a secluded spot to settle down, silently awaiting the opportune moment, anticipating the intervention of various forces, and the eventual collapse of Mount Buzhou. In the face of the grand scheme of heaven and earth. Under the machinations of Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, the witch clan indeed possesses no capacity for resistance. Even with the presence of the earthly sage, the ancestor of the earth, they remain oblivious to the conspiracies of the heavenly path and Hongjun. Failing to recognize that Zhu Rong and Gong Gong are ensnared in the schemes of the demon clan, or more accurately, in the intricate designs of the heavenly path, heading towards annihilation. The heavenly path and Hongjuan's interference has obscured the celestial mechanisms, rendering the earthly sage incapable of perceiving the demon clan's plans, oblivious to the fierce battle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Indeed, under the machinations of the demon clan, a fierce conflict erupts between Gong Gong and Zhu Rong on Mount Buzhou. Though the heavenly path's dark hand orchestrates events from behind the scenes, the celestial mechanisms remain shrouded, unnoticed by anyone. Upon the appearance of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong at Mount Buzhou, the ancestor of all mountains, the mountain emperor immediately sensed the disturbance, inwardly lamenting. My repeated desires to intervene and prevent these events from unfolding are met with an overwhelming aura of destruction, a warning from the heavenly path, as well as from Hongjun. Why, one wonders, does such a catastrophic battle erupt at Mount Buzhou, the stronghold of the witch clan, without other ancestors perceiving it? This is undoubtedly the grand design of the heavenly path and Hongjun, directly disrupting the celestial mechanisms to prevent other ancestors from noticing, leading Zhu Rong and Gong Gong into a dire predicament. At this moment, the power of calamity is eroding their spirits, leaving the inherently weak-willed Zhu Rong and Gong Gong with no chance of resistance, plunging them directly into crisis. This is the essence of conspiracy, the schemes of the heavenly path and Hongjun, were it not for first-hand experience. Who could fathom that the plans of the demon clan are merely pawns in the hands of the heavenly path and Hongjun? With the absence of the earthly sage, the witch clan's 12 capitals divine array has lost its most formidable power. Yet, they remain relentless in their pursuit to eradicate the witch clan, leaving no opportunity for survival. Is this the vigilance of the heavenly path and Hongjun against the witch clan? Does the witch clan truly possess such power that inspires fear within them? If so, what is this power? Is it the bloodline strength of the witch clan, the legacy left by the great Pangu, or perhaps the Pangu temple that shelters the witch clan? In the 30th chapter, titled Natural and Man-Made Disasters, the mountain emperor contemplates strategies, yet no matter how much I ponder, the grand tide of heaven and earth remains unaltered. In the face of such overwhelming forces, I am but an insignificant insect, powerless to turn the tide, forced to witness the life and death struggle between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. In my perception, both Zhu Rong and Gong Gong have lost their faculties, driven by external forces to fight desperately. The heavenly path will not tolerate the witch clan. Hongjun will not accept their existence. This is the harsh reality. The existence of the witch clan is perceived as a threat, a nuisance, and a calamity, which has led to the outbreak of this battle and the ensuing madness. With the earthly sage attaining sanctification, gathering immense merit for the witch clan, they cannot bear it and seek to once again weaken the witch clan's strength and fortune. The war at Mount Buzhou has erupted. Are you prepared for the impending calamity? After all, the collapse of Mount Buzhou will inflict devastating harm upon the entire primordial realm, and the waters of the heavenly river will undoubtedly pour down upon the land. The Mountain Emperor warns Pangu, as at this juncture, no one can prevent the unfolding of these events, not even the earthly sage. Gonggong and Zhu Rong have already been deeply eroded by the calamity. Unable to extricate themselves from their fates, without any surprises, under the guidance of the heavenly path and Hongjuan's dark hand, Zhu Rong has fallen. Initially, the struggle between Gonggong and Zhu Rong was evenly matched. But due to the heavenly machinations, Zhu Rong has perished while Gonggong survives. Upon Zhu Rong's demise, Gonggong awakens to the reality of the situation, filled with boundless regret, yet it is far too late. Zhu Rong's death strikes a devastating blow to the witch clan and grievously wounds Gonggong's spirit. As an ancestor witch, Gonggong is no fool. He understands that these events are orchestrated not by the demon clan, but by the heavenly path and Hongjuan, who are scheming against the witch clan, using their hands to destroy Zhu Rong and sever the merits of the god of seasons. He is now the center of the witch clan. Overwhelmed by regret, Gonggong, influenced by the calamity, makes a frenzied decision, fixating on Mount Buzhou, driven by the calamity to collide with it. Merely the death of Zhu Rong will not satisfy the heavenly path. It desires to see the fortune of the witch clan diminished and both the witch and demon clans suffer mutual destruction. If Mount Buzhou falls, all these objectives will be achieved, and the demon clan will also face consequences for their actions, while the witch clan will face an avalanche of karmic retribution. Unexpected events transpired. Under the influence of the heavenly path, Gonggong, in a fit of rage, crashes into Mount Buzhou. The already weakened Mount Buzhou cannot withstand the force of the heavens and breaks apart, causing tremors throughout the primordial world. With the collapse of Mount Buzhou, a massive void appears in the sky, and the waters of the heavenly river pour down violently upon the land, bringing countless beings to the brink of annihilation. Though Pangu and the Mountain Emperor had prepared beforehand, the sight of Mount Buzhou collapsing and the waters of the heavenly river cascading down still left them in shock. The magnitude of this calamity is terrifying. Oh, no, it should be termed a man-made disaster, as all of this is orchestrated by the dark hand of the heavenly path. To call it a natural disaster is incorrect. It is indeed a calamity wrought by human hands. In an instant, the fortune of the witch clan plummets dramatically. That moment, the ancestor witch Jiang finally discerns the crux of the issue. Understanding what has transpired, in the realm of Yomi. The earthly sage also comprehends, yet it is far too late. Even if they realize that Zhu Rong and Gonggong have been deceived, they are powerless to intervene. The heavenly path seeks the destruction of the witch clan. Despite the boundless fury in the hearts of the earthly sage and Jiang, they cannot act. They must ensure the safety of the witch clan, for the waters of the heavenly river are cascading down, subjecting the entire primordial realm to horrific calamities. They need to guarantee the safety of the witch clan. With the collapse of Mount Buzhou and the death of Zhu Rong, the demon clan rejoices? No, the demon clan cannot celebrate at this moment either, for they realize that with the fall of Mount Buzhou and the deluge of the heavenly river, their own fortune has also been severely impacted, even leading to turmoil in the entire heavenly realm, with countless demons swept away by the waters. Stunned, the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Wang Tai are left aghast. This is a result they never anticipated. They did not foresee that after plotting against the witch clan, they themselves would suffer such a terrifying blow and pay such an astonishing price. A flicker of regret emerges in their hearts. Yet it is too late. Everything is already transpired, and regret comes too late. The heaven-piercing divine pillar rises, supporting heaven and earth. I am the ancestor of all mountains. The primordial mountains heed my command. The force of all mountains rises. At this moment, the Mountain Emperor finally takes action, as the ancestor of all mountains, directly mobilizing the strength of the entire primordial mountain range to support heaven and earth, preventing the heavenly realm from crashing down upon the primordial land. As the Mountain Emperor had feared, his strength is insufficient to uphold the entirety of the primordial world. The force of all mountains cannot endure for long. Even with the heaven-piercing divine pillar, this accompanying treasure, he cannot sustain the heavens, bearing the immense pressure. The expression of the Mountain Emperor grows exceedingly grave. If he cannot find a way to resolve this, it will not be long before the power of the heavens overwhelms him, and at that point, the heavens will surely crash down upon the primordial land. As the Mountain Emperor lowers his gaze, He discovers a remnant of the collapsed Mount Buzhou. As the ancestor of all mountains, with a mere thought, he seizes this half of Mount Buzhou and integrates it into the heaven-piercing divine pillar. Harnessing the force of the primordial mountains to restore balance to the heavens. Utilizing the heaven-piercing divine pillar as the core, he once again supports the primordial heavens, successfully reattaching the severed portion of Mount Buzhou. Regrettably, although the heavens are upheld, the breach above remains unsealed, and the waters of the heavenly river continue to pour down. This is beyond the Mountain Emperor's capacity to repair, and at this moment, he cannot do so. Propping up the primordial heavens has already severely depleted his own essence, leaving him with little concern for the cascading waters of the heavenly river as the Mountain Emperor takes action. Hongjun, the Tao Ancestor, is astonished, and the saints of the heavenly path are equally astonished. No one anticipated that someone could rise to fill the void left by the collapse of Mount Buzhou. Hongjun, with a flicker of thought, deduces the origin of the Mountain Emperor, an innate deity, the ancestor of all mountains, born from the very essence of Mount Buzhou. Gong, why are you still dawdling? Do you not gather the waters of the heavenly river? Do you wish for the witch clan to bear the burden of endless karma due to your folly? Upon witnessing that the ancestral shaman of Gong had yet to awaken and was still affected by the chaotic energies of heaven and earth, the Mountain Emperor could not help but voice his anger. At this moment, it was imperative to cleanse one's own karma. Should the myriad saints take action, there would be no opportunity left. The Mountain Emperor's deep and resonant voice reverberated in the mind of the ancestral shaman of Gong, startling him into consciousness. In that instant of awakening, the ancestral shaman realized the folly of his actions and the immense calamity he had wrought upon the shamanic clan. He understood that this was not the time for regret, but rather for urgently rectifying his foolishness. As the ancestral shaman of water, Gong possessed an unparalleled mastery over his element. Under his guidance, the torrential waters of the heavenly river were gathered together, mitigating the catastrophic impacts on the vast primordial land and sparing the beings of the wilderness from devastating misfortune, thereby alleviating the shamanic clan's diminished fortune and his own karma. Of course, such outcomes were inextricably linked to the sacrifice of the Mountain Emperor. Had he not decisively chosen to take the helm and support the heavens and earth in place of Mount Buzhou, the ancestral shaman's karma would have spiraled out of control, leading the shamanic clan to ruin. The innate deities had not anticipated that Mount Buzhou would awaken the divine beings, the Mountain Emperor, the progenitor of all mountains. Was this the contingency left behind by Pangu? The innate mountain deity, the progenitor of all mountains. Hongjun Daozu murmured to himself, acknowledging that although the plan had not fully materialized, the damage to the shamanic clan was significant, and the strengths of the two clans had once again reached an equilibrium. No, merely the essence of Mount Buzhou was insufficient to fully uphold the primordial heavens and earth. The consumption of Mount Buzhou's essence was alarmingly great, even with the celestial pillar as a core. It could not withstand the weight of the celestial realm. It seemed I must take that final step. The innate deities were not yet destined to emerge, and the path of divinity had not yet manifested. Burdened by immense pressure and confronted with impending disaster, the Mountain Emperor had no choice but to take that final step. Essence of the divine, progenitor of all mountains, meld with me, as his powerful voice echoed. The Mountain Emperor stripped away his innate divine position and fused it into the celestial pillar, harnessing the strength of his divine rank to augment the essence of the celestial pillar, thus supporting the primordial cosmos. Once the divine rank of the progenitor of all mountains was integrated, Mount Buzhou finally ceased its tumultuous motions and settled into stability. At this juncture, the heart of Mount Buzhou was the Mountain Emperor's accompanying treasure. The celestial pillar, and he himself, having expended considerable essence, was compelled to enter a slumber within Mount Buzhou. However, prior to his slumber, the Mountain Emperor made a reckless decision. Utilizing the divine rank of the progenitor of all mountains, he seized the opportunity to mobilize the forces of the primordial land, sealing Mount Buzhou entirely to prevent any further assaults upon it. If it were to collapse once more, the Mountain Emperor would surely perish alongside it. Having paid such a steep price, the Mountain Emperor could not afford to leave himself vulnerable. He had to eliminate this peril and ensure the safety of Mount Buzhou remained firmly in his grasp. Although the cost was great, every sacrifice was warranted. As long as Mount Buzhou stood, as long as the celestial pillar continued to uphold the primordial heavens and earth, he would be endowed with an inexhaustible source of merit and would be able to restore himself. For his slumber was but temporary. Chapter 31. Mending the heavens. As Mount Buzhou rose anew, the Mountain Emperor succumbed to slumber, and Hongjun Daozu could not help but furrow his brow. At this moment, Mount Buzhou had become a forbidden ground. Even as one merged with the heavenly path, he could not act against Mount Buzhou. It was now utterly secure, and the primordial cosmos was safe. Any force attempting to assail Mount Buzhou without the Mountain Emperor's consent would incur the wrath of the primordial realm. This was the protective talisman the Mountain Emperor had secured for himself. While he slumbered, he need not worry about enemies plotting against him. The entirety of Mount Buzhou had become his dominion, his sanctuary for rest. Anyone daring to harbor malicious intentions during his slumber would face the fury of the primordial world. With the immense merit safeguarding him, even the heavenly path would tread cautiously. As he slept, the Mountain Emperor had enacted his plan. This was indeed without fault. At this moment, Pangu felt an immense sorrow. The Mountain Emperor had fallen into slumber for the sake of his plan. Had he not entertained thoughts of seizing the merit from Mount Buzhou, perhaps matters would not have unfolded in such a manner, leaving him deeply troubled. Yet, despite his heavy heart, he could not neglect his responsibilities. Pangu still bore the duty to assist the human race and protect the Houtu tribe. Fortunately, the human race was not far from the Houtu tribe. Otherwise, Pangu would be in great distress. This was also thanks to the timely awakening of the ancestral shaman of Gongong. Upon regaining consciousness, he frantically gathered the torrential waters of the heavenly river, channeling them into the great rivers to mitigate the flood's impact on the primordial land. Alas, it was fortunate that the worst did not come to pass. The ancestral shaman of Gongong awakened just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, the shamanic clan had incurred great karmic debts, particularly to the progenitor of all mountains. Although the power of the Father God played a role. Without the sacrifice of the progenitor of all mountains, Mount Buzhou would not have risen again, for it served as the pillar supporting the primordial heavens and earth. The Houtu ancestral shaman, dwelling in the realm of the underworld, was filled with profound sentiments. Although the shamanic clan suffered grievously, it had not reached the worst possible outcome. Everything remained within bearable limits. The fact that Mount Buzhou did not collapse was the best possible result. As long as it remained, upholding the primordial heavens and earth, even with karmic consequences, they would not be excessive, allowing time for cleansing. The situation was markedly different for the demon clan. Their plight was far from favorable. The heavenly path had conspired against Gongong and Zhu Rong through the hands of the demon clan. And how could the demon clan escape unscathed? Though the Houtu ancestral shaman yearned to leave the underworld and lend assistance to the shamanic clan, the burdens upon him forced him to relent. In comparison to the responsibility of maintaining the cycle of reincarnation, the calamities upon the primordial land were trivial. Should the cycle falter, the repercussions would be far greater, and the karmic consequences even more terrifying. The Houtu ancestral shaman increasingly recognized that this was a scheme by the heavenly path against the shamanic clan. Such a decision by the heavenly path would surely entail a means of resolution, and the shamanic clan would only bear additional karmic burdens at worst. As for Zhu Rong's true form, it was sealed within Mount Buzhou by the Mountain Emperor. Not out of a desire to usurp Zhu Rong's Pangu blood, but rather to harness Zhu Rong's identity and bloodline to enhance the essence of Mount Buzhou, thereby alleviating the pressures on the shamanic clan. Once Zhu Rong's body melded with Mount Buzhou, it would undoubtedly lessen the clan's karma. A true ancestral shaman possessed immense power, should the Mountain Emperor refrain from action. When the heavenly path saints descended, it would remain uncertain whether Zhu Rong's true form could be preserved, thus rendering this the best possible outcome. After the Mountain Emperor fell into slumber, Mount Buzhou re-established itself, supporting the celestial realm and restoring its tilt. The heavenly path saints finally appeared outside Mount Buzhou, gazing upon the torrents of the heavenly river cascading from the rifts in the sky. The saints could not help but frown, all desiring to mend the celestial rifts, yet lacking the requisite strength. Just as the heavenly path saints were beset by their woes, a beam of golden light descended from the chaos towards Mount Buzhou. Swiftly materializing before the saints. It was a colossal cauldron, a primordial treasure, and its appearance immediately stirred excitement among the saints. You shall wield the Qian Kuan Ding to refine the 7-colored divine stones and repair the celestial rifts. The rest shall guard the rifts, buying you time. The voice of Hongjun Daozu resonated in the ears of the heavenly path saints, cooling their fervent hearts. Mending the heavens promised great merit, and the saints all coveted this opportunity. Regrettably, it was bestowed upon Enwa by Hongjun Daozu. While the 3 pure ones could accept this, given that Enwa was also a disciple, the Western 2 saints found it intolerable. They had accrued immense karmic debt to the heavenly path upon their ascension to sainthood, which required repayment. Now, with a chance to acquire merit slipping into Enwa's hands, how could they abide this? Though their hearts brimmed with reluctance and dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to endure. After all, this was the decree of Hongjun Daozu, which they could not defy. Moreover, even if given the opportunity, would they possess the capability to refine stones and mend the heavens? This was no trivial task. It necessitated mastery of the way of creation, and among the heavenly path saints, only in what was truly suited for it. Yet, the Western two saints, blinded by the allure of merit, failed to consider this reality. Perhaps this was the nature of human hearts. Saints, too, are human, harboring their own desires and ambitions. With the efforts of the three pure ones and the Western two saints, the celestial rifts were gradually sealed, and the torrents of the heavenly river finally ceased their deluge upon the primordial land, alleviating the pressure on the ancestral shaman of Gong. Without the source of the heavenly river, he could more easily redirect its waters into the great rivers, sparing the primordial land from further devastation. Sensing the lifting of the burdens upon him, the ancestral shaman of Gong could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. He had finally gained control over the heavenly river's waters, preventing greater calamity and karma from befalling the shamanic clan. Yet, the weight upon his heart remained heavy, for the demise of the ancestral shaman of Buzhou lay upon his hands, a consequence of his own folly. After the myriad saints obstructed the breach in the celestial realm, the primordial land regained its tranquility. The ancestral shaman deities hastened to Mount Buzhou, anxious about the potential troubles that might arise from the ancestral shaman Gong. After all, the demise of the ancestral shaman Buzhou had a profound impact on the witch clan. The gap left by the departure of the ancestral shaman Houtu had only just been filled. And now with Buzhou's death, how could they not be troubled? Should Gong encounter further issues, the predicament would escalate, and perhaps the witch clan's ultimate power, the 12 capitals heavenly gods formation, would truly be shattered. Upon meeting with the ancestral shaman Daijang, Gong could no longer contain the anguish within his heart and wept bitterly. Brother, it is all my fault. I caused Buzhou's demise. I have wronged Buzhou. I am a sinner of the witch clan. No, Gong, it is not your fault. If there is any blame, it lies with me. I underestimated the cunning and treachery of the demon clan, which allowed you to fall into their schemes, resulting in this catastrophic crisis. Do not grieve further. Gather your emotions, channel all your fury, and await the arrival of our final confrontation with the demon clan. Daijang pondered, uncertain if there were dark forces behind the demon clan. Unaware that all this was a conspiracy of the heavenly Dao. He knew, yet such words could not be uttered aloud. This was not the Pangu temple, and there was no way to obscure the heavenly secrets. Once he spoke, he would undoubtedly suffer the heavenly Dao's oppression. The witch clan could not bear another crisis. Let us return to the Pangu temple to deliberate. We shall remember this grudge. There will come a day of reckoning. As he spoke, Daijang took Gong's hand and departed from Mount Buzhou, leaving everything here to the myriad saints of the heavenly Dao. Although Daijang harbored some opinions about the restoration of Mount Buzhou, he realized that now was not the time for reckless action. The witch clan could not withstand the backlash from the primordial world. The appearance and departure of Daijang and his companions infuriated the myriad saints of the heavenly Dao. The witch clan, a band of rascals, showed them no respect, and everything that transpired was the fault of the witch clan, who should pay the price for their actions. Yet, they left with such ease. Despite their anger, whether it was the three pure ones or the two saints of the West, even Nuwa, who was mending the heavens, did not attempt to stop their exit. They all understood that the ancestral shamans were harboring a seething anger. Anyone who dared to intervene would surely face a fierce counterattack from the witch clan. Even the saints could not endure such a frenzied retaliation and were unwilling to bear the immense karmic debt that would ensue. The fortunes of the witch clan suffered severely during this upheaval, with the death of Buzhou and the loss of 2 of the 12 ancestral shamans, including the incarnation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Houtu, the might of the witch clan's greatest power, the 12 capitals heavenly gods formation, was shattered, leading to an imbalance in the strength between the witch and demon clans. Now, it was not the witch clan that was strong, but rather the demon clan that surpassed them, as the demon clan still possessed the great array of celestial stars. If the demon clan were to perfect this array, during the inevitable clash between the two clans, would they still be able to engage in a mutually destructive battle? Would the balance still be maintained? As this thought crossed their minds, a glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of Junti and Jiejing. It seemed they had conceived a way to resolve the situation. However, at present, everyone was exerting their utmost efforts to mend the breach in the celestial realm, and even if they had ideas, they lacked the time to act. The demon clan, under the watchful eyes of the 2 saints of the West, was reluctant to see them grow stronger than the witch clan, just as the 2 saints of the West contemplated their strategies. The demon emperor Djuan atop the celestial realm involuntarily shivered, as if sensing that some ill fate was approaching the demon clan. However, he could not discern what it was, ultimately attributing it to the earlier machinations against the witch clan. The damage inflicted upon Mount Buzhou affected not only the witch clan but also the demon clan. As the demon emperor, Djuan naturally felt the backlash of fortune and was acutely aware of it. Yet, soon after, The demon emperor Dijuan directed his ire toward the demon master Kuanping, believing that this must certainly be a scheme of Kuanping's design, that he had deliberately concealed the causal connections that led to the witch clan's misfortune. Thus, the demon emperor Dijuan once more harbored resentment against the demon master Kuanping. Chapter 32. Meritorious Deeds. The demon master Kuanping was unaware that his good intentions would yield such results. However, he had already developed serious discontent toward both the demon emperor Dijuan and the eastern emperor Taiyai. At the moment of Mount Buzhou's downfall, he had emerged from his secluded cultivation and, upon witnessing the upheaval in the celestial realm, felt nothing but cold laughter within. To him, this was a failure of the arrangements orchestrated by the demon emperor Dijuan and eastern emperor Tai. Otherwise, how could they have successfully plotted against Zhu Rong and Gong Gong while allowing the celestial realm to sustain damage? Their leadership was at fault. Within the celestial realm, many demons shared the same sentiment as the demon master Kuanping. Those oppressed by the demon emperor Dijuan and eastern emperor Tai held similar thoughts, believing that the crisis arose from the failures in the arrangements made by the demon emperor and eastern emperor, leading to the deaths of so many innocent demons. As the river of heaven surged, many demons cultivating near its banks suffered misfortune, being swept away into the river, resulting in their demise and loss of souls. Yet, despite their grievances, they dared not express their anger, fostering discontent toward the demon emperor Dijuan and eastern emperor Tai, convinced that the entire calamity stemmed from their flawed plans. Through the efforts of the myriad saints of the heavenly Tao, the breach in the celestial realm was finally repaired. While restoring the celestial realm, Niwa discovered a colorful stone in her hand, and with a casual wave, the divine stone fell into the eastern sea. As the celestial realm was restored, Mount Buzhou continued to support the primordial heavens and earth, allowing the fated demise of the ancient tortoise of the northern sea to be averted. At that moment, a vast amount of merit descended from the void, directly falling upon Mount Buzhou, a reward granted by the heavenly Tao to the mountain emperor. The remaining half was bestowed upon Yuhua, while the final portion was divided among the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the west. Seeing the immense merit descend upon Mount Buzhou, a glimmer of ambition sparked in Juani's eyes, as if he were contemplating a scheme regarding Mount Buzhou. At that moment, Zhejing gently pulled him back, awakening him to the reality that the current Mount Buzhou was not the same as before. It could no longer earn the heavens' recognition. Anyone who foolishly sought to exploit Mount Buzhou would only incur a heavy price. It was not only Zhuanti, who still owed a significant amount of merit to the heavenly Tao, but even the 3 pure ones in Yuhua were wary of acting recklessly. They all understood that the current Mount Buzhou was not significantly stronger than before. The mountain emperor, the progenitor of all mountains, had paid a heavy price to restore Mount Buzhou, supporting the primordial heavens and earth. Any slight disturbance could lead to its collapse. Such severe consequences were something even the saints dared not touch, as it could easily result in their own backlash, jeopardizing their cultivation. While merit is valuable, when compared to one's own cultivation and future, it pales in significance and thus loses its importance. Zhuanti withdrew his gaze, sighed softly, and then the myriad saints of the heavenly Tao parted ways. The innate treasure Qian Kuanding in Yua's hands flew away at that moment, clearly reclaimed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Although reluctant, she understood that this was not her possession. No matter how she felt, it was of no consequence, and she had to act accordingly. Yua sighed softly, stowed away her merit, cast one last glance at the celestial realm, and then tore through the void, returning to the chaos of the Huahuang Tian, avoiding any encounter with the demon emperor Dijuan or eastern emperor Taiyai. As a saint of the demon clan, how could Yua not sense the fluctuations of the demon clan's fortunes? Yet, she was a saint of the heavenly Tao and must adhere to the edicts of Tao ancestor Hongjun, refraining from intervening in the conflict between the witch and demon clans. Even if her heart brimmed with words unspoken, she could only endure, especially since if she were to entangle herself further with the demon clan's karma, the consequences would be even more dire. What appeared to be a storm affecting the balance of the primordial world was thus quelled. However, in the aftermath of this storm, the entire primordial world was rife with undercurrents. Today, someone plotted against the witch clan, resulting in the fall of the ancestral shaman Zhu Rong. Who might be next? Could the prohibition set forth by Tao ancestor Hongjun continue to hold? No one was a fool. Everyone understood that the demise of Zhu Rong was shrouded in the shadow of the demon clan. Within the Pangu temple of the 10,000 mountains, powerful figures above the great witch gathered, their expressions somber. All understood the terrifying conspiracy behind Zhu Rong's death, with the time for the decisive battle yet to begin. The enemy had already taken action. Everyone grasped that they had been ensnared, that the demon clan was merely a pawn, with the true masterminds being the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. They sought to deny the witch clan any escape. meticulously orchestrating such a grand scheme that they remained unaware of the trap laid for them. If it had not been for the Mountain Emperor, the progenitor of all mountains, intervening at a critical moment to restore Mount Buzhou, they might have already borne the weight of endless karma. Having learned from this experience, they all understood the need to remain vigilant and avoid falling victim to further plots. Everyone needed to heighten their awareness. Is this merely a matter of being vigilant? No. The usefulness of vigilance is limited. If the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor Hongjun sought to ensnare the witch clan again, even if all witches heightened their awareness, they could not thwart the machinations of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. This is a great calamity of heaven and earth. The heavenly secrets are obscured, and in the face of cunning intentions, the witch clan has no capacity for resistance. Daijang, what we must focus on now is not merely the matter of vigilance, but how to mitigate the impact caused by Zhu Rong's death. Without Zhu Rong, the 12 Capitals Heavenly Gods formation can no longer activate its ultimate power to summon Pangu's true form. This poses a lethal threat for our future confrontation with the demon clan. We must remedy this flaw. Even the great shaman cannot overlook the issue at hand. How could the ancestor of Dejiang fail to perceive it? It is merely that, at this moment, the ancestor of Dejiang finds himself at a loss. Had the corporeal form of the ancestor Zhu Rong still existed, he could have extracted a drop or two of his life essence to aid the great shamans of the Zhu Rong tribe in their breakthrough. However, after the demise of Zhu Rong, his true body was devoured by Mount Buzhou, transformed into sustenance that supports the pillars of the primordial universe. In this situation, the ancestor of Dejiang is equally powerless. Observing the collective size of the other ancestors, Pangu could not help but shake his head in private. The minds of the shaman tribe remain too simplistic. This matter is not as insurmountable as they imagine. If they continue to dwell in such despair, it will only serve to undermine the confidence of the entire shaman tribe, a result Pangu is loath to witness, especially with the impending confrontation between the shamans and the demons drawing near. Esteemed colleagues, the situation is not as dire as you perceive. Is the Dutian Shinsha banner of ancestor Zhu Rong still extant? Indeed, all 12 banners reside within the Pangu temple, nourished by the formidable power of our Father God. Upon hearing Pangu step forward, a glimmer of joy flickered in the eyes of the ancestor of Dejiang. That is well, as long as the Dutian Shinsha banner remains. Hope is not lost. Since we cannot cultivate a new ancestor, we shall enlist others to take their place. If the great shamans of the Zhu Rong tribe are willing to bear some responsibility and contribute a portion of their essence blood, we can certainly refine the Dutian Shinsha banner with it. Even if there are minor issues, they will not sway the grand scheme. When Pangu proposed his idea, the ancestor of Dejiang nodded gently. It was indeed a commendable plan. The Houtu tribe possesses 2 drops of ancestor essence blood that could facilitate a breakthrough for 2 individuals. If successful, this could effectively resolve the pressing issue. However, what the ancestor of Dejiang truly yearned for was Pangu himself. If Pangu could forsake his human lineage and fully transform into the true body of an ancestor, many of these problems would cease to exist. Yet, this was a sentiment the ancestor of Dejiang could not voice. The Dutian Shinsha Grand Array wields unparalleled might, capable of summoning the true body of Pangu. The crux lies in the bloodline. Pangu is of human shaman descent, and his impure bloodline makes it impossible for him to harmoniously unite with the other ancestors to manifest the ultimate power of the Dutian Shinsha Grand Array. Moreover, Pangu has no intention of transforming his bloodline, which has become the ancestor of Dejiang's greatest disappointment. Prior to the upheaval, the ancestor of Dejiang did not place much importance on Pangu. Whether he had coalesced into the true form of an ancestor was merely his own affair and held little significance for the shaman tribe. However, with the recent demise of the Houtu ancestor and the ensuing chaos, the ancestor of Dejiang could not help but consider the existence of Pangu, this quasi-saint powerhouse. This notion is sound, yet the duration of the Dutian Shinsha Grand Array cannot be prolonged. It may only possess the strength for a single strike. Should any unforeseen changes arise, the consequences would be dire. The ancestor of Dejiang quickly identified the flaws in Pangu's proposal. Yet this was the best option available. In the absence of an ancestor, achieving even a single strike of power from the Dutian Shinsha Grand Array is already quite a feat. This is the result of the overarching circumstances, beyond the reach of human effort. Moreover, we need not overly pursue the longevity of the Dutian Shinsha Grand Array. A single strike of power is sufficient to vanquish the demon race. We merely need to leverage the strength of the Dutian Shinsha Grand Array to breach the demon race Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Array. Once the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Array collapses, we can naturally eradicate the demon race. As our overall strength still holds the advantage, will events unfold as Pangu envisions? Not quite. This is merely Pangu's attempt to comfort the shaman tribe. The loss of Ancestor Zhurong significantly impacts the shaman tribe. And to ensure the potency of the Dutian Shinsha Grand Array, the great shamans of the Zhurong tribe must weaken their own power, further affecting the outcome of the shaman-demon conflict. Pangu's assertions are largely influenced by the Western Two Saints. As the heavenly Tao conspires against the shaman tribe through the demon race, dismantling the Dutian Shinsha Grand Array. It is implausible for the Western Two Saints to stand idly by while the demon race suffers no losses and their power surpasses that of the shaman tribe. They are bound to take action. Once the Western Two Saints intervene, the balance between the shaman and demon races will be restored once more. While such thoughts linger in his mind, Pangu refrains from voicing them. For even if he did, no one would believe him. Most importantly, he cannot elucidate the entirety of the situation. In such circumstances, all he can do is offer solace to the shaman tribe, encouraging them to regain their confidence. Chapter 33. 10 Suns illuminating the sky in the wake of the heavenly Tao's covert machinations against the shaman tribe through the demon race, a new climax in the shaman-demon war has been ignited. Regardless of how sophisticated the heavenly Tao's methods may be, they cannot escape the notice of the shaman tribe or the myriad saints of the heavenly Tao, with the heavenly Tao itself intervening to undermine the shaman tribe and disrupt the balance between the two races. Their actions are justified as long as they do not directly interfere. In the Western blissful world, Zhuan spoke. Elder brother, we must take action. The recent upheaval surrounding Mount Buzhou is far from superficial. If someone dares to act, we too can learn from it. Should the demon race's power eclipse that of the shaman tribe, the outcome of this conflict will be exceedingly unfavorable for us. What we desire is mutual destruction between the two sides. At present, the shaman tribe has lost 2 ancestors and may find themselves powerless against the demon race Zhoutian Xingdou Grand Array. What does the younger brother propose? Are we to secretly assassinate the demon race's powerful figures? We cannot personally intervene in the shaman-demon war. This is the directive of our master, and we must not disobey. I do not wish to defy, yet the upheaval of Mount Buzhou has inspired me. We need not strike at the powerful figures of the demon race. We can manipulate their fortune. Does Diju not have 10 sons? They are located in the Eastern Sea. We can plot against them and compel these 10 golden crows to break free from their restraints. In doing so, the demon race's fortune will inevitably deteriorate. 10 suns illuminating the sky. Younger brother, have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend the catastrophic consequences this will unleash? This is a matter of tremendous karmic retribution, likely rivaling the calamity of Gong Gong colliding with Mount Buzhou. At least in that case, the ancestral deity of mountains stood forth to bear the responsibility, with 10 suns illuminating the sky. No one will be able to shoulder such a burden. No, I am not mad. This is the sole method. If we wish to ensnare the demon race, we must act upon the 10 golden crows. It is impossible to do so with the other demons, as the shaman tribe's circumstances have already made them vigilant. What does it matter how much karmic retribution we invite? It does not concern us. We need only facilitate their liberation from restraint. Harsh, it must be said that Zhuan is indeed ruthless, yet this is the nature of reality, cruel and unyielding. His actions are not born of malice but rather from desperation. Who can blame the heavenly Tao for ensnaring the Western Two Saints, imposing upon them a profound karmic debt? These debts must be repaid. If the West cannot grow strong, they will find it impossible to discharge this terrifying debt. Thus, plotting against the demon race becomes a necessary course of action. Every individual harbors self-interest, even the saints are not exempt, and Zhuan is no different. In his eyes, this is merely the demon race's karma. They orchestrated turmoil within the primordial realm and must now bear the consequences. His actions are but a proactive measure to ensure that the demon race shoulders their rightful karmic retribution and to restore the balance of power between the shaman and demon races. Brother, have you considered that during a calamity of cosmic proportions, your actions may go unnoticed? Yet, once the calamity passes, all will be laid bare before the world. How will you confront the enmity of Nuwa then? Elder brother, if we constantly concern ourselves with potential repercussions, we shall never fulfill the monumental deeds owed to the heavenly Tao. Although Nuwa is a saint of the demon race, she is also a mother to humanity. My actions are for the sake of humanity. She has no reason to despise me. I act for her benefit, shielding her from the entanglements of the demon race. This excuse is indeed quite clever. Yet whether anyone will believe it remains uncertain, especially when it comes to winning Nuwa's trust. Regardless of the severity of the consequences, Zhuan remains undeterred. How can one achieve their desires without offending others? His actions align with the natural order of the universe. Mutual destruction between the shaman and demon races is preferable to the dominance of a single entity. The shaman tribe's power has been severely diminished, and the demon race must also pay a price. As Zhuan plots against the demon race, Pangu is equally preparing, aware that the event of 10 suns illuminating the sky is imminent. He could not afford to be unprepared. He must ready himself to shoot the 10 arrows of the sun. The best arrows for this task would naturally be forged from the power of the lunar force, with the finest material being branches of the laurel tree. While the laurel's power counters the golden crows, considering the origins of the demon queen Changxi, he finds it impossible to procure from the lunar star. Ultimately, Pangu resorts to utilizing the celestial malevolent energy and his own path of water to refine 10 extreme divine arrows. Though these 10 extreme divine arrows are not innate spiritual treasures, their lethality is unmatched by ordinary innate treasures. This is the calamity of the shaman and demon races. The arrows forged from the malevolent energy of the calamity and his own water path possess astonishing might. Naturally, Pangu has his own calculations in mind. As the son of the sun, the heritage of the golden crows is alluring. The sun embodies not merely light and heat, but also the passage of time. Indeed, the sun wields the formidable power of time, which is precisely what Pangu desires. It is impossible to extract anything from the demon emperor Dijun or the eastern emperor Tai. The 10 golden crows present a rare opportunity. Pangu is eager to ascertain whether absorbing the essence of the 10 golden crows could grant him a fragment of the inheritance of the great path of time. Even the slightest trace would be immensely beneficial to his cultivation, potentially leading him to significant gains along the path of time. Should this prove possible, there might even be a chance to restore his companion treasure, the Kunlun mirror. Although the hope is faint, he cannot afford to abandon even the slightest possibility. This companion treasure is a paramount artifact of the great path of time, and no one can resist its allure. Including Pangu himself, restoring even a fraction of it would make his understanding of the great path of time significantly more profound. All of this is merely conjecture on Pangu's part. The realization of such aspirations is uncertain, as the situation is beyond his control. Furthermore, even if the 10 suns were to illuminate the sky, it remains questionable whether the 10 supreme arrows in his possession could ever reach Hou Yi's hands. Before the grand forces of heaven and earth, he is but an insignificant ant. The blood-forged supreme arrows, while lacking the terrifying power of his own supreme weapon, Blood Butcher, were born from immense sacrifice and meticulous planning. He has even prepared for the worst-case scenario. Should these 10 arrows prove ineffective in the celestial event, he intends to unleash them in the impending war against the demon race to exact his revenge. As Pangu contemplates the unfolding events, Zhuan-Ti has already taken action. As a sage, he operates with an awareness that eludes others. His movements go unnoticed. If there were any who might perceive him, it would be the heavenly Tao itself. Zhuan-Ti's target is the 10 small golden crows in the Eastern Sea. Although the Eastern Sea is under the restrictions imposed by the demon emperor Dijun, which prevents ordinary powerful beings from entering, Zhuan-Ti, being a sage, finds such measures trivial. He effortlessly dismantles the barriers without attracting the attention of the demon emperor, perhaps out of caution, and to avoid becoming entangled in excess karmic retribution. Zhuan-Ti refrains from personally luring the 10 golden crows. Instead, he employs a small demon to lament his tragic existence to the 10 princes of the demon race, detailing how he endures the relentless oppression of the Wu clan and lives in a state of despair. The animosity between the demon and Wu races is irreconcilable, and as princes of the demon race, the 10 golden crows are undoubtedly aware of this. Upon hearing the small demon's woeful tale, their anger ignites. This is a calamity of cosmic proportions. Both the demon and Wu races are fated to face their trials. As princes of the demon race, the 10 golden crows are not exempt from the impending tribulations. The moment their wrath is kindled, the aura of heavenly tribulation invades their minds, amplifying their malicious thoughts exponentially. The slightest caution they once held vanishes entirely, despite their lack of experience. They are acutely aware of the formidable nature of their environment. How could a mere small demon breach the defenses set by their father, the demon emperor Dijun? This is a colossal oversight. However, under the influence of the heavenly tribulation, the princes swiftly cast aside their vigilance, focusing solely on avenging their kin against the Wu clan. Impulsiveness is a devil. Under the sway of heavenly calamity, the 10 golden crows fail to consider the consequences. They seize the small demon and attempt to flee the Eastern Sea, seeking to enter the vast wilderness. Yet, they forget that as golden crows, they bear the power of the sun. Without mastering their own strength, recklessly entering the wilderness would inevitably spell disaster for its inhabitants. The true fire of the sun would wreak havoc across the entire realm. Under the influence of heavenly tribulation, the 10 golden crows burst forth from the Eastern Sea, breaching the barriers set by the demon emperor Dijun. Without these restrictions, they are unable to control their powers. The simultaneous emergence of the 10 suns inflicts devastating blows upon the beings of the Eastern Sea, and this is merely the beginning. The 10 golden crows charge recklessly toward the wilderness. The uncontainable true fire of the sun strikes the wilderness with catastrophic force, resulting in countless lives lost due to their actions. In an instant, the eastern sea becomes a cauldron of resentment, with innumerable souls perishing beneath the sun's flames, cursing the 10 brothers. An endless cycle of karmic retribution begins to entwine around them. The simultaneous emergence of the 10 suns is a calamity for the wilderness, a man-made disaster instigated by the 10 princes of the demon race. Most critically, the Wu and demon races are forbidden from waging war, as decreed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Now, the 10 princes of the demon race brazenly defy this command, provocatively challenging the Wu clan, all while exhausting the fortunes of their race. Chapter 34. The death of Quafu. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, the human race faces catastrophic devastation. Due to their still weak strength, they are unable to withstand the direct onslaught of the sun's true fire, leading to the annihilation of entire tribes. The Wu clan suffers as well, although they possess defenses. The terrifying sun's flames spell disaster for their weaker clans. Fortunately, thanks to Pangu's foresight, those who remain are true warriors of the Wu clan, as the weaker members have been relocated to the 10,000 Great Mountains and the underworld. Otherwise, the Wu clan would undoubtedly have faced a severe blow. As the 10 golden crows soar from the Eastern Sea toward the wilderness, Zhuan quietly vanishes from the Eastern Sea, returning to the Western blissful world. He has accomplished all his plans, and now awaits the performance of the 10 golden crows. Due to their reckless actions, whether the war between the Wu and demon races will erupt prematurely is of little concern to Zhuan. With the decree of Tao ancestor Hongjun, the demon race dares not defy it. As for the brutish Wu clan, they have lost the 12 capital heavenly gods formation and the power of Pangu's true form. What could they possibly use to confront Hongjun? Quafu's tribe, located on the shores of the Eastern Sea, is the first to suffer the wrath of the 10 golden crows, engulfed in flames. As descendants of the ancestral witch Zhu Meng, the Quafu tribe practices the great path of wood and is directly weakened by the sun's true fire. Even Quafu, as a great witch, finds himself powerless against the sun's flames, caught in a desperate struggle for survival. Why has the dragon clan of the Eastern Sea not responded to the chaos caused by the 10 golden crows? How could the ancestral witches be oblivious? The heavenly secrets are obscured. At this moment, all the ancestral witches are gathering their strength to prepare for the impending battle between the Wu and demon races. Completely unaware of the upheaval in the wilderness, perhaps it is fate or divine will, but as a great witch, Quafu meets a tragic end under the siege of the 10 golden crows. The death of a great witch is no trivial matter. Upon receiving Quafu's plea for help, the Houtu tribe swiftly mobilizes to act, gazing at the audacious 10 golden crows in the sky. A boundless killing intent flickers in Pangu's eyes. Although he has long anticipated this day, facing the 10 suns illuminating the sky reveals the brutal reality. Countless beings perish beneath the sun's true fire. With an overwhelming tide of resentment and karmic retribution coiling around the 10 golden crows, Hou, Great Witch, you must go to rescue Quafu. I have no objections. However, I cannot leave the Houtu tribe unguarded. The tribe has yet to complete its full evacuation, and a powerful protector is needed. Take these 10 divine arrows with you. They possess the power to counter the golden crows, originally intended for the demon emperor Dijun. They can now be used against his offspring. As long as you strike a golden crow, you will surely eliminate them. A weapon forged by a quasi-saint, a blood-forged supreme weapon. Hou is well aware of its terrifying power. Specifically crafted to deal with the likes of the demon emperor Dijun and the eastern emperor Tai, it will be a simple task to dispatch the 10 golden crows in the sky. Why does Pangu refrain from taking action himself, insisting on utilizing Hou's hand? It is the grand design of heaven and earth. Pangu does not wish to disrupt it, and this approach also serves to protect Hou. Once the golden crows fall, the demon emperor Dijun and the eastern emperor Tai will undoubtedly take notice, at which point Pangu must shield Hou from their wrath. The innate treasure chaos bell is not easily withstood. Although Pangu knows Hou will survive, rescued by the ancestral witch Dijiang, his presence has already altered the course of the wilderness that he cannot afford to take such risks. Hou does not engage in pleasantries with Pangu. Time is of the essence. The sooner he acts, the greater Quafu's chance of survival. Unfortunately, Hou is unaware that Quafu's death is fated. A consequence of the grand design of heaven and earth, Quafu must perish for the conflict between the Wu and demon races to intensify. The appearance of the 10 golden crows in the wilderness is itself a transgression, a provocation against the Wu clan. Moreover, their arrival incites a bloodbath, bringing calamity to the beings of the wilderness. Such immense karmic retribution is beyond even the heirs of the sun's celestial bodies to bear. In the midst of the heavenly calamity, all beings will be affected by the aura of heavenly tribulation. Although the calculations of the sage Zhuan against the demon race may seem somewhat excessive, this is a conflict of great principles. In such a struggle, right and wrong are irrelevant. Had it not been for the demon race's ruthless assaults on humanity, which burdened them with endless karma and diminished their fortune, Zhuan would not have dared to act against the demons so recklessly. During their zenith, the demon race's fortune was so formidable that even the sages would retreat in caution, fearing to act impulsively. As the principal civilization of the realm, the demons, under the backlash of their own fortune, would inflict severe damage upon the sages. Now, however, the demons' fortune can no longer safeguard their safety, thus presenting Zhuan with the opportunity to strike. Currently, it is not only Zhuan who schemes against the demon race, but also Pangu. However, their methods diverge. As a sage, Zhuan must tread carefully, for any misstep could invite the backlash of the demon race's fortune. Pangu, on the other hand, exists amidst the great calamity as the foremost of the human witches, inherently part of the conflict between witches and demons, thus presenting no issue in plotting against the demons. Zhuan seeks the fortune of the demon race, while Pangu desires the essence of the golden crow, or more precisely, the essence of the sun. If feasible, Pangu would also consider making subtle arrangements regarding the innate treasure chaos bell. In the looming disaster of the witches and demons, the demon emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai are bound to perish. Should he position himself strategically in advance, there may be a chance to claim this treasure for himself. Although the opportunity appears slim, one must not abandon hope as long as a glimmer remains. The premise is that everything unfolds according to his envisioned plan. However, this is the grand calamity of heaven and earth, and not a mere game. Even with Pangu's extensive memories of the future, these remain merely recollections and do not guarantee that the primordial world will unfold as he remembers. What he knows is but one possibility, and any external influence could alter the course of events. As he observes the retreating figure of Hui, Pangu cannot suppress a sigh, his eyes gradually revealing an endless murderous intent. The hatred within him seems poised to erupt. He bears a profound enmity towards the demon race. When the chance to slay the 10 golden crows arises, the murderous intent surges within him uncontrollably. No matter how much he strives to suppress it, the bloodlust proves difficult to quell. Blood slaughter. Soon we shall face a life and death confrontation. I wonder if my plans will come to fruition. I hope everything proceeds smoothly. I hope Hui does not let me down. There is but one opportunity. Should I fail this time, such a chance may never arise again. I end this battle. I shall give my all. As these words escape his lips, a fierce battle intent radiates from Pangu, a fervor so intense that it instills fear in those who behold it. This is Pangu. This is his resolve. When murderous intent and battle fervor intertwine, they forge a terrifying momentum, distinct from that of the witch race, a force unique to himself. Both Hui and Pangu are aware that the 10 golden crows have manifested upon the primordial earth. It is inconceivable that other powerful beings remain oblivious, yet those beings are reluctant to involve themselves in the conflict between witches and demons, fearing that their intervention might lead to their own demise. For the demon race is not to be trifled with. Moreover, even if trouble arises, the witch race stands in their way, rendering their intervention unnecessary. The emergence of this calamity is a tremendous disaster for the entire primordial realm. Countless beings perish due to the 10 golden crows, and an endless accumulation of grievances festers within the primordial world. In the underworld, the ancestral witch Houtu and the witch race are beset with immense distress, as countless vengeful souls flood into the underworld, overwhelming them. Though Houtu wishes to reach out to other ancestral witches for guidance, she finds herself unable to spare the time. Such terrifying vengeful souls inundate the underworld, placing immense pressure upon the 6 paths of reincarnation. Houtu dares not let her focus waver, fearing that even the slightest lapse could lead to greater troubles within the 6 paths. Does the heavenly Tao remain entirely unaware of the tumult stirred by the 10 golden crows? Do the sages not perceive it? They do. Yet the sages are human too, possessing their own selfish motives, tacitly permitting the outbreak of chaos, much like they once acquiesced to the demon race's schemes against the witch race. This time, they also tacitly allow the 10 golden crows rampage, viewing it as the last desperate struggle of the demon race. The madness of the 10 golden crows will obliterate the demon race's fortune, plunging them into a dire calamity. Although Nu Hua feels a pang of sympathy, she finds herself powerless to act, for the heavenly Tao forbids it, as the time draws near for the decree of Hongjun Daozu. The heavenly Tao wishes to avoid any unforeseen disruptions to the outcome of the conflict between witches and demons. Mutual destruction is the desired result. Should Nuwa warn the demon race now? How could the conflict proceed? How could they ensure that both races suffer devastating losses and exit the stage as principal players in this realm? The heavenly Tao hopes for the plan to unfold smoothly. Yet Zhuan-Ti harbors his own calculations. While he too desires to see the witches and demons exhaust each other, he yearns more for an unexpected turn of events in the grand scheme of heaven and earth. Ideally forcing the witches and demons into an earlier showdown, in Zhuan-Ti's view. Only when both the witches and demons are unprepared can they engage in mutual destruction, shattering their foundations and leaving no opportunity for revival. The 10 golden crows present the perfect opportunity. Quafu ultimately cannot escape the shackles of fate, perishing at the hands of the 10 golden crows, although the 10 golden crows are affected by the Calamity's influence on their minds. Their solar true fire has been significantly enhanced. Even though their strength and realm are far inferior to Quafu's, the laws of nature dictate a balance. Thus, Quafu falls victim to the solar true fire of the 10 golden crows, becoming the first great witch to die at the hands of the demon race after Hongjun Daozu's decree, sending shockwaves through the entire witch race and shaking their fortune to its core. Chapter 35. Hui shoots the sun. Hui could never have anticipated that the mighty Quafu would not endure until his arrival, perishing instead at the hands of the 10 golden crows' solar true fire. As anger erupted within him, his initial hesitations vanished entirely. Before departing, he had contemplated the decree of Hongjun Daozu, wishing to avoid causing trouble for the ancestral witches. Now, all such thoughts were cast aside. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged from Hui. With the sun shooting bow in hand, he seized the 10 divine arrows prepared by Pangu. He drew back the bowstring. Boundless murderous intent coalesced upon the arrows, and the 10 golden crows, soaring in the sky, were suddenly enveloped by the ominous aura of death. Under the onslaught of this lethal intent, they snapped back to awareness. Upon regaining their senses, the 10 golden crows were seized by terror, realizing they stood upon the primordial earth, wreaking havoc and causing untold disaster. To their dismay, the mighty Hui had locked his gaze upon them. Flee! Quickly flee! As the eldest, the first to issue a warning to his brethren, it was already too late. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a divine arrow from Hui pierced through the air and struck him directly. The bloodthirsty power contained within the arrow erupted instantly, obliterating the golden crow's primordial spirit. Big brother, witnessing their eldest brother fall to Hui's arrow, the other golden crows were thrown into disarray. This outcome was beyond their wildest imaginings. They had never anticipated facing such peril as the demon race's princes. For the flustered golden crows, Hui showed no mercy. His arrow swiftly flew forth. And in the blink of an eye, 8 more golden crows were struck, all obliterated by the bloodthirsty power embedded within the arrows. As the final arrow was loosed, a golden light appeared, and a figure emerged before the 10th prince. Luya, to block this lethal shot. It was Dong Huangtai. As the first golden crow fell, both the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huangtai in the heavenly realm detected the looming crisis. However, by the time they reacted, it was too late. Had Dong Huangtai not decisively summoned the primordial power of the chaos bell, tearing apart the void, Liu would likely have met the same fate as his fallen brethren. Hui, you shall perish. Upon seeing that only Luya remained, Dong Huangtai was consumed by wrath, dismissing the decree of Hongjun Daozu and fixating solely on slaying Hui. The chaos bell surged forth, hurtling toward Hui. After firing 10 arrows, Hui was far too exhausted to withstand Dong Huangtai's full-force strike, even if he had not just emerged from battle. The might of the great witch Hui could not contend with Dong Huangtai, especially not with the fury-driven power of the chaos bell at his command. Blood slaughter the heavens, kill, just as the chaos bell was about to collide with Hui. The prepared Pangu sprang into action, merging with his weapon to become a streak of light that collided with the chaos bell. With a tremendous roar, Pangu was instantly sent hurtling backward. Though he too was a quasi-saint and wielded the supreme weapon blood slaughter, he was unable to withstand the furious blow from Dong Huangtai. The chaos bell bore down upon him, driving him toward the earth. Pangu fell like a meteor, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. While he had managed to block the fatal blow, he sustained injuries from the force of the chaos bell. And the blood that spurted forth splattered onto both his supreme weapon blood slaughter and the innate treasure chaos bell. Dong Huangtai. You seek death. As the moment of Pangu's descent arrived, a thunderous roar reverberated through the void, heralding the emergence of the ancestral shaman. Emperor Jiang, upon sensing the cataclysmic upheaval of heaven and earth. He wasted no time in launching an assault against Dong Huangtai. The appearance of Emperor Jiang elicited a flash of unwillingness in Dong Huangtai's eyes. Given a little more time, he could have vanquished his foes, Hou and Pangu, thereby eliminating these two formidable generals of the Witch Clan. If the ancestral shaman kills Tai, I will engage the Chaos Bell, since the demon race dares to defy the decree of Hong Jundaozu. They should not blame our Witch Clan for retaliating. Upon witnessing Emperor Jiang's arrival, Pangu bellowed. The moment the 10 golden crows felled the great shaman Quafu, the demon race had already transgressed. Now, with Dong Huangtai launching a fierce attack on Hou, if Pangu did not intervene, it was likely that Hou would suffer injury, or worse, perish. It was evident that the demon race had unequivocally defied the edict of Hong Jundaozu. Thus the Witch Clan was entirely justified in their counterattack. Kill. Hearing Pangu's words stirred something within Emperor Jiang. Indeed, he was compelled. This was an opportunity to slay Dong Huangtai. Without hesitation, he soared into the fray, unleashing a relentless barrage against Dong Huangtai, denying him any chance to reclaim the innate treasure, Chaos Bell. Cursed Emperor Jiang, you seek death. As Emperor Jiang ensnared him, Dong Huangtai's fury intensified. Time and again, he attempted to retrieve the Chaos Bell, only to be thwarted. Pangu clung tenaciously to the innate treasure, and although he was at a disadvantage, as a quasi-saint wielding the ultimate weapon Blood Butcher, he could still fend off the Chaos Bell. However, the cost to Pangu was steep. With each clash against the Chaos Bell, blood oozed from his wounds, his hands reduced to a bloody mess. The Blood Butcher was stained crimson, and the Chaos Bell bore even more blood, his own, along with a trace of his essence concealed within. Such madness, such terrifying resolve, the Witch Clan had produced another quasi-saint, a being of both human and witch lineage. It was indeed reckless, risking their lives to prevent Dong Huangtai from reclaiming the Chaos Bell. How utterly insane. The Witch Clan truly was a group of mindless fools. Even the human witch was no exception. No, while he appeared deranged, he was also blessed with great fortune. He was the foremost human witch in the primordial world. At this moment, the three clear ones were equally astonished by Pangu's fervor. The second battle between the witches and demons had only just begun, yet Pangu, once merely a great shaman, had shattered his own limitations. This was the fortune of a protagonist in heaven and earth, a testament to the terrifying nature of cosmic tribulations. What a madman! What an extraordinary quasi-saint! If only we could draw into our Western paradise. Meanwhile, in the Western blissful world, the sage of the Western paradise, Junyi, felt a stirring in his heart. Impossible. This is unthinkable. He is the foremost human witch of the primordial world, bearing the fortunes of both the human and witch races. And as part of this great calamity, our Western paradise cannot accommodate him. What my senior brother says is true. I have been negligent, forgetting his origins. A quasi-saint of human witch lineage, burdened with the blood feud of both races. How could he possibly join us at this moment? He is already entangled in the tribulation, in stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the three clear ones and the two saints of the West. Nua's expression fluctuated as she observed the frenzied clash between Pangu and the Chaos Bell. As a sage of the demon race, she was loath to witness the emergence of a new quasi-saint among the witches. Yet, as the mother of humanity, Nua felt a different pang, for Pangu bore half the bloodline of the human race. Emperor Jiang, cease your actions. Are you eager for war? Just as Emperor Jiang had firmly suppressed Dong Huangtai. A furious roar echoed from above, heralding the arrival of the demon emperor, Dejuan, accompanied by a host of mighty demons. Humph, Dejuan, what do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly? What of war? It was your demon race that first defied the decree of Hong Jundaozu. It is only natural for us to retaliate. You shall pay a price today, upon the emergence of Emperor Dejuan. Zhu Jiao-yin and other ancestral shamans rushed forth to confront him, both sides emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent, eager to eliminate one another. Indeed, this matter is a transgression on our part. But have we not paid a sufficient price? Is the death of my 9 children not enough? The demon emperor Dejuan chided, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment for a decisive battle. Acting now would surely lead to dire consequences. Not enough. That is far from sufficient. How do you regard the sage Hong Jun? What do you think of his decree? Moreover, it was your demon race that provoked this first, disturbing the primordial realm and causing countless beings to suffer calamities, even slaying the great shaman Quafu. You initiated this provocation. Thus, this price is hardly adequate. If you seek battle, then let us engage. Kill. Sensing the advantageous shift in the situation, Zhu Jiao-yin did not hesitate to attack Emperor Dijuan. At this moment, neither the Witch Clan nor the Demon Clan was adequately prepared. The battlefield lay in the primordial realm. Favoring the witches. To delay the decisive battle now would be foolish. With Zhu Jiuyin's command, the ancestral shaman sprang into action, and in an instant, the demon race found itself ensnared in a predicament. Though Emperor Dijuan had anticipated the worst, he could not have imagined the witches would act with such ferocity, seeking to eliminate him and his fellow demon warriors on the primordial ground. The sage Zhenyi was equally taken aback. While he wished to witness the early clash of the witches and demons, he did not desire an asymmetrical war to erupt. Should the decisive battle between the two races commence now, it would spell disaster for the demon race. Currently, the demons were ill-prepared, lacking the strength of the Zhou Tian Stardo formation. Without the reinforcement of this formation, the present strength of the demon race was no match for the witches. Once the war commenced, the power of the witches would swiftly converge. Could the demon race assemble their forces in time? Chapter 36. Predicament. Cursed fate. How could this transpire? The witches, in their madness, sought to seize this opportunity to annihilate Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huangtai upon the primordial land. How dare they? The sage Zhenyi's face darkened with fury as he shouted. This was not the outcome he desired, nor was it one he was willing to accept. Junior brother, do you now comprehend how misguided your actions have been? Though you sought to balance the powers of the witches and demons, you have forgotten that this is a cosmic calamity. In the midst of a calamity, anything is possible. It is not within your control. The witches, even if foolish, understand this is the optimal moment for retaliation, engaging in a decisive battle upon the primordial land, when neither side is prepared, is most advantageous for them. Not to mention, Dong Huangtai's momentary lapse has cost him the initiative, leaving the chaos bell ensnared and his full power unexercised. Senior brother, what shall we do now? Should the witches and demons clash prematurely, the outcome will likely favor the witches, and that is not the result we desire. What we desire matters not. Can we intervene to halt them? Do not forget the decree of our master, Hong Jun. No sane is permitted to interfere in the calamity of the witches and demons. If we intervene now, what do you suppose Niwa and Houtu of the 6 paths of reincarnation will think of our actions? We need not offend them. It is wiser to observe the unfolding events. I fear the situation may spiral out of control. Once these witches lose their wits, no one can prevent the ensuing chaos. Under such circumstances, a decisive battle will undoubtedly lead to the demon race's defeat. Zhenyi spoke with reluctance, his eyes betraying a hint of unease and dread. He did not wish to witness such a conclusion. Let us wait. At this juncture, we can only bide our time. The situation has escalated to this point. I trust that Master Hong Jun will intervene as needed. There is no need for us to worry about the fate of the demon race, especially with Niwa, a sage of the demon race present. Why should we be anxious for their survival? The ones who should be concerned are not us. Zhenyi's composed response left Zhenyi at a loss for words. Even if his heart was tumultuous, he could not act recklessly. The decree of Hong Jun was not to be trifled with. At this moment, Niwa found herself in an exceedingly difficult position. The edict of Hong Jun deterred her from acting impulsively. Even as she witnessed the demon Emperor Dijuan and his kin embroiled in peril. In her heart, Niwa berated Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huangtai. Why had they failed to manage the 10 little golden crows, allowing them to wreak such havoc and prematurely incite the conflict between the witches and demons? As the primordial land erupted into such a terrifying war, the witches mobilized swiftly, gathering their forces. While chaos reigned in the heavenly court of the demon race, none anticipated that the situation would spiral out of control, nor did they foresee the grave danger that awaited Emperor Dijuan and his fellow demon warriors. If this continued, it would not be long before Emperor Dijuan, Dong Huangtai, and the other demon warriors faced the threat of death, plunging into a true state of despair. Resentment unavoidably arose among the demon race left behind in the heavenly court. For it was the demon prince, the 10 little golden crows, who instigated this great war, precipitating the crisis faced by their kind. Furthermore, the oppressive measures imposed by the demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai in relation to the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation only exacerbated the dissatisfaction of those unfairly treated. Despite the tragic loss of her child at the hands of the witch clan, the demon queen Changshi did not succumb to despair. She understood that her foremost priority was to rescue the powerful demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, who were trapped in the primordial land. Soon, the power of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation was activated. Although the formation was incomplete, Changshi nonetheless ordered its initiation in a bid to save the demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Without the guidance of the demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, the entire formation was set into motion under the auspices of the Moonstar. Compared to the demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, Changshi's strength was woefully inadequate to suppress the formation's essence. Even though she could harness the power of the Moonstars to activate its source, she was still unable to consolidate the formation's power into a formidable strike. As the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation commenced, It inadvertently attracted some of the Witch Clan's power, alleviating some of the pressure on the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Though escaping their predicament remained an unrealistic hope. Once the Witch Clan discerned that the situation favored them, they naturally committed themselves fully, willing to pay any price to annihilate the powerful demons led by the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai in the primordial expanse. Whether it be the ancestral witches or the multitude of great witches, they fought with fervor, launching devastating assaults against the demon race. Had the Witch Clan not yet completed their rectification of the 12 capital heavenly divine array, they would have long since activated it to deliver a catastrophic blow to the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Brother, we cannot continue like this. If we persist in this battle, we will surely be trapped and perish in the primordial realm at the hands of these wretched witches. I will hold the rear. You must lead everyone to retreat. Realizing the increasingly dire situation for the demon race, the Eastern Emperor Tai was compelled to make such a choice. To facilitate the retreat of the demon race's powerful beings. Sacrifices must be made, and he deemed himself the most suitable candidate, possessing the necessary capability. No, we cannot withdraw, at least not now. The Demon Emperor Jun firmly rejected the Eastern Emperor Tai's suggestion, believing it was not the time to retreat. Nor could they allow the Eastern Emperor Tai to remain behind. The demon race could not afford to lose the Eastern Emperor Tai. Should he fall in the primordial land, it would spell a catastrophic blow to the entire demon race. A consequence they could not endure. If such a scenario were to unfold, the demon race would lose its capacity to contend with the Witch Clan. Tai, do not panic. Our situation is indeed perilous. But it is not a true deadlock. We still have the Hongjun Daozu, who remains bound by the period of his decree. If we can hold on until he manifests, all our crises will dissipate. At this juncture, the Demon Emperor Jun placed his hopes upon the Hongjun Daozu. Although this sentiment might seem laughable, it was the only viable solution for the demon race, their best option. In a world where such a terrifying war erupted, how could the Hongjun Daozu, as a saint of the heavenly Dao, remain oblivious? However, the sudden upheaval left him quite irked and deeply dissatisfied with the demon race. Yet he could not stand idly by as they faced annihilation at the hands of the Witch Clan. Previously, the Hongjun Daozu intervened to halt the Witch Clan's destructive assault on the demon race, already meddling in the war between the witches and demons, thereby engaging in an unjust act. Should he intervene once more to stop the Witch Clan, it would severely impact his reputation. Fairness is a fundamental tenet of the heavenly Dao. If the Hongjun Daozu repeatedly handles the conflict between the witches and demons unjustly, it would inevitably affect him adversely. The principle of the heavenly Dao's impartiality is not mere rhetoric. As one who embodies the heavenly Dao, the Hongjun Daozu must confront all matters within the primordial world with fairness and justice. Continual breaches of trust would surely invite backlash from the heavenly Dao, inflicting harm upon himself. Within the parameters of the heavenly Dao, one may engage in various calculations, but one must not repeatedly trample upon its rules. Not even the Hongjun Daozu himself. If even the Hongjun Daozu disregards the rules of the heavenly Dao, then who among the myriad beings in the primordial world would still adhere to them? Especially given that the demon race stands in defiance of his decree. Despite harboring much dissatisfaction towards the demon race, the Hongjun Daozu understood that he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. If he did not intervene, the demon race would truly face annihilation. Should the higher-ups be captured by the Witch Clan, what strength would the demon race have left to resist? Even if the Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai fought with fervor, how many ancestral witches could they truly slay? Without them, the demon race would undoubtedly become a scattered remnant, incapable of withstanding the Witch Clan's onslaught. The Hongjun Daozu had contemplated summoning the 3 Pure Ones and the 2 saints from the west to intervene and prevent this calamity, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Although the instigator of this turmoil was the troublesome Zunti, the saints were not permitted to intervene in the great calamity between the witches and demons, as this was his decree, one he could not violate. Lest he undermine his standing among the saints of the heavenly Dao, this farce could not continue. Even if the witch and demon factions were to engage in a decisive battle, it must occur only after his decree had concluded. Not at this moment. However, stopping the Witch Clan would not be an easy task. Should these madmen resist, the consequences could spiral out of control. The Hongjun Daozu had to weigh the potential gains and losses carefully. The Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor Jun awaited the Hongjun Daozu's intervention with bated breath, as did Nuan Yangyang, Zunti, and Jiejing, along with the 3 Pure Ones. None wished to see the Witch Clan emerge victorious, for that would spell disaster. Thus, they placed all their hopes upon the Hongjun Daozu. In this critical moment, only the Hongjun Daozu could prevent the impending catastrophe. Persuading the Witch Clan to cease their madness and allowing the Eastern Emperor Tai and the powerful demons led by the Demon Emperor Jun to retreat safely from the primordial land. As the leader of the Witch Clan, Did the ancestral witch Di Jiang not comprehend that the situation could shift? Did he not realize that the continuation of this war would inevitably provoke the Hongjun Daozu's opposition? No, he understood all too well. It was precisely this understanding that fueled his madness, compelling the entire witch clan to exert their utmost effort to annihilate the upper echelons of the demon race in the shortest time possible. Even if they could not eliminate the demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, they aimed to slaughter all the demon race's powerful beings, striving to weaken their strength to the greatest extent. Chapter 37. The intent of all beings stop. As the witch clan rampaged against the demon race, a voice rang out from the void. The Hongjun Daozu could no longer contain himself and emerged upon the primordial land, intervening in the conflict between the two factions, once again tilting the scales and committing another act of injustice by actively meddling in the overarching situation. The Hongjun Daozu has indeed made his move. It seems he truly cares little for his own reputation, attempting to safeguard the demon race in such circumstances, clinging to the hope of mutual destruction between the witches and demons. Yet this time, even with your appearance, the demon race must pay a price. Upon hearing the Hongjun Daozu's voice, Pangu could not help but scoff coldly. Hongjun Daozu, what do you intend to do this time? It is the demon race that has defied your decree, initiating an attack against my witch clan. Are you here to punish them and restore justice for the witch clan and for all beings? Although reluctant to cease hostilities, the moment the Hongjun Daozu's voice fell, Di Jiang was compelled to halt his assault. However, he did not relent entirely. Instead, he turned his ire towards the Hongjun Daozu, confronted with Di Jiang's accusations. The eyes of the demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai blazed with uncontainable fury. They yearned to devour Di Jiang alive, but knew better than to act out in anger at such a critical juncture. Di Jiang, what do you propose to do with the demon race? In response to Di Jiang's inquiry, the Hongjun Daozu retorted with a question of his own. Without mincing words, Di Jiang replied, during the previous war between the witches and demons, you personally ordered us to cease hostilities and even forced us to comply. Now that the demon race has broken this decree and reignited the conflict, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, you must uphold justice, eradicate these demon race sinners, and restore fairness for all beings, thereby preserving your own dignity. Otherwise, who will take your decrees seriously in the future? Are you to be regarded merely as a figurehead? Curse you, Di Jiang. How dare you speak so? Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, the Eastern Emperor Tai could no longer contain his rage. Just as he was about to take action, he was immediately restrained by the demon Emperor Jun. Tai, do not act impulsively. Now is not the time for us to strike. Do not fall into Di Jiang's trap. Di Jiang, your demands are excessive. While the demon race has erred this time, their transgressions do not warrant death. And they have already paid a price. The Hongjun Daozu outright rejected Di Jiang's demands, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger. Ha ha ha. Such absurdity. Is this truly the essence of the heavenly Tao? Is the so-called impartiality of the heavenly Tao merely a laughable slogan? As a sage of the heavenly Tao, your purported fairness is nothing but a facade. You may oppress our Wu clan without limit, while allowing the demon race to wreak havoc upon the myriad beings of the primordial world, letting them slaughter the creatures of this realm without restraint. Is there any necessity for such a heavenly Tao to exist? If the heavenly Tao is unjust, why should we care about its existence? An inequitable heavenly Tao lacks the qualification to wield authority over the primordial realm. The Great Way reigns supreme. Even the heavenly Tao itself does not adhere to the rules. What right does it have to demand our compliance? At this moment, the ancestral witch Di Jiang ruthlessly wielded the Great Way to pressure Hongjun Daozu to challenge the heavenly Tao. Should Hongjun Daozu maintain such an attitude, Di Jiang could invoke the Great Way, and even at a grievous cost, deliver a lesson to the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu. Rules cannot be taken lightly. They cannot be discarded at will. Di Jiang, has your Wu clan not slaughtered enough demons? Although the demon race was the first to breach the rules, does that absolve your clan of guilt? At this instant, a formidable aura radiated from Hongjun Daozu, pressing down upon Di Jiang. Ha! What have we done wrong? Do you imply that our Wu clan cannot even defend ourselves, that we must merely submit to the demon slaughter? If that is the case, why should we even regard the so-called heavenly Tao? If demons can act with impunity, so can we. At worst, we shall annihilate the primordial world. If the heavenly Tao denies our Wu clan existence, then let us perish together. The primordial world was opened by the Father God. It is left to us, the descendants, to bring about its destruction. Di Jiang, undaunted by the pressure from Hongjun Daozu, spoke vehemently, his eyes gleaming with boundless killing intent, utterly disregarding the threats posed by Hongjun Daozu. Should Di Jiang and the Wu clan truly resolve to destroy the primordial world, it is not an impossible endeavor, with their lives as the price. that could obliterate the very essence of the primordial realm. Furthermore, as the sovereign of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the ruler of the underworld, the ancestral witch Houtu could also deliver a fatal blow to the primordial world if she resolved to drag all beings to their demise. Punishing the demon race is permissible, yet their crimes do not warrant death. Dejiang, do not challenge my limits, nor attempt to test the boundaries of the heavenly Tao. Seek another demand. Anger surged within the hearts of all the Wu clan at Hong Jundaozu's unjust stance. However, while they truly wished to bring about the destruction of the primordial world, Dejiang could not do so, nor could the entire Wu clan. Yet to simply stand down was also unacceptable. Dejiang, allow me to propose a request. As Dejiang found himself at a loss for what to demand, Pangu stepped forward, though he was reluctant to confront Hong Jundaozu directly. Unwilling to be the center of attention, he had no choice but to stand forth. Otherwise, the situation would only grow more perilous, for Hong Jundaozu was no benevolent figure. Upon seeing Pangu step forward, a flicker of surprise crossed Dejiang's face. After such a prolonged battle, Pangu was still able to move freely, having not been gravely injured by the chaos bell, a primordial treasure. This was indeed remarkable. However, now is not the time to discuss Pangu's own issues, but rather how to deal with the demon race. Very well, the decision lies with you. Soon, Dejiang stepped back, allowing Pangu to take the forefront. At this moment, Dong Huangtai also retracted his companion treasure, the chaos bell. Yet, due to the emergence of Hong Jundaozu and Dejiang's fervent demands, Pangu's initiative attracted Dong Huangtai's attention, causing him to overlook the small bloodstain on the chaos bell, tainted by Pangu's essence. When Dejiang accepted Pangu's proposal, all present were astounded. Even the heavenly Tao saints who had been observing were taken aback. No one had anticipated that Dejiang would acquiesce, leaving many in bewilderment. Pangu paid no heed to their astonishment, indifferent to their thoughts, and calmly approached, stating, Hong Jundaozu, the demon race has defied your decree. This is an undeniable fact. Since they have made erroneous choices, they must bear the consequences. In your view, exterminating the demon race is inadvisable. Their crimes do not warrant death, yet they cannot simply be overlooked. Can they? Indeed, they must pay the price for their actions. Although Hong Jundaozu felt reluctant, at this moment, he could not act too radically. Moreover, everything Pangu stated was an irrefutable truth, an immutable fact. If Hong Jundaozu were to impose no punishment whatsoever, how could the myriad beings of the primordial realm regard him? How could anyone still have faith in the heavenly Tao? Very well. Since the Daozu also believes they should face severe penalties, then it is settled. Killing them would contradict your intentions, yet they have undeniably brought disaster upon the primordial world, particularly the 10 little golden crows, who, by igniting the true fire of the sun, inflicted catastrophic harm upon the entire land. Countless lives perished because of them, a calamity caused directly by the demon Emperor Dejun's negligence. Furthermore, as the golden crows inherently wield the authority over the sun and stars, failing to punish them would be impossible to justify. I represent the entirety of the beings in the primordial realm in requesting that the Daozu strip the golden crows of their authority over the sun and stars. From this moment forth, the golden crows shall no longer hold dominion over the sun and stars. As soon as Pangu's words fell, the entire primordial realm quaked, and all present were astounded by Pangu's proposition. This demand was exceedingly treacherous and audacious. Without the authority over the sun and stars, Dong Huangtai and Demon Emperor Dejun would no longer govern the celestial bodies, and the demon race Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation would face significant vulnerabilities. What a cunning calculation! This young one is ruthless and sharp, striking directly at the demon race's Achilles heel, while leaving Hong Jundaozu with no grounds to oppose, for the demon race had indeed erred. And they had utilized the power of the sun and stars to bring devastation upon the primordial realm. Amidst the multitude of discussions, countless pleas arose from the beings of the primordial realm. Those harmed by the golden crows beseeching Hong Jundaozu, echoing Pangu's proposal. What constitutes great momentum? This is the momentum of heaven and earth, when the beings of the primordial realm stand united with Pangu. Acknowledging his proposition, even Hong Jundaozu cannot obstruct it. This is the will of the heavenly and earthly beings. Though these beings are weak, when their wills coalesce, even the saint who embodies the heavenly Tao cannot refuse. Faced with the collective will of the beings, Hong Jundaozu's expression shifted dramatically, while Demon Emperor Dejun and Dong Huangtai gritted their teeth in fury, glaring at Pangu as if they wished to devour him whole. Yet, despite their rage, they dared not act impulsively, for they understood that speaking out at this moment could easily lead to their own demise. Most importantly, Pangu's proposal had garnered the approval of the beings in the primordial realm. Even the heavenly Tao must treat this with caution. A mere glance at Hong Jundaozu's reaction reveals the gravity and peril of the current situation. Chapter 38. Calculations. Chapter 38. Calculations. Are you certain you wish to make such a request? Hong Jundaozu spoke to Pangu in a deep voice, not wishing to witness such an outcome. Should the demon race lose their authority over the sun and stars, their Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation would be severely weakened. While the Wu clan's 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation also faced issues, Hong Jundaozu could not afford to be complacent. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse. Yes, this is my request, the request of the Wu clan. And indeed, the request of the beings of the primordial realm. The demon race must pay for their cruel actions. This is the singular wish of all, so I implore the Daozu to grant it. Granted. Hong Jundaozu did not wish to fulfill Pangu's desires, nor to accept the will of the beings. However, in this moment and under these circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, he would be unable to account to the beings of the primordial realm and would not earn their recognition. Should the hearts of the people turn against him, Hong Jundaozu would face significant troubles. In an instant, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Demon Emperor Di Jun turned their gazes toward Hong Jundaozu, their hearts racing with anxiety. They hoped to hear Hong Jundaozu refuse. Losing the authority over the sun and stars would mean their Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation would face dire risks. Time was fleeting. Even if they wished to make amends, it would be too late. Regret flooded their hearts, questioning why they had not managed the 10 princes of the demon race better, why they had not noticed their departure from the East Sea. Leading to this crisis. Now, it was far too late for regrets. Everything had transpired, and the matter was beyond their control. Regardless of how unwilling or resentful Hong Jundaozu felt, he must comply. He had already rejected Di Zhang's proposal. If he were to turn down Pangu's request under these circumstances, the consequences would be unthinkable. Did Pangu truly seek only to weaken the demon race Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation for the sake of the Wu demon clash? No, Pangu harbored deeper intentions, though he would not voice them. Whether anyone could discern them was beyond Pangu's concern, for at present, all would believe their goal to be solely the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation. He shot down the 9 little golden crows with the ultimate arrows crafted by Pangu. Was there not another calculation at play, merely seeking vengeance? No, the matter is not so simple. Pangu harbors deeper schemes, yet everything remains uncertain at present and requires time for confirmation. Observing that Hong Jundaozu had remained silent for an extended period, Pangu could not help but sigh. Daozu, do you truly hold only the demon clan in your heart, to the extent of abandoning fairness and justice? Or is it that, within this vast primordial realm, the heavenly Tao recognizes solely the demon clan, allowing them to act without restraint, even disregarding your edicts? If this is the case, I have nothing further to say. The Wu clan is left speechless, and the myriad beings of the primordial world have no recourse either. For you are a sage who embodies the heavenly Tao, representing the supreme authority of the cosmos. Gasp. In that instant, all present inhaled sharply, astonished by Pangu's audacity to utter such fervent words and directly threaten Hong Jundaozu. Madness. The Wu clan is indeed a tribe of lunatics, unrestrained and fearless, daring to voice such sentiments. The powerful beings of the primordial world were taken aback, while the myriad beings expressed concern. For Pangu had articulated their unspoken apprehensions. Albeit they all wished to avoid witnessing any punishment meted out to him by Hong Jundaozu. Very well. I represent the heavenly Tao in granting your request. Henceforth, the golden crow shall no longer wield the authority over the sun and stars. The heavenly Tao shall completely strip them of their power. Hong Jundaozu seethed inwardly, vexed at being compelled by a younger generation to revoke the golden crow's dominion, yet he found himself with no recourse and could not retaliate. At this moment, Pangu stood as the representative of all primordial beings, embodying the will of the cosmos. Should Hong Jundaozu retaliate against Pangu, it would signify his defiance against the very forces of existence. Even as one who aligns with the heavenly Tao, he could not withstand the backlash of the world. Upon hearing Hong Jundaozu's words, a subtle smile graced Pangu's face. His plan had succeeded. As Hong Jundaozu had represented the heavenly Tao in stripping the golden crow of its power over the sun and stars. Thank you, Daozu. With your words, we are willing to cease hostilities and continue to abide by your edicts. As he spoke, Pangu nodded toward the ancestral shaman, Di Jiang, signaling that it was time to conclude this conflict. Although the Wu clan had also incurred losses, the demon clan had paid a far greater price. And this time, the Wu clan had finally restored the balance of power with the demon clan. Seeing Pangu's expression, Di Jiang also inclined his head toward Hong Jundaozu, stating, "My Wu clan is willing to adhere to Daozu's commands." At this juncture, Di Jiang paused, turning his gaze toward the demon emperor, Di Jun, and coldly remarked, Dijun, consider yourself fortunate this time, for Hongjun Daozu has intervened on behalf of your demon clan. My Wu clan concedes to Daozu's authority. I hope you will act prudently. Upon hearing Di Zhang's words, both Demon Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai were infuriated, yet they found themselves unable to retort. It was indeed true that they had relied on Hongjun Daozu's intervention to avert their own crisis. Without his appearance, they would have faced certain doom, leaving the demon clan with no hope of survival. Thank you, Daozu. We shall certainly heed your teachings. Despite the seething anger within, both Dijun and Dong Huangtai quickly expressed their gratitude to Hongjun Daozu. Very well, as long as you can recognize your errors. Hongjun Daozu felt a deep disdain for the ignorance displayed by Dijun and Dong Huangtai, who had escalated matters to this extent, nearly compromising his own standing. However, for the sake of his grand design, he had to endure it all, for he would need the demon clan to counter the Wu clan in the future. Without the demons, how could the Wu clan possibly fall? After casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, Hongjun Daozu vanished from their sight, returning to the chaos. Although the Wu clan had yet to depart, he was confident they would not dare to act recklessly, should the Wu clan truly possess the audacity to strike against the demon clan in his absence. It would provide him with the perfect opportunity to teach them a profound lesson. Observing that Hongjun Daozu had already departed, Di Jiang snorted disdainfully and declared, Dijun, Tai, take your subordinates and promptly return to your celestial realm. The Wu clan does not welcome your presence upon these primordial lands. Humph, Di Jiang, do not be too arrogant. We shall remember this incident, and one day there will be a reckoning. With that, Demon Emperor Dijun gestured for the demons to return to the celestial realm. At this moment, Di Jiang coldly sneered, what does your arrogance matter? What can you do to me? Do you dare to strike? Should you choose to attack, my Wu clan will show you the meaning of death. Hongjun Daozu might save you once or twice, but he will not continue to shield your ignorance and folly. Demon Emperor Dijun understood that this was Di Jiang's scheme, aiming to provoke him into making an impulsive and erroneous move, thereby granting the Wu clan the opportunity to strike against the demon clan. Thus, he merely snorted and chose to disregard Di Jiang and the entire Wu clan, vanishing from their view along with his subordinates. Watching the figures of Demon Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai fade away, Di Jiang scoffed repeatedly, although he had not achieved his ultimate goal of annihilating the demon clan. Pangu's emergence had dealt a heavy blow to them, weakening the power of their Zhou Tian Xingdou formation and severing the authority of the Golden Crow clan, deprived of the power over the sun and stars. The imperial ambitions of Dong Huangtai and Demon Emperor Dijun had been severely impacted, were it not for their formidable strength and considering the current cataclysmic upheaval of the world. Internal strife might have erupted within the demon clan. Di Jiang, let us also withdraw our forces. There is no need to squander precious time. We must continue with our plans. Noticing the jubilant expressions on the faces of the ancestral shamans, Pangu furrowed his brow. Although the Wu clan had achieved victory this time, it was not yet a moment for celebration. They had not yet completed their plans and still required further effort. Though Pangu had interrupted his moment of elation, Di Jiang quickly regained his composure, realizing the wisdom in Pangu's words. It was indeed not the time for joy, nor could they afford to waste precious time. The Wu clan still had numerous matters to address and arrangements to make. Before the impending confrontation between the Wu and demon clans, they must prepare thoroughly, and this would require time. In this battle, Pangu had also gained the recognition of the powerful members of the Wu clan, while simultaneously drawing the attention of the heavenly Dao saints. Being bold enough to voice such audacious demands before Hongjun Daozu clearly demonstrated Pangu's audacity, and his ability to navigate the situation with poise revealed the immense potential he possessed. The existence of such a young prodigy within the Wu clan elicited myriad sentiments among all primordial beings, each harboring distinct thoughts. To the demon clan, Pangu's presence represented a formidable threat. To the saints of the heavenly Dao, he was a variable, disrupting the plans of the demon clan and offering the Wu clan a glimmer of hope, thus altering the dynamics of the situation. To the myriad beings of the primordial world, Pangu was a hero, articulating their innermost feelings and restoring a sense of justice. However, Pangu paid little heed to the voices of the primordial beings. Their opinions held little significance for him. In the world of the primordial, strength outweighed all else. Without formidable power, one could hardly speak of justice. Achieving his desires today was a result of the confluence of favorable circumstances, rather than any notion of justice. Chapter 39. Time upon returning to the celestial realm, both Demon Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai found themselves bereft of time to assess their own situations. With the power over the sun and stars severed by Hongjun Daozu, the demon clan's most formidable asset, the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation, now faced significant vulnerabilities that required immediate redress from both Dijun and Tai. Otherwise, when the conflict between the Wu and demon clans erupted, they would confront the specter of death. Now, the entirety of the primordial realm was aware that the demon clan had lost dominion over the sun and stars. Cognizant of the weaknesses inherent in the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation, should the Wu clan exploit this weakness during the impending conflict, the demon clan would inevitably face annihilation without the protection of the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. What strength would they possess to combat the Wu clan? Understanding the perilous nature of their predicament, Demon Emperor Dijun and Dong Huang Tai fully committed themselves to perfecting the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation once they had restored their own essence, ensuring that when the conflict with the Wu clan commenced, they would not be rendered vulnerable due to their loss of control over the sun and stars that in this scenario. Dong Huang Tai was entirely oblivious to the small bloodstain left by Pangu upon his innate treasure. The Chaos Bell. Time was of the essence for both the Wu and demon clans. The Wu clan needed time to compensate for the absence of 2 ancestral shamans and to repair the 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation, while the demon clan required time to refine the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. It could be said that both sides were lacking in their ultimate strengths, and the existence of these deficiencies left them both in a state of unease. As for the earlier battle involving Pangu, it had yielded substantial gains. Initially, I believed my foundation was exceedingly solid. However, after engaging in a fierce battle with the Chaotic Bell, I realized that I am not as formidable as I had once thought, nor as perfect as I had perceived myself to be. My physical form has its deficiencies, and my primordial spirit harbors significant vulnerabilities. I have contemplated various methods to address these shortcomings and eliminate the risks. Yet time is exceedingly scarce. In such a pressing situation, how could I possibly accomplish all that is required? Even if I were to discover a means to perfect myself, I lack the requisite time to reconstruct my strength and rectify my flaws. With the final confrontation looming ever closer, time, unexpectedly, has once again become an obstacle to my cultivation. Although I am acutely aware of my inadequacies, I find myself powerless to rectify them due to the constraints of time. This is the great calamity, a cosmic tribulation. Ensnared within it, I am left with no autonomy over my fate. I have considered reaching out to the Mountain Emperor, seeking to leverage his power to draw upon the primordial essence to enhance myself. Yet, this notion was swiftly dashed. I currently cannot establish contact with the Mountain Emperor, rendering me unable to borrow his strength. How could this be? What is the reason behind this? Is it possible that Hongjun Daozu has discerned my connection to the Mountain Emperor and severed the link between us? It is difficult for me to dismiss this thought, especially since I have confronted Hongjun Daozu directly. Given his embodiment of the Tao of Heaven, it is conceivable that he could uncover my secrets. After all, he is the mightiest being in the primordial realm. However, the situation is not as dire as I perceive. Although I have encountered Hongjun Daozu, in his eyes, I am merely a minute hardly worthy of his attention, and thus he would not concern himself with severing my connection to the Mountain Emperor. Why, then, have I lost contact with him? The answer lies within the Mountain Emperor himself. As a member of the divine hierarchy and a true powerhouse of the earth deity lineage, Hongjun Daozu does not wish to see the Mountain Emperor maintain ties with the beings of the primordial realm. This is not the time for the divine path to emerge. Even if it were, it would primarily be under the auspices of the heavenly Tao, not the earth deity lineage. Hongjun Daozu aims to prevent the Mountain Emperor from influencing the primordial beings, effectively sealing Mount Buzhou. On the surface, it appears that Hongjun Daozu is safeguarding Mount Buzhou, but in reality, he is endeavoring to sever the Mountain Emperor's connection with the primordial beings, confining him within Mount Buzhou and cutting off the faith of the earth deity lineage. Unable to contact the Mountain Emperor and borrow his strength, I am left with no choice but to make a radical decision, to dismantle and then reconstruct myself, since I possess shortcomings and vulnerabilities. I shall embrace a path of destruction and rebirth, utilizing the impending war between the witches and the demons to execute my audacious plan. This not only allows me to repay my karmic debts with the witch clan, but also serves to solidify my foundation. This idea is commendable, yet its execution requires utmost caution. The battle between the witches and the demons will be a life-or-death struggle for both races, even with my quasi-saint level of combat prowess. I remain at risk of perishing amidst such a brutal conflict. How to effectively harness the war to enhance myself requires immense planning and effort. Only then can I seize the opportunity to attain my desires. How does one obliterate their own limitations and sever their own realms and powers? This is no trivial matter, nor is it an easy feat to accomplish. Relying on external forces poses a significant risk. A single misstep could lead to my demise. Hence, it is imperative that I undertake this endeavor myself. By igniting my own bloodline and burning my primordial spirit, I can channel this power to refine both my physical form and spirit, allowing for a rebirth. But is this truly achievable? The plan is feasible, yet once I embark down this path, there will be no turning back. The burning of my bloodline will irrevocably sever my ties to the witch clan and the human clan, annihilating my karmic connections to both races, while the incineration of my primordial spirit will obliterate my links to the primordial realm. If I cannot meticulously control the timing and intensity of this burning, I risk plunging myself into a dire predicament. Acting too soon would leave me drained of power before the calamity concludes, while delaying too long would prevent me from completely severing my karmic ties, thus inhibiting my full potential. The mastery of time is paramount for me, even with my primordial spirit and understanding of the witch demon Calamity. Achieving this is profoundly challenging. No matter how well I strategize or how meticulously I prepare, once the decisive battle arrives, I will be unable to dictate the course of events. In the conflict between the witches and the demons, everything remains beyond my control, regardless of how intricate my plans may be. I have come to realize that I am fundamentally incapable of executing them, for I cannot grasp the grand design of the universe. To truly achieve my goals, I must master this cosmic order, a feat that eludes me. Upon awakening to this realization, I understand that to amend and enhance myself, I must act opportunistically amid the calamity, employing strategy while remaining open to serendipity and fortune. Otherwise, I shall ultimately face failure. Just as in the previous battle, no matter how many calculations I made, I failed to seize control. Events unfolded beyond my expectations, and I was unable to leave behind the demon emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai. Nor did I cleanse the upper echelons of the demon race. Both the witch and demon clans are preparing for the impending final battle, while the human race bears tremendous pressure. The recent conflict, with 10 days of simultaneous engagement, has made the humans acutely aware of their disparity with the witches and demons, instilling in them a profound understanding that without formidable power, they possess no rights to thrive within the primordial realm. When calamities strike, they can only passively endure. The human race, unwilling to accept such a fate, yearns to seize control of their destiny, to acquire formidable strength, and to free themselves from external threats. In this moment, they once again turn their gaze toward the martial path of the human immortal. Though the immortal Tao demands fewer resources, it lacks the formidable combat prowess of the human immortal martial path. The immortal Tao values existence, while the human immortal martial path emphasizes martial strength, which is crucial for the human race to establish itself in the primordial realm. As the human race rekindles its focus on the human immortal martial path, I find myself garnering greater fortune from them. With the support of human luck, my cultivation accelerates, and my comprehension of the human immortal martial path and the 9 transformation mystic cycle deepens, leading to new insights in my pursuit of quasi-sainthood. Regrettably, time is fleeting. If only I had 10,000 years, I might endeavor to breach the quasi-saint realm by severing my 2 corpses, yet such opportunities evade me, as time constrains my cultivation. While the human race revitalizes the human immortal martial path, the mountain emperor within Mount Buzhou senses this shift. He reflects on the choices of the human race, feeling a mix of admiration and resignation. The human immortal martial path is crucial not only for myself but equally for the mountain emperor. While developing the human immortal martial path, it also offers significant benefits to his own Tao. Although the mountain emperor follows the earth deity Tao, this does not imply that the human immortal martial path lacks any value for him. The more practitioners of the human immortal martial path among the human race, the greater the fortune that both the mountain emperor and I can accrue, further benefiting our cultivation. I am pressed for time and cannot afford to meditate in tranquility, yet the mountain emperor is different. He possesses ample time to cultivate and gain insights, his only missing element being fortune. Any additional fortune garnered from the human race would serve as a boon to the mountain emperor, accelerating his cultivation and deepening his understanding of the Tao, perhaps even leading him to forge his own path within the Tao, thus enhancing his own Taoic practice. In the mountain emperor's view, the divine path encompasses more than mere faith. It also includes alternative methods of cultivation that if he can carve out his own path within the divine realm, he could free himself from its constraints. Impervious to the influences of the primordial realm, even if Mount Buzhou were to collapse and his divine position were to shatter, he could still retreat unscathed, while ensnared within Mount Buzhou, burdened with the weighty responsibilities of the primordial realm. The Mountain Emperor begins to ponder how to liberate himself from reliance on the primordial realm, severing his ties to it, and freeing himself from the influence of his divine position. However, achieving this is no simple task. It requires time for contemplation and the accumulation of fortune, and relying solely on his own luck proves insufficient. Thus, the fortune of the human race becomes an essential force. Chapter 40. The blockade. Meritorious deeds also represent a viable choice for transcending one's own limitations, a means to extricate oneself from the constraints of the primordial realm. However, acquiring substantial merit is no easy feat. Although I support the celestial realm and accrue immense merit, this merit alone is insufficient for the Mountain Emperor to carve his own path. Most importantly, he is reluctant to expend this merit, as it serves as his safeguard. Depleting it would place him in a perilous position. The Mount Buzhou significant to the primordial realm? Undoubtedly, but importance does not equate to indispensability, in the absence of Mount Buzhou. The giant turtle of the North Sea stands ready, its limbs capable of supporting the heavens. To the Mountain Emperor, the existence of Mount Buzhou poses a threat and a risk to Hongjun Daozu. A minor misstep could plunge him into crisis. Thus, merit remains his best protection. Time swiftly passes, and during this interval, the primordial earth remains eerily tranquil. No one dares to stir discontent, as all races comprehend the terror of the cosmic calamity. Unwilling to involve themselves in the turmoil and attract the attention of the witch and demon clans. Currently, the witches and demons are far too preoccupied with each other to concern themselves with these weaker races. The time for the final showdown approaches, and the witch army assembles. A resounding command reverberated throughout all the tribes of the witch clan, shattering the tranquility of the primordial lands, prompting the tribes to gather. Each tribe commenced its actions. The ranks were devoid of the elderly and the frail, filled instead with warriors, as the rest of the witch people had been dispatched to the great mountains in the underworld. Soon, the formidable witch army converged at the 12 tribes, uniting under the leadership of the tribe's strongest. As the witch clan took its first steps, the demon race and the heavenly court stirred as well. The time for the final battle drawing ever closer, they dared not be complacent. The impending showdown would be one of relentless conflict, with no one to intervene and halt the course of events. With the witch clan mobilizing, the decisive clash was imminent, leaving one to wonder how many would remain of both the witch and demon races after the dust settled, observing the shifts in the primordial world and the gathering of the witch army. Tongtian's sect leader could not help but let out a soft sigh. Such a confrontation would deliver a tremendous shock to the primordial realm. Yet, as a sage, he could not intervene to prevent it. In response to Tongtian's words, Taishang Laojun calmly remarked, "This is the will of heaven, as well as the karmic retribution that both the witch and demon races must endure. The two races have long been abandoned by the heavenly Tao, and what awaits them is inevitable annihilation. Be it the Ancestor witch or the demon emperor, they are left with no path but to perish, for the primordial realm cannot accommodate their existence." The words of the eldest brother rang true. This battle would mark the beginning of the destruction of the witch and demon races. If the two factions continued to hold dominion over the primordial realm, how could we, the sages, convey the teachings of the Tao within it? Indeed, this is the calculation of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu. Only with the destruction of the witch and demon races, their loss of status in the realm, can the sages impart the teachings of the Tao and seize control of the primordial tides. It was precisely due to such machinations that Hongjun Daozu repeatedly intervened in the witch-demon war, striving to balance the powers of both races, even at the cost of his own reputation. As the decisive battle approached, the eldest brother urged, "We must be prepared, should the opportunity arise. We should covertly seize the resources of the demon race to strengthen the West." Before the witch-demon war had even begun, the sage Zhuanti had set his sights on the resources of the demon race, contemplating the treasures held within the heavenly court. Why did Zhuanti not covet the witch's treasures? It was not due to a favorable impression of the witch race, but rather because it was simply unfeasible. Prior to the battle, the witch race had already secured all their resources within the Pangu temple. The Pangu temple was an inheritance from the great deity Pangu to the witch race, one that even Hongjun Daozu could not touch. And no matter how many schemes Zhuanti and Jiejin concocted, they would remain unattainable, forcing their gaze toward the demon race instead. Junior brother, do not be overconfident. The demon race is not as simple as it appears, and they have the sage Enwa among them. To deceive her and seize the resources of the demon race would be a formidable challenge. Brother, no matter how difficult it may be, we cannot relent. This is our opportunity to bolster the West. If we fail to acquire these vast resources, how can we bridge the gap with the East? Only by seizing the accumulated wealth of the demon race can we expand our horizons and have a chance to catch up with the three purities. The aspiration is noble, but can it truly be realized? Would Hongjun Daozu and the Heavenly Tao grant them such an opportunity? Within the entirety of the primordial realm, were the two sages of the West the only ones eyeing the demon race? No. As the witch-demon war loomed, countless powerful beings within the primordial world were also plotting against both races, lurking in the shadows and awaiting the right moment to strike. The resources of the demon race within the heavenly court held immense allure for anyone. Even the sages could not disregard its temptation. The treasures of the heavenly court would incite the greed of many powerful beings. Did the demon Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai not foresee this? Were they not prepared at all? No, they were aware. Although the heavenly court was not entirely secure, and the demon race had enwa. The demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai did not trust her and had never contemplated handing over the entirety of their resources to her. In their eyes, Enwa was not only the sage of the demon race, but also the mother of humanity, and the deep-seated enmity between the human and demon races precluded their trust in her. Though the demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai could not fully trust Enwa, they could not ignore her presence either. With Enwa at their side, they could confidently face the witch race in a fight to the death. Prior to the decisive battle, the demon emperor personally visited Enwa's palace to entrust the Prince Luya to her protection, leaving a portion of the demon race's resources to Luya rather than to Enwa herself. In the heart of the demon emperor, there lingered a sliver of hope that once the witch-demon war concluded, and the calamity of heaven and earth had passed, Luya, the prince of the demon race, could revive his people with the resources he had retained amidst the devastation. Regrettably, the demon emperor had overestimated his position. The heavenly Tao would not grant the demon race such an opportunity. And Hongjun Daozu would not allow it either. After the witch-demon battle, it would also mark the moment when both races were cast aside from the forefront of the primordial realm, whether it be the demon race or the witch race. They would no longer have the chance to influence the central narrative of the primordial world. Most crucially, the demon emperor had acted rashly, forgetting that Luya bore the weight of immense karma. How could he cleanse such burdens? With the burden of karma upon him, how could Luya hope to revitalize the demon race? Once the witch army completed its assembly, it commenced its advance toward the heavenly court without any concealment. For they harbored no fear of the demon race's reaction, nor did they worry about the obstruction from the sages. The hour of reckoning had yet to arrive, as long as the witch race did not launch a significant offensive against the demon race. None could defy the edicts of Hongjun Daozu. With less than half a year remaining until the decisive battle, the witch army appeared outside the heavenly court, their presence imposing immense pressure on the demons within. Why arrive before the heavenly court ahead of time? This was a suggestion from Pangu to the Ancestor Witch Daijang. The early appearance of the witch army served not only to evade potential obstructions from others, but also to strike a blow to the morale of the demon race, potentially inciting internal strife and delivering a significant blow. Of course, it would be even better if they could entirely crush the morale of the demon race, but that was not feasible. Pangu had no such delusions. And the Ancestor Witch Daijang thought similarly. If the morale of the demon race could be so easily toppled, the witch race would not be under such immense pressure, having long lost everything. When confronting the demon race, everyone must remain vigilant. This was a decisive battle, and any negligence could lead to the witch race's downfall, a consequence they could not bear. The great constellation formation was activated. And it seemed you were right. The demon race indeed found themselves caught off guard, plunged into a passive state. Yet, do you truly have to participate in this battle? There is still time to leave. After all, you do not possess solely the bloodline of the witch race. Observing the rising defenses of the heavenly court, the Ancestor Witch Daijang spoke. Hearing the words of the Ancestor Witch, Pangu smiled calmly and replied, I bear a deep-seated grudge against the demon race, and my growth has been greatly aided by the witch clan. At this juncture, it is impossible for me to withdraw. Even if I were to perish in this great calamity of heaven and earth, I would have no regrets. Indeed, Pangu would not retreat. To leave now would render him unable to face his ancestors or his parents. He had to participate in this battle, regardless of the dangers ahead. The calamity of heaven and earth could be evaded for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Perhaps leaving now could preserve his life amidst the witch-demon calamity, but the karma he bore would not dissipate. If it accumulated until the next calamity, his predicament would be even more perilous. Very well. I hope you emerge unscathed from this battle. The witch race is already entrenched in this conflict, with no way to retreat. Yet you are different. You have a chance. I hope you can protect yourself and safeguard the witch clan after the calamity. The Ancestor Witch Daijang had long seen through the plight of the witch race, understanding that they had been abandoned by the heavenly Tao, thus unwilling to see Pangu embroiled in this decisive battle. Unable to persuade him otherwise, he could only employ such means to afford Pangu a greater chance of survival. Pangu Wu felt gratitude for the Ancestor Witch's goodwill, yet appreciation could not sway his resolve. The calamity of heaven and earth posed both a crisis and an opportunity. While danger loomed, overcoming it could yield immense rewards. Cleansing oneself and fulfilling personal aspirations, severing all ties of karma. Chapter 41. A startling change. Ancestor Daijing. You have become too reckless, with half a year remaining until the Edict of Hongjun Daozu. How dare you lead your forces to besiege the heavenly court? Are you not afraid of inciting the wrath of Hongjun Daozu? Suddenly, the voice of the demon emperor Dijuan resonated, questioning the Ancestor Witch Daijing. Dijuan, have you lost your wits? Have I contravened the Edict of Hongjun Daozu? As long as my witch race does not strike against your demon race, there is no breach of the command. You claim I am besieging the heavenly court, yet I assert that I am merely safeguarding your demon race's heavenly court from external threats in the face of the demon emperor's inquiry. The Ancestor Witch Daijing responded with calm confidence. Prior to the mobilization of the witch army, comprehensive preparations had already been made, anticipating the demon emperor's questioning and devising strategies to address the Edict of Hongjun Daozu. Indeed, the witch race had not violated the Edict of Hongjun Daozu. Even if they surrounded the heavenly court in advance, it remains so. It can only be said that the Wu tribe has cunningly exploited a loophole left by Hongjun Daozu, which cannot be considered a violation of his decree. Hongjun Daozu cannot take action against the Wu tribe under such pretense. No matter how much he favors the demon race, he cannot forsake all his principles. That damn Dijiang is exceedingly crafty. If this scoundrel is allowed to continue his arrogance unchecked, it would deal a severe blow to the morale of our demon race. The demon emperor Dijuan furrowed his brows, a hint of despondency flickering in his eyes, realizing this was a miscalculation on his part. Altering the current situation seems impossible. The demon race cannot contravene Hongjun Daozu's decree once more. Even within the heart of the demon emperor Dijuan, doubts arise, suspecting this may be a scheme orchestrated by the Wu tribe to provoke him into launching an offensive against them in a fit of rage. Brother, there is no need to fret over the present circumstances. It is merely a matter of 6 months. Even if we grant Dijiang and the Wu tribe this time, ultimately, it is not schemes that will determine everything, but rather strength. Within these 6 months, we can fully harness the power of the Zhou-Tian-Xingdou Great Formation to its utmost limit, delivering a decisive blow to the Wu tribe at the onset of the final battle, in response to the Wu tribe's provocations. Dong Wangtai remained remarkably composed, his resolve unshaken by the events transpiring beyond the heavenly court. To him, the final confrontation was imminent. 6 months was hardly worth concern. Conversely, if the demon race could adeptly utilize this half-year, they could deliver a crippling strike to the Wu tribe. Could the wise Pangu be oblivious to what was evident even to Dong Wangtai? Would he lack preparation, as the eldest of the 12 ancestor witches and the leader of the Wu tribe? Would Dijiang be unprepared? By leveraging the hand of Hongjun Daozu to sever the authority of the Golden Crow over the solar celestial bodies, Dijiang was indeed making preparations for the impending confrontation between the Wu and demon races. After enduring numerous conflicts, when the ultimate battle arrives, both the demon and Wu tribes will unleash their most powerful strikes, delivering lethal blows to their adversaries. The demon race's supreme power is naturally the Zhou-Tian-Xingdou Great Formation, while the Wu tribe wields the Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation. It can be asserted that when the moment of the final confrontation arrives, the initial clash will be a contest between these two formidable formations, a crucial factor in determining the victor between the Wu and demon tribes. In this battle, the demon race cannot afford to hold back. Nor will the Wu tribe. Both sides will exert their utmost efforts, for the outcome of this conflict is a matter of life and death, rendering the notion of victory or defeat inconsequential. At such a pivotal juncture, both parties comprehend the machinations of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu, recognizing that mutual destruction is the inevitable outcome. Thus, what they contend for is survival, not mere victory. It is precisely because Dijiang is aware of this that he previously spoke to Pangu in an attempt to persuade him to abandon this great conflict and depart from the heavenly court. Though Pangu did not acquiesce, Pangu's emergence heralds a transformative change for the Wu tribe and the entirety of the Hong Wang world. He first altered the fate of Hui, ensuring he was neither trapped on the Taiyin Star nor entangled in the romantic legends with Chang'e. Perhaps this is what Hongjun Daozu referred to when he spoke of the immutable grand design of heaven and earth, while minor circumstances may be altered. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the conflict between the Wu and demon races is a grand scheme, irreversible, while the entanglements between Hui and Chang'e are mere minor affairs, subject to change. The demon race is mobilizing the Zhou-Tian-Xingdou Great Formation to gather strength. And the Wu tribe has already set their plans in motion, activating the Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation. Not only are 12 formidable ancestor witches orchestrating the layout, but the entire Wu tribe is also involved in the formation of the Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation. Yet, the strength of these Wu tribe members is merely that of great witches. They can only harness the power of the Dushan Sha and cannot summon the true essence of Pangu. With the multitude of Wu tribe warriors establishing the Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation as support, the power of the foremost Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation is rapidly amplifying. Regarding the situation of the Wu tribe's forces beyond the heavenly court, the Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai are acutely aware. Upon witnessing the entire Wu army setting up the Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation, their anger surged out if the Wu forces continue their reckless actions. It is feared that the potency of the Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation will not diminish with the absence of the Earth Mother Witch and the Flame Witch, posing an existential threat to the demon race. Cursed be the Wu tribe. How do they still possess such means? They have deceived everyone, even the saints, after all these years of warfare. Demon Emperor, perhaps this is a strategy meticulously devised by the Wu tribe specifically to counter us. Prepared for the final confrontation. Now, due to the decree of Hongjun Daozu, we have lost our freedom of choice. The Great War is about to erupt. Even the saints of the heavenly Tao cannot intervene. We must brace ourselves for the worst. At this moment, the demon Saint Fushi spoke to Demon Emperor Dijuan, a trace of sorrow evident in his gaze. As a great saint of the demon race, Fushi bears immense karmic burdens, not only those pertaining to himself and the demon race, but also involving Yuwa and the demon race. As a saint, he ought to remain untainted by karma. Yet, this karma will not simply vanish because Yuwa has attained sainthood. If he cannot repay the karma owed to the demon race, Yuwa will remain hindered by it. As an elder brother, Fushi does not wish to see this situation persist. Thus he shoulders all the karmic weight himself. In this impending Wu demon war, the demon Saint Fushi has mentally prepared for the worst, willing to sacrifice his life on the battlefield if necessary. Karmic debts must be repaid. Otherwise, if the demon race faces annihilation, this karma will forever haunt him, adversely affecting Yuwa's cultivation, a dire consequence they cannot afford. Karma is one of the most mystifying forces in existence. When burdened by karma, even the saints of the heavenly Tao find it troublesome. Presently, the power unleashed by the Wu tribe is evidently superior to that of the demon race, posing a catastrophic blow to the entire demon race. At this moment, within the Chaos Nuwa Palace, the expression of Nuwa turned pale. The sudden outburst of the Wu tribe, wielding such an astonishing trump card, alongside the emergence of the Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation, filled her with unease and fear. She worried for her brother's safety. Due to the decree of Hongjun Daozu, she cannot intervene in this Wu demon war. Nuwa is astounded by the Wu tribe's tactics. Even the three pure ones and the Western saints did not anticipate the depths of the Wu tribe's concealment. Only when the final confrontation approaches do they reveal such a terrifying trump card, instantly compensating for the shortcomings of the Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation. Senior brother, what should we do? The Wu tribe is too insidious. Hiding such a dreadful means. Once the battle commences, the demon race will be utterly powerless against the terrifying Shidi Dushan Sha Great Formation. At this moment, the Saint of Guidance felt a sense of unease. Wishing to intervene in the Wu demon war, he could not bear to witness the demon race rendered defenseless beneath the onslaught of the Wu forces, swept away without resistance. Do not be hasty. It is not us who should be anxious, but rather Nuwa, the three pure ones, and even our teacher, Hongjun Daozu. No matter how frenzied or powerful the Wu tribe may become, can they truly impact our Western realm? They cannot influence the West. To the Wu tribe and the myriad beings of Hong Wang, we are merely an afterthought. In their eyes, the West is a barren land for cultivation, and if action is to be taken, it would be by the three pure ones in Yuwa, not us. The Saint of Guidance remains resolute, undeterred by the shifts in the Wu army beyond the heavenly court, showing no concern for the outcome of the Wu demon war. Even if the Wu tribe were to achieve ultimate victory, he would not find it unacceptable. If anyone would suffer the most, it would be the three pure ones in Yuwa. If the Wu tribe were to seize ultimate victory and appropriate the luck of the heavenly land, it would become exceedingly difficult for them to impart their teachings upon Hong Wang. At that point, the entirety of the East would belong to the Wu tribe, precisely because the Saint of Guidance can foresee the ramifications of the Wu demon war. Should the Wu tribe emerge victorious, he remains unshaken. The ones who would find it most intolerable are not the West, but the three pure ones in Yuwa. However, is the demon race truly as simplistic as it appears? Would the demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai be utterly unprepared, failing to anticipate the Wu tribe's hidden trump cards? The Saint of Guidance does not believe that the Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai lack their own hidden strengths. The Zhoutian Xingdou Great Formation they command is undoubtedly more intricate than what meets the eye. Even if the Golden Crow has lost its dominion over the solar celestial bodies, will this truly affect the power of the Zhoutian Xingdou Great Formation? Such conjectures are merely the musings of outsiders. Whether things are as they perceive is something only the Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai truly understand. Perhaps even the Demon Master Kunping does not grasp the full extent of the Zhoutian Xingdou Great Formation, given the past grievances between him and the Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai. As they do not share a common path. If it were not for the need of the Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai to leverage the powers of the Demon Master Kunping, this master would likely have been slain long ago. As a ruler, how could one allow anyone to threaten their position? Within the demon race, Kunping possesses such formidable strength. Chapter 42. A slap in the face, senior brother. What should we do? If this Wu Demon War allows the Wu tribe to achieve ultimate victory and seize the luck of the heavenly land, it will be impossible for us to impart our teachings to Hong Wang. We must alter this situation. In the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, the Primordial Supreme Being finally grew anxious, as the enlightenment had foretold. The most urgent were the three pure ones and the goddess Nuwa. Rather than those from the west. Change, what do you intend to use to alter everything? Will you take matters into your own hands? Do you not fear the repercussions of causality? Do not assume that the warnings from our master were merely to restrain us from interfering in the war between the Wu and the Yao clans. The paramount concern is to safeguard our own existence. This is a calamity of cosmic proportions. Even the sages cannot intervene. We are currently witnessing the decisive battle between the Wu and the Yao clans, where the fates of both races are condensed to their utmost limits. At such a juncture, whoever intervenes shall perish, and the sages are no exception. Under the backlash of fate, even a sage could be cast down from their exalted status. As the eldest disciple, the Grand Master Lao Jun's understanding of the cosmic calamities far surpasses that of the primordial supreme being. He truly comprehends the terror of the decisive battle between the Wu and the Yao. A confrontation of the fates of two primordial races, which even the sages dare not face, retreating to the shadows. Previously, Hongjun Laozu intervened to prevent the Wu clan from annihilating the Yao clan, suffering the backlash of fate himself. If it were the sages, they would likely be cast down from their divine positions. The clash of fates between races and civilizations represents the manifestation of humanity's power. Eldest disciple, shall we merely stand by and witness the Wu clan claim ultimate victory, watching them seize the role of protagonists in the primordial world? The primordial supreme being could not accept Lao Jun's words. He was unwilling to see the Wu clan triumph, dominating the cosmic tide and suppressing the sages, impeding his own teachings within the primordial realm. Primordial, your heart is in turmoil. Do you truly believe the Yao clan to be so easily vanquished? Do you think that the Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai are mere trifles, unprepared for battle? Continue to observe without haste to draw conclusions. This decisive battle has only just begun. The Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai will not allow the Wu clan to achieve ultimate victory. Mutual destruction aligns with the cosmic order, a great trend that cannot be altered by anyone. We need only watch with a detached gaze. Though the primordial supreme being disagreed with Lao Jun's sentiments, he found himself powerless in the face of such upheaval, unless he was willing to risk being cast down from his divine rank or even perishing. He could only coldly observe the decisive battle between the Wu and the Yao. In contrast to the primordial supreme being's concerns, the Master of Heaven remained serene, unconcerned about the might of the Wu clan. Possessing unwavering confidence in his own strength, with the Zhu Xian sword array at his disposal, he was untroubled by the prospect of the Wu clan's victory affecting him. Strength is the essence that determines all. With the Zhu Xian sword array in hand, what could the Wu clan accomplish? What of the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation? The Master of Heaven did not believe that the Wu clan would have the capability to deploy the complete 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation after the decisive battle. The Zhu Xian sword array could only be broken by the four saints. This is no jest, but a fact. During the Fengshan War, the primordial supreme being had to gather the power of the four saints to break the Zhu Xian sword array, which is indeed a formidable killing formation. Even against a complete 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation, the Master of Heaven felt no trepidation. At least, that is how he perceived it. Let us proceed to meet Dijiao and hear his thoughts. This is the final confrontation between our two clans, the ultimate battle to resolve all causality. Observing the assembly of Yao saints and the somewhat unusual figure of the Yao Master Kunping, Yao Emperor Dijuan spoke calmly, displaying no fear of the vast Wu army beyond the heavenly court. Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai had long since come to terms with life and death. Understanding that everything is part of the heavenly Tao's design and Hongjun Laozu's machinations, they had completely relinquished any frenzied aspirations of defeating the Wu clan and becoming the sovereigns of the primordial realm. Their hearts now only harbored hatred, particularly for Yao Emperor Dijuan, whose 9 sons had perished at the hands of the Wu clan. The enmity ran deep as the ocean. This battle would serve as the moment for revenge. For him, it would be a war of no return. Death would be his only destination. Approaching the decisive battle with a mindset of death reveals how tranquil yet terrifying Yao Emperor Dijuan's state of mind is. In stark contrast, Yu Saint Fushi and Yao Master Kuanping were worlds apart, especially Kuanping, who harbored no thoughts of a death struggle. To him, the Yao clan merely represented shackles, and this battle was an opportunity to break free. While Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai clung to a mindset of combat to the death, Yao Master Kuanping lacked such resolve. He had been coerced by the Eastern Emperor Tai into joining the Yao clan and had never shared their allegiance. When the moment of final confrontation arrived, Kuanping contemplated how to escape his bonds, not how to coexist with the Yao clan in life and death. Naturally, the matter of Yao Emperor Dijuan sending the 10th Prince Lia to Nuwa's palace had not escaped Kuanping's notice. If even Yao Emperor Dijuan prepared for such eventuality, how could Kuanping possibly fight to the death for a doomed Yao clan? One must look out for oneself. Otherwise, heaven will bring about their ruin. In Kuanping's view, the Yao clan was not worth his sacrifice, and he bore no obligation to sacrifice himself for them. He believed, from the very beginning, that the Yao clan owed him a debt of causality. Rather than the other way around, the title of Yao Master was derived from Kuanping's creation of the mystical script that sealed the world of the Yao. Thus, he owed them nothing. Being coerced into the Yao clan by the Eastern Emperor Tai was a profound humiliation for Kuanping. How could a powerful being, forced into the Yao clan, harbor no resentment? Moreover, Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai had never treated Kuanping fairly, further deepening the conflict between them. Although he saw through Kuanping's intentions, Yao Emperor Dijuan did not mind, nor did he wish to act against him. With a heart set on death, Yao Emperor Dijuan had come to terms with everything, since Yu Master Kuanping desired to use this final battle as an opportunity to escape the Yao clan. Let him be. There was no need to waste energy on a companion so disloyal. Soon, Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai, leading a multitude of Yao great saints, appeared outside the southern heavenly gate. Gazing at the vast Wu army in the distance, Dijia solemnly declared, "This battle will be the ultimate confrontation between the Wu and Yao clans. It is a fight to the death. The Wu clan shall pay for their actions. Have you considered how you will meet your demise? Ha ha ha. Dijuan, you are overly arrogant. Now, the strength of my Wu clan surpasses that of the Yao, even if you possess the advantage of terrain. What of it? The timing and the hearts of the people are not in your grasp. Your Yao clan is currently fragmented. What do you have to contend with me? Ultimately, it is you, the Yao clan, who shall perish. I end this battle. I shall ensure you meet your 9 sons once more, allowing you to reunite underground. One does not strike the face when hitting, nor expose the shortcomings when scolding. The death of your 9 sons has always been a source of torment for you, as well as for the Yao Empress Changxi. Now, it has been torn open by Dijiao, igniting the furious flames within them. While Yao Emperor Dijuan could still endure, Yao Empress Changxi could not contain herself any longer and was about to charge out of the heavenly court to strike at Dijiao. In an instant, Yao Emperor Dijuan grasped Changxi's hand, speaking in a low voice, "Do not be deceived by the opponent. He seeks to provoke you into action. It is not yet time for vengeance. The moment of the decisive battle has not arrived. Do not sacrifice yourself in vain." As soon as Yao Emperor Dijuan's words fell, Yao Empress Changxi snapped back to reality from her fury. Had it not been for Dijuan's intervention, she would have indeed fallen into Dijiao's trap and lost her life. Ha ha ha, what is this? Are you angry? Anger is futile. You do not dare to act. It is not yet time for the decisive battle. If you're unafraid of the pressure from Hongjun Laozu, feel free to strike. I shall be here waiting for you. Dijiu continued to provoke Yao Emperor Dijuan and Yao Empress Changxi, although he did not believe that they would be fooled into rash action. It allowed him to vent his own rage. He had not forgotten the plight of Zhu Rong Laozu, who had been schemed against to death by the Yao clan, nor the Yao clan's treacherous and insidious nature. Upon observing Yao Emperor Dijuan's reaction and the Yao clan's lack of trepidation, the primordial supreme being could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, although he was unaware of what lethal cards Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai held. Their demeanor indicated that they were unafraid of the Wu army in the complete 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation. Perhaps they had long anticipated such a scenario, After all, the greatest knowledge of oneself lies with one's enemy. Having been adversaries of the Wu clan for so long, how could Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai remain unaware of the Wu clan's true strength, with a mindset oriented towards death? It appeared that both Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai held on to thoughts of a death struggle that in this battle, the Wu and Yao clans would surely suffer mutual destruction. It remained uncertain how much strength either race would retain in the end. As the eldest disciple, the Grand Master Lao Jun's perspective diverged from that of the Primordial Supreme Being. While the Primordial Supreme Being only perceived the strength of the Wu army and the calmness of Yao Emperor Dijuan, the Grand Master Lao Jun discerned the faint sense of death emanating from them, a sentiment stemming from deep within. When engaging in this confrontation with a mindset of death, the combat prowess that Yao Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai could unleash would be terrifying. Capable of manifesting 12-fold of their original power, or even more, for they feared nothing and regarded death with indifference. As for the situation of the Wu clan, the Grand Master Lao Jun could not discern it clearly. However, one thing was certain: the entire Wu army acted as a unified body, exuding a fierce battle spirit. They too were unafraid of death. Perhaps it was precisely because both the Wu and Yao clans possessed such a spirit that they were destined for mutual destruction. This scenario was precisely what the Grand Master Lao Jun hoped to witness. This battle might rend the heavens and shatter the earth, causing damage to the primordial world, yet for the heavenly Tao and the saints, it was the most ideal outcome. Without the formidable Wu and Yao clans, the entire primordial world would finally enter an era of the saints. Chapter 43, Resentment in the Celestial Realm, the Three Pure Ones. The goddess Nuwa and the two saints of the West were all attentively observing the confrontation between the demon Emperor Dijuan and the Ancestor Dijiang. They analyzed the strengths of both sides and pondered the ultimate outcome. However, what they perceived was merely the surface. Only when the great battle erupted would the true power of the witch and demon tribes be revealed. Yet, once the conflict commenced, all would be rendered meaningless. For both tribes were fated to suffer mutual destruction. This posed a paradoxical dilemma for the celestial saints. Among them, the one most anxious about this life and death struggle was the goddess Nuwa, who worried for her brother Fushi. Burdened with the fates of two beings, this battle could very well be one of death rather than survival. As time gradually slipped away, the demon Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai, after momentarily standing against Dijiang, returned to the Heavenly Palace. Upon their return to the Lingxiao Palace, the demon Emperor Dijuan made meticulous arrangements for the entire demon race, including plans for the demon master Kunping. Although he was aware of Kunping's unreliability, Dijuan chose to act nonetheless, believing that an additional ally could provide greater strength. Perhaps Kunping harbored ulterior motives, but at the onset of the decisive battle, even if he wished to flee, he would have to pay the price, for the frenzied witch tribe would not care whether Kunping possessed the resolve to fight, having made all necessary arrangements. A faint smile appeared on the face of the demon Emperor Dijian. At that moment, within the Lingxiao Palace, only the demon Empress Changxi remained, and the two exchanged glances, each reflecting a trace of relief. Do you not regret this? This battle does not necessitate your sacrifice. One is sufficient. As Dijuan's words fell, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. Worry for the demon Empress Changxi. This is my destiny. I must avenge our child. However, your singular sacrifice cannot awaken the ultimate power of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation, nor can it stand against the complete 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation, innately. Our Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation is inferior to the witch tribe's 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation, not to mention that we possess only 2 of the 3 pivotal points of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. The authority of the Imperial Star Ziwei has never been within our grasp. Indeed, Changxi spoke the truth. Innately, the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation bore flaws. From the very beginning, they had never seized control of the Ziwei Imperial Star, which constituted its greatest weakness. Although the Taoist ancestor Hongjun severed the Golden Crow's authority over the solar stars, with the understanding of the solar stars that both Demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai possessed, they could still wield the power of the solar stars even without the authority. In fact, the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation was not as fragile as others feared. Its most significant vulnerability lay in the Ziwei star. Fate. I do not believe in fate. The so-called fate is merely the heavenly Tao imposed upon us. All is a calculation of the heavenly Tao. Regrettably, we realize this too late, having forged an unbreakable blood feud with the witch tribe. Even if we wished for peaceful coexistence, it is impossible that we must confront this battle. Yet I do not wish to see you bear this burden of causality. The demon Emperor Dijuan had long resigned himself to a mindset of certain death. Yet he was reluctant to witness Changshi face despair and confront death. However, he found himself powerless to stop it, for the power of the lunar star was not under his control, but rather within Changshi's grasp. Do not worry for me. This is my destiny. Regardless of whether all of this is orchestrated by the heavenly Tao, as a mother, I must avenge my child, even if it costs me my life and soul. Kunpeng is untrustworthy. Even if you grant him more power in dire moments, he will flee. He has never truly integrated into the demon race. I understand. Yet an additional ally strengthens our cause. Moreover, in this battle, Kunpeng must contend with the Ancestor which, escaping from the grasp of an Ancestor which is no simple feat even if he were to escape, what would it matter? The Saint Nuo would not let him off lightly. If the demon race were to fall, how could Kunpeng, as a demon master, avoid the repercussions? Is it possible that Kunpeng remains entirely oblivious to the schemes of the demon Emperor Dijuan? No, he understands. Yet everything is beyond his control. As long as he retains the title of demon master, he cannot escape the influence of the demon race's fate and must participate in the battle. Only thus can he cleanse his own causality. Causality, the most enigmatic force in the primordial world. Although the demon master Kunpeng was aware that he had been schemed against by the demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai, he could only endure and accept his fate, for his strength was insufficient to crush his opponents, leaving him with no choice but to resign himself to his fate. That it will not be long. Soon I shall rid myself of the demon race's causality. I wonder where that scoundrel Dijuan has hidden the Zhao Yao fan. If I cannot reclaim my fragment of primordial spirit, I fear I shall remain bound by others. At that moment, the demon master Kunpeng in the heavenly realm was contemplating everything while cautiously searching for the Zhao Yao fan. In his view, as the great battle approached, it was certain that the demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai would not entrust the Zhao Yao fan to anyone else, for it represented the ultimate control over the demon race. Without the deterrence of the Zhao Yao fan, the demon race would have long since crumbled. Without possession of the Zhao Yao fan, how could the demon Emperor Dijuan control the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation? The secrets of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation had become known to the demon master Kunpeng. Initially, the demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai had lured the great demon saints into participating in the construction of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation with treasures. When these demon saints devoted themselves entirely to the formation, their primordial spirits had already fallen under the control of the demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai. Their methods were still as ruthless as ever. It could be said that the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation was far from what the witch tribe understood. If the demon Emperor Dijuan were to be ruthless, he could easily cause the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation to self-destruct, bringing destruction to the world. Precisely because the demon master Kunpeng comprehended the situation surrounding the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation so thoroughly, he had consistently refused to participate in its construction, thus failing to earn the trust of the demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai. Of course, the demon master Kunpeng did not mind. He had never intended to merge with the demon race, nor did he wish to bind himself entirely to their grand vessel. Damn Dijuan, where on earth have you hidden the Zhao Yao fan? Why can I not sense the presence of my primordial spirit? Have you sealed it away, or have you given the Zhao Yao fan to that little scoundrel Luya, as he could not sense his fragment of primordial spirit for an extended period? The demon master Kunpeng involuntarily thought of the 10th Prince Luya, who had been secretly sent away by the demon Emperor Dijuan. If the Zhao Yao fan fell into Luya's hands, matters would become exceedingly troublesome. Of course, there was another possibility. The demon Emperor Dijuan, to protect the 10th Prince Luya's safety, had entrusted the Zhao Yao fan to the goddess Nuwa. If that were the case, reclaiming that fragment of primordial spirit would become even more challenging. If it fell into Luya's hands, as long as he seized the opportunity, there might still be a chance to retrieve it. However, if it were in the hands of a saint, the prospect of reclaiming it would become increasingly daunting. Though anxious, the demon master Kunpeng found himself without any recourse, only able to inwardly curse the demon Emperor Dijuan, cautiously traversing the celestial palace, ensuring he had overlooked no corner, and still failing to sense his fragment of primordial spirit. The demon master Kunpeng ultimately despaired, giving rise to boundless malevolence within him. Dijuan, Tai, since you are devoid of compassion, do not blame me for lacking righteousness, if you deny me a path to survival. Do not blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, malevolent thoughts surged within the demon master Kunpeng, originally hopeful that during the final battle he could reclaim his fragment of primordial spirit. That glimmer of hope now shattered, prompting Kunpeng to make a frenzied decision. At this moment, the demon master Kunpeng began secretly reaching out to those demon clans, treated merely as cannon fodder, who were weak in power and had long been exploited and oppressed by the larger demon clans. These clans harbored no goodwill towards the demon race and nursed profound resentments, yet like the demon master Kunping, they too had been forced to relinquish a fragment of their primordial spirit. Bound by the Zhao Yao Fan, unable to voice their anger against the demon emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai cannon fodder, these demon clans were acutely aware of the perilousness of their situation. Although they understood that the demon master Kunping's intentions were not entirely altruistic, they had no choice but to accept his kindness for the sake of survival. Otherwise, they would face certain death. Collaborating with the demon master Kunping might offer them a slim chance of survival. If they refused, they would undoubtedly meet their doom. According to the arrangements of the demon emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai, these demon clans would be the first to charge into battle following the clash between the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation and the 12 Capital Heavenly Gods Killing Formation. Given their strength, the outcome of their charge against the Witch Army was all too predictable. They were unwilling, yet faced with threats from the demon emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai, they could only fight desperately. In this moment of dilemma, the demon master Kunping extended an invitation to them, offering a glimmer of hope. However, the kindness of the demon master Kunping was perilously reckless, presenting them with a choice of retreating without fighting, urging them to directly flee during the charge and instead attack the demon race's own stronghold, escaping back to the celestial realm. Such a frenzied display of goodwill instilled fear and unease among the demon clans, as they dreaded the prospect of the demon emperor Jun exacting vengeance after the cataclysmic battle, wielding their fates in his hands. Should the demon emperor Jun choose to be merciless, he could obliterate their very essence with a mere flick of his will. And the dire consequences would be all too apparent. Amidst the uncertainty plaguing these demon clans, the demon master Kunping revealed an even more astonishing revelation. The demon summoning banner was not in the possession of demon emperor Jun or Dong Wangtai, and the 10th Prince Luya had been clandestinely dispatched to the palace of Niwa by the demon emperor Jun himself. In this conflict, the demon emperor Jun was resolutely intent on sacrificing their lives to engage in a fierce struggle against the witch clan. Aiming for mutual destruction, there remained a flicker of hope in resisting the demon emperor Jun, whereas obedience to his commands would lead to certain doom. The potency of the phrase, resistance offers a glimmer of hope. Obedience leads to inevitable death, was immense, igniting a tumultuous uproar among the expendable demon clans, emboldening them to rise against the demon emperor Jun. Following the demon master Kunping's seemingly insane goodwill presented a chance for survival, while submission to the demon emperor Jun's orders guaranteed demise. In such circumstances, who would still be inclined to heed the commands of the demon emperor Jun? Every move made by the demon master Kunping was under the watchful eyes of both the demon emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai. It was not that they were vigilantly monitoring Kunping. Rather, they had spies among the ranks of the expendable demons, ensuring that all actions taken by Kunping were swiftly relayed back to them. Did the demon master Kunping truly believe that he was oblivious to the fact that every action of his would be known to the demon emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai? Kunping was acutely aware, and it was precisely this knowledge that drove him to undertake such reckless actions. He sought to test whether the demon summoning banner still lay in the hands of the demon emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai. Kunping believed that once the demon emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai became aware of his scheme, they would inevitably retaliate against his audacious goodwill, with the most direct tactic being to utilize the demon summoning banner to issue a warning, intimidate him, and compel him to abandon his so-called goodwill, even forcing him into a desperate battle against the witch clan. Damn that Kunping. I have long stated he must not be allowed to remain. Now this scoundrel is secretly stirring up trouble, inciting the weaker demons to rebel. Brother, we cannot allow this miscreant to continue his arrogance. This time, we must teach him a profound lesson. No, let him be. Since Kunping wishes to extend his goodwill to these lesser demons, let him do so. I am eager to see what further stratagems he possesses, and more so, to witness his reaction when the overwhelming consequences of his actions descend upon him. No matter how well-crafted his plans may be, he has neglected one crucial truth. He is a demon master, and to incite rebellion among the demon clans, especially during their decisive conflict with the witch clan. Can he truly withstand the backlash of the demon clan's fate? The lesser demons are no different. Their betrayal will not yield the splendid outcomes they envision. The demon emperor Jun was far more ruthless than the demon master Kunping could ever conceive. Kunping believed he was in complete control, convinced that he could utilize these expendable demons to probe whether the demon summoning banner was still in the possession of Dong Wangtai and the demon emperor Jun. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the demon emperor Jun was utterly indifferent to such betrayals and had long been prepared for them. The moment such a scenario unfolded, Kunpeng would find himself ensnared in a trap, burdened with endless consequences and subjected to the backlash of the demon clan's fate. To alleviate this backlash was simple. It required fighting to the death for the demon clans, committing fully to the battle against the witch clan, thereby cleansing his own karma. It could be said that the demon Emperor Jun's methods were even more ruthless than those of the demon master Kunpeng. Brother, I have an unsettling feeling. The demon master Kunpeng will not be easily outmaneuvered. And even if he bears the weight of endless consequences, he can still purify himself through his own merits. Let us not forget that Kunpeng is the originator of the demon script. Blessed with great merits, he can relinquish these merits, and any consequences will be washed away. That we are both prepared for death, but we must not leave hidden dangers for the 10th prince. I understand your concerns, fearing that the 10th prince may fall victim to the treachery of that rogue Kunpeng. Such a fate is unlikely. Since Nuwa has accepted my goodwill, she must bear the corresponding consequences if the 10th prince were to perish at Kunpeng's hands. Nuwa would not escape unscathed, for she is a sage of the demon clans. If we cannot preserve the last bloodline of our imperial clan, how will she face the repercussions of being a sage? Sages do not bear consequences, yet those around them must endure it. At this point, the demon Emperor Jun let out a deep sigh and continued, Tai, consider the current plight of Fushi. Were it not for the burden of the consequences of both himself and Nuwa, would he find himself in such a predicament? In this battle, he must fight to the death to repay all debts incurred. Upon hearing these words from the emperor, Dong Wangtai could not help but sigh deeply. How could he be unaware of Fushi's circumstances? Yet, once consequences are incurred, they must be repaid, with no exceptions. They do not possess the cunning of the two Western saints, who could disregard the death of Hongyun and thereby settle all debts. But is such a method of resolving consequences truly feasible? This remains an unknown. The death of Hongyun must be fully accounted for to clear the debts, yet as a great Luo golden immortal, he will ultimately find a sliver of hope. When Hongyun reappears, the two Western saints will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Enough. Let us not dwell too much on this. For us, the only course of action is to wait. Regardless of Kunpeng's schemes or intentions, let him be. Our greatest adversary is neither Kunpeng nor the Witch Clan. It is the Heavenly Tao. It is Hongjun Daozu, the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu that seek to bring about our demise. The primal Heavenly Tao cannot accommodate both our clans, the witches and the demons. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. All consequences will culminate in this battle. We shall expend all our strength to sever all ties. Amidst the chaos of our race's warfare, the primal world shall suffer immense damage. I am curious to see how the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu will react at that juncture. Brother, do you intend to pursue that path of obliteration? Dong Wangtai was momentarily stunned by the words of the emperor. Let us proceed step by step and observe how everything unfolds. We harbor a resolve to die, and I trust the Witch Clan's ancestors feel the same. Otherwise, they would not recklessly storm the heavenly court to block our way. We shall see how the situation develops. In this battle, we are locked in a fight to the death with the Witch Clan. The demon Emperor Jun spoke with undeniable accuracy. This encapsulated the true state of affairs between the witches and demons. They were devoid of choice. Even if one side wished to compromise, it would be impossible. The Heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu would not grant them such an opportunity, nor would the Heavenly Saints permit it. A fight to the death would be the ultimate outcome. They could not resist. Fate was not within their grasp, and this constituted the greatest peril for both the witches and demons. Even with saints among them, they remained powerless to alter their destinies. In the face of the grand momentum of heaven and earth, they had no rights to choose. After waiting in vain, Kunpeng was consumed by immense frustration, finding himself in an unforeseen predicament. In his mind, regardless of whether the demon summoning banner was in the hands of the demon Emperor Jun, a reaction should have arisen from the internal discord among the demon clans. Yet, now there was not a single ripple. This was too peculiar, stirring a sense of unease within Kunpeng. However, being ensnared in the current situation, even if he wished to withdraw, it was impossible. After all, he had instigated this whole affair himself. It was no longer feasible to extricate himself. Damn it. Could this be the scheme of the demon Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai? Have they already anticipated that I would take such actions and are now merely waiting for me to plunge headlong into their trap? But do they truly fear that the internal strife among the demons could lead to their collapse? Kunpeng's mind was rife with doubt, and as time wore on, the pressure he bore grew ever heavier. As a demon master, how could Kunpeng be unaware of the immense troubles that would arise from betraying the demon clans in the midst of the battle between the witches and demons? The consequences would be dreadful. Yet, he felt he had no choice, that he could not once again urge the lesser demons to abandon this rebellion, for even if he attempted to do so, it would be futile. those lesser demons would not heed his commands. Well played, Emperor Jun. You are truly insidious and ruthless. Once I take that step, everything will fall within your grasp. I find myself with no retreat, only a path that leads to darkness. Should I proceed, not only will I bear the weight of endless consequences, but I will also endure the scorn of the demon clans and the suppression from Yuhua, even if I manage to survive this battle against the witches. I will never gain the recognition of the demon clans, and no one will ever threaten the 10th prince's position again. Upon meticulously contemplating all possibilities, Kuenping realized that should he proceed, he would sever all ties with the demon clans, and his reputation as a demon master would be irrevocably destroyed. The demon Emperor Jun was far too cunning, having ensnared him in this elaborate trap. Regret? Naturally, Kuenping felt regret, yet it was far too late. Everything had already commenced, and his retreat had long since been blocked. He could no longer change the course of events. Taking a deep breath, Kuenping declared with fierce determination, "Very well, Demon Emperor Jun, since you deny me a path to survival. Do not blame me for being ruthless. If you wish to cast me out from the demon clans, I shall not hesitate any longer. I will sever all ties," having resolved to embrace a more reckless course of action. Kuenping decided that if the demon clans could not accommodate him, he would actively sever all connections. The impending battle between the witches and demons presented an opportunity, a chance to rid himself of everything, and an opportunity for him to exact revenge upon the demon Emperor Jun. Even if it meant bearing a tarnished reputation, one must act for oneself, lest the heavens enact their retribution, when one's own interests are at stake. Kuenping will undoubtedly not remain passive but will exert every ounce of strength to retaliate. However, once the counterattack is initiated, the infamous name of the demon master Kuenping will be irrevocably tarnished. In comparison to his own safety, such a cost is negligible. Unlike Fushi, who can face death without fear, it is impossible to compel him to embrace demise willingly. Not only has he never identified with the demon race, but even if he were entangled with them, Kuenping would never sacrifice his life for their sake. It is precisely because Kuenping fears death and is unwilling to share the fate of the demon race that he falls prey to the schemes of the demon Emperor Dijuan. Yet, Dijuan is no benevolent figure. Through his machinations, he relentlessly drives Kuenping to the brink of despair. His own vendetta against the witch clan, aimed at bringing down the 12 ancestor witches, cannot drag the entirety of the demon race's upper echelons into this dire predicament. Currently, it is not only Kuenping who suffers under the schemes. Every formidable demon within the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array has been ensnared by Dijuan's plotting. After this battle, the demon race's leadership will be entirely decimated, and few will emerge alive from the conflict between the witches and the demons. Thus, no one will pose a threat to Liu Ye's position. It must be said that Dijuan is ruthless and cunning. Chapter 45. The dawn of war. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye for both the witch and demon races. Yet for the demon master Kuenping, he finds himself in a precarious predicament. Besieged by the incessant pleas of lesser demons, which infuriates him yet leaves him powerless to change the situation. At this juncture, Kuenping realizes he has fallen into Dijuan's trap, but retreat is not an option. Fully aware that a great pitfall lies ahead, he can only press on with grim determination. Throughout these 6 months, the demon master Kuenping has endured each day as if it were a year, unable to find peace, intensifying his hatred for the demon Emperor Dijuan. Knowing full well that Dijuan is aware of his covert actions and that this is a trap, Kuenping feels utterly helpless to halt it, leading to an overwhelming headache and an even deeper loathing for Dijuan's callousness and malice. Beyond the heavenly court, as he gazes upon the celestial realm, Pangu radiates an aura of terrifying murderous intent. As the moment approaches, Pangu speaks, "Ancestor Dijuan, it is time to act. We must coalesce the true form of Pangu. We cannot allow the demon race to strike first. Once the time arrives, we must seize the initiative and tear apart the defenses of the heavenly court." At this moment, the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array of the demon race has also been activated to its fullest extent, with beams of starlight converging to envelop the heavenly court. After months of accumulation, the foundational essence of the Great Array has reached an astonishing level, and the demons in charge await the command of the demon Emperor Dijuan. At this juncture, both Dijuan and Dong Huangtai have joined the Zhou Tian Xingdou Great Array, having no intention of conversing further with Ancestor Dijuan. When the moment arrives, they will strike first, using overwhelming power to shatter the defenses of the Witch Clan and breach the 12 capital Heavenly Gods Great Array. In his heart, the demon Emperor Dijuan shares the same ambition as Pangu. Eager to seize the advantage in battle. As the 12 capital Heavenly Gods Great Array is set into motion, the true form of Pangu materializes, just as time is about to run out. Ancestor Dijuan lets out a thunderous command, and the witch clan springs into action. Waves of celestial malevolence surge forth, merging into the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array as the collective strength of the witch clan converges. With a resounding cry, the true form of Pangu descends from the void. Damn it, these barbarians have anticipated our moves and prepared for us. The demon emperor Buzhou seethes with rage upon witnessing the emergence of Pangu's true form. Realizing that his schemes have unraveled, revealing the cunning of these savages, open heaven and earth, strike. In that instant of Pangu's manifestation, time concludes, and the conflict between the witches and demons officially commences. Pangu's true form brandishes its colossal axe, descending with lethal intent aimed squarely at the demon race's heavenly court. Damn those barbaric witches. The stars align, the stars fall. In response to Pangu's ferocious assault, the demon emperor Buzhou finally retaliates, despite his reluctance. He must activate the ultimate power of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, for only this force can withstand the strike of Pangu's true form. At this moment, while Pangu's true form has lost 2 ancestor witches, its might remains undiminished, bolstered by the little 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. The power of Pangu's true form intensifies, initiating a climactic confrontation that compels the demon emperor Buzhou to fight desperately, forcing the demon race to unleash the full might of the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. The collision between the celestial power and Pangu's strike generates a cataclysmic tempest, wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity, delivering a staggering blow to the heavenly realm, causing the entire heavenly court to tremble and instilling in the weaker demons a profound understanding of destruction and death, their hearts shrouded in terror. In this moment, the weaker demons within the heavenly court are devoid of any rebellious thoughts, consumed only by fear. Were it not for the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array standing against the onslaught of Pangu's true form, they would likely have already met their demise. Instantly, these lesser demons think of the demon master Kunping, questioning his intentions. The witch clan is so formidable. If they were to rebel amidst the chaos, would there still be hope for the demon race? Although the demon emperor Buzhou has long since relocated to Prince Luya, should the demon race face defeat, those demons residing in the heavenly court would undoubtedly perish. No, the demon race cannot afford to lose, especially not at this juncture. Soon, the minds of those demons, who once followed the demon master Kunping, begin to shift. They no longer harbor thoughts of rebellion, even knowing that charging to the front might lead to their demise. They refuse to betray their kin. They recognize that if the demon race is vanquished, the entirety of their kind in the heavenly court will face obliteration. They may accept their deaths, but they cannot bear to witness the annihilation of their race. Neither the demon emperor Buzhou nor Dong Wangtai, nor the demon master Kunping could have anticipated that. Merely at the onset of battle, the demons, once inclined towards rebellion, would undergo such a transformation, shedding their disloyalty in favor of valiant sacrifice on the battlefield. This unforeseen shift renders their plots futile. It cannot be entirely said that their schemes have failed, at least for the demon master Kunping. Upon comprehending that all is part of Buzhou's machinations, he has been devising ways to navigate this crisis and extricate himself from their snares. Now, with the lesser demons unwilling to revolt, Kunping finds himself liberated, free from the burdens of potential rebellion. As a demon master, Kunping is naturally connected to these lesser demons, and when they make their decision, Kunping instantly senses a shift in his fortune, realizing that his luck is no longer waning. Evidently, those lesser demons have abandoned their intentions of revolt. Good, very good. I never imagined that the barbarians of the witch clan would become my salvation. Their frenzied onslaught has alleviated my crisis. I suspect the demon emperor Buzhou could never have anticipated such a turn of events. He must be utterly shocked by the collapse of his schemes that I am eager to witness his reaction now. At this moment, a subtle smile graces the lips of the demon master Kunping. As the situation begins to unfold favorably for him, a tremendous stroke of fortune. Indeed, this abrupt shift in circumstances is something even the demon emperor Buzhou could not have foreseen. He has underestimated these weaker demons of his race. Though they resent being oppressed by the demon emperor, they are even less willing to witness the downfall of their kin, as they cannot bear the consequences of failure, should the demon race face total defeat in their confrontation with the witch clan. The only fate awaiting these weaker beings would be death. Thus, they dare not entertain thoughts of rebellion. In such a great calamity, the weak have never possessed the luxury of choice. Faced with this sudden change, the demon emperor Buzhou can only sigh inwardly, lamenting the fortunate turn of events for the demon master Kunping, which has led to this unforeseen transformation. Yet, he forgets the most crucial point. This is not merely a stroke of luck for Kunping, but rather a manifestation of his great fortune and merit. The title of Demon Master is not bestowed lightly. By creating written language for the demon race, Kunping has garnered immense fortune and merit. What is Kunping's status among the demon race? Although he bears the title of Demon Master, his standing within the demon hierarchy is not particularly high, and he has not received the recognition he deserves. Thus, from the outset, it is the demon race that owes Kunping a debt of karma, not the other way around, forced to align with the demon race by Dijuan and Dong Huangtai. The benefits Kunping has reaped from them are exceedingly limited. Under such circumstances, his own fortune and merit remain intact. Paving the way for this pivotal moment. It can be said that it is not merely good fortune for the demon master Kunping. Rather, it is the preservation of his own fortune and merit that secures his safety, allowing him to seize a slim chance of survival amidst this chaotic tribulation. Of course, all of this pertains solely to the internal dynamics of the demon race. Once the decisive battle commences, Kunping's fate will hinge upon his own strength in the face of the Witch Clan's assault. The conflict between races is fundamentally distinct from ordinary warfare. When the two principal forces of the primordial world clash, the influence of one's fortune and merit is not as significant as one might expect, for this is a confrontation of civilizations, a contest for supremacy among the denizens of heaven and earth. The fortunes of their respective civilizations will counterbalance each other, so when the decisive battle arrives, the outcome will ultimately depend on one's own prowess. Luck plays a minimal role in the clash of civilizations among races. Should the demon master Kunping fight to the death in this grand confrontation, he may find himself facing a solitary path to demise, for the current situation is decidedly unfavorable for the demon race, which finds itself at a disadvantage. The witch race presently holds the initiative, especially with the 12 capitals divine array exerting overwhelming pressure on the demon race celestial star array. If the demon race cannot reverse this dire predicament, the outcome is all too predictable. As the fierce clash unfolds between the 12 capitals divine array and the celestial star array, the initial excitement and joy that filled Kunping's heart swiftly dissipate, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The circumstances for the demon race are grim. If matters continue down this path, failure is merely a matter of time. It is evident that the demon emperor Dijuan and Dong Huangtai are incapable of altering the course of events. Cursed be Dijuan and Tai, who seem solely preoccupied with internal strife, scheming against their own kind. While facing external threats, they are utterly impotent, allowing the witch race to dominate, their machinations directed only at their own. What use is anger when the situation has already unfolded? This is not something that Kunping alone can rectify. Even if he were to sacrifice everything, he could not turn the tide, nor would he ever contemplate such an act. This cannot persist. Although the lesser demons have abandoned rebellion, their spirits quashed, the situation remains exceedingly precarious for the demon race. No one knows how these wretches might act under pressure, should their fortunes shift again. The consequences would be unthinkable. I must sever ties with the demon race post-haste, lest I fall under their influence and plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. Relying on others is far less reliable than depending on oneself. It is futile to expect assistance from these lesser demons, and even more so from the treacherous Dijuan and Tai. Under immense strain, Kunping's mind remains fixated not on fighting for the demon race, but rather on how to escape. Rather than embracing a fate of mutual destruction, he harbors no trust in the demon emperor Dijuan or Dong Huangtai. Given their natures, resolving the present crisis would likely require sacrifices, and such sacrifices would assuredly not come from them. Though Kunping acknowledges that Dijuan and Tai are resolved to face death, they will not willingly embrace it until their desires are fulfilled. Others may be sacrificed, but Kunping refuses to be ensnared in their schemes or dragged into a desperate situation. Brother, we cannot continue down this path. Otherwise, before we can perish alongside the witch race, we may be slain by the true body of Pangu. We must shatter the 12 capitals divine array, for only then might we find a glimmer of hope. Dong Huangtai finally could no longer contain himself, urging the demon emperor Dijuan to resort to the most ruthless measures. Must we truly resort to such actions? If we proceed now, we shall have no trump card left. To genuinely contend with the witch race would not be taxing for those ancestral witches. At this moment, the demon emperor Dijuan hesitated, not out of reluctance to expend their ultimate weapon, but out of concern that they might not inflict a significant blow on the witch race. Brother, we are left with no choice. We must fight with all our might. If we do not act now, we may never have another opportunity. Do not hesitate, since we have resolved to face death. What is there left to deliberate? Upon hearing Dong Huangtai's words, the expression on the demon emperor Dijuan's face hardened with determination. Indeed, if they have resolved to embrace death, what remains to hesitate over? At worst, they would perish, but even in death, The witch race would pay a heavy price. If they continue as they are, unable to breach the witch race 12 capitals divine array, how could they ever hope to confront the ancestral witches in a final battle? Very well, we shall act. I hope the sacrifices of the celestial star array will not disappoint us. Let us proceed. With a thunderous roar from the demon Emperor Dijuan, a terrifying force erupted from the celestial bodies. The sun's radiance ruthlessly devastating everything in its path. Subsequently, the other celestial bodies began to shift, as a force of annihilation coalesced. As the power of destruction gathered, those demon race strongholds controlling the celestial star array suddenly found themselves unable to move. Unable to wield the celestial star banner in their grasp, their essence was frantically siphoned into the celestial star banner, instilling a profound panic within them. Yet they were powerless to resist. I knew it. The demon Emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai are cunning and treacherous. The so-called celestial star array is but a grand trap. These fools believe they are achieving something noble, unaware that this treasure was never theirs to claim. Their lives hinge on the whims of the demon Emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. As the celestial star array began to slip from their control, Kuenping instantly comprehended the unfolding scenario, a smirk of derision gracing his features. At that moment, the demon race within the heavenly realm were equally astonished. None were fools. They could discern the anomalies surrounding the celestial star array. Yet, they had not fathomed that this was a scheme devised by the demon Emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. They merely believed that Dijuan was orchestrating the celestial star array in a direct confrontation with the witch race 12 capitals divine array. This was not a mere confrontation, but a battle to the death, and the lives at stake were those of the demon race strongholds operating the celestial star array. As their essence was drained, fear gripped the hearts of these demon race strongholds. They could not control themselves. As their essence was depleted, their very lives began to ignite. In this moment, they realized they had fallen into the demon Emperor Dijuan's trap. While they were refining the celestial star banner, they had unwittingly entered his machinations. In Dijuan's eyes, they were merely pawns to be sacrificed, and regrettably, their realization came too late. They could not extricate themselves. Grand Ancestor Dijiang, beware the demon race's retaliation. The demon Emperor Dijuan has gone mad, sacrificing everything within the celestial star array. All those who participated in the formation are destined to be sacrificed. Soon, Pangu also sensed the abnormalities of the celestial star array, issuing a warning to Grand Ancestor Dijiang. As Panwu's words fell, the celestial star array reached its final, frenzied culmination. All the demon race star gods who had participated in the formation perished, consumed by the celestial star array, transformed into a terrifying force that propelled the array to unleash its ultimate strike. A star shimmering with boundless starlight hurtling toward the true body of Pangu. Madness. The demon Emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai have indeed lost their wits, committing such a reckless act, sacrificing 365 demon race star gods to obliterate the condensed true body of Pangu. Is this truly worthwhile? Witnessing the demon Emperor Dijuan unleash this frenzied assault, Tong Tian could not help but sigh, feeling a chill in his heart. Even the saints were left in shock. Tong Tian, worthiness is irrelevant. This is an action the demon race must undertake. If not, the demon Emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai would be unable to breach the witch race 12 capitals divine array. Sacrificing 365 star gods to dismantle the 12 capitals divine array is undoubtedly justified. Otherwise, they would face a path of certain death. Yuanshi Tianzuan remarked dismissively. For one who harbored disdain for the demon race, he perceived no fault in such sacrifices. In response to the words of Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzuan, Taishang Laojun remained as tranquil as ever, utterly unaffected, as though none of this bore any significance, showing no reaction whatsoever. Perhaps in his view, it was all inconsequential. Zhuanti and Jane were equally taken aback. This extraordinary turn of events left them in shock. Zhuanti had always harbored designs on the demon race, and the star gods orchestrating the celestial star array were his targets. He had hoped to convert some of these star gods to the west after the conflict between the witches and demons. But now that hope lay shattered. Madness. The demon Emperor Dijuan is severing the very roots of the demon race. Does he not fear inciting a rebellion within the demon ranks? How could he so recklessly sacrifice 365 star gods? Zhuanti cried out, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. He found such an outcome utterly unacceptable. Nay, the demon Emperor Dijuan is not mad. We have merely underestimated his resolve. Long before this grand confrontation began, both he and Dongwang Tai, even the demon Queen Changxi, had already resolved to face death. Entrusting the 10th Prince Liao to in Hua was a clear indication. We simply failed to foresee such a turn of events. At this moment, Jane was also filled with profound reflections. recognizing that such upheaval posed a significant disadvantage to the West, threatening their plans with imminent failure. Is it worthwhile, Dejun and Tai? Is this truly worth it? You sacrificed the future of the entire demon race for your own selfish desires. How utterly insane. After this battle concludes, the foundations of the demon race will have been severed. The future of the demon race will likely be one of disarray. Observing this frenzied spectacle, Enwa could not help but exhale a sigh. As a saint of the demon race, she felt her own fortune rapidly diminishing with the demise of those 365 star gods. Only the demon emperor Dejun and Dong Wangtai truly comprehend the worthiness of their actions. For many, this appears madness, difficult to accept. Yet for Dejun and Tai, it is of little concern, for even if they did not act thus, these demon race star gods had no hope of survival. The outbreak of the Lich catastrophe heralded the demise of nearly all high-ranking members of the two Lich clans, such as the inexorable force of heaven and earth, against which no mortal can contend. Given that death is an unavoidable outcome, one must endeavor to create greater value for the demon race. Upon hearing Pangu's warning, before the ancestral witch Di Jiang could respond, the Zhou Tianxing Do Grand Formation unleashed its ferocious assault in full force, manifesting a lethal strike before the true form of Pangu. Instinctively, Di Jiang activated the 12 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation with all his might, desperately mobilizing every ounce of power to confront this terrifying blow. With a thunderous roar, a monstrous tempest erupted, plunging the celestial realm into chaos as a horrific explosion ensued, the devastating force sweeping through the heavenly court, obliterating the southern heavenly gate in an instant. The demon race Zhou Tianxing Do Grand Formation collapsed in an instant, as did the witch race 12 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation. The ancestral witches overseeing the formation were sent flying, and the witch army was thrown into disarray. Within the ranks of the witch army, Pangu sensed this dreadful storm, feeling a palpable aura of death within its grasp. In a single strike, the demon race sacrificed 365 star gods, while the witch army suffered grave losses, with many perishing in this terrifying tempest. Kuenping, unleash the entire army, and let me hear the cries of slaughter. At that moment, the demon emperor Dejun, heedless of his own injuries, bellowed at the demon general Kuenping, urging the expendable demon forces to charge forth. Upon hearing Dejun's command, Kuenping's heart seethed with fury. It was evident that he was being sent to his doom. To lead the army into battle at such a juncture was nothing short of self-destruction. Yet, the demon general Kuenping dared not defy Dejun's decree. For the expendable troops had already begun their charge. To remain inactive now would yield dire consequences. Thus, he steeled himself to initiate the assault, although he did not lead the charge, instead remaining among the ranks of the expendable army, devoid of any semblance of a formidable presence. Chapter 47. The final battle. Indeed, everything unfolded as I had anticipated. Conflicts arose between the demon general Kuenping and the demon emperor Dejun, as well as with Dong Huangtai. Now, Kuenping was to be a scapegoat, a mere pawn to be sacrificed in the fray. It appeared that the demon race was truly foolish, observing Kuenping hidden among the throng. Pangu could not suppress his derisive laughter. Although this presented an excellent opportunity to eliminate Kuenping, my true target was not him, but rather Dong Huangtai, or more precisely, the innate treasure chaos bell in his possession. Thus commenced the genuine battle for survival. Previously, it had been a clash of formations. Now, it was a contest of strength. The situation favored the witch race, although the 12 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation had been breached, and Pangu's true form dissipated. The ancestral witches had also suffered backlash. Yet, the losses of the witch army were comparatively minor, certainly less severe than those of the demon race, as they were shielded by their own little 12 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation, mitigating the impact they endured, resulting in relatively few casualties. As for the demon forces charging into the fray, Pangu paid them little mind. They were not his objective. However, since they willingly offered themselves for slaughter, he would show no mercy. Their lives would serve as nourishment for his ultimate divine weapon, cultivating an even more terrifying bloodlust and enhancing his battle prowess. One by one, demon lives fell beneath Pangu's ultimate weapon, bloodslaughter, as his own murderous aura intensified. Despite the continuous fall of demon soldiers, no true demon experts emerged to engage him. Not even the demon general Kuenping, hidden among the masses, dared to confront Pangu. Kuenping was gripped by fear. For the witch race was a band of lunatics, utterly unafraid of death, recklessly engaging in combat against the demon army without a hint of trepidation. At this moment, Kuenping found himself besieged by dozens of great witches. Although he possessed the capability to break free, even to carve a bloody path through his assailants, he hesitated. He feared that should he unleash his full might, he would invite the wrath of the ancestral witches. or even attract the attention of the madman Pangu. Indeed, from the onset of the battle, the ruthless methods of Pangu had instilled terror within Kunping, though the expendable demon forces were weak. None could match Pangu, who effortlessly dispatched them, and the aura of slaughter surrounding him only grew more oppressive, his terrifying vitality pressing upon the ancestral witches. If this madman continued his rampage, it was likely that the expendable demon forces would not endure for long, ultimately falling victim to his relentless slaughter, rendering the demon race's schemes futile. The madman's strength had not waned. Rather, it surged with every act of violence. His aura swelling, intensifying rather than diminishing. Cursed be Dijun and Tai, these two imbeciles, who have failed to grasp the circumstances of their opponent. It is evident that Pangu is cultivating the path of slaughter. Such a lunatic cares not for exhaustion. As long as there is sufficient bloodshed, his power will skyrocket. As a demon master, Kunping could discern the true nature of Pangu's current state, clearly sensing the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him. When faced with such a madman, Kunping was unwilling to engage, fearing the dire consequences should he become the target of Pangu's attention. Thus, he opted to entangle himself with the great witches rather than initiate an attack. Brother, we can no longer endure. We must not allow those damned witches to decimate our forces without purpose. Though they are expendable sacrifices, we cannot permit their deaths to be devoid of value. Observing the battlefield, Dong Huangtai was filled with an insatiable thirst for vengeance against Pangu. For this adversary, he had no intention of showing mercy. He could not allow Pangu to live, for he would undoubtedly become the greatest threat to the demon race. Their enmity ran too deep, and furthermore, Pangu is not truly a member of the witch race, but a human witch, burdened with the dual hatred of both witches and humanity. Tai, do you wish to unleash your wrath upon that accursed ant? You must know that once you strike, we will be plunged into a genuine battle for survival. It is not too late to reconsider. And you are the one most likely to attain the Tao of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. At this moment, the demon emperor Dijun could no longer restrain himself, attempting to persuade Dong Huangtai against reckless action, urging him to preserve himself for the benefit of the demon race. Brother, it is far too late. From the moment this grand battle commenced, our fates were sealed. I can sense the terrifying threat of death looming over us. It is the will of the heavens to extinguish us. If we do not perish, the heavens shall not relent. Dong Huangtai was acutely aware of his predicament, resolutely rejecting Dijun's good intentions. Very well, if you are determined to proceed, then let us engage in a true struggle for survival. All forces, advance and slaughter. The demon emperor Dijun, no longer willing to hold back, issued the command for all demons within the heavenly court to charge forth, directly confronting the witch army, while he himself plunged into the fray of the ancestral witches, followed closely by a cadre of powerful demons. This was a clash of races, the ultimate battle for survival. Every demon understood the perilousness of their situation, recognizing that there was no retreat. After all, not all demon experts harbored doubts like Kunping. Some had never acknowledged the demon race, nor desired to integrate within its ranks. Their primary objective was not the great witches, nor the witch army, but rather the ancestral witches. Only by eliminating them could the demon race hope for a glimmer of survival. In response to the demon race's counterattack, Dijiang, the ancestral witch, revealed a faint smirk. Everything was unfolding according to plan. The enemy was indeed as he and Pangu had anticipated. While the witch race might suffer a Pyrrhic victory in this battle, it would still secure their legacy, ensuring that their bloodline would not be extinguished, while the demon race would face an even grimmer fate, with the bloodline of the Golden Crow set to be severed. Come, let this all become even more frenzied. This will be the final battle, the one that leads me back into the embrace of the Father God. Yet, I wonder how many of these siblings will survive after this conflict, and whether Pangu's schemes will come to fruition. In this moment, a frenzied light flickered in Dijiang's eyes, tinged with a hint of melancholy. This was a battle of life and death. A confrontation in which the certainty of demise loomed large, yet within Dijiang's heart, there was no fear, only anticipation. This battle might shatter the fate of the witch race, cleaving the heavenly path and the schemes of Hongjun Daozu against them, carving out a path of survival. Though the loss of the heavenly protagonist's fortune was inevitable, Dijiang cared not. As long as the bloodline of the witch race could endure, that was sufficient. Everything else was inconsequential. The loss of the heavenly protagonist's fortune was a small price to pay. Brother, the demon race has launched their attack. It appears that they are destined to fail. I truly cannot fathom how the demon emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai have mismanaged the situation, allowing this blunder to occur, especially with the demon master Kunping harboring treachery. Upon observing the circumstances surrounding the demon clan, the sage of the Western Paradise, Zhuanti, could not help but let out a deep sigh. A flicker of unwillingness glimmering in his eyes. In such a decisive battle, although both the witch and demon clans are destined to suffer grievously, the witch clan will not face utter annihilation. Rather, they will emerge from this racial confrontation with a Pyrrhic victory, preserving their fortune and continuing to exist within the primordial world. This is the greatest flaw of the demon clan, as well as the gravest misstep of the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor Dejuan. Their ability to consolidate the vast fortune of the demon clan does not stem from the righteous path, nor do they tread it. Instead, it is through tyranny. They forcibly amass the demon clan's fortune through their formidable strength. While other powerful demons might submit to the might of the Demon Emperor Dejuan and Eastern Emperor Tai, the Demon Master Kuanping will not. As a demon master endowed with great fortune, he will not acquiesce to being enslaved by the Demon Emperor Dejuan and Eastern Emperor Tai. From the very beginning, they have taken a wrong turn. The words of Jane ring true. This is indeed the demon clan's ultimate downfall. As rulers, they ought to follow the righteous path of kingship and walk in the light, yet they have chosen the path of a tyrant, inevitably leaving themselves vulnerable to peril. A civilization of a race that is the protagonist of heaven and earth cannot be governed through tyranny. Thus, their failure is inevitable. Even if the Grand Master Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao extend their assistance, even going so far as to suppress the Witch Clan at all costs, they will not be able to alter the fate of the Demon Clan. In contrast, the Witch Clan finds itself in a much more favorable position. Although the 12 ancestral witches possess somewhat simplistic minds, as they lack spiritual consciousness, they are not easily manipulated. The Witch Clan can unite with unparalleled determination. When the racial conflict ignites, the cohesion of the Witch Clan will far surpass that of the Demon Clan. Moreover, with both strategy and fortune on their side, they are poised to achieve ultimate victory. Even a Pyrrhic victory would suffice to ensure the survival of the Witch Clan's fortune and allow their bloodline to endure. Alas, if only the Witch Clan could weaken further, this battle threatens to leave the entire Demon Clan devastated. And the Heavenly Court would face annihilation, with the foundations of the Demon Clan being entirely seized by the Witch Clan. At this moment, the Sage Zhuandi's thoughts lingered on the Demon Clan's resources. Yearning for such treasures, however, those resources had long been relinquished by the Demon Emperor Dejuan to the Heavenly Court, and what remains within the court is but a fraction of the Demon Clan's treasury. Enough, disciple, do not covet the Demon Clan's treasury any longer. This battle will be fraught with peril. Although we are sages, we must not allow ourselves to be entangled in this great calamity. Otherwise, we shall undoubtedly suffer from the repercussions of the heavenly tribulation. Our own cultivation is already inferior to that of the three pure ones, and if we become ensnared by the tribulation's energy, the consequences would be even more dire. In comparison, Jian's foresight is far superior to that of Zhuanti. Focusing not on immediate gains but rather on long-term benefits, they must not allow the Demon Clan's resources to ensnare them in the calamity of heaven and earth, entangling them in the tribulation's energy. Perhaps as sages, they may remain unscathed, but their disciples will inevitably be drawn into the fray, and even the sages themselves may find it difficult to extricate themselves. After all, this is a genuine calamity of heaven and earth. A confrontation of civilizations. Should they be struck by the Demon Clan's fortune, even sages will pay a heavy price. The reaction of the three pure ones was rather typical. Although they recognized the advantages of the Witch Clan and the disadvantages of the Demon Clan, they remained indifferent. Even if the Witch Clan achieves a Pyrrhic victory, it would not affect them. Yet, the goddess Nuwa bore a somber expression, for Fuxi was ensnared in a deadly ambush by the ancestral witches, leaving her deeply concerned yet powerless. At this moment, whether it be the three pure ones, the Western sages Zhuanti and Jian, or the goddess Nuwa, all were astonished by Pangu. The terrifying murderous intent and overwhelming bloodlust left them shaken. How little time has passed, and this seemingly insignificant ant has grown significantly stronger, leading them to question whether this ant might indeed be the harbinger of calamity. Otherwise, how could he have gained such strength and advanced so rapidly? It is all too astonishing. Should the great calamity between the Witch and Demon Clans prolong, could this reckless young one potentially seize the opportunity for enlightenment? If that were the case, his fortunes would be terrifyingly immense, his destiny exceedingly wild. Could it be that he embodies the combined fortunes of both the Witch and human races? While they were astonished, the saints of the Heavenly Tao did not believe that Pangu stood a chance of survival. The Demon Emperor Dejuan and Eastern Emperor Tai would not allow Pangu to live. Should Pangu survive this great war, he would become a nightmare for the entire Demon Clan, perpetually threatening their existence, as their deep-seated enmity would remain unresolved. Thus, the Demon Emperor Dejuan and Eastern Emperor Tai would undoubtedly take action. Just as everyone was lamenting, a beam of golden light suddenly surged into the ranks of the Witch Clan. its brilliance aimed directly at Pangu. As the golden light descended, the innate treasure chaos spell of the Eastern Emperor Tai manifested before Pangu, descending with the might of heaven and earth. I have long anticipated your arrival. Eastern Emperor Tai, your treachery is evident, lacking any semblance of a king's demeanor. Since you have come, do not think to depart. Kill them all. Blood shall stain the heavens. In an instant, the murderous intent within Pangu surged, his dark thoughts swirling chaotically. Under the influence of this boundless malevolence, Pangu sensed the extreme divine weapon blood slaughter in his grasp, rejoicing, as if it sought to merge with his wicked thoughts. Regrettably, Pangu had no time to contemplate his own transformation, nor to observe his changes. His sole focus lay on retaliating against the Eastern Emperor Tai's ambush. More precisely, he directed all his efforts toward the innate treasure chaos bell, unleashing the full power of the extreme divine weapon blood slaughter, which surged violently toward the chaos bell. Damn it! This ant was prepared. As he witnessed Pangu's cold smile and reaction, the heart of Eastern Emperor Tai sank. His ambush had failed, and his fatal strike had been blocked. Having learned from past mistakes, the Eastern Emperor Tai immediately attempted to retract his innate treasure chaos bell, unwilling to fall into Pangu's trap again. Alas, it was too late. With a cold laugh, Pangu declared, "Since you are here, do not leave. Let my murderous intent ignite. Murderous intent shall engulf the heavens, perish." In that instant, as Pangu's voice echoed, his entire being was ablaze with murderous energy, his combat prowess unleashed with fervor, as waves of slaughtering power fiercely locked onto the chaos bell. This time, Pangu was even more resolute, channeling all his strength, unleashing the full might of his quasi-saint power, not allowing the chaos bell any chance to escape. The moment the murderous aura ensnared the chaos bell, Pangu bellowed, "The ancestral witch Emperor Jiang, why do you not make your move? When else could you?" As Pangu's voice resounded, the Eastern Emperor Tai felt a surge of anxiety. This was bad news. He had fallen into a trap. Pangu had long devised a scheme. At that moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai frantically sought to reclaim the chaos bell, yet Pangu did not afford him that opportunity. With another thunderous roar, streams of blood arrows erupted from his mouth, his own blood, the purest essence of his being, infused with the origins of both the human and witch races. What does this madman intend? In an instant, all the powerful observers of this battle were left stunned and bewildered, unable to comprehend Pangu's reckless display and his fervent consumption of his own primordial blood essence. Soon, they would receive their answer, as the streams of primordial blood ignited upon contact with the innate treasure chaos bell. Burning fiercely, the life force of the human and witch races blazed with fervor, incinerating the spiritual consciousness left within the chaos bell by Eastern Emperor Tai. Pangu sought to use this most reckless and tyrannical method to eradicate Eastern Emperor Tai's control over the chaos bell. As a sage, he instantly comprehended Pangu's scheme. The blood of both the human and witch races would burn away Eastern Emperor Tai's spiritual essence. This was indeed a mad and tyrannical act. However, as a quasi-saint, Pangu possessed the strength to do so. The cost, however, was exorbitant, as it would sacrifice his own primordial blood essence and severely impact his cultivation, potentially shaking the very foundation of his being. Madman, this lunatic is terrifying. The Eastern Emperor Tai has chosen the wrong opponent. This time, he will pay a heavy price. Should the chaos bell slip from his grasp, the demon clan would face great troubles. At this moment, the goddess Nuwa felt a sense of foreboding and even contemplated intervening, but ultimately refrained. She dared not, nor could she, for in this moment, Pangu did not merely represent himself, but rather the combined will of the human and witch races. As he burned the bloodlines of both, this was a genuine contest of racial fortunes. Madman, too reckless, to utilize his own primordial blood to incinerate the spiritual essence left within the chaos bell by Eastern Emperor Tai, directly severing his foundation. How ruthless! Such a lunatic should not be trifled with. At this moment, even the sage Zhuanti was taken aback by Pangu's audacious actions, astonished by his desperation. Yet he felt a stirring desire to seize the opportunity to snatch the innate treasure chaos bell while Pangu obliterated Eastern Emperor Tai's spiritual essence. Who wouldn't covet an innate treasure? However, Zhuanti was overestimating his chances, as Pangu would not grant them such an opportunity, nor would the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang. All of this had long been within their calculations. As soon as Pangu's words fell, the ancestral witch Di Jiang instantly appeared beside him, unleashing a terrifying force of spatial energy. Spatial banishment, open for me. With a thunderous command from Di Jiang, the innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, was immediately banished into a rift in space, cast into the chaos by Di Jiang. Indeed, it was chaos. This was a decision and preparation that Pangu and Di Jiang had long established. Before the war commenced, Di Jiang had already condensed a divine ability, an ability that banished to the void, specifically prepared for the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Damn it. How dare that bastard Di Jiang act in such a manner? In an instant, countless voices erupted in curses, including the 6 saints of Heaven's Tao and hidden formidable beings of the primordial chaos, all incensed by Di Jiang's actions. With the spatial banishment, the Chaos Bell would utterly vanish. And no one would ever hope to find it again. They believed that no one could locate the banished innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, amid the vastness of chaos. Pangu, that madman, had destroyed the primordial spirit left in the Chaos Bell by the Eastern Emperor Tai using his own essence blood. And now the Chaos Bell was completely liberated, no longer belonging to the Eastern Emperor Tai or the demon race, truly without a master. As the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, was banished. The Eastern Emperor Tai involuntarily let out a muffled groan. A blood arrow shooting forth as he lost the Chaos Bell. His complexion turned ashen, and his primordial spirit suffered a severe blow. At that moment, an endless murderous intent surged within him, directed at Pangu. For the demon race's fortunes had been gravely struck. Yes, without the Chaos Bell to suppress the demon race's fortunes, their fortunes plummeted instantaneously, especially the fortunes of their Jinwu clan. Ha ha ha, Eastern Emperor Tai. It seems you have miscalculated this time. Now is the moment for your demon race to pay the price, and it is my time for vengeance for my parents. Without the Chaos Bell to suppress your demon race's fortunes, your fortunes will be completely severed. And those of your Jinwu clan will be utterly extinguished. As he spoke, Pangu laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with boundless madness, and his heart was filled with exhilaration. He had finally avenged himself. A madman, indeed, a true madman, this lunatic, with the bloodline of the witch clan, disregarded his own life in pursuit of vengeance, and he had indeed accomplished it, though Sister Enwed sheltered Luya. Without the Chaos Bell, the innate supreme treasure, they would lose their solar authority, and the repercussions upon the Jinwu clan would be catastrophic. The dreadful karma would relentlessly ensnare their clan, and Luya would never again appear in the primordial world. Should he emerge, he would undoubtedly perish. This madman was severing the bloodline of the Jinwu clan. At this moment, even the venerable Taishang Laojun, the leader of the human teachings, was astonished. Such methods were too reckless, too insidious, and far too terrifying. Indeed, even we, as saints, fail to recognize the demon race's vulnerabilities, yet this madman did. He must have devoted countless efforts and dedication to reach this day. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to execute it so decisively. This madman is truly fearsome. Eastern Emperor Tai has miscalculated this time, and the demon race is utterly defeated. Yuan Shi Tianzu nodded in agreement, equally shocked by Pangu's audacity. Such extreme measures were terrifying and appalling. It is not worth it. To employ such drastic methods against Eastern Emperor Tai is entirely unwarranted. In this battle between witches and demons, both Eastern Emperor Tai and Demon Emperor Dijuan are undoubtedly doomed. This young one had no need to act in such a manner. Had he chosen to remain low-key, he could have survived this conflict, for he is not truly of the witch clan but merely a human-witch hybrid. This status granted him the fortunes of both the human and witch races, providing him with a chance to survive this chaotic catastrophe. Tog Tian Jiaozhu shook his head gently, deeming Pangu's actions unworthy. Chapter 49. Whether it is worth it or not is not for Tong Tian Jiaozhu to decide. Perhaps in his eyes, it is not worth the cost, but in Pangu's heart, it is indeed worth it, for he has avenged himself, and the malice and fury within him have finally been released. For him, that is sufficient. You shall die, young one. At this moment, Eastern Emperor Tai was utterly enraged by Pangu, charging at him with reckless abandon. In that instant, only one thought occupied his mind: to eliminate this detestable young one. Pangu. Humph, Tai, your adversary is me, Di Jiang, the ancestral witch. Wasted no time and directly confronted Eastern Emperor Tai, denying him any opportunity to attack Pangu. At this juncture, Pangu had completely exhausted his essence, truly drained and incapable of fighting back or defending himself. Nevertheless, his frenzied strike had produced astonishing results, etching his name into the memories of all the strong beings within the primordial world. Albeit as a notorious figure, he had become well known. Severed, the fortunes of the demon race had indeed been cut off. Severed by a mere junior, and the fortunes of the Jinwu clan were utterly obliterated. This was truly madness. Luya's situation had become perilous. At this moment, the eyes of Goddess Enwa reflected a trace of faint disappointment, as well as a flicker of anger. Under her protection, Luya, the last prince of the demon race, had been schemed against, stripped of all fortunes. Had it not been for the presence of the heavenly Tao saint within her palace, divine retribution would likely have already descended. Luya would have undoubtedly perished. Goddess Enwa understood that if Liu dared to leave the Enwa palace, he would surely face death. As boundless karmic retribution would swiftly descend upon him, shattering his very soul, should Liu perish, the bloodline of the demon emperor would be utterly extinguished. Damn it, you bastard, you won't even spare my last child. You shall die. Though Di Jiang had blocked Eastern Emperor Tai's attack for Pangu, soon after, the demon queen Shihe abandoned her duel with the ancestral witch Xianming and charged toward Pangu. For Shihe, Liu was her last hope, her final child, yet now Pangu had severed that hope. Without the protection of the demon race's fortunes or the celestial bodies, Liu Ye's predicament was dire. He would be forever trapped within the Enwa palace, deprived of any semblance of freedom. Attempting to bypass me to kill Pangu, ridiculous. Shihe, your opponent is me. Xianming, the ancestral witch, soared forward, obstructing Shihe's path. Denying her the chance to attack Pangu. As for who else within the demon race possessed the ability to eliminate Pangu, there were indeed some Fushi and the demon master Kunping. However, Fushi could not recklessly hunt Pangu, as doing so would only exacerbate the old karma owed to the demon race, adding new grievances. After all, Pangu bore the fortunes of both the human and witch races. In such a life and death struggle, any misstep could plunge him into greater calamity. As for the demon master Kunping, he was even less reliable. Given Kunping's character, he would have no interest in the plight of the demon race, seeking only his own safety. Moreover, the enmity between Kunping and the demon emperor Dijuan as well as Eastern Emperor Taiyu ran deep. How could he possibly risk his life to battle Pangu under such circumstances? Kunping, you damned bastard. What are you waiting for? Do you no longer recognize the existence of the demon race? Having enjoyed the fortunes of the demon race, should you not fight for them? Step forward and eliminate that young one. He will become the enemy of the entire demon race. Although Kunping was unwilling to join the fray, the voice of Demon Emperor Dijuan rang out, compelling him to fight under the banner of the demon race's righteousness. Clearly aiming to use Kunping as a pawn to eliminate him. You wish to plot against me, Dijuan? You think too highly of yourself. Even if you speak grandly, I will not act. This is not my war. I am being forced into battle by you, a bastard, seeking to eliminate me through the hands of the witch clan. You are dreaming. Kunping sneered inwardly, completely disregarding Dijuan's reprimands and the thoughts of other demon race members. One does not act for others. Let heaven's wrath fall. To expect Kunping to sacrifice himself is simply a joke, a tremendous joke. What kind of selfish individual is Kunping, that he would make such a choice? Had the demon emperor Dijuan possessed the demon summoning banner, Kunping would have been compelled to obey, unwilling to harbor any ill thoughts. However, now that Dijuan lacked that treasure, how could Kunping heed his commands? Naturally, he dismissed Dijuan's words and continued to bide his time. Xianming, get out of my way. Upon realizing that she could not rely on Kunping, the demon queen Shihe once again exerted herself, fiercely pushing Xianming aside, even willing to burn her own essence blood. Her sudden outburst caught Xianming off guard, allowing Shihe to appear directly before Pangu and launch a frenzied assault. Damn Shihe, you seek death. Xianming was instantly enraged. As an ancestral witch, how could she accept being pushed back by Shihe? She furiously charged forward once more, blocking Shihe and denying her the opportunity to continue attacking Pangu. Just then, Panwu's expression hardened as he spoke solemnly. Xianming, you may leave to assist the other great witches. I will handle this karma myself. Previously, I severed Eastern Emperor Tai's primordial spirit and cut off the demon race's fortunes. Now, should I also eliminate Shihe, the demon queen, my state of mind will be complete, and all grievances and enmities will thus be resolved. This is my war. Let me take care of it. Hiss. In that fleeting moment, the myriad formidable beings observing the battle were utterly astonished, their first thought being that Pangu had lost his sanity, despite having the Xianming ancestor witch's assistance, which granted him the power to disregard the threats posed by Shihe. He nonetheless chose to reject it. Such an act seemed rather arrogant. Pangu, have you truly gone mad? There is no need for such folly. This is not merely your war, but a decisive battle for our race. Do you not comprehend this? At this juncture, the Xianming ancestor which was equally taken aback by Panwu's words, though she was unable to accept them. No, I am not mad. This is my path. This is my enmity. Had it not been for the madness and cruelty of the demon race, instigating a war against humanity, my parents would not have perished. Today marks the moment of my vengeance. I shall use the blood of the demon queen Shihe as an offering to honor them, and to sever the demons of my heart. This battle is my own, and I implore the ancestor witch to support my resolve, in the face of the Xianming ancestor witch's attempts to dissuade him. Pangu merely smiled calmly, showing no regard for her concerns and steadfastly maintaining his stance, much to the bewilderment of many. It was not only the powerful observers of the battle who failed to understand him. Even the 6 saints of heaven shared their confusion, perceiving his actions as foolish, reckless, and ignorant. Just like the witch clan, harboring such foolish thoughts, he could easily resolve the conflict and vanquish his foes. Yet he insists on confronting them alone. It appears Pangu is utterly foolish. The primordial supreme master let out a disdainful snort, astonished by Pangu's foolish decision, his eyes reflecting a hint of contempt. From the perspective of self-preservation, this was indeed a foolish choice, yet from the standpoint of vengeance, it was entirely reasonable. Seeking retribution for his parents' death cannot be deemed excessive, no matter how reckless. Furthermore, with the blood of the witch clan coursing through his veins, such impulsive decisions are hardly surprising. It is merely that this course of action would plunge him into great peril. The Xianming ancestor which sought to assist other great witches in swiftly concluding this life and death confrontation. As the witch clan could not afford significant casualties, observing the Xianming ancestor witch's hesitation, Pangu continued to persuade her. Sister, go. Heed Pangu's words. This is his own decision, and we must respect it. The voice of the Emperor Zhang ancestor witch echoed in the ears of the Xianming ancestor witch. Though the Emperor Zhang ancestor witch did not agree with Pangu's choice, he understood Pangu's determination. Precious time could not be squandered at this juncture, and if the Xianming ancestor witch could withdraw, it would greatly benefit the entire witch clan. With the Emperor Zhang ancestor witch's counsel, the Xianming ancestor witch sighed softly, saying, "Be cautious, do not act impulsively." A faint smile flickered in Pangu's eyes as he gently nodded in response, saying, "I will. May the ancestor witch take care, and I hope we may meet again." Such a resolution left all the powerful observers of this grand racial confrontation in shock. Such a scenario could only manifest within the witch clan, for only they could exhibit such madness. If they were in his position, would they possess the same reckless determination as Pangu? No, they understood they could not, for they lacked his fervent resolve and would never make such a foolish choice. They would not gamble their lives. In their view, it held no significance and was the most foolish of decisions. Foolish, perhaps. Yet, for Pangu, this was the embodiment of his pursuit and resolve, impervious to any external influences. This would be his final battle, a confrontation to sever all ties of causality and pressure. Come, Shihi, let me witness the extent of your power as the demon queen. Today, we shall either perish or survive. Should you slay me, it would avenge my deep-seated grievances. The supreme divine arrow employed by Houtu to shoot down the 9 golden crows was provided by me. Pangu's words transformed Shihi's expression into one of fierce rage. You shall perish, Shihi bellowed in a frenzied roar, unable to contain the fury boiling within her, charging directly at Pangu, adopting a desperate stance, relinquishing all defenses, as if intent on perishing alongside him. Such is fate, such is causality, and this is the folly sought by your demon race. Faced with Shihi's assault, the sun and moon divine wheel unleashed upon him, Pangu's eyes glimmered with boundless madness. Given his current state, engaging Shihi in direct combat would yield little chance of victory, especially considering the tremendous cost he had already paid, depleting his own essence. Should he entangle himself with Shihi, it would be a path to certain death. To claim victory, he must take risks, relying on cunning. This was also his opportunity for vengeance. Should he slay Shihi, all the burdens weighing on him would dissipate. Chapter 50. The Death of Shihi Madness. Had this wretched junior truly lost his senses? In the face of Shihi's attack, he did not evade or deflect. Did he intend to withstand the innate spiritual treasure, sun and moon divine wheel, with his own flesh? Although it was merely a set of exquisite innate treasures, it was not something a single which like Pangu could withstand. What was he attempting to accomplish? The onlookers were left perplexed by Pangu's utter lack of reaction. To gamble one's life for another, that is the best choice. And the last glimmer of hope amidst this racial war. I have already exhausted my essence while scheming against Dong Huang Tai. Now, I am at an innate disadvantage in this battle against the demon queen Shihi. Thus I am compelled to take this reckless course of action, to stake my life against hers. As Shihi was taken aback, Pangu did not hesitate. The ultimate divine weapon blood slaughter in his grasp unleashed its full power, an overwhelming aura of death surging forth. Pangu confronted Shihi head-on. How utterly insane. This boy truly seems to have cast aside his life, a complete madman, daring to gamble his existence against Shihi under such circumstances. It appears he fears death not at all. Perhaps fighting with the conviction that he is doomed. Witnessing such madness, the crowd was left in awe. Even the primordial supreme master, who had previously looked down upon Pangu, could not help but let out a quiet sigh. Such a lunatic must be dealt with swiftly. If allowed to survive, it would spell disaster. Burning blood and chi, bind. As the sun and moon divine wheel collided with Panwu's body, a furious roar erupted, and a dreadful aura surged skyward. In an instant, Panwu transformed into a furnace of blood, locking away this innate spiritual treasure that had penetrated his body, and then the ultimate divine weapon blood slaughter transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly into Shihi's form. Though the onlookers had witnessed life and death battles before, none had exhibited such sheer recklessness as Panwu. Thus, Shihi found herself caught off guard. Her innate spiritual treasure sun and moon divine wheel was ensnared, and she bore the brunt of the ultimate divine weapon blood slaughter's assault, the terrifying intent to kill crashing into her soul's sea of consciousness. Panwu, you shall die. A sudden roar rang out. It was the voice of the demon Emperor Jun. He had never anticipated that in this one-on-one confrontation, Shihi would falter against Panwu and sustain severe injuries. Although Panwu too bore wounds, his situation was markedly better than Shihi's. At least he had not collapsed, while the demon queen Shihi fell due to the terrifying slaughtering power of blood slaughter. Clearly ensnared in a dire predicament, that in such a racial war, losing one's power meant a certain death awaited. And now Shihi had lost her strength. Under the assault of the ultimate divine weapon blood slaughter, she had plunged into despair. This was the consequence of her underestimation of Panwu. Had she possessed even a modicum of caution, she would not have suffered such a fate. All was of her own making. What a cunning mind. What a frenzied tactic. Panwu is ruthless, while Shihi is overly arrogant. How wonderful it would be if we could enlist him into the West. Watching Panwu's frenzied expression, Zhuani felt a stir of desire. A person with such means, such cunning, and such decisiveness was truly captivating. Enough, junior brother, do not entertain such thoughts. It is impossible. We cannot bear that burden of causality. He bears the weight of both the human and witch race's burdens, and now he has added the demon race's causality. Do you think our Western blissful world can withstand it? Indeed, this madman is not something we can endure. He is far too reckless. If Shihi were to perish at his hands, the ramifications would be immense. She is the demon queen, the empress of a race, and we in the West cannot endure such a shock to the balance of causality. Saying this, Zhuanti could not help but let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with disappointment. Ha, you feel pain. When your kin instigated the war against humanity, my parents perished in that conflict, and I too felt anguish. Now, this is your retribution. Panwu paid no heed to Jun's threats, his gaze still brimming with madness, showing no concern for his own life or death, as if existence itself held no significance. Though the demon Emperor Jun wished to intervene and halt this unfolding chaos, he was powerless to do so, restrained by the Ancestor witches, unable to divide his attention, and could only watch helplessly as Panwu approached the demon queen Shihi. Step by step, with every step Panwu took, the ground was stained with blood, grievously wounded by the onslaught of the innate spiritual treasure, Ryujingluan. Yet, he persevered, unwavering, inching closer to Shiha. Meanwhile, the lesser demons of the launched desperate suicidal assaults against Panwu, intent on halting his advance. Unfortunately, their feeble strength faltered before the overwhelming aura of slaughter that surrounded him. In that moment, a dreadful domain of carnage enveloped Panwu. Anyone brave enough to enter would be assaulted by its lethal energies, and the feeble-minded would be obliterated without mercy. A mere throng of minor demons could not impede Panwu's relentless march. Kuenping, what do you wait for? Can you truly remain so heartless, watching as the dignity of thee is trampled upon? A voice rang out in desperation, a powerful figure of the calling for the demon master Kuenping. Believing that only he could save the Shia from imminent doom, the slaying of an imperial figure would shatter this honor and severely undermine their morale. Regrettably, the demon master Kuenping remained unmoved. His heart was resolute. The death of Shia held no significance for him. He would not intervene to halt this madman. Panwu. Amidst the chaos of battle, Kuenping could distinctly perceive Panwu as terrifying obsession. Anyone who dared to obstruct this lunatic would face utter annihilation. The power of the was fearsome, and as a demon master, Kuenping was well aware of its might. When Shia's body was pierced by Shiwetua and pinned to the ground, he no longer believed she could survive. Her essence would be devoured by that weapon. Even her soul would face erasure. To engage with Panwu in combat now would be tantamount to seeking death. The notion of shielding himself from disaster was utterly impossible. This was a disjointed assembly, lacking unity. The defeat of the demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai was well deserved. Their arrogance blinded them. Had they managed to win over Kuenping, perhaps the outcome would have been vastly different. Observing the absurdity of the Togtian Jiao master could not help but shake his head. Could this be attributed to the selfishness of the demon master Kuenping? No, it could not. From the outset, he had not willingly joined but was coerced by Dong Wangtai and the demon Emperor Dijuan. losing a fragment of his essence in the process. After joining, he received no genuine treatment. The title of Demon Master was but an empty facade, and he had gained little fortune from the now. To expect him to rise and bear the weight of responsibility was utterly unrealistic. He sought not glory, but merely to avoid blame. In this cataclysmic clash of races, Kunping's only desire was self-preservation. Everything else could be forsaken. The death of Shiha mattered not to him, and thus he continued to disregard the turmoil. Biding his time. Pangu, even in death, I shall ensure you pay a price. Explode. Upon sensing her imminent peril, unable to break free from the grasp of Shiwetua, Shiha resolutely chose self-detonation, employing this most ruthless method to inflict severe damage upon Pangu's. With a deafening explosion, Shiha detonated, sending Shiwetua flying, and Pangu, struck by the shockwave, fell to his knees, now at the brink of exhaustion. Ha ha ha, dead. I underestimated your resolve. It seems you all came here with the intent to die. Splendid. Though grievously wounded, Pangu laughed maniacally, his eyes alight with madness. Despite his weakened state, the lesser demons dared not approach to end his life. At that moment, with Shia's demise, the morale of the army in the heavenly realm plummeted, and even those with wavering resolve began to contemplate retreat. Everyone understood the depth of Pangu's madness. Stepping forward now would mean certain death, as this maniac would drag anyone with him to oblivion. As Shia self-destructed, a wave of suicidal fervor swept through the Dong Wangtai, having lost the Huanluan Bell, could not withstand the assault of the ancestral witch Dijiang. With no hope of overcoming Dijiang, Dong Wangtai charged at him without hesitation, denying him any chance to react, and detonated himself. The self-detonation of a peak quasi-saint created a fearsome tempest, obliterating all in its vicinity. Unsurprisingly, although Dijiang commanded the spatial pathways, he could not evade Dong Wangtai's fatal attack and perished instantly, inflicting catastrophic casualties on both the witch and armies. As Dong Wangtai pulled Dijiang into oblivion with his self-destruction, the warriors, driven by a death wish, launched a frenzied final charge against the witch clan, recklessly resorting to self-detonation at the slightest provocation. In mere moments, the thunderous sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly as countless beings across the heavenly realm resorted to self-destruction, not only but the witch clan as well. When cornered, they would not hesitate to end their own lives, dragging their enemies down with them. Dong Wangtai's demise had ignited a frenzy of self-detonation, hastening the clash between the two races, as endless karma surged forth from their actions. Chapter 51. Death Battle. In the briefest of times, both the witch and suffered grievous losses, with their high-ranking forces diminished by more than half, delivering a tremendous blow to both sides. The many had entered the fray with a resolve to die. The overwhelming weight of karma cast a shadow over their hearts, and retreat was no longer an option. At this moment, Nuwa's heart trembled, for Fushi had also fallen in this war between witches and demons. Fortunately, his remnants were preserved by Nuwa, or he would have met a fate similar to Dong Wangtai and Shiha, truly facing death and the obliteration of his soul. Amidst this catastrophic calamity, all beings on the battlefield were engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter. Under the influence of karma, they descended into madness, while Pangu reveled, his face alight with a maniacal grin. In this battle, he had emerged victorious, yet the price was steep, and his foundation had suffered immensely. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned, for the karma that had long entwined him began to dissipate, the burdens of the human and witch clans fading away. Just as Pangu prepared to catch his breath, a menacing aura emerged. Buzhou, a powerful figure of the, launched a surprise attack, aiming to eliminate Pangu, the greatest threat to their kind. Buzhou, you dare to ambush me? Truly seeking your own demise, even in my depleted state, you are but an insignificant insect to me. Prepare to meet your end. Burn, my essence. Unlock the martial path's divine methods. Unravel, body's secret art. Originally intended for a final strike against Dong Wangtai and the demon emperor Dijuan, Pangu was now compelled to use it against this insect. Indeed, in Panwu's eyes, Buzhou was nothing more than an insect. Although Buzhou also stood at the quasi-saint level, in terms of absolute power, he was no match for Pangu. Yet, this ambush had a chance of success. For to the onlookers, Pangu appeared to be at his weakest, with his vitality severely depleted and no longer capable of resistance. In a fair contest, Buzhou felt confident in his ability to slay this formidable enemy. The thought was noble, yet reality was harsh. Martial unraveling, this was Panwu's martial divine method, one of his trump cards. Upon unleashing this technique, both his body and essence ignited, and he plummeted from the quasi-saint realm to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Yet his combat prowess was instantaneously restored to its peak. Madness. It was sheer madness. This young man had devised such a self-destructive technique, trading his own essence and realm for unfathomable strength. Buzhou was now in peril. His hopes of slaying Pangu would soon be dashed, and he would pay with his own life. Truly, the lacked great fortune. Witnessing Pangu's swift transformation, Yuan Shi Tianzun sighed once more. This was not the first time he had marveled at the potential of this young warrior. Open the heavens and obliterate. In his most powerful form, Pangu unleashed his mightiest strike. A secret art passed down from Pangu. As the blow descended, the space surrounding Buzhou was instantly torn asunder. The very void rending beneath Pangu's force. In an instant, Buzhou found himself in a dire predicament. This was the open heaven strike, one blow capable of annihilating all. The open heaven strike. No one could have anticipated that a mere offspring of the witch clan would comprehend the supreme blow of the Father God. Astonishing. Alas, this battle had consumed much of his essence, and after such a confrontation, his realm would be irrevocably diminished, making recovery exceedingly difficult. After all, this was a clash of races, and he would bear the weight of endless karma. At this moment, Taishang Laojun could not help but sigh deeply. Such genius ensnared in the calamities of heaven and earth, burdened by the shackles of fate and karma. No. As Pangu once again displayed his formidable prowess. The demon Emperor Dijun shouted in desperation. Regrettably, he could not save Buzhou, helplessly watching as Buzhou was ruthlessly slain by a single strike from Pangu. At this moment, the entire battlefield of the Wu and Yao had descended into chaos. The heavenly court had long ceased to exist, reduced to mere ruins, while the Wu clan had gained the upper hand. Although the Wu clan had also suffered grievous losses, they managed to preserve their vitality thanks to the Little 12 capital Heavenly God Slaughter Formation. At this juncture, few powerful beings from the Yao clan remained alive. Despite his fervent desire to flee, the sorcerer Kunpeng found it impossible to escape as the ancestral Wu, Xianming, had set his sights on him. Inciting immense frustration within Kunpeng, time was of the essence. If I do not perish, this calamity between the Yu and Wu will not conclude. It seems that the heavenly Dao and Hong Jun Daozu grant me no chance to survive. Nor do they afford the Yao clan an opportunity for resurgence. Yet even in death, I shall take the Wu clan down with me. Let death come for me. Zhu Jiuyin explode. In an instant, the demon Emperor Dijun charged at Zhu Jiuyin, self-destructing amidst the ancestral WUS. In an instant, Zhu Jiuyin fell, not for lack of desire to evade, but rather due to the impossibility of doing so. After such a protracted battle, each ancestral Wu bore countless wounds, leaving them no chance to evade the frenzied suicidal attack of Dijun. Is it over? Has the war between the Wu and Yao come to an end? No, it has not. At the moment of Dijun's self-destruction, his last trump card hidden within the heavenly court detonated, unleashing a terrifying force that surged forth from the heavenly court. The demon Emperor Dijun was far more ruthless and malicious than anyone had anticipated. He had intertwined his life with the very essence of the heavenly court. As Dijun self-destructed, he simultaneously ignited the fundamental power of the heavenly court, unleashing a catastrophic storm that engulfed the entire realm. Damn Dijun. I knew you harbored ill intentions. Thankfully, I was well prepared. Kunpeng, soaring through the heavens, let me escape. In the face of the sudden explosion, the Yao and Wu forces were caught entirely off guard. However, Kunpeng was different. As a sorcerer, he possessed a profound understanding of the Yao clan and Dijun from the moment the final battle began. He had been on guard against unforeseen events. Therefore, at the first instant of the explosion, he tore through the fabric of space to make his escape. Oh, what is this? Dijun's Houtu and Luo Shu, such a reckless self-detonation did not lead to their destruction. It seems my luck is turning. Freed from the Yao clan's entanglements, my fortune is on the mend. Though elated, Kunpeng understood he could not linger. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He did not believe that the explosion of the heavenly court's essence could annihilate all the Wu clan gathered here. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore through the void and fled back to the North Sea. Damn it, that scoundrel Kunpeng dares to flee. It appears he truly harbors no feelings for the Yao clan. Witnessing the sorcerer Kunpeng escape with the Houtu and Luo Shu entwined with the fallen demon Emperor Dijun, Nuwa could not help but snort in anger. Yet she refrained from taking action to stop Kunpeng's departure. For she could not blame him. In this racial conflict, even she, as a saint of the Yao clan, had not contributed. As the explosion occurred, Pangu was violently thrown into the air, buffeted by the ferocious storm. A blood arrow erupted from him, his body riddled with cracks. This was the consequence of employing his martial arts powers. It was fair to say that in this battle, his cultivation of the 9 turns profound art was utterly ruined. Having been completely obliterated, with the strength of his physical body plummeting several realms, this should not have been the case. Even when utilizing martial arts techniques, one should be able to maintain the strength of a great witch. However, While employing these techniques, he endured such a terrifying impact that the force of the storm shattered Pangu's physical defenses. Had it not been for the formidable strength of his body, he would surely have perished amidst the chaos of the battlefield. I underestimated the capabilities of the Demon Emperor Dejun. I never anticipated that this scoundrel would link his life with the essence of the Heavenly Court, laying such a dreadful counterattack. Watching the severely wounded Wu clan, Pangu's heart bled. Many warriors from the familiar Houtu tribe had perished in the wake of this storm. Victory was within reach. Yet they collapsed on the precipice of triumph. How could this not cause Pangu heartache? But such is reality. True racial warfare knows no bounds, and Dejun's actions were entirely reasonable. What a close call. Thankfully, I did not attempt to invade, or I would have been ensnared by that scoundrel Dejun and succumbed to the calamity of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing the explosion of the Heavenly Court's essence, Zhuan Saint was engulfed in fury. The eruption of such extreme power incensed him, for Zhuan realized that the treasures left behind by Dejun within the Heavenly Court had all detonated, indicating that these treasures contained traps. If anyone were to trigger them, it would set off the explosion of the Heavenly Court's essence, leading to an inescapable cycle of cause and effect. It seems I underestimated the Demon Emperor Dejun. He has already discerned our schemes in the Eastern Sea. This is an attempt to sever the roots of my sacred path. That scoundrel is truly insidious and crafty. The more he pondered, the more fearful Zhuan became. This was evidently a trap set by Dejun, targeting his greed. Should he set foot in the Heavenly Court, he would be obliterated. Not even the status of a saint could guarantee his safety. The self-detonation of the Heavenly Court entails staggering consequences, and due to his own greed triggering the explosion of the Heavenly Court's essence, resulting in the demise of countless Wu and Yao forces, including the Demon Emperor Dejun and the ancestral Wus. He would be ensnared by endless karmic retribution, possibly even cast down from his saintly position. Junior brother, we were fortunate this time, escaping Dejun's schemes. But this also serves as a warning. Never underestimate anyone, lest you suffer immense losses. Once you fall into Dejun's traps, not only would the Western powers falter, but even our own safety would be in jeopardy. This is a cataclysmic karmic retribution we cannot bear. At this moment, although Jane harbored a heart full of fury, he remained calm and analytical. Their fortunate escape from this calamity was not due to their own fortune, but rather the protection of the Heavenly Tao. Otherwise, they would have been in grave peril, involved in the mortal struggle between the two great clans, triggering the explosion of the Heavenly Court's essence. Such vast karmic repercussions are beyond the endurance of any individual. Not even Hong Jundaozu. The fates of the two great civilizations would directly lead to their fall from saintly status, ensnared by endless karma. Such an unprecedented upheaval was something even Hong Jundaozu had not foreseen. Chapter 52. Human Dao Marriage. Junior disciples, let us depart. Since the Demon Emperor Dejun is dead, this calamity should come to an end. Observing the devastation of the Heavenly Court and witnessing the Wu clan, now more frenzied than ever after enduring the explosion of the Heavenly Court's essence, Taishang Laojun could not help but speak. Taishang Laojun could no longer allow the Wu clan to continue their slaughter. Otherwise, the surviving Yao clan would truly be exterminated. After being ensnared by Dejun, the severely wounded Wu clan was unwilling to spare any demon, intent on annihilating them entirely. Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tian Zun, and Tong Tian Jiaozhu were all taking action, with Nuwa also unwilling to see the Yao clan face total extermination at the hands of the Wu clan. If given even a little more time, the Wu clan could completely destroy the Heavenly Court. After all, two ancestral Wus had survived. Xianming and Zhu Meng were both peak quasi-saints, while the Yao clan lacked such figures. The only sorcerer, Kuan-Ping, had fled before the explosion of the Heavenly Court's essence. Damn Kuan-Ping, had you possessed the resolve to share the Yao clan's fate, perhaps the outcome of this battle would have been entirely different. As long as you had restrained Xianming and Zhu Meng, it might have been possible to keep them within the Heavenly Court. Nuwa's heart seethed with fury against Kuan-Ping. Blaming him entirely for the current situation, she only saw Kuan-Ping's escape, failing to recognize that he had also managed to restrain numerous great witches without his efforts. The losses among the lower ranks of the Yao clan would have been even more catastrophic. Cease your actions. This calamity has come to an end. A deep voice resonated through the void, the voice of Hong Jundaozu. Upon the death of the Demon Emperor Dejun, Hong Jundaozu also wished to prevent the Wu clan from continuing their slaughter of the Yao clan survivors. As Hong Jundaozu's voice echoed, the Sanqing, Nuwa, Zhuan and Jian all appeared above the Heavenly Court, while the ancestral Wu Houtu also materialized. The two sides stared at one another. Though there was only one ancestral Wu, the Sanqing, Nuwa, and Zhuan and Jian dared not underestimate him. After all, he held dominion over the 6 paths of reincarnation and governed the underworld. Should they provoke the ancestral Wu, the consequences would be dire, plunging the entire Honghuang world into peril. Such karma was beyond their capacity to bear. The era of the Wu and Yao clans has concluded. Your karmic ties have been severed. Do not continue to slaughter living beings. Taishang Laojun addressed the powerful beings of the Wu and Yao clans. As his words fell, the 2 clans gradually parted ways. Though the Wu clan was somewhat reluctant, they were clearly outmatched and had no choice but to acquiesce. They were not fools and understood the terrifying consequences of opposing Taishang Laojun at this moment. Ha ha ha. Well, the karmic ties are severed. I wonder how the saints will arrange our fate. At this moment, Pangu stood forth once more, his spirit weakened to the brink of collapse, yet this did not deter him. The war between the Wu and Yao clans had ravaged the heavenly court and severely wounded the Honghuang world, greatly impacting its development. It was time to withdraw. The Wu clan could follow the ancestral Houtu into the underworld, while the Yao clan would be handled by Nuwa. Taishang Laojun had no intention of assuming the responsibility for arranging the Wu and Yao clans, directly delegating everything to the ancestral Wu and Nuwa. Uncertain as how the Supreme Sage has arranged the bloodline of the human and witch races at this moment, Pangu directly broached the subject of the human witch bloodline in the presence of the Supreme Laojun, the leader of the human teachings, and the Holy Mother of humanity. Nuwa, the human witch bloodline embodies the dual essence of both the human and witch races, and now that the war of witches and demons has concluded, it is they who find themselves in the most awkward position. The sages do not favor the human witch bloodline. Thus Pangu seeks clarity. Under these circumstances, neither the Supreme Laojun nor Nuwa dares to voice any rejection of the human witch bloodline. For they too possess human blood. To dismiss Pangu would be tantamount to rejecting all the half-breeds among humanity, which would have devastating repercussions for the human race. The choice is entirely yours. We shall not interfere, as this is a matter for you to resolve internally. The Supreme Laojun and Nuwa exchanged glances and articulated this sentiment, allowing Pangu and his companions to make their own decision. So be it. The path lies beneath their feet, and having the autonomy to choose is indeed a commendable outcome. Thus, Pangu nodded gently in acceptance, although he stands as the foremost human witch in the realm. A king of the human witch lineage by blood, the notion of a distinct human witch clan does not currently exist. Only the human witch bloodline remains. The decision rests solely with them, whether to align with the witch race or to coexist with humanity. It is theirs to determine. Pangu, the war has ended, and your injuries are grave. Accompany me back to the underworld for recuperation. Upon witnessing Pangu's nearly shattered form, the ancestor witch, Houtu, sighed softly, despite Pangu's voluntary participation in the battle. Ostensibly for vengeance, Houtu understood that the witch race's significant victory owes much to Pangu's efforts. She wished to offer him some recompense and ensure his safety from those who might harbor ill intentions against him. Thank you, Ancestor Witch Houtu, but I prefer to return to my original tribal territory. Should anyone perceive me as easy prey and entertain malicious thoughts, I do not wish for them to come for my life. I merely hope they can withstand the consequences of their madness. As he spoke, a potent aura of killing intent emanated from Pangu. Although his supreme weapon, Houtu, had sustained severe damage, it had consumed a vast amount of blood during the war of witches and demons, including the essence of the demon queen, Shihi. Given time, it would surely recover. In the midst of this frenzied slaughter, Pangu's murderous aura coalesced into a unique and tangible domain of slaughter, formidable enough that even a great Luo Golden Immortal would find it insurmountable. Following the emergence of this domain, as Pangu spoke, a radiance of merit emanated from him. The war of witches and demons had come to a close, and Pangu had made his choice. The merit of the heavenly Tao descended upon him. Although this conflict was one between the witch and demon races, Pangu had contributed to the cosmos and the primordial realm, thereby receiving great merit. As this merit manifested, all present were momentarily stunned. After all, the witch and demon races were each burdened with dreadful karmic debts, entwined in inescapable causality. Yet, Pangu, having slaughtered countless foes, was nonetheless bestowed with great merit. How could they not be astonished and find this difficult to accept? All had participated in the battle, yet the disparity was stark. Merit, indeed, he had been graced with merit. It was no wonder Pangu exhibited such fearlessness. With such merit surrounding him, who would dare to strike against him? Even the sages would tread carefully, for this merit encompassed both the heavenly Tao and humanitarian aspects, indicating that his martial path had gained recognition among humanity. As Houtu contemplated this, she could not help but sigh inwardly. The martial path of humanity indeed garnered acknowledgement. and Pangu's final strike. That martial divine ability had been inscribed by his innate treasure, the Kunlun mirror. Following the battle, the fortunes of both the witch and demon races had been diminished to their limits, while the fortunes of humanity began to surge. Bestowing great benefits upon Pangu. It is humanitarian merit, the martial path of humanity. He is indeed the progenitor of the human celestial martial way. Though regarded as a lesser path, it is still a foundational one. And having transcended the calamity of witches and demons, he would undoubtedly carry great fortune. Such an identity as the progenitor of a path serves as a commendable means of self-preservation, as the leader of the human teachings. The supreme Lao Jun discerned Pangu's true identity, that of the progenitor of the martial way. Although the human celestial martial path is considered a minor path, its recognition among humanity provides a substantial safeguard. Even the sages would hesitate to act against him. At this moment, Niwa also sighed softly. The human celestial martial path has granted Pangu a share of the human race's fortunes, not only due to his status as the progenitor of the martial way, but also as a consequence of his involvement in the war of witches and demons. Severing the fortunes of the demon race and vanquishing the demon queen Shihi, thus earning full acknowledgement from humanity and the humanitarian realm, despite the exposure of Pangu's identity as the progenitor of the martial way. No sage was willing to take him in, neither the three purities, nor Niwa, nor the two sages of the West. They all understood the heavy karmic debts that accompanied Pangu's lineage as a being of both human and witch ancestry. Anyone who dared to accept him would surely attract the enmity of the demon race. Although the demon race's fortunes had been shattered, they had not been annihilated. The Tongdian Patriarch and the two Western sages were still pursuing the remnants of the demon race within the heavenly court, and thus would not entertain Pangu. The supreme Lao Jun had no such inclination. Yuan Shi Tianzun looked down upon Pangu's origins, deeming him merely a barbarian, while Niwa, as the holy one of the demon race and the holy mother of humanity, found herself in a quandary. Ancestor witch Houtu, let us part ways here. Pangu bowed respectfully to Houtu, casting a glance at the wounded witch army, before letting out a soft sigh and striding directly down from the heavenly court. With the conclusion of the war of witches and demons, there was no need for him to linger any longer. Though the heavenly court was replete with resources and treasures, Pangu remained indifferent. This frenzied conflict not only severed his karmic ties, but also alleviated his inner demons, providing fresh direction for his cultivation. While many believed his physical body and primordial spirit had suffered irreparable harm, requiring eons for recovery, even the nurturing of merit would demand considerable time, as it was the result of his martial divine abilities. In truth, Pangu harbored no desire to restore his physical form and primordial spirit. Rather, he sought to break free and attain a new existence. Since the power he had once cultivated had been obliterated, he would begin anew, and particularly after the explosion of his martial divine abilities. He glimpsed a path toward further advancement in martial arts and the direction toward quasi-sainthood. Despite his current state of severe injury, none dared to act recklessly against him. All were aware that he was a madman. If one could not achieve a decisive strike, none would dare to engage, especially with Pangu's great merit shielding him. In circumstances where conflict was unnecessary, no one wished to provoke such a lunatic, particularly as he still had the backing of the witch race. Although the witch race's fortunes had been diminished and burdened with significant karmic debts, they remained formidable, with two ancestor witches still present after the battle. Chapter 53. The fate of the demon race. Upon returning to the Houtu tribe, Pangu found it eerily deserted, the inhabitants having vanished without a trace. Fortunately, the tribe's protective formation remained intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Had he been forced to re-establish the formation, it would have impeded his recovery, and given his current condition, he could collapse at any moment under the weight of his injuries. As for those of the human witch bloodline, Pangu paid them little mind. Some had integrated into the human race, while others followed the witch race into the 10,000 Great Mountains, leaving no one behind. This situation was mirrored in other tribes of the witch race as well. In the perilous expanse of the primordial land, those of the human witch bloodline had no desire for solitary existence. They understood their own weakness and recognized that survival was only possible by aligning with the witch or human races, for they bore the blood of both. With a wave of his hand, Pangu activated the defenses of the Houtu tribe and entered his place of seclusion, commencing his process of nirvana. After all, his body could not endure for much longer. Prolonged exposure to this state would lead to an overwhelming number of troubles and dangers. As Pangu departed, Ancestor witch Houtu did not engage in extensive conversation with the sages of the heavenly Tao. Soon, the witch army split into two factions, one led by the Ancestor witch Jumang toward the 10,000 Great Mountains, while the other, under the guidance of the Ancestor which she and Ming headed for the underworld. Though the environment of the 10,000 Great Mountains was perilous, it remained the territory of the witch race within the primordial land. And they would not relinquish it. Naturally, the majority of the spoils were taken by the witch race, leaving none for the sages of the heavenly Tao, nor for the remaining demon race. Such acts of aiding the enemy were out of the question. With Ancestor witch Houtu's departure, the three purities, Nuwa, and the two Western sages turned their attention to the demon race. At this juncture, the fortunes of the demon race had been utterly shattered, with the war concluded and their fortunes extinguished. Nuwa, the holy one of the demon race, silently lamented. Although she wished to shelter these demons, their lack of fortune meant that taking in too many would only jeopardize her own stability. Brothers, how do you propose we handle the demon race? With their fortunes extinguished, allowing them to scatter across the primordial land may lead to greater harm in the absence of restraint. Before the burdened demons before them, neither Taishang Laojun nor Yuan Shi Tianzuan displayed the slightest interest. For them, these entities would merely pose a potential hassle. They remained silent, choosing not to speak. In contrast, Tong Tian Jiaozhu furrowed his brow, internally engaged in a fierce struggle. Although the current demons exhibited considerable strength individually, they bore an overwhelming amount of karma, and the lack of a treasure to suppress fate left Tong Tian Jiaozhu in a precarious position. While he aspired to gather some demons and establish the 10,000 Immortals array to stabilize the fate of his sect, the influx of such a multitude of demons would inevitably shatter the sect's fortune under the weight of their dreadful karma. Despite his good intentions, he could not gamble with the fate of the entire sect. At this moment, the eyes of Jane and Juani sparkled with enthusiasm. They feared not the karma but rather the lack of manpower. This was an opportune moment. Should they successfully guide these demons into Buddhism, it would yield immense benefits for them. Juani stepped forward and proposed, Taoist Nuwa, since the three esteemed brothers are unwilling to accept these demons, perhaps we should allow them to accompany us to the West, where they can accumulate merit and alleviate their dreadful karma. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's brow furrowed. She was acutely aware of the circumstances in the West and felt uneasy in trusting these demons to Juanti. Moreover, should these demons immerse themselves in the Western teachings, they might forget their origins. Nuwa gently shook her head and replied, Taoist Juanti, I cannot make this decision. It must be left to them to choose, for it concerns their own future. At this juncture, she cast her gaze toward the Sanqing. If they continued to remain silent, a significant portion of these demons would likely be swayed by the two saints of the West, which would not bode well for the four of them. Noticing Nuwa's gaze, Tong Tian Jiaozhu sighed and said, Very well, those who wish to join the Jia sect may step forward, in a bid to stabilize the sect's fortune. Tong Tian Jiaozhu ultimately chose to compromise, accepting these karma-laden demons and allowing the sect to endure the impact of their formidable karma. Soon, a group emerged, comprising the backbone of the demon army, who scorned the poverty of the West, opting instead for Tong Tian Jiaozhu. After all, with the protection of a sage, they need not fear future persecution by the Wu clan. Although the war between the Wu and the demons had concluded at the behest of the sages, the enmity between the two clans persisted, with strong adversaries from the Wu remaining in the vast mountain ranges. Is there anyone willing to follow us back to the West for cultivation? Juanti also stepped forward to gather individuals, fearing that these demons might entirely follow Tong Tian Jiaozhu to the Jia sect, thus thwarting his plans. Quickly, a few weaker demons stepped forward, gravitating toward Juanti and Jiain. Lacking sufficient strength, they knew they would be marginalized in the Jia sect, and thus opted for the protection of the Western sages. As these demons departed, a portion of the core strength remained silent. These were the loyal subordinates of the demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai. Unwilling to submit to either Tong Tian Jiaozhu or Juanti and Jiain, they possessed enough confidence to confront any crisis, for they were not weaklings. Observing this, Nuwa felt a pang of headache. She had no means to accommodate them. With no existence of the northern Jiulu continent, the vast expanse of the Hongwang world offered no sanctuary for the demons. At this moment, Nuwa thought of the demon master Kuanping in the icy wilderness of the northern sea. Thus, she suggested, you may journey to the extreme northern snowfields. If you so desire, you may seek out Master Kuanping as your teacher. If not, you may survive independently in that desolate land, where no one will intrude upon your lives. Thus, these demons were assigned to the bitter cold of the far north. No one voiced objections to this arrangement, for they all understood that rejecting this decision would lead only to death. Countless eyes in the Hongwang world were watching them. Should they defy the sage's orders, ample excuses would be found to act against them. Yet, they could not feel at ease, for the northern wasteland was too desolate. Did Nuwa not comprehend the desolation of the northern wilderness? She did, and it was precisely this understanding that led her to make such a decision. Even the victorious Wu clan chose to retreat to the vast mountains and the underworld, What qualifications did the defeated demons possess to stand upon the Hongwang land? If they could not perceive this truth, their demise would be in vain. Seeking refuge with Master Kuanping was a viable path. Although Kuanping and the demon clan were not united, his formidable strength as a quasi-saint would deter many from rash actions. However, few demons desired to ally with Kuanping. Only a handful who had previously connected with him chose this path, while the majority opted for the northern wilderness. Soon, under Nuwa's guidance, the demons found their respective destinations, effectively resolving the issue. Yet, a significant dilemma remained. How should the Heavenly Court address the aftermath of the Wu Demon War? Although the Heavenly Court lay in ruins, remnants of treasures persisted, igniting the envy of Zhuanti and Jiane. More importantly, the position of the Heavenly Emperor was at stake. Hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace. Before the Sanqing or Nuwa could discuss their plans, the voice of Hongjun Daozu resonated in their ears, prompting the saints to immediately head to the Purple Cloud Palace, while the demons were naturally returned to their respective sanctuaries by the sages. At this moment, the hearts of the Heavenly Dao saints were tinged with anxiety. They understood well the reason for their teacher's summons at this juncture, namely, the Heavenly Emperor's position. Whether it was the Sanqing, Nuwa, or the two Western saints, all felt a stir of ambition. For to seize control of the Heavenly Court was tantamount to commanding the celestial bodies and steering the fate of the Hongwang world. Could the Heavenly Emperor's title truly fall into their hands? In truth, they were overthinking. They were merely blinded by the allure before them. As sages, they had already transcended the myriad beings of the Hongwang. Should the title of Heavenly Emperor fall into their grasp, what manner of world would the Hongwang become? Was this the outcome Hongjun Daozu wished to witness? Furthermore, with 6 saints in contention, to whom should the Heavenly Emperor's title be entrusted? Once one attained this position, greater strife would inevitably ensue among them. Of course, while the title of Heavenly Emperor held much allure, it also bore tremendous karmic consequences. The fate of Demon Emperor Dijuan serves as a cautionary tale. Reflecting upon the demon's downfall makes evident the staggering karmic repercussions at play. That a moment's carelessness could ensnare them in an inescapable cycle of karma. Those sages themselves do not engage in karma. Could their disciples do the same? No one pondered these matters. For these ambitious sages, the desire to grasp the Heavenly Emperor's title was all-consuming. Possessing this title would grant them an advantageous position in future contests for fate, ensuring they would seize the initiative. In such circumstances, which sage would willingly concede? Were Taishang Laojun not limited to a single disciple, he too would be tempted, for fortune directly influences one's cultivation. Possessing great fortune would inevitably accelerate one's growth compared to other sages. The significance of fortune to sages is self-evident. In such a scenario, they would naturally spare no effort to compete for it. Even among the Sanqing, differences of opinion existed. At the very least, Tongtian Jiaozhu and Yuanshi Tianzuan would not reach a consensus, for each harbored their own thoughts and preferred candidates. Chapter 54. The Heavenly Emperor. When the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao appeared in the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Daozu also silently materialized before them. Observing the Sanqing, Nuwa, and the 2 Western saints, he maintained an expression of calm, as though oblivious to the surrounding happenings, and spoke blandly. Now that the calamity between the Wu and demons has concluded, both clans have lost their positions of prominence and withdrawn from the Hongwang world. However, the Hongwang world cannot exist without order. Thus, the title of Heavenly Emperor requires a worthy bearer. Who among you could serve as the Heavenly Emperor to uphold the order of the Hongwang world? Master, my disciple Guangchengzi possesses great fortune and can be the Heavenly Emperor. The first to step forward was Yuanshi Tianzuan, eager to seize the title and command the initiative in the Hongwang world. Master, my disciple Duobao also bears great fortune and can be the Heavenly Emperor. Tongtian Jiaozhu, unwilling to yield, sought the title as well, recognizing that the Heavenly Emperor's position could change the dire circumstances faced by the Jias sect, which lacked treasures to suppress fate. Tongtian, do you wish to contest with me? Noticing Tongtian Jiaozhu's actions, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened, and he spoke to Tongtian Jiaozhu in a low, simmering tone, his eyes flickering with faint anger. Before Tongtian Jiaozhu could respond, Nuwa interjected, the Demon Emperor Dijuan still has descendants, and Liu remains. He may serve as the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, the Demon clan possesses the most profound understanding of the Heavenly Court, making him the most suitable candidate. What absurdity! What qualifications does Liu possess to be the Heavenly Emperor? With his overwhelming karma, he could never ascend to such a role. My disciple Methrayao possesses great merit and fortune. He can be the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Zhuanti also stepped forward to contend for the title. Zhuanti, do you still dare to speak? If not for your schemes, How could Luyo and the others have accumulated such tremendous karmic burdens? All of this is the result of your machinations. Nuwa glared at Zhuanti, her expression darkening as if she wished to devour him whole. In the eyes of the goddess Nuwa, the position of the Heavenly Emperor represented the sole glimmer of hope for Luya. Should he gain the recognition of Hongjun Daozu, he could ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, thus having the chance to eradicate the burdens of his karmic retribution, preventing his exile from the primordial realm. Devoid of the authority granted by the celestial bodies, he had also lost their protection, along with the fortuitous blessings of the demon race. For Luya, this rendered him ensnared in an abyss from which there was no escape. Now, with this flicker of opportunity as a saint of the demon race, the goddess Nuwa was naturally compelled to exert her utmost efforts on his behalf, as a form of gratitude to the demon emperor Dijuan. What concern is this of mine? Am I the one who has allowed them to ravage the vast lands of the primordial world? Am I the one who has instigated the great war between the witch and demon tribes? All of this is of their own making. If they were not so ignorant and foolish, how could they have committed such a colossal blunder, leading to their current entanglement in karmic retribution? Should a demon burdened with endless karmic sins be allowed to become the Heavenly Emperor, how would the beings of the primordial realm perceive this? What would be the reaction of the human race? And how would the witch tribe respond? Have you considered this, dear Nuwa? Zhuanti directly targeted Luya's myriad shortcomings. Zhuanti articulated. If Luya, laden with karmic burdens, were to continue wielding the authority of the Heavenly Emperor, what would be the reaction of all beings in the primordial realm? The human race harbors deep-seated enmity towards the demon race, and they might very well storm the heavenly court before Luya could even establish his foothold, reigniting a tempest of bloodshed. And as for the witch tribe, it goes without saying, the decisive battle between the witch and demon tribes resulted in the ultimate victory for the witch tribe. In such circumstances, the witch tribe chose to retreat and withdraw from the contest for the primordial realm, while the demon race could still command the heavenly court and assume the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. How could they possibly accept this? A single misstep could trigger a new war between the witches and demons, and should such a scenario arise, who would bear the consequences? Sister Nuwa, Luya is unfit to be the Heavenly Emperor. He lacks the qualifications. Otherwise, we would be unable to justify our actions to the beings of the primordial realm. At that moment, Taishang Laojun had no choice but to voice his opposition. As Taishang Laojun's words fell, Nuwa's heart grew exceedingly heavy. She understood that Luya truly lacked the potential to ascend as the Heavenly Emperor, burdened as he was by such immense karmic retribution, and she could not bear the grave repercussions that would ensue. If Luya were indeed permitted to become the Heavenly Emperor, inciting yet another round of conflict, the karmic implications would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. As the debate raged on, neither side could convince the other. The two saints of the West sought to install Mithriya as the Heavenly Emperor, while Tongtian Jiaozhu and Yuan Shitianzuan had their own candidates. Consequently, the situation grew increasingly peculiar, and Taishang Laojun and Yuwa, being somewhat detached from the fray, began to grasp that perhaps from the very beginning, Hongjun Daozu had never intended to bestow the position of Heavenly Emperor upon these saints of the Heavenly Way. Both Taishang Laojun and Yuwa understood the significance of the Heavenly Emperor's position. If these saints of the Heavenly Way were to hold such a crucial role, what transformations would unfold in the primordial realm? And how would Hongjun Daozu respond? Reflecting on Hongjun Daozu's previous calculations concerning the witch and demon tribes, it became evident that this position was never meant for them to touch. Well then, since none of you can persuade one another, the throne of the Heavenly Emperor shall be granted to Houtu. Soon, the voice of Hongjun Daozu resounded, prompting the bickering saints of the West, along with Yuan Shitianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu, to finally register the announcement, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and resentment. At that moment, Yuan Shitianzuan could not help but harbor resentment towards Tongtian Jiaozhu, for he believed that had Tongtian Jiaozhu not contested him for the Heavenly Emperor's position but instead allied with him, the throne would have been his to command. Houtu, too, was taken aback by the unexpected fortune that had befallen him. Fortunately, he quickly composed himself and stepped forward to accept the title of Heavenly Emperor. This was a decree personally conferred by Hongjun Daozu, and even saints had to tread carefully in its wake. Hongjun Daozu did not grant the 6 saints of the Heavenly Way much time for deliberation. He swiftly conferred the title of Heavenly Emperor upon Houtu and that of Queen Mother upon Yao Qi, entrusting them with the management of the Heavenly Court, after bestowing upon them several treasures. He dispatched them to join the other saints of the Heavenly Way, directly sending them to the Heavenly Court, in the face of Hongjun Daozu's edict, regardless of whether the 6 saints of the Heavenly Way were willing or not. They had no choice but to acquiesce. When Houtu sought assistance from the 6 saints to re-establish the authority of the Heavenly Court, he was met with outright refusal. while it was somewhat acceptable for Taishang Laojun to decline. Considering he had only one disciple, it was rather excessive for Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tong Tian Jiaozhu to do so, as both had numerous disciples, especially Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who had just accepted a considerable number of demon race disciples. Naturally, the same applied to the two saints of the West, who had also taken in many demon race disciples. This situation left both Haotian and Yao Qi seething with indignation. Watching the saints of the heavenly way depart and surveying the dilapidated state of the heavenly court, Haotian could not help but exclaim, "They have so underestimated us. Even if they are saints, they cannot disregard the decree of the Daozu." Enough, Haotian. Being appointed by the Daozu to oversee the heavenly court is already the greatest grace bestowed upon us. And it has stripped the other saints of their ambitions. To expect them to assist us in perfecting the heavenly court is somewhat presumptuous. We are not the Daozu. We lack the power to intimidate the saints. Let go of any illusions you may have about them. While the heavenly court may be in disrepair, it still houses numerous treasures that are sufficient for our own enhancement. Rather than lamenting, we should take action. In contrast to Hao Yin's grievances, Yao Qi remained remarkably composed and perceptive, recognizing that saints are not to be easily managed by quasi-saints such as themselves. The lack of cooperation from the other saints was entirely within reason. There was no need to dwell on their uncooperativeness. The essence of strength lay in self-empowerment. Upon hearing Yao Qi's words, although Hao Yin's heart still brimmed with anger, he began to grasp that the advantage did not lie with him. What he had acquired was merely the title of Heavenly Emperor and the territory of the Heavenly Court. The manpower required to consolidate it had to be gathered by himself. This was indeed the greatest aid bestowed upon him by Hongjun Daozu. Though he understood this, the challenges before him were undeniably real and required resolution, a task for which Hao Yin lacked the capacity. With the involvement of Pangu, the battleground of the war between the witches and demons had shifted from the primordial lands to the heavenly realm. The entire heavenly court had been left in ruins by this frenzied conflict, ultimately suffering a devastating blow when the demon emperor Dijuan unleashed a cataclysmic self-detonation, severely wounding the very essence of the heavenly realm. Thus, the heavenly court was not in a better state than the primordial lands. If one were to argue any advantage, it would only be in terms of celestial power, although the heavenly court received the most celestial energy from the surrounding stars. Hao Yin did not possess control over the requisite power to operate the grand array of the zodiac, nor did he have access to the secrets of the grand array of the zodiac. Almost all who knew of its mysteries had perished, and the demon race's star masters who presided over the array had completely fallen, with the demon emperor Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, and the demon queen Shiha all meeting their demise. The most formidable figures of the demon race had been reduced to but a single survivor, the demon master Kuenping. However, Kuenping held profound animosity toward the demon race. While he might possess some knowledge regarding the grand array of the zodiac, his understanding would be limited, as such secrets would never be divulged to someone like Kuenping, who had never considered dedicating himself to the demon race. If one were to assert that anyone knew the secrets of the grand array of the zodiac, it would likely be only two individuals, the Saint Nuwa, who belongs to the demon race, and the last prince of the demon race, Luya. Nuwa, as a saint of the heavenly way, would hardly concern herself with Hao Yin and Yao Qi, while Luya, burdened by his terrifying karmic retribution, remained confined within the palace of Nuwa and could not reveal himself to the primordial realm, lest he attract heavenly punishment. Of course, there might be another individual who possessed some understanding of the grand array of the zodiac, Fushi. However, Fushi had also perished in the war between the witches and demons, leaving behind only his remnants, clearly beyond reach. Chapter 55, Hesitation in short. It is an impossible endeavor for Haotian and Yao Qi to command the grand array of the zodiac and exert pressure over the entire primordial realm. While they might find some remnants of power within the heavenly court, mastering the complete grand array of the zodiac is beyond their capabilities. This holds true not only in terms of the array's schematics but also regarding the treasures involved. The grand array of the zodiac comprises 365 supreme celestial banners and 365 Deluo golden immortals. All of this is beyond what Haotian and Yao Qi can achieve. If one were to consider who among the entire primordial realm possesses such potential, it could only be the Jia sect. The Jia sect alone possesses such deep-rooted foundations, having garnered the greatest advantages from the demon race. Unfortunately, the Jia sect also looks down upon Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Naturally, the human race also possesses such potential, for they have the golden elixir Dao of Taishang Laojun and the martial arts of Pangu, the progenitor of martial arts. Gathering 360 Deluo golden immortals is not an insurmountable task. However, even if they assemble the complete force, they would still require the array schematics and treasures to support them. making it evidently difficult to accomplish, though filled with reluctance and unwillingness. Houtu ultimately set aside his pride and joined Yaoqi in restoring the heavenly court, seeking treasures within the dilapidated court that would prove useful for their own enhancement. But the heavenly court appears to be in a state of disrepair. It still harbors a plethora of treasures. Once Houtu and the Yaoqi have completed their thorough cleansing, there will undoubtedly be ample resources to sustain the operations of the heavenly court. This is the assistance bestowed upon them by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, as well as the final remnants of the demon clan. Presently, although Houtu possesses the title of Heavenly Emperor, he lacks the substance of 1.N01 and the vast wilderness acknowledges his identity. The demon clan has become fragmented, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, while the witch clan has taken refuge in the 10,000 great mountains in the underworld. The human race now stands as the principal protagonist in the wilderness. Yet their strength remains insufficient to unify the territory as the witch clan once did. Is there no one who seeks to ally with Houtu and the Yaoqi? There are some, but their numbers are few. After all, we are in the age of saints, and the most formidable beings aspire to join the ranks of the saints, showing little regard for the heavenly court or Houtu, the so-called heavenly emperor. Only a small fraction of the weaker individuals consider seeking refuge in the heavenly court and aligning themselves with Houtu. Are there any who harbor ambitions against the human race? Indeed, given that the witch and demon clans have both suffered considerable losses. Those who have been suppressed may entertain some reckless ideas during this interval. The demon clan has splintered into 3 factions, each backed by a saint, rendering them cautious in their actions. The same holds true for the witch clan, especially since 2 ancestral witches have survived this conflict. Thus, the human race emerges as the most viable option, particularly given their immense fortune. Yes, there are still many who contemplate such actions, yet few possess the courage to act. Everyone remains in a state of watchful waiting, reluctant to be the first to take the plunge. As for Pangu, the so-called strongman who has returned to the Houtu tribe, there are indeed those who wish to target him. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura of Houtu's formidable array, they are compelled to retreat. If one cannot secure a decisive strike, the prospect of seizing treasures becomes moot. Preserving one's own life is paramount. Any disturbance would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the witch clan. What treasures does Pangu possess that might entice such individuals? Naturally, it is the sun and moon essence wheel, a pair of innate spiritual treasures that Pangu forcibly seized with his own flesh. This set of innate treasures is too alluring to resist. After all, it is the optimal choice for severing one's 3 corpses. Unfortunately, Pangu is not a weakling, and they can only entertain such thoughts. Of course, these individuals will not simply abandon their ambitions. Despite various obstacles, should an opportunity arise, they will inevitably strike. Such is the nature of human greed. For wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds fall. This eternal truth remains unchanged. In the face of overwhelming temptation, none can refuse, especially considering Pangu is currently alone and severely injured, making his latent greed all the more likely to manifest. Those who have never truly faced Pangu remain oblivious to his terror. Only those from the demon clan who have clashed with him firsthand comprehend his formidable nature. Being capable of ensnaring the demon clan time and again, while severing their fortunes, possesses an unfathomable strength. Even injured, he is not someone ordinary warriors can confront. Pangu is unaware of the external circumstances and has no desire to learn of them. The battle between the witches and demons has concluded, and his own karmic debts have been settled. Now presents the best opportunity for his transformation. If he can seize this moment, he may achieve a rebirth, completing his metamorphosis and starting anew, free from any karmic entanglements. How to undergo this transformation is indeed a significant dilemma. In the aftermath of the witch-demon war, his original essence has been entirely depleted, with both his physical body and primordial spirit suffering dual injuries. Although all of this was anticipated in his plans, his current predicament remains perilous. As he feels the imminent collapse of his body and the nearly dissipating spirit, Pangu cannot help but sigh. The situation is far more severe than he imagined. Despite his extensive preparations, the calamity has left him at the mercy of fate, exacting a heavy toll. Yet, he has not emerged empty-handed. At the very least, his malevolent thoughts, much like his benevolent intentions, have undergone a strange transformation, culminating in a form of manifestation, leaving only the final severance to be accomplished. What remains are his murderous inclinations and the bloodline of the witch clan. While he differs from the average witch, within this avatar, Pangu perceives a glimmer of the path of strength. Indeed, within the avatar he is nurturing, Pangu senses the principles of strength, albeit with a distinct twist, infused with a terrifying killing intent, merging with the path of slaughter, as if his malevolent thoughts have intertwined with it. Yet, this is not the most bizarre aspect. What astonishes Pangu the most is that the supreme divine weapon, blood slaughter, which has sustained grave injuries, has somehow integrated into this process, transforming into a companion treasure. Everything feels so utterly incredible. What is happening with this cultivation? Has he truly embarked on a unique path of the three corpses? As the mountain sovereign suggested, however, at present, whether regarding his physical body or primordial spirit, neither can withstand the backlash of severing the second avatar. Should he attempt to sever the second avatar while carrying this bizarre malevolent incarnation indeed? The incarnation of slaughter, both his body and spirit would likely disintegrate, plunging him into a desperate situation. Yet, he finds himself unable to dictate the course of events at this moment. The essence of his avatar is rapidly attaining completeness. Having absorbed so much blood essence from the witch clan during the war, while also harboring his own murderous thoughts, which have reached fruition, were it not for the integration of the supreme divine weapon blood slaughter, it might have spiraled beyond his control. To break and then establish anew. How can he transform in such circumstances? Is it only through a life or death struggle, seizing the essence of Shiha and the 9 golden crows to merge into himself? Utilizing the sun and moon essence wheel sealed with his bloodline power to complete his metamorphosis, reversing everything through the path of yin and yang, though this idea is feasible, and his physical body's organs possess the innate essence of the 5 elements. Should he succeed in merging Shiha's essence and that of the 9 golden crows into himself, and subsequently liberate the sun and moon essence wheel, there may be a chance to condense the innate yin and yang energies, allowing for his transformation, as yin, yang, and the 5 elements constitute a harmonious unity. The notion is sound, yet reality presents formidable challenges. Initially, he did not intend to seize the path of yin and yang, but rather the path of time, aiming to condense the essence of the 9 golden crows into the path of time. However, the war between the witches and demons has dictated otherwise, ultimately leading to the acquisition of a fragment of Shia's lunar essence. Alongside the sun and moon essence wheel, a set of innate treasures, choosing between the path of time and the path of yin and yang leaves Pangu in a state of hesitation. While he could theoretically opt for both, doing so in the current situation would only weaken both paths. After all, the 9 golden crows remain immature, lacking mastery over the complete power of the sun, while Shia's essence is but a mere fragment. Even with the sun and moon essence wheel, it remains impossible to balance both. The path of yin and yang can fully merge with the 5 elemental paths within his organs, enabling a new cycle of integration, achieving equilibrium between yin, yang, and the 5 elements, thus allowing him to master the path of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Conversely, the path of time could empower him to transcend all limitations and wield the might of the temporal realm. Should he choose the path of yin and yang, Pangu believes he could potentially advance further in his physical cultivation, given the completeness and unity of yin and yang 5 elements, resulting in an impeccable physical form. This might propel him to a new height in the cultivation of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. If he opts for the path of time, mastering its power would afford him greater safety. After all, with temporal mastery as his trump card, once he regains his quasi-saint cultivation and realm, even saints may find it challenging to slay him. Furthermore, he could leverage the power of time to seek out the chaos spell. This innate treasure, within the depths of chaos, in the eyes of the myriad powerful beings in the wilderness, they perceive only how Pangu extinguishes the primordial spirit of Donghuang Tai with his own blood. Oblivious to the fact that he has long since manipulated the chaos spell, for the saints of the heavenly Tao, it is impossible to locate this innate treasure amidst the boundless chaos, yet Pangu possesses the means to do so. As this treasure bears the imprint of his blood, faced with the choice between his physical body and the treasure, Pangu finds himself in a quandary. Though he wishes to select both, it is clearly impossible. His energy is finite. While he has an avatar to aid in his path of enlightenment, each avatar also has its own path, much like the mountain sovereign, who walks the path of divinity. He cannot afford to be distracted by other paths of understanding, as it would hinder his own cultivation. Is it vital for his physical body to be strong, naturally. If his body were to attain perfection, he might have the opportunity to complete the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, truly achieving the path through his physical form, though this would require an extensive amount of time. However, the path of physical enlightenment is not unattainable. Given such temptation, Pangu feels a stirring within, particularly as the Pangu true form summoned by the 12 ancestral witches through the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array is overwhelmingly powerful, enough to stir his ambition. Chapter 56, Nirvana. Chapter 56, Nirvana. If he could achieve enlightenment through his physical body, he might gain insight into the path of strength mastered by the great Pangu. Moreover, within the avatar he is nurturing, there exist the principles of strength. Should he succeed in grasping the path of strength, he might possess the necessary power to contend with the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Yet, this power is not easily mastered. Is the 9 transformations of the mysterious art truly so easily cultivated? Previously, he was caught in the midst of calamity, and with the fortune of both the witch and demon clans at his back, he managed to break through to quasi-saint status in one fell swoop. In the present day, severing all ties and embarking on a path of self-cultivation anew is no simple endeavor, even with prior experience. After all, the foundational essence required for the 9 transformations of profound arts is exceedingly vast, and the cultivation of the physical body does not necessarily mandate the duality of yin and yang. The harmonious completion of the 5 elements can also give rise to the path of yin and yang, but this requires time. It remains a viable pursuit, yet mastering the essence of time is no easy feat. After much contemplation, Pangu ultimately opted for the path of time, harboring a deeper anticipation for it than the path of yin and yang. Moreover, he possessed a companion treasure imbued with temporal attributes. Should he succeed in cultivating the path of time, there might even be a glimmer of hope for restoration, as the cultivation of the path of time could leverage the power of the companion treasure. However, the current circumstances diverged from his original plan. Initially, he aimed merely to utilize the essence of the 9 golden crows to grasp the temporal power within the authority of the sun. Now, with a trace of lunar essence also in his possession, the fusion of the two would significantly enhance his comprehension and mastery of the path of time. Regrettably, he was yet unable to fully comprehend the sun and moon essence wheel, still requiring time to erase the lingering imprint of Shihi. If he could refine the sun and moon essence wheel, perhaps his understanding of the path of time would advance further, and his mastery over time would grow even stronger. Having chosen the path of time, Pangu felt a sense of relief, letting go of any concerns regarding gains and losses. Once a choice is made, one must not waver in their resolve. He had little time to squander. As his physical form could not endure for long, should he fail to achieve rebirth soon, he would face death. Missing this golden opportunity in vain, from destruction comes renewal, with the flames of rebirth igniting. He cast aside his old self to embrace a new life. Burn, with a powerful shout, a flame of rebirth ignited from the depths of his soul, consuming both his physical body and spiritual essence. At a visible pace, Pangu's corporeal form began to contract, becoming desiccated, while his spiritual essence began to dissolve under the refining power of the rebirth flames, gradually transforming his body into a mere orb of flesh, and his spirit into a beam of ethereal light. Under the extreme purifying fire of rebirth, Pangu embarked on his path of transformation, a journey between life and death. Should he fail in this process, the flames would surely obliterate him, leading to the collapse of his true self. This was the ultimate method of rebirth through annihilation. As the rebirth commenced, his spirit fell into silence, his body underwent metamorphosis, and a profound power propelled his evolution. At this moment, Pangu's consciousness entered a state of ethereal clarity, as the flames of rebirth scorched the essence of the 9 golden crows and the lingering lunar essence left by Shihi, transforming them under his soul's guidance into the rules of the path of time, merging with his own essence and soul. The imprint of the path of time integrated into his being as he underwent this transformation. And from the outset of his metamorphosis, he felt the joy emanating from his companion treasure, the Kunlun mirror, as the essence of the path of time awakened its latent power. Regrettably, Pangu's understanding of the path of time was still merely a faint glimmer, lacking the foundation for true cultivation, and thus he could not offer significant assistance to the time-manifesting mirror, nor could he restore the source of power of the Kunlun mirror, an innate treasure that in contrast to the changes within the path of time. The transformation did not yield new benefits for the innate path of the 5 elements. Achieving the complete realization of the innate path of the 5 elements would still require a considerable span of time, as the essence of the 5 elements had been wholly devoted to nurturing the companion treasures of the 5 divine beings, with the 5 innate swords still needing time to mature. As Pangu underwent his rebirth, far away in the unbounded mountains, the Lord of the Mountain ancestors felt stirred by this surge of power. The condensation of the path of time granted him notable enhancement. While Pangu needed to guide his own transformation, the Mountain ancestors' incarnation fully immersed itself in the comprehension of the path of time, utilizing its great power to mend its own depletion. Although the Mountain ancestor awakened from slumber, true restoration would still necessitate a lengthy period. having paid a steep price to sustain the heavenly realm. Moreover, even though the ultimate battle between the witches and the undead transpired within the heavenly realm, its residual effects still exerted pressure upon the unbounded mountains, all of which would take time to dissipate. Time flowed steadily onward, and with the conclusion of the witch-undead conflict, as both factions withdrew from the struggle for supremacy in the primal world, the primal realm began to undergo gradual transformations. Civilizations previously impacted by the calamity of the witches and undead began to lift their restrictions and return to the primal lands, while the footsteps of the human race flourished across the terrain. As humanity expanded its roots in the primal world, they gradually supplanted the witches and the undead, becoming the new protagonists of this realm. However, the current human race, having endured the slaughter by the demon kin, had only regained a fraction of their vitality and was far from dominating the primal lands. With the advancement of humanity, their fortune steadily intensified. Nuwa, the holy mother of humanity, felt this immense surge of fortune, as did Taishang Laojun, the leader of the human teachings. In contrast, Pangu, as the progenitor of martial arts, did not derive much fortune from humanity's development. As the witch and undead factions receded, the human celestial martial arts once again fell under influence, prompting humanity to gradually abandon the cultivation of celestial martial arts, as their strength, albeit formidable, consumed excessive resources. Though Pangu, as the progenitor of martial arts, did not reap significant fortune from humanity, their growth nonetheless provided him with some assistance, accelerating his own transformation. After all, humanity had not entirely forsaken celestial martial arts. For those lacking the aptitude for the ascendant path, celestial martial arts remained a viable choice, also offering a quasi-saint realm, representing a supreme legacy. Naturally, as the ancestral figure of humanity, he would not easily relinquish this exalted inheritance. During the frenzied slaughter by the demon kin, the higher echelons of humanity recognized the necessity of possessing their own power. Celestial martial arts represented the optimal choice, and within humanity, many still bore the bloodlines of the witch race, thus serving as inheritors of celestial martial arts. Consequently, while celestial martial arts may not dominate the current practices of humanity, it retained a stable position, as humanity would not abandon this formidable power. Despite the continued transmission of celestial martial arts within humanity, Pangu, amidst his transformation, did not sense any new opportunities nor discern a chance to sever his third incarnation. As he underwent metamorphosis, he felt his second incarnation rapidly nearing completion. Upon finishing this transformation, it would be time to sever the second incarnation. The true body, formed from the essence of the witch race's blood, represented the best choice for cultivating the 9 transformations of profound arts, given that this incarnation's potential rivaled that of the ancestral witches, if not surpassing it. This was a true body imbued with the concentrated blood of countless witches, endowed with immense bloodline power. Yet, Pangu ultimately relinquished this notion. While the 9 transformations of profound arts held merit, it also bore its own shortcomings, as it focused solely on the physical body, neglecting the spiritual essence. This limitation would greatly hinder the incarnation's comprehension of the paths of slaughter and power. What Pangu required was not merely a true body of the witch race, but a powerful martial arts incarnation. Martial arts constituted the foundation of this incarnation, for his martial arts integrated both body and spirit, devoid of any flaws. If a defect were to be mentioned, it would merely be the immense resource consumption, which held little significance for Pangu. However, to sever this incarnation, he made a bold decision, to bestow the position of the progenitor of martial arts upon this incarnation, thus achieving a martial arts progenitor incarnation. This idea was undeniably audacious. If the position of the martial arts progenitor was entirely severed, it would also have a considerable impact on himself, yet Pangu remained unconcerned. During the witch-undead conflict, Pangu fiercely confronted the demon kin, severing their fortune and slaying the demon queen Shihi, earning great renown among humanity. However, as time wore on, the fame of the martial arts progenitor gradually faded from the consciousness of humanity, recognized only by the strong among them and those who practiced celestial martial arts. With each passing generation, as time flowed on, the mainstream of humanity became increasingly influenced by the golden elixir path of Taishang Laojun. Furthermore, with the influx of the teachings of Chan and Jia, the transmission of celestial martial arts once again faced suppression. While the legacy of celestial martial arts within the ancestral lands of humanity had not been extinguished, the spread of the teachings of humanity, Chan, and Jia gradually obscured the power of celestial martial arts. The ascendant path became the predominant practice, with only a few families and tribes bearing the blood of witches still preserving the teachings of celestial martial arts. The ascended path looked down upon celestial martial arts, deeming it a peripheral path. As humanity evolved, the strength of celestial martial arts diminished, and the name of the martial arts progenitor faded from memory. After several centuries, while humanity still retained the legacy of celestial martial arts, the name of the progenitor of martial arts gradually slipped into obscurity. Centuries had passed, ushering in multiple generations of change for humanity. Naturally, as time flowed, numerous aspects would be eroded. As the progenitor of martial arts, Pangu could certainly perceive this transformation. The only option is to engage in combat. Yet I find myself in the midst of a transformative evolution, unable to divide my focus to address all matters at hand. For me, this metamorphosis is paramount. In fact, I could relinquish everything else. Only upon completing this profound change can I extricate myself from my predicaments and undergo a rebirth, shedding my former self to embrace a new existence. Chapter 57. The Sovereign of Humanity. As the human race proliferated across the vast expanse of the primordial earth, conflicts and strife inevitably arose with other races, including skirmishes with the demon clans that remained in this realm. The animosity between humans and demons is inscribed deep within their very bones. As the footsteps of humanity echoed throughout the primordial land, the divine mother of humanity, Nuwa, and the venerable sage, Laozi, sensed a subtle shift, a whisper of heavenly secrets. The development of humanity had reached an impasse. To advance further and become the true protagonists of the primordial world, a transformation was required, necessitating the emergence of a sovereign. Only with the establishment of this sovereign could humanity genuinely claim its rightful place as the central figure of heaven and earth. Upon perceiving the changes within humanity, both Laozi and Nuwa instinctively wished to seize this opportunity for themselves. However, their aspirations were swiftly dashed as the voice of Hongjun Daozu resonated in their ears, summoning them to the Zishu Palace. Though they harbored some reluctance, Laozi and Nuwa found themselves compelled to attend. Upon their arrival at the Zishu Palace, they discovered not only their fellow six saints of heaven but also Hao Yin and Yao Dai present. You are undoubtedly aware of the situation concerning humanity. With the retreat of the witch and demon clans from the primordial realm, humanity has experienced growth, and its strength has been unleashed. Yet now, humanity is at a bottleneck. Failure to overcome this hurdle will impede its progress and potentially trigger upheaval in the cosmos. Unlike the witch and demon clans, humanity lacks the foundational support to solidify its position atop the primordial heights. Thus, to ascend to this pinnacle, humanity requires the guidance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a task that necessitates your leadership as saints. As soon as Hongjun Daozu articulated these words, the eyes of Zhuanti and Jian sparkled with fervor, and they immediately proclaimed, "Master, we are willing to shoulder this great responsibility." Humph! You Westerners are meddling in matters that concern the human sovereign. This is a significant affair for humanity, and it is best handled by our eldest brother, the leader of the human teaching. What business do you have with it? The primordial beginning Lord coldly derided Saint Zhuanti, offering him no quarter. Indeed, the matter of the human sovereign is one that belongs to the East. It is of no concern to you Westerners. Tongtian, too, stepped forth to oppose Zhuanti's ludicrous proposition, unwilling to allow them to partake in the struggle for humanity's interests. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa were united in their resolve to reject any interference from the 2 saints of the West regarding the human sovereign. What is the human sovereign? It represents merit, opportunity, and the profound chance to propagate the human race. How could the 2 Western saints be allowed to stake a claim? Nuwa harbored a grudge against the Western saints for their machinations against the demon race, making it inconceivable for her to agree to their involvement in the matter of the human sovereign. As the divine mother of humanity, she possessed the authority to make decisive choices. Seeing the 3 pure ones and Nuwa oppose their participation in the human sovereign's affairs, Zhuanti and Jian cast their hopeful gazes toward Hongjun Daozu, seeking his assistance and support. Alas, their plight went unnoticed, receiving not a shred of aid from him. In the face of staunch opposition from the 3 pure ones and Nuwa, the 2 Western saints were left empty-handed. Their reasoning was straightforward. Matters concerning humanity should be resolved by humanity itself, and should not be meddled with by saints such as themselves. This rationale was indeed justifiable. Yet in reality, they held the reins of power. The establishment of the human sovereign required the endorsement of the Divine Mother and the leader of the human teaching. The gathering at Zishu Palace concluded swiftly, with Hongjun Daozu indifferent to the Eastern saints' rejection of the Western ones. After leaving the palace, the Eastern 4 saints soon convened at Nuwa's palace. Though Laozi possessed a measure of humanity's fortune, it was Nuwa who had single-handedly crafted the human race, granting her absolute authority in the matter of the human sovereign. while the saints recognized that Pangu, the ancestral deity of martial arts, also held a fragment of humanity's fortune. That influence was minimal and Pangu's strength was insufficient, leading them to instinctively overlook him. Regarding the establishment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 3 pure ones had no significant objections and did not wish to manipulate the matter. Their concern lay with the selection of the human sovereign's mentor. Nuwa, however, sought to designate her brother Fuxi as the first human sovereign, necessitating mutual compromise between them. Although Laozi was not particularly fond of such an exchange, Fuxi was a formidable figure among the demons and had accepted the title of demon sovereign. Should Fuxi ascend as the human sovereign, it would provoke severe agitation among humanity, potentially leading to unforeseen troubles. At this juncture, Fuxi felt compelled to step forward, pledging to relinquish all ties to the demon race. In the absence of the demon race, he would solely embody the identity of Fuxi of humanity, which ultimately relieved Laozi. As for the mentor of the human sovereign, Laozi chose the earth sovereign as the mentor, while the position of the heaven sovereign was relinquished by the 3 pure ones due to Fuxi's identity. The role of the human sovereign's mentor fell to the primordial beginning lord, who, in his avarice, selected the first 2 emperors of the 5 emperors, leaving only the final 3 emperors for Tongdian. Much to his dissatisfaction, yet he found himself powerless to alter the situation since Laozi had not offered him any assistance. Of course, compared to the Western saints, who gained nothing, Tongtin's acquisition of the final 3 emperors' mentorship could be deemed a satisfactory outcome. At least he did not return empty-handed, and moreover, the merit of the human sovereign was not determined solely by the ranking of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but rather by the capabilities of the human sovereign's mentor. Once the distribution of the human sovereign's mentor was finalized, another pressing issue emerged. Fuxi's primordial spirit had suffered severe damage during the battle between the witch and demon clans. Despite being nurtured by Nuwa for an extended period, he had yet to recover fully and required the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. To ascend as the human sovereign, he must reincarnate as a member of the human race, which necessitated approaching the Earth Mother Ancestor, a saint of the earth. Given the enmity between the witch and demon clans, achieving this goal would prove exceedingly challenging. The Earth Mother Ancestor, residing in the underworld, possessed strength far surpassing their own. Forcing Fuxi's reincarnation was unrealistic. Thus, they needed to compromise with her and secure her consent. Otherwise, no matter how grand their ambitions, they would be rendered futile. Convincing the Earth Mother Ancestor to acquiesce would not be a trivial task. In an instant, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa found themselves in a quandary, reluctant to incur the Earth Mother Ancestor's karmic retribution, yet unable to ignore the matter at hand. Time was of the essence. Should they fail to make a swift decision, it could hinder the development of humanity and impede the emergence of the human sovereign. Perhaps we should visit the Earth Mother Ancestor together. Though the enmity between the witch and demon clans is profound, the war has concluded, and since Fuxi has perished, any lingering grievances should likewise end. As soon as the primordial beginning lord uttered these words, Nuwa and Laozi could not help but exhale a long sigh, a flicker of unease crossing their eyes. Such matters are not so simple. Fuxi met his demise through self-detonation, dragging the ancestral witches down with him, resulting in the deaths of many powerful witches on the spot. Such grand karmic debts and deep-seated hatred cannot simply be dismissed with the assertion that the war has concluded, without providing the Earth Mother Ancestor with a satisfactory resolution. There is no hope of successfully proceeding. Visiting the Earth Mother Ancestor would be prudent. We can discuss any demands with her. Regardless of the enmity, there must be a way to resolve it. After all, Fuxi is no longer a member of the demon race. Although Tongdian was reluctant to take a stand, he felt compelled to speak, recognizing his own position as one of the 3 imperial mentors. If they could not evade the Earth Mother Ancestor, it would be wise to engage her directly to explore ways to mend the rift. Upon hearing the 3 pure ones' position, Nuwa felt an immense sense of relief. Had she been the sole one to approach the Earth Mother Ancestor, the likelihood of successfully facilitating Fuxi's reincarnation would have been nearly non-existent. Despite her pivotal role in advocating for Fuxi's position as human sovereign and having gained the approval of the 3 pure ones, this did not guarantee a conclusive outcome. The Earth Mother Ancestor represented the greatest obstacle. Without persuading her, discussions regarding the human sovereign's authority were futile. While Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly laws had established positions for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the hierarchy of the human race, the position of the human sovereign was not fixed. Fuxi could occupy it, but so could others, depending on how the saints arranged the matter. Should Nuwa fail to resolve the situation promptly, any delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Time waits for no one. and neither Nuwa nor the three pure ones could afford to squander it.to ensure the human sovereign's affairs unfold without incident. They must expedite Fushi's reincarnation. Only when the emperor of the human race is born can everything proceed smoothly. Should any issues arise concerning the emperor's position, it would inevitably impact the grand plans for the development of the entire human race, potentially causing all the gains they have fought for to slip away. Upon the proclamation of Tong Tian, Nuwa could no longer contain her impatience and immediately summoned the three purities to journey into the underworld, leaving no room for carelessness or delay. They all understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, regardless of the heaviness in their hearts, the three purities could only grit their teeth and persevere. Fortunately, the previous battle between the witches and the demons ended in a victory for the witch clan, albeit a Pyrrhic one, which was sufficient to temper the anger of the ancestral witch Houtu. At the very least, 2 of the 12 ancestral witches, Xianming and Jumong, survived, a far stronger position than the demons, who were left with only the traitorous Kuanpeng, a mere quasi-saint. If they were willing to humble themselves and negotiate with Houtu, there was certainly a chance for a breakthrough, and success was within reach, requiring only some sacrifices without the risk of outright rejection. Chapter 58. Wrath. Even at this juncture, the three purities and Nuwa had yet to consider negotiating with Pangu. They still regarded him with disdain, believing he lacked the qualifications to discuss the matter of the human emperor with them. They were well aware that Pangu possessed a degree of the human race's fortune and wielded its power. Yet they chose to disregard him. In the eyes of the saints, Pangu was merely an ant, so insignificant that he could be easily dismissed. Perhaps, to the three purities and Nuwa, they never truly regarded the human witch bloodline as part of the human race. In their hearts, the human witch bloodline did not qualify as human, and even though it bore a fragment of the human race's fortune, they continued to overlook it, even when they needed to compromise with Houtu. They were unwilling to discuss the matter of the human witch bloodline. As the three purities and Nuwa appeared above the blood sea, descending upon the underworld, the ancestor of the River of Souls, residing in the Blood Sea, couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering, what business do the three purities and Nuwa have in the Blood Sea? Could it be that they have come for me? However, he quickly reassured himself, for the three purities and Nuwa showed no inclination to linger in the Blood Sea, proceeding directly into the underworld, completely ignoring the existence of the ancestor of the River of Souls. Although being so thoroughly disregarded by the four saints should have provoked anger, the ancestor of the River of Souls dared not express any that he understood that in the eyes of the saints, he was merely an ant, utterly insignificant, unless he possessed the formidable power of Donghuang Tai, or was endowed with the terrifying fortune of the demons, which was impossible for him or the Azura clan. He could not afford to entertain such aspirations. As the three purities and Nuwa stepped into the underworld, Houtu, within the 6 paths of reincarnation, immediately sensed their arrival and couldn't help but smirk coldly. With Houtu's power, she instantly discerned their intentions and held no fondness for Fushi. Even if Fushi renounced his ties to the demons, the blood of the witch clan stained his hands, a consequence that could not be resolved with mere words. It was not sufficient for Fushi to simply declare his departure from the demons to absolve the intertwined fates. Guided by a great witch of the witch clan, the three purities and Nuwa arrived at Houtu's abode. Upon entering the underworld and witnessing the witch clan's development within it, the three purities and Nuwa were left in awe, though the witch clan had suffered greatly and borne numerous karmic burdens. The existence of such a well-structured underworld, coupled with an endless supply of merits, granted the witch clan a remarkable vitality. The underworld, a realm of immense merit, offered tremendous benefits to any civilization or race. For any powerful being, it presented a substantial temptation. Now, all of this was firmly in the hands of the witch clan, particularly Houtu, with others having no means of interference. Even Hongjun Daozu found it challenging to encroach upon the 6 paths of reincarnation and the underworld, as it was a domain governed by the earth, beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly realm and unaffected by the heavenly Tao. Observing the stable lives of the witch clan within the underworld and reflecting upon the struggles of the demons, Nuwa couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The identity of a demon saint placed immense pressure upon her, particularly given the deep-seated enmity between the human and demon clans. As the human race's mother and a demon clan's saint, she found herself caught in an irreconcilable position. The human race could never forsake their deep-seated grievances. As long as the elder generation who had experienced the human-demon war remained, this hatred would be perpetuated, ingrained within the very essence of the human race. In contrast, the relationship between the human race and the witch clan was far more amicable, devoid of any conflicts and rich in mutual gratitude. The mediation of Houtu and the Houtu tribe fostered a harmonious coexistence between the human and witch clans, especially with the presence of Pangu, the progenitor of human immortal martial arts. What brings you esteemed friends to my underworld? I cannot recall such a close relationship between us that would warrant the visit of all four of you. As the host, Houtu offered no courtesy to the three purities in Yuwa, recognizing that their visit, while seemingly a request, was more an exertion of pressure upon her. Unfortunately, this was the underworld, a true domain of the earth. Even the four saints, let alone Hongjun Daozu, who embodied the heavenly Tao, posed no threat to her. Confronted with Houtu's unyielding demeanor, Yuwa could only respond with a wry smile. Houtu, dear friend, why must you make things so difficult for us? You should be well aware of our intentions. We have come regarding the matter of the human Tao in the Honghuang world, specifically to discuss the position of the human emperor. I kindly ask for your assistance in allowing my brother Fushi to reincarnate as a member of the human race. Haha, Yuwa, you are putting me in a difficult position and disregarding the interests of the human race. Who is Fushi? He is the Shiwang of the demon race, who fought valiantly for them, his hands stained with the blood of the witch clan. And he even bears the karmic debts of the human race. Yet you, the mother of the human race, wish for such a blood-stained individual to be reincarnated as a member of the human race, to become its first emperor. What a farce! What place do you leave me, and what place do you leave the human race? At this moment, Taishang Laojun furrowed his brow and spoke. Houtu, your words are somewhat excessive. Fushi has already perished, and at that time, it was the great calamity between the demons and witches, a struggle between two races. All karma must be borne by the witch and demon clans. Your meticulousness seems petty, and Yuwa's actions are also in consideration of the human race, aimed at resolving the deep-seated enmity between the human and demon clans, which would benefit the development of the human Tao. Haha, Taishang, do you truly believe the words you speak? Do you think I am ignorant? As the leader of the human sect, you have not acted in the interests of the human race, nor have you made sacrifices for it. What qualifications do you have to educate the human race? Is it merely through the teachings of the Golden Core Tao? Now you come forth to advocate for Fushi, to vie for the position of the human emperor for him. Your intentions are too self-serving, and you have not genuinely considered the interests of the human race. They are simply tools for your use. At this point, Houtu offered no deference to Taishang Laojun. Directly countering his arguments, faced with Houtu's resolute rebuttal, Taishang Laojun couldn't help but sigh deeply. Burdened with his own thoughts, he was acutely aware of his own contributions, recognizing how little he had truly done for the human race. If one were to speak of contributions, as Houtu pointed out, it was merely the teaching of the Golden Core Tao, without having provided protection for the human race even for a day. While he enjoyed the fortune of the human race, indeed, he had no right to lecture Houtu here. Houtu, what is the meaning of this? We come with goodwill to discuss Fushi's reincarnation as the human emperor. Yet you make things so difficult for us. Do you intend to oppose the Honghuang, to oppose the heavenly Tao, and to oppose the human Tao? Do you wish to hinder the development of the human Tao, and continue the struggle for supremacy over the earth? Well, Yuan Shi Tianzun is indeed ruthless, confronting Houtu in such a manner, questioning her authority. Yet, it is clear that his ambitions are destined to fail. Houtu is a true saint of the earth, akin to Hongjun Daozu, embodying the earth and fearing no threats within the underworld. That Tio threatened Houtu with the witch clan is merely a display of Yuan Shi Tianzun's arrogance. Oh no! In an instant, Yuwa felt a surge of concern and dissatisfaction with Yuan Shi Tianzun, believing he had acted too presumptuously without understanding the basic circumstances. Here, they were the ones seeking favor from Houtu, not the other way around. They required her magnanimity. Haha, Yuan Shi, who do you think you are? Even Hongjun Daozu would not dare to utter such words. Do you truly believe that being a saint grants you free reign? Or do you think my witch clan is easy to bully? Should you desire a confrontation with my witch clan, we shall not refuse, even if the witch clan has suffered significantly from the battle with the demons. Annihilating your Chan sect would not be a difficult task. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged from the body of the ancestral shaman of the witch clan. Although the witch race had withdrawn from the struggle for supremacy in the primordial world, this did not imply that anyone could trample upon them, not even the saints. The words of the primordial supreme being had already encroached upon the bottom line of the ancestral shaman. Should a great battle ensue as a result, even the Tao ancestor Hongjun would be left with no recourse. This turmoil was a consequence of the primordial supreme being's own recklessness. Do not be agitated. Ancestral shaman of the earth, that was not the intention of my friend, the primordial Taoist. As the ancestral shaman of the earth erupted in fury, the goddess Nuwa hastily interjected, striving to quell the ancestral shaman's wrath. If a needless war were to erupt due to the arrogance of the primordial supreme being, not only would it have a tremendous impact on the entire primordial world, but it would also hinder the development of the human race and, ultimately, affect Nuwa herself. After all, she was the mother of humanity. If the fate of humankind were to suffer, she would inevitably be affected. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, how could the typically haughty primordial supreme being accept such a rebuke? Especially when the ancestral shaman of the earth showed him such blatant disrespect. He was on the verge of an outburst. At that moment, Taishang Laojun intervened, emanating a formidable aura that locked onto the primordial supreme being, preventing him from escalating the situation. As the leader of the human teaching, should the matter of the Emperor of Humanity be compromised, Taishang Laojun would also pay a heavy price, so severe that it could jeopardize his fortunes with the human race. After all, the three purities are one. The utterances of the primordial supreme being represented Taishang Laojun's sentiments and the intentions of the human teaching, an outcome he would not wish to witness. Feeling the anger within Taishang Laojun's aura, the primordial supreme being instantly calmed himself, although he did not believe he was at fault, considering all mistakes stemmed from the ancestral shaman's lack of prudence. He understood that he could no longer speak, lest he offend Taishang Laojun and jeopardize the matter of the Emperor of Humanity. Nuwa, my friend, there is no point in further discussion. It is impossible for me to agree to your proposals. And the reincarnation of Fushi for the human race is an even more unattainable notion. You should withdraw. If you truly believe this is the will of the Heavenly Tao, let the Heavenly Tao issue a decree and have Tao Ancestor Hongjun intervene. Otherwise, all discussions are futile. As the ancestral shaman's words fell, Nuwa's expression turned grave. Though they were disciples of Tao Ancestor Hongjun and Fushi's reincarnation was indeed connected to the fate of the human race, it was utterly infeasible to expect the Heavenly Tao to intervene or for Tao Ancestor Hongjun to take action. Hongjun was a saint of the Heavenly Tao, and Fushi's reincarnation as the Emperor of Humanity was a matter of the human Tao. The Heavenly Tao had neither the reason nor the authority to make such determinations, and it was inconceivable for Tao Ancestor Hongjun to commit such a blunder had the earthly Tao not emerged. And the ancestral shaman not been a saint of the earthly Tao, perhaps there would have been a possibility for Hongjun to act directly to elevate Fushi to the position of Emperor of Humanity, thus pressuring the ancestral shaman. However, that was not an option now. While the Heavenly Tao was powerful and held an advantage, it could not entirely suppress the earthly and human Taoists. If the Heavenly Tao were to establish a human emperor, it would be an affront to the human Tao, a grievous error that even a Heavenly Tao saint could not afford to bear. With a heavy sigh, Taishang Laojun spoke, ancestral shaman of the earth. We do not come to stand against you nor to coerce you, but to seek a discussion. If you have any thoughts or opinions, we can deliberate and exchange ideas, so please do not dismiss our approach. Although we do not represent the Heavenly Tao or the human Tao, Fushi's reincarnation is indeed related to the human Tao, and we hope you can consider this matter with care. The ancestral shaman's expression hardened as he replied solemnly, discussion? I see little merit in such an endeavor between us. If you insist on proceeding, I will not hinder you, provided you can ensure that Fushi compensates for the grievances incurred by my witch clan. Only then can we negotiate. Otherwise, you may leave. As a saint of the earthly Tao and the ancestral shaman of the witch clan, I cannot betray my kin or the souls lost at Fushi's hands. As for Fushi's connection with the human race, I need not concern myself with that. It is for humanity to decide. In the eyes of Nuwa and the three purities, Fushi bore no remaining ties, as all connections had vanished with his demise during the calamity between the witches and the demons. However, in the perspective of the ancestral shaman and the hearts of the witch clan, this was not the case. Countless powerful witches had perished at Fushi's hands. His death alone could not absolve such grievances. As long as Fushi's primordial spirit remained, these ties would persist and require restitution. It was akin to the grievances between Pangu and the demon clan. In Pangu's heart, the enmity with the demon Emperor Dejuan and Donghuang Tai had been entirely resolved, and he no longer harbored hostility or sought to confront them. Yet, in the hearts of the demon clan, the animosity remained. They would continue to resent Pangu, and if the opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly seek revenge, for they believed that Pangu had single-handedly severed their fortunes. Thus, this enmity would not dissipate with the demise of the demon emperor or the conclusion of the calamity. It was etched into the very souls of the demon clan and would never fade. To eliminate such ties, Pangu's demise would be the only resolution. Similarly, the enmity between the human and demon races had not been forgotten. Despite the demon's defeat in the calamity, The human race would not forget the blood debts of the past, nor the grievances owed to them by the demons. These memories would remain inscribed in the very essence of humanity. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. If Fushi were to repay the witch clan's grievances, death would be the only solution. However, Nuwa would never accept this, nor would the three purities dare to agree, for doing so would entangle them in significant karma and enmity, jeopardizing their interests concerning the Emperor of Humanity and the distribution of their merits. With a wry smile, Nuwa said, "Ancestral shaman, you are placing an unreasonable burden upon us. You must understand that we cannot fulfill this request at present. I implore you to offer us a feasible alternative. I am willing to pay any price within my means." Price? No, I do not require any compensation, nor does the witch clan. We are thriving well as we are. What I seek is merely the dissolution of these ties. And this is not a matter of hardship for you. It is the cosmic order. As long as ties exist, they must be resolved, and they will not vanish due to any circumstances, unless Fushi meets his end, which he is not. Thus, these ties remain. The ancestral shaman paid no heed to Nuwa's entreaties, showing no signs of wavering. As a saint of the earthly Tao, he had no needs, nor did the witch clan require anything. While others, like the Western saints, might choose to barter for innate spiritual treasures due to their impoverished state, the ancestral shaman and the witch clan had no such requirements. They had no need for innate treasures, for no other offerings could repay the grievances Fushi owed to the witch clan, rendering any such choice unnecessary. Seeing the ancestral shaman's unwavering stance, Taishan Laojun could not help but sigh deeply. The situation could not continue to languish. Prolonged delays would only exacerbate the perilous circumstances. While the ancestral shaman and the witch clan had no demands, that did not imply there were no means to resolve the situation. Ties exist, yet they can be repaid with ties. Ancestral shaman, you are well aware of the prevailing trends in the primordial world. The human race is in the ascendant, and the world will be dominated by humanity, heralding the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Since you lack any desires and the witch clan does not covet treasures, surely you cannot refuse the prospect of fortune. If you are willing to dissolve the ties Fushi owes to the witch clan and facilitate his reincarnation within the human race, both Nuwa and I are prepared to offer the witch clan a chance to contend for the position of Emperor of Humanity. As soon as Taishang Laojuan's words fell, the expression of the Primordial Supreme being shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Eldest brother, this is absolutely unacceptable. The position of Emperor of Humanity must not fall into the hands of the Human-Demon Alliance. Enough, Yuan. Sure. This matter will be decided by Nuwa and me. The issue of the Emperor of Humanity cannot be delayed any longer. If it allows for the dissolution of the ties between Fushi and the witch clan, and enables Fushi's smooth reincarnation into humanity, it will all be worthwhile." Upon witnessing the Primordial Supreme Being's reaction, Taishang Laojuan's expression grew exceedingly grave. He was deeply displeased with Yuan Shi's response. When did matters concerning humanity become his prerogative? Dao friend Taishang, do you truly believe this is feasible? The Human-Demon Alliance contending for the position of Emperor of Humanity is utterly devoid of hope. Should I agree, I fear it would only lead to the unwarranted demise of a powerful figure among the Human-Demon Alliance, potentially sacrificing the essence of humanity as well. I cannot agree to such terms. There is no sincerity in this proposition. The ancestral shaman of the earth had long since evolved from the figure Taishang Laojun once knew into a true saint of the earthly Tao. How could he remain oblivious to the trends of the human race? At this juncture, the Human-Demon Alliance's aspirations for the Emperor of Humanity were utterly futile, for the human race had never genuinely accepted the Demon Clan. The fortunes of humanity were scant for the Demon Clan, and with such meager fortunes, how could they possibly support an Emperor of Humanity? As Taishang Laojun spoke, Pangu, who was in seclusion, felt a sudden stir in his own fortunes. Sensing that someone was scheming against him and the Human-Demon Alliance, this revelation ignited a furious response within Pangu. In this moment, such a shift could only be attributed to the contest for the Emperor of Humanity. Someone was attempting to manipulate the Human-Demon Alliance's fortunes amidst this strife. It appears that the 3 purities and the goddess Nuwa can no longer contain their desire to manipulate the fate of the human and witch clans, directing their schemes against me, the progenitor of human celestial martial arts. They are determined to prevent martial arts from claiming too much of humanity's fortune, while simultaneously plotting against the witch clan. Yet, it remains uncertain what choices the ancestral witch Houtu will make. Will she fall prey to their machinations? Contemplating this, Pangu sighed deeply. Although he comprehended the perilous nature of the situation, He found himself powerless to effect change or avert the impending calamity. At present, he could not divide his essence. Although his martial arts progenitor avatar had begun to gestate, it required time to forge formidable strength, and time was a luxury he did not possess. Pangu understood that his perceptions were attuned to the preparations the three purities and goddess Nuwa were making regarding the human emperor, the heavenly emperor Fuxi, the earthly emperor Shenong, and the human emperor Xianyuan were entangled in their schemes. Only Xianyuan had the capacity to manipulate the fate of the human and witch clans. Although the grand circumstances of the primordial world had not shifted, the plight of humanity was significantly improved. Yet, the three ancestral figures of humanity and the powerful beings of the ancestral lands remained unresponsive, allowing the three purities and goddess Nuwa to seize control of human destiny. Was this not a contradiction? I have paid a hefty price, yet cannot alter the trajectory of humanity's evolution. At this moment, Pangu felt a flicker of doubt and a hint of unwillingness within. As he sensed the shifts in the fate of humanity. He could not fathom why the ancestral three and the mighty beings of the ancestral land seemed oblivious. Were they warned by the three purities and goddess Nuwa, or did they harbor ulterior motives? Once the schemes of the three purities and goddess Nuwa unfolded, and the final struggle for the title of human emperor erupted among the three sovereigns, how much of humanity's fortune would still be allocated to his celestial martial arts? Would human celestial martial arts continue to endure within humanity? Pangu's aspiration was not merely to preserve it within the ancestral lands of humanity, but to see it thrive throughout the entirety of the human race. If it only persisted in the ancestral domain, his esteemed position as the progenitor of martial arts would inevitably face challenges, further impeding the consolidation and expansion of his martial arts avatar, an outcome Pangu wished to avoid. Yet, at this juncture, Pangu found himself constrained, unable to alter the course of events. Even if he were to withdraw from his meditative seclusion, his current strength would not suffice to impede these occurrences. Nor could he confront the upheaval brought forth by the emergence of the human emperor. After all, the primordial world revered strength above all, and numerous quasi-saint beings lurked within its depths. Chapter 60. Progenitor of martial arts, the fate of humanity must not be left to the whims of the three purities and goddess Nuwa. Nor can the merits of the human emperor be grasped by them. I must instigate a change. Perhaps this is an opportunity to sever my final attachment, that it seems unlikely that the martial arts progenitor avatar can persist in its cultivation towards the quasi-saint realm. It must emerge swiftly. At this moment, Pangu's options were limited, and the forces at his disposal were scant. His true self was undergoing a metamorphosis, while his avatar, the progenitor of mountains, remained trapped within the unyielding mountain. Only the recently severed martial arts progenitor avatar could act freely, yet this would inevitably impact its cultivation. Now, his martial arts progenitor avatar was fundamentally different from before. Although it was birthed from the essence of the witch clan, this avatar was not a true member of the witch clan. It resembled a human witch with a martial arts primordial spirit. It was stronger than an ordinary human witch, and more accurately, it was evolving towards the true embodiment of Pangu. Due to its distinct cultivation principles, it was challenging to become the authentic Pangu, for this avatar lacked the purest essence of Pangu's bloodline. Despite the brevity of time, the martial arts avatar had already attained the realm and power of a golden immortal. Beginning anew, transcending the great Luo golden immortal realm was no simple feat. Even with Pangu's extensive experience in martial arts cultivation, it was implausible to achieve such an elevation within a limited time frame. In the present primordial world, a golden immortal was but a vermin without the means to protect oneself. Upon entering the primordial realm, one could easily fall prey to assassins. Fortunately, the martial arts progenitor avatar inherited all of Pangu's martial arts knowledge, including fate and merits. Should anyone truly seek to harm this avatar, they would inevitably face the backlash of heaven and earth. Even a saint would bear immense pressure. As of now, Pangu remained the progenitor of martial arts for humanity, blessed with the fortune of the human race and the position of heaven and earth. Of course, this reliance was not solely upon the martial arts progenitor avatar's self-defense. The demon race would not entertain such considerations, and the greedy and ignorant fools would care little for these factors, focusing only on immediate gains. The martial arts progenitor avatar's greatest reliance lay in the ultimate weapon intertwined with its essence, Blood Butcher, which provided true power for self-preservation. Martial arts ancestor, from this moment forth, you shall embody the progenitor of martial arts. Although you were forged from the essence of the witch clan, you have not cultivated the nine turns profound art, but rather the human celestial martial arts. You must carve your own path, consolidating the martial arts of slaughter and power, possessing a physique as robust as the witch clan and formidable martial prowess, alongside a flawless primordial spirit. However, this demands a lengthy accumulation of time. Currently, we lack the luxury of seclusion for cultivation. The ties with humanity's fate must be resolved by you alone. Perhaps only by addressing humanity's karmic entanglements can you truly refine yourself. Gazing upon the martial arts progenitor avatar before him, Pangu sighed. To mobilize the avatar at this juncture would be fraught with peril, yet it also presented immense opportunity, since he had imparted all of human celestial martial arts to the martial arts progenitor avatar. As the progenitor of human celestial martial arts, a karmic bond with humanity naturally existed, and this bond needed to be reconciled by the avatar. What was Pangu's attachment? He had pondered this before, initially believing it to be humanity itself. After all, he had once been human, possessing a human primordial spirit. Yet, upon severing the martial arts progenitor avatar, he realized that his attachment was not humanity, at least not in its entirety. The essence of humanity's attachment had coalesced within the avatar. Rest assured, I shall navigate through the challenges ahead. However, how should I confront humanity if they truly wish to abandon human celestial martial arts? How should we respond? At this moment, the martial arts progenitor avatar felt a twinge of hesitation, considering the true self's connection to humanity and worrying that the avatar might be influenced by the true self's attachment, leading to reckless actions that could affect the true self's cultivation. If humanity chooses to forsake human celestial martial arts, so be it. We owe them no great karmic debt. While our cultivation may have drawn upon the fortune of humanity, we have also returned the favor. If humanity cannot accommodate human celestial martial arts, as the progenitor of martial arts, you are entirely entitled to make your own decisions, for you are the progenitor of martial arts. Upon hearing these words from the true self, the martial arts progenitor avatar was momentarily taken aback. This outcome was unexpected. The true self had not leaned towards humanity, which was quite surprising and somewhat unusual. True self, have you truly made up your mind? The martial arts progenitor avatar inquired. There is no question of resolve. Humanity will decide its own fate, and as the progenitor of martial arts, you shall also dictate your own course. You need not consider my existence. The karmic ties between myself and humanity have been severed. Now only the faint thread of karma associated with human celestial martial arts remains with you. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Although human celestial martial arts were created for humanity, you now stand as the progenitor of martial arts, cultivating martial arts. Should human celestial martial arts impede your own cultivation, you need not have any reservations, for we have never owed humanity any karmic debt. At this point, Pangu could not help but let out a sigh. Although humanity's choices may seem correct from their perspective, they have accepted the benefits of human celestial martial arts without granting it the respect it deserves, nor have they shown the martial arts progenitor the due reverence, let alone the fact that his companion treasure, Kunlun Mirror, has been entrusted to humanity to nurture their strong. Within the ancestral lands of humanity, countless strong beings have leveraged the power of the Kunlun Mirror to perceive the great Tao, using it to break through their own limitations. Yet, they gradually forgot that this treasure did not belong to them, but was lent to humanity by Pangu, the progenitor of martial arts. Now, as humanity chooses to forsake the transmission of human celestial martial arts, how ironic this is. Well, with your words, I can rest easy. It is time to resolve this karmic connection. If this bond persists, it may become a hindrance to my cultivation. Though the fortune might accelerate my progress, it is of little consequence to me. Before reaching the quasi-saint realm, I face no bottlenecks. Yet, upon entering the quasi-saint realm, the current amount of fortune is far from sufficient to aid my cultivation. Pangu nodded gently, fully in agreement with the martial arts progenitor avatar's sentiments. At present, his connection to humanity's fortune had dwindled significantly. Merely a few hundred years had passed, and humanity had already forgotten the sacrifices he made on their behalf as the progenitor of martial arts, representing them in vengeance against the demon race. Since humanity has chosen to forget, there is no longer a need for him to continue investing in the fortune of human celestial martial arts. Perhaps it is time for the transmission of human celestial martial arts to come to an end. When the human race truly relinquishes the legacy of the immortal martial path, and when they can no longer accommodate the shamanic beings, everything will transform. The name of the immortal martial path will fade into oblivion, and the progenitor of martial arts shall no longer belong to humanity. Go forth, and let all unfold according to your heart's desire, with great merits bestowed upon you, with the fortune of the progenitor of the Tao accompanying you, and with the blood slaughter as your supreme treasure. Even the great Luo Golden Immortal will not instill fear in you. Now is a time of great prosperity for humanity, although the immortal martial path possesses but a fraction of fortune. None dare act recklessly, especially considering that the three purities and Nuwa are still scheming for the fortune of the shamans. Should peril truly arise, you may seek aid from the shamanic clan. Within Panwu's heart lies a tinge of ire towards the current transformations of humanity. Although this decision benefits them, it obliterates the contributions Panwu has made for the human race, erasing the assistance the immortal martial path has provided. Before the advent of the Supreme Lord's golden elixir Tao, the immortal martial path offered humanity its greatest support, yet now they seem to forget it. Despite the cunning of the three purities and Nuwa in humanity's transformation, this does not excuse humanity. In making such decisions, they have lost their foundational gratitude, which is the gravest tragedy of all. One hopes that events do not spiral towards the worst outcome. However, if the immortal martial path within humanity completely vanishes, leaving only the legacy within the ancestral grounds, I, as the progenitor of the immortal martial path, must also enact change. The path is theirs to choose, and the consequences shall rest upon their own shoulders. Rest assured, I shall not interfere with any of your choices, even if you decide to forsake the fortune of humanity. I shall not impede you. As you have aptly stated, the path is one's own to choose, and the consequences must be borne by themselves. You are the progenitor of martial arts. At this juncture, Panwu's voice faltered, a gentle sigh escaping his lips before he continued. If the opportunity arises, do visit Mount Buzhou to check on the mountain sovereign's condition. So much time has passed, yet there has been no word from the mountain sovereign. Were it not for the steady pulse of his life force, I would fear he has fallen into a desperate plight. Concerning the mountain sovereign, Panwu harbors numerous concerns to thwart the schemes of the Tao ancestor Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. The mountain sovereign has paid an immense price. Should the chance present itself, Panwu wishes for his martial avatar to awaken him on Mount Buzhou, hastening his recovery. After all, as a divine avatar, perpetual slumber will inevitably hinder the development and cultivation of the divine path, which is detrimental to the mountain sovereign's progress. Simultaneously, Panwu seeks to converse with the mountain sovereign to clarify the nature of his own obsessions, why the malevolent thoughts severed from the martial ancestor avatar encompass not only the shamanic clan but also humanity's own attachments, filling Panwu with perplexity that can only be resolved through dialogue with the mountain sovereign. Initially, Panwu believed that his final obsession might be humanity, and that when the time came, he would sever this last attachment. Yet, it is not so now, and this has inevitably impacted Panwu's cultivation. Chapter 61. Reminder indeed, my lord, rest assured, should the opportunity arise, I shall attempt to awaken the mountain sovereign on Mount Buzhou. However, this is no simple task. The myriad beings of this realm have long forgotten the mountain sovereign's contributions, and the Tao ancestor Hongjun is intentionally obscuring the existence of Mount Buzhou, aiming to diminish the mountain sovereign's legacy within the primordial world. Indeed, though the earthly Tao has emerged, and the earthly sages have come forth, the overarching dynamics of the primordial world remain under the influence of the heavenly Tao. The power of the ancestor shaman is still insufficient to contend with the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and humanity's development continues to be affected by the heavenly Tao. Consequently, the mountain sovereign within Mount Buzhou suffers under the oppression of the heavenly Tao. The mountain sovereign's divine path is not aligned with the heavenly Tao, but is instead rooted in the human Tao. The sovereign of all mountains represents the pinnacle of human divine attainment. Yet, regrettably, the human Tao remains unrefined. As one with profound insight into the divine path, Panwu perceives the distinctions between the mountain sovereign's divine path and that which will be established under the heavenly Tao's divine canon. However, the mountain sovereign currently lacks the supreme treasures necessary to uphold his divine path. Thus, he cannot forge his own divine ranks. The heavenly Tao's canon has the heavenly list as its foundation and the celestial realm as its source. Yet the mountain sovereign possesses nothing. His only accompanying supreme treasure, the heavenly pillar, has been absorbed into Mount Buzhou, leaving him ensnared in slumber. The refinement of the human Tao is no trivial endeavor. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, with their astonishing merits, can tempt anyone. The 3 purities and Nuwa have brokered deals, trading humanity as fortune and merits. How then can humanity attain refinement? Everything about humanity will be manipulated by them, rendering them mere pawns in their hands. Being the progenitor of martial arts, the martial avatar is acutely aware of the current state of humanity and the terrifying dangers they must confront. Under the scrutiny of the four esteemed saints, and even the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, how can humanity resist? Previously, the 3 purities merely exerted influence over humanity, leading to the abandonment of the immortal martial path. Now, with the descent of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it appears that the immortal martial path may indeed become extinct within humanity, with the celestial path becoming their true avenue of cultivation, inevitably influencing me as the progenitor of the immortal martial path. When one does not sever, chaos must ensue. This is an understanding the martial ancestor naturally comprehends. Thus, the previous dialogue with Pangu was essential. Before any action is taken, one must prepare for the worst. Only then, when danger approaches, can one retreat unscathed and preserve oneself. Yet by that time, the immortal martial path will have vanished, and only martial arts will remain, transforming me from the sole progenitor of the immortal martial path to the true progenitor of martial arts, the progenitor of martial arts in the primordial world. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. Governed by the laws of the wild, to attain one's desires, one must bear the corresponding responsibilities. If the martial ancestor wishes to reclaim what is rightfully his, he must confront humanity, face all adversaries, and even confront this transformation of the human Tao. Though Pangu holds unique insights into humanity, this does not justify relinquishing his own interests. He owes humanity nothing. Rather, it is humanity that owes him. Since humanity can disregard his contributions, why should the martial ancestor concern himself with their development? He is under no obligation to sacrifice for humanity. Humanity has reaped the benefits brought forth by the immortal martial path, yet has failed to accord it the respect it deserves, neglecting to honor Pangu, its progenitor. While there remains a legacy of the immortal martial path within the ancestral grounds, it is confined therein, a limitation on the immortal martial path, and a display of disrespect towards Pangu. Humanity likely does not even realize that they have been manipulated all along, their fates held captive in the hands of others. Such a state of affairs for the dominion of the heavens is indeed laughable. It is indeed somewhat laughable, yet regardless of how absurd it may be, humanity remains the protagonist of the heavenly realm, a fact that will not change. The heavenly Tao will not permit it. Nor will the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the 3 purities, the 2 Western saints, or Niwa. Should the opportunity arise to visit the underworld and converse with the ancestor shaman, it would be prudent to inform them of humanity's circumstances, allowing them and the shamanic clan to prepare in advance, ensuring that the struggle for the human sovereign does not sever the last vestiges of the shamanic clan's foundation, nor disrupt the fortune of the human and shamanic beings. Perhaps your martial fortune is destined to align with the shamanic clan. In the short term, Pangu cannot foresee any martial fortune being endowed by humanity, with the presence of the 3 teachings, dissemination, interception, and the machinations of the 2 Western saints. There is no possibility for martial arts to thrive amidst humanity's flourishing, at least not within the foreseeable future. Humanity currently lacks external pressures and the threat of mortality. They no longer seek absolute combat prowess, but rather the attainment of immortality, something martial arts cannot provide. My lord, rest assured, I shall manage all of this. Currently, the only hope for preserving martial fortune lies with the shamanic clan. Yet whether this endeavor will succeed remains uncertain, as the shamanic clan has yet to truly establish itself as a distinct race, still dispersed among the tribes of humanity and the shamans. Lacking true independence, perhaps only when they achieve that independence will the martial fortune of the progenitor stabilize. As he spoke, the martial ancestor could not help but let out a long sigh. As the progenitor of martial arts, he must confront such dire predicaments, and the cause of it all lies within humanity itself, a reality he finds utterly unacceptable. Very well, since you understand, I shall not elaborate further. You may take your leave. Exercise caution and avoid any negligence. After all, your current strength is limited, and merit and fortune do not constitute an absolute shield. The martial ancestor nodded gently and replied, I understand. I too must remain vigilant. With the arrival of the human sovereign and the flourishing of humanity, the entire primordial world shall undergo a new transformation. Though there are formidable defensive formations here, it is not a sanctuary. Within the primordial world lurk many powerful beings in the shadows, and you possess immense interests that may prompt some to strike at this opportune moment. The insatiable greed of humanity is an unstoppable force. Within the primordial world, countless concealed adversaries are scheming against Pangu, yearning to seize his treasures. For them, the merits and fortunes embodied by Pangu do not serve as a barrier to their strength. Even when faced with the backlash of such merits and fortunes, they find it impossible to relinquish their insatiable greed. If the witch clan continues to traverse the vast primordial world, exerting sufficient pressure upon it, those hidden adversaries, despite their avarice, dare not act recklessly. However, as the power of the witch clan steadily withdraws from the primordial realm, their influence dissipates, igniting thoughts of opportunity among these enemies. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. Should anyone truly seek their own destruction, I shall facilitate their demise. If anyone dares to emerge at this juncture, I would not hesitate to execute a display of brutality, a warning to those ignorant fools. Although I have severed the malevolent thoughts within, a terrifying killing intent still envelopes Pangu at this moment. Upon hearing these words from my true self, the martial ancestor did not hesitate. He turned and departed, cautiously vanishing from the original residence of the Houtu tribe without drawing anyone's attention. Prior to his actions, the martial ancestor had made comprehensive preparations, fully aware of the multitude of eyes lurking in the shadows. Observing the former dwelling of the Houtu tribe, given his understanding of this realm, evading their scrutiny was a trivial endeavor. After leaving the original residence of the Houtu tribe, the martial ancestor's aura shifted, transforming into a humble golden immortal wandering practitioner. Although the primordial world had endured a terrifying calamity between the witches and the demons, resulting in countless casualties in the current primordial realm, golden immortals remain as insignificant as ants, unnoticed by anyone. Moreover, in the minds of those greedy individuals, Pangu is a great Luo golden immortal, one who has fallen from the quasi-saint realm. Given the passage of such extensive time, even if he has not regained his full fighting capabilities, it is inconceivable that he would regress to the status of a mere golden immortal. No one would suspect that Pangu would dare to forsake everything, to undergo a rebirth and reshape himself. Even less would anyone anticipate that Pangu could sever a clone, an incarnation of the martial Dao ancestor, embodying his martial fortunes. While many are aware that Pangu was once a quasi-saint powerhouse, in their eyes, his quasi-saint strength derived from the power of his physical form, stemming from the cultivation of the nine turns mysterious art, making him a true physical quasi-saint, rather than a spiritual quasi-saint, devoid of the severing of the three corpses. Of course, although everyone knows that Pangu is of human witch descent, and indeed the first of his kind in the world, blessed with great fortune and merits, none expect him to achieve the severing of a three corpses incarnation with his spiritual cultivation. They do not believe that Pangu, possessing the bloodline of the witch clan, could accomplish such a feat. In their view, he could cultivate the nine turns mysterious art to break through the quasi-saint realm, and his witch bloodline must be extraordinarily pure, potentially surpassing even the great witches. How could such bloodline power possibly facilitate a breakthrough over the spiritual realm? Some are aware that Pangu pioneered the martial cultivation, which once thrived among humankind, yet they do not believe he could utilize the human immortal martial path to achieve the monumental feat of severing the three corpses. Thus, it is precisely the limitations in the understanding of the masses in the primordial world that have afforded Pangu such an opportunity, allowing the martial ancestor to enter the vast primordial lands unnoticed. As for Pangu's true self, no one believes he is reconstructing his own path, step by step, striving to cultivate a stronger source of the great Tao, forging a more formidable foundational essence. Chapter 62. The Awakening of the Mountain Sovereign upon entering the primordial lands. The human race has expanded significantly. Along the journey, the martial ancestor has witnessed the transformations within the human tribes. Indeed, his own human immortal martial path has been disregarded. No, more accurately, it has ceased to be passed down among the human race. At least, among the tribes he has encountered, none practice his human immortal martial path. The decline of martial arts has become an established fate for humankind, perhaps a consequence of the shifting times. While this aligns perfectly with the interests and development of the human race, it is an outcome unacceptable to the martial ancestor. The abandonment of his legacy by the human race, which had once opened a door of hope during their darkest hours, is a display of ingratitude. The martial ancestor cannot fathom how the human race could fail to recognize the significance of the human immortal martial path or the tremendous impact of martial fortunes. Yet they ultimately chose to forsake it. Perhaps I must truly resolve to cast aside all concerns, relinquish that absurd notion, sever all ties, and complete my own metamorphosis, since the human immortal martial path is no longer one of their legacies. disregarded by them. Its name holds no further significance. I am the progenitor of martial arts. Since the human race has forsaken the human immortal martial path, I should no longer confine myself within their bounds. The name of martial arts should be inherited throughout the vast primordial lands. At this moment, the martial ancestor has removed the term human immortal from his heart, recognizing that the human race no longer possesses his legacy. Nor does it require the inheritance of the human immortal martial path. They have the three pure ones and the Western two saints as their legacies, no longer valuing the human immortal martial path that once aided them through adversity. If that is the case, what purpose does the name human immortal serve? I owe nothing to the human race. Rather, they owe me. Since they have chosen to abandon the human immortal martial path, it is time for me to let go of everything. Is there resentment? No. The martial ancestor harbors no trace of resentment. This is the inevitable outcome of the grand design of heaven and earth. When the human race was weak and lacked a legacy, they naturally valued the human immortal martial path. Yet, the present human race is no longer the fledgling civilization it once was. They have gained recognition from various saints and possess ample inheritances of the immortal path. And while the human immortal martial path is powerful, it demands significant resources and arduous cultivation, leading to its decline in favor. This is the grand design of heaven and earth. The disappearance of the human immortal martial path from the human race is entirely reasonable. And how could the martial ancestor harbor resentment towards them? Such an attitude is unnecessary. Although the fortunes of the human race are favorable, it does not imply that my cultivation must rely on their fortunes. This moment also presents an opportunity to sever my own shackles, freeing myself from the influence of the human race's fortunes. Once I sever all ties, I shall no longer be constrained by their fortunes. And I will truly be the progenitor of martial arts. Upon realizing all this, the martial ancestor's mindset underwent an instantaneous elevation, providing him with a new direction for the inheritance of martial arts. However, it is not yet time to entirely sever ties with the human race, as there are still families among them that possess martial legacies, and remnants of the human immortal martial path still linger among their ancestral lands. All of this requires time. As time progresses and the teachings of various saints continue to influx, the human immortal martial path will gradually fade from the human race. That will be the moment for my intervention. The moment to cast off the heavy burdens I bear. Of course, the martial ancestor understands that with the evolution of the times, the name of the human immortal martial path will inevitably vanish. And his martial arts must undergo new transformations. When these new changes manifest, martial arts will no longer belong solely to the human race, but will encompass all the myriad races of the primordial world. Preparation for this must begin in advance. The development of martial arts, along with the elevation of my mindset, has begun to take shape in the martial ancestor's mind, yet time is still required for refinement. And I lack sufficient time to reevaluate martial arts, as I still bear a mission. Mount Buzhou, the martial ancestor initially believed that it would attract the attention of various forces, as it is the progenitor of all mountains and a pillar of the primordial world. However, after spending some time in the primordial lands, he realized he was mistaken. This is no longer the era of the witches and demons. Mount Buzhou has undergone changes, and due to the seal of Hongjun Daozu, it has thwarted the ambitions of all powerful beings in the primordial realm. As long as the seal of Hongjun Daozu remains unbroken, all will gradually forget about it, in the minds of a new generation of beings. Mount Buzhou has long become a relic of the past, and no one pays it any heed. The current Mount Buzhou exists only in the memories of a few old-timers, yet few dare to covet it. The seal of Hongjun Daozu is sufficient to quench the ambitions and greed of all. Naturally, this seal also obstructs the faith of the myriad beings in the primordial realm towards Mount Buzhou. What a clever move by Hongjun Daozu, achieving two goals at once, directly severing the path of the innate deities. If this continues, it is likely that, with the passage of time, the beings of the primordial lands will forget the contributions of the mountain sovereign to the primordial realm. Forgetting this progenitor of all mountains, standing outside Mount Buzhou, the martial ancestor gazes at the seal entwined around it, sensing the faint aura upon the seal. Attempting to break the seal with external force is nearly impossible, as it is the seal of the heavenly Tao. However, this does not imply that the seal is unbreakable. As long as the mountain sovereign is awakened, everything can be resolved. The power of the seal is directed against external forces, not against the interior of Mount Buzhou. If it were another powerful being, even a saint, that could not awaken the mountain sovereign, they would be thwarted by the sealing power surrounding Mount Buzhou. Yet, the martial ancestor is capable of achieving this. They are one. Their souls are interconnected if separated by distance. It would be challenging to awaken the slumbering mountain sovereign due to the barriers of time and space. But that is not an issue now. The mountain sovereign has yet to awaken. A deep voice resounds within the mountain sovereign's soul. It is the voice of the martial ancestor, penetrating the very essence of the mountain sovereign's being. Unimpeded by the sealing forces outside Mount Buzhou. Who is it who calls upon me? The mountain sovereign gradually awakens from slumber, instinctively responding that it is I, the martial ancestor, who has been sent by my true self to rouse you. Arise, do not linger in slumber any longer. The calamity of the witches and demons has come to an end. It is time for you to cultivate your divine path. The momentum of humanity has been established, and your opportunity has arrived. No, I am not yet restored. Even if I awaken, I must continue to recuperate. The price I have paid was exorbitant, so much so that my very essence has been affected. I require time to recover my origin. Only with the restoration of my essence can I contemplate further cultivation. Otherwise, I shall remain trapped within the confines of Mount Buzhou upon awakening once more. The mountain sovereign could not help but sigh. His injuries still linger, and time is needed for recovery and rest. Very well, it is good that you can awaken. Time is of little consequence to us. Presently, there exists a seal from the primordial Tao ancestor outside Mount Buzhou, and external forces cannot affect you. You may rest assured and heal. How long has it been since the calamity of the witches and demons ended? How long have I been in slumber, and what is the current state of my true self? The calamity of the witches and demons has only just passed, and your slumber has not been prolonged. As for my true self, I have severed all causal ties. While my strength has diminished, I have undergone a transformation of breaking and rebuilding. Overall, the outcome is still favorable. That is good, as long as my essence remains undamaged. The lost power can be regained through cultivation. However, why does your aura seem so feeble, lacking even the power of a great Luo golden immortal? I currently possess only the cultivation of a golden immortal. And I am a martial golden immortal who has begun anew, embodying the martial path of my true self. In that case, it appears that my true self has suffered severe injuries. Even the avatar severed from me is merely a golden immortal. The cruelty of the calamity of the witches and demons exceeds imagination. Since you inherit the martial path of my true self, why do you lack the vast fortune of the martial ancestor? Shouldn't the fortune of the Tao ancestor be far greater? The martial path of the human immortals has vanished among humanity. The mainstream inheritance within human tribes is the great path of the myriad sages. The martial path of the human immortals has been abandoned, with only a trace remaining in the ancestral lands of humanity. Hence I naturally possess no fortune akin to that of the Tao ancestor. But this is also for the best. At least it provides a reason to release the burdens of my heart. Indeed, the martial path of the human immortals has indeed declined. The trend is inexorable. It seems that the martial path must undergo transformation, for as the generations change, the martial path must adapt, lest it gradually fade from the legacy of humanity. I understand. Yet although I carry the martial path of my true self, I lack the time to re-evolve the path of martial arts. Furthermore, I am but a golden immortal at present, and lack the capacity for such. No, you are mistaken. What you must do is not to evolve a powerful martial divine ability. The essence of martial cultivation lies in how to weaken the martial path, how to diminish the resources consumed in martial cultivation, that a slightly weaker martial path is far more suitable for the legacy of humanity. After all, as time progresses, the bloodline strength of humanity will inevitably wane, and without any thresholds, the martial path will naturally return to the vision of human inheritance. Indeed, that makes sense. It seems I have overthought this. But for now, I still have a mission to fulfill, and I shall delve deeper into the study of this matter once I complete the mission of my true self, Mountain Sovereign, if possible. You should reveal some miraculous signs. Do not let your sacrifices become naught, lest the beings of the primal wilderness forget your existence. Rest assured, I understand. Although Mount Buzhou is sealed by the power of the primordial Tao ancestor, it is not difficult for me to unravel it. However, the essence of Mount Buzhou has yet to stabilize completely, and this requires time to settle. Only when Mount Buzhou is thoroughly secure can I commence my actions. Otherwise, it would jeopardize the essence of Mount Buzhou and even impact the grand trend of the heavens and earth. Such causality is beyond my endurance. Chapter 63. The martial path steal if the essence of Mount Buzhou remains unstable and issues arise. As the sovereign of all mountains, the mountain sovereign will inevitably pay a heavy price. After all, he is the master of Mount Buzhou, possessing control over all within it, and is intimately connected with Mount Buzhou. Causality, indeed, it poses a significant complication. You are bound by Mount Buzhou, while I am constrained by the fortunes of humanity. The martial path of the human immortals requires transformation. Only by breaking free from constraints can one embark on a path of one's own. The martial ancestor, moved by these thoughts, expressed such sentiments. This is his true voice. Do not rush. There is ample time for us, and there is no need for haste, since you have a mission to fulfill. Allow me to assist you in the evolution of martial arts. However, you must carefully consider what treasures will serve as the vessel for your martial path. This cannot be approached with the slightest negligence, for it pertains to your own path of cultivation and your safety. The treasures for proving the Tao must be chosen with caution, and their quality must be assured. The three purities are innate spiritual treasures derived from the 12-petal primal creation blue lotus, each embodying its own great path. The mountain sovereign need not concern himself with his own Tao-proving treasures, as he is still confined within Mount Buzhou, and his injuries require time to heal. Yet the martial ancestor is different. Having already borne the entirety of my martial path, he must deliberate carefully on his own Tao-proving treasures, as this is no trivial matter. The martial ancestor chuckled wryly. To be honest, I had not considered this matter at all. Originally, the fortune of martial arts was borne by my true self, and I felt no immense pressure. Now that the fortune of the martial path for human immortals has dwindled to its nadir, there is scarcely any pressure. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten that I still need to bear the weight of martial fortunes. Then you must contemplate this issue seriously. It is not a trivial matter. To speak frankly, I have become somewhat complacent myself, which has led me to my current predicament. If I had considered my Tao-proving treasures more carefully from the beginning, I would not find myself in my present situation. As he spoke, the mountain sovereign let out a long sigh. Had he not used the heavenly pillar to bear his own path, perhaps he would not be trapped within Mount Buzhou. However, the integration of the heavenly pillar with Mount Buzhou has also granted him immense merit and fortune. So it is a double-edged sword. Although my true self has fused the extreme Tao weapon blood slaughter into itself, this weapon could also carry my path. However, it is not particularly suited to my martial way. Its aura of slaughter is too intense, so intense that my current martial realm cannot subdue it. While it suffices for protection, it is inadequate for embodying my own path, thus leaving the martial ancestor at a loss for a suitable solution. Martial ancestor, although my true self possesses several treasures, they are not suitable for bearing the martial path. In fact, the most fitting would have been my true self's companion treasure, the Kunlun mirror, which can evolve the martial path. Unfortunately, it possesses the attribute of time and bears the imprint of my true self. While it is easy to reclaim within humanity, refining it is nearly impossible, as you do not cultivate the path of time. As for other treasures, none are suitable. Indeed, the treasures in my true self's possession are not suitable for me to use as vessels for my own path. At present, I am also empty-handed, and I shall take it one step at a time. After all, I am not in a hurry. The fortunes of the martial path for human immortals cannot be alleviated in the short term. No, you cannot entertain such thoughts. Although the fortunes of the martial path for human immortals are currently low, you must not underestimate their power. Otherwise, should the fortunes of the martial path for human immortals revive, you will face immense peril. With your strength as a golden immortal, you will be unable to withstand the power of the Tao ancestor. The mountain sovereign's words are indeed wise. How could a mere golden immortal endure the might of the Tao ancestor's fortunes? When the martial ancestor stands before all, the fortunes of the martial path for human immortals will surely undergo a transformation. At that time, my true self will no longer bear the burden of martial fortunes, and all pressure will fall upon him. Yet the current martial ancestor is incapable of shouldering such a weight. The reason is simple. The martial path is not one he is forged alone. He merely inherits the martial path of my true self. A mere golden immortal lacks the strength to bear such pressure, thus necessitating a Tao-proving treasure to endure the weight of his own martial fortunes. It seems you truly lack a viable solution. However, I happen to possess a commendable treasure, though regrettably, due to the laws of heaven and earth, it has not fully matured. Similar to my true self's 5-element treasure, it is incomplete. If you could use your own martial path to continue its maturation, it might yield a remarkable Tao-proving treasure. As he spoke, the mountain sovereign waved his hand to reveal the treasure he spoke of, not a singular treasure, but a set of 9 feeble stone steels. These are the treasures nurtured by Mount Buzhou. Alas, due to the calamity of the witches and demons, Mount Buzhou suffered devastating damage, directly interrupting the maturation of this set of treasures. Now, Mount Buzhou can no longer continue its cultivation. Innate spiritual treasures. This is a set of innate spiritual treasures. How could they be so grievously harmed, with all their Tao origins dissipated? Upon seeing this set of innate spiritual treasures, the martial ancestor could not help but exclaim, "Even a treasure in the midst of maturation should not suffer such devastation." With all its Tao origin scattered, leaving only the essence of the innate treasures, you are astonished, are you not? In truth, I was even more shocked upon seeing it. This is the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures nurtured by Mount Buzhou, corresponding to the 9 heavens. Regrettably, during the calamity of the witches and demons, Mount Buzhou sustained heavy damage, abruptly halting its maturation. Furthermore, during the re-establishment of Mount Buzhou, it lost all of its Tao origins, leaving behind only the intrinsic materials of these innate treasures. Indeed, this is a commendable choice. If nurtured properly, it could become a formidable innate spiritual treasure, capable not only of suppressing destiny, but also of evolving into a treasure of virtues. Its material belongs to the innate category, ensuring impeccable quality, and its sturdiness is beyond question. Even after the damage to Mount Buzhou, its quality remains unscathed, highlighting the remarkable strength it possesses. Of course, this is merely the optimistic perspective. Should the nurturing fail, it would significantly impact oneself, as this is one's own path to enlightenment. A failure in nurturing would inevitably result in the backlash of defeat, potentially jeopardizing even the attainment of the golden immortal realm. Traversing the primordial world, if one cannot even secure the golden immortal status, safety would become a grave concern. However, the Mountain Emperor's words are not without merit. If the fate of the human immortal martial path undergoes any alteration, the troubles for oneself would multiply, possibly affecting the true self. This is a matter that requires careful consideration, which perhaps the true self refrained from mentioning, possibly intending to seek assistance from the Houtu ancestor witch. How affluent is the witch clan? It could be said that even the 6 saints of heaven Tao might not match the wealth of the witch clan. After all, the witch clan was the protagonist of an era, dominating the entire primordial world. The treasures they accumulated are beyond imagination, and the 5 elements treasure map of the true self also originates from the witch clan. Undoubtedly, the 9 heavens stone tablet presented by the Mountain Emperor is also quite enticing. Devoid of any remnants of the great Tao, it is perfectly capable of bearing one's martial heritage, and since it originally corresponds to the 9 heavens, it can also carry martial destiny. No more hesitation. Take this 9 heavens stone tablet and nurture it within your primordial spirit, pondering its implications gradually. If the fate of the human immortal martial path indeed experiences changes, there will be ways to respond. As he spoke, the Mountain Emperor casually tossed the 9 heavens stone tablet, which traversed the void and, passing through the seal, landed in the hands of the martial ancestor. Well, contemplating the pressures he must face, the martial ancestor accepted this innate spiritual treasure. Although it is incomplete, its quality remains intact, and upon grasping this treasure, the martial ancestor felt a stirring within his heart, as if a slight fusion was occurring with this treasure, which is far more than what the Mountain Emperor had described. With a thought, the martial ancestor integrated the 9 heavens stone tablet into his primordial spirit, and upon its entry, it immediately settled at the center of his primordial essence, stabilizing his martial destiny in an instant. The trace of martial virtue within his primordial spirit seemed to be drawn to it. Yet because he had not refined the 9 heavens stone tablet, the martial virtue had not fused with it. Even without refining it, the 9 heavens stone tablet possesses the inherent power to suppress destiny, further stimulating the martial virtue within himself, which astonished the martial ancestor. Why did the Mountain Emperor not notice this? The reason is simple. The Mountain Emperor did not require the power of the 9 heavens stone tablet to suppress his own destiny. He is capable of doing so himself. This is it. I have decided to use the 9 heavens stone tablet as my treasure for enlightenment. Soon, the martial ancestor reached this decision, for conversing with the Mountain Emperor is no trivial matter, and the fact that the Mountain Emperor was able to pass this treasure through the seal of Hongjun Daozu into his hands is no easy feat. If he were to hesitate any longer, he might miss this opportunity. Perhaps there are even better innate spiritual treasures in the underworld, at Houtu ancestor witch's place. But the martial ancestor does not believe they would be the most suitable for him. The current incomplete 9 heavens stone tablet can merge with him perfectly, making it the ideal choice. With a thought, the martial ancestor began to refine this treasure, imprinting his martial path onto the stone tablet, gradually inscribing the martial teachings passed down to him. Concurrently, the martial destiny and virtues he carries began to merge little by little with this innate treasure. As the martial heritage was continuously inscribed, the 9 heavens stone tablet began to transform. Its once lifeless essence began to revive, but this essence was no longer linked to the 9 heavens. Rather, it corresponded to the martial path cultivated by the martial ancestor. The martial path heavenly tablet, upon complete refinement, the name of the Nine Heavens stone tablet changed, and it fully integrated with the martial Ancestor. After complete refinement, the martial Ancestor could not help but feel a wave of relief, as if the pressures he bore had dissipated entirely. Chapter 64. The Trends of Heaven and Earth. With the martial path heavenly tablet suppressing his destiny, the pressures from the primordial Ancestor vanished completely, and the martial Ancestor's mind became clear, sensing his martial cultivation beginning to break through if he so desired. Advancing further would be effortless. However, the martial Ancestor chose to suppress this impulse, holding back his breakthrough. Well, it seems the Nine Heavens stone tablet is exceptionally suited for you, having been refined so swiftly. Upon witnessing the martial Ancestor's ease in refining the Nine Heavens stone tablet, the Mountain Emperor could not help but smile, indicating that his judgment was correct. The martial Ancestor is indeed well matched with this innate spiritual treasure. Although it requires re-nurturing, everything appears to be progressing favorably, and perhaps in the future, when martial arts flourish, this innate treasure will achieve its ultimate nurturing. The martial Ancestor joyfully remarked, "Indeed, this innate spiritual treasure is perfectly suited for me, capable of carrying the martial heritage with it in hand. I need not worry about the pressures of destiny from the primordial Ancestor." That is splendid. Thus, you can devote yourself wholeheartedly to the mission entrusted by the true self. Time is of the essence. You should take your leave now. Mount Buzhou is not yet in the realm of reality, and you need not worry about the evolution of martial arts. I will assist you. It is a pity that I still cannot contact the true self. I wonder what the situation is over there. As he spoke, the Mountain Emperor let out a sigh and then severed the connection with the martial Ancestor. As the connection with the Mountain Emperor was cut off, the martial Ancestor raised his head, gazing at the nearby Mount Buzhou, and sighed deeply. He understood that he could not linger here any longer to avoid unforeseen circumstances, especially since he was too close to Mount Buzhou. Moreover, when the Mountain Emperor transmitted the innate treasure earlier, he was uncertain whether it had drawn the attention of any discerning individuals. Departing from this place sooner would be beneficial for both himself and the Mountain Emperor. Taking a deep breath, the martial Ancestor vanished from outside Mount Buzhou, once again traversing the primordial land. The martial Ancestor's appearance outside Mount Buzhou did not attract anyone's attention. After all, he was merely a minor golden immortal. As for the incomplete Nine Heavens stone tablet, having lost its great Tao essence, it naturally emitted no radiant light. With the pressure alleviated, the martial Ancestor no longer concerned himself with the state of human immortal martial arts among the human race. Nor did he pay attention to changes within humanity. That he hastened towards the blood sea of the underworld to meet the Houtu Ancestor, which, although he was merely at the golden immortal level, with the martial path heavenly tablet suppressing his destiny, and the blood butcher extreme divine weapon in hand, his safety was assured. Without further ado, it was not long before the martial Ancestor found himself outside the blood sea of the underworld. As he manifested there, the Houtu Ancestor, which within the underworld immediately sensed the trace of the witch clan's bloodline emanating from the martial Ancestor and promptly arranged for someone to escort him.